Chapter 981. Soon after, several beautiful female adventurers checked into an ordinary little inn. Inside the room, Luo carefully examined the twin sword badges in his hands. As soon as he held the badges, a faint guide would appear in his mind, clearly indicating that the badges possessed a tracking function. This suggested that the relationship between the blacksmith Kaki and teacher Luna was not bad. However, as his perception deepened, Luo gradually discovered the hidden power within the badges. It was the familiar power of faith. This exceptionally concentrated power of faith, restrained by a strange array, concealed terrifying power. If its full power were unleashed, Luo suspected it could destroy at least several districts. A faith accessory. As the name suggests, it was an accessory-type equipment rooted in the power of faith. Like Helida's Eternal Bible, it was essentially a faith-based equipment. However, faith was scarce in the Karlov Empire, and this was the first time Luo had heard of faith-based equipment produced by the Karlov Empire. After a brief analysis, Luo understood how to use the badge. Besides tracking, the badge also contained an engraved forbidden technique. Die with me forbidden technique. Burns lifespan to gain power 1,000 times greater than the caster's own. Duration depends on remaining lifespan. Upon termination, the caster immediately returns to the underworld. Note: life magic can slow the rate of lifespan burning and delay death. Forbidden techniques generally refer to skills that permanently sacrifice certain powers for a temporary burst of power, similar to self-sacrifice. They can be further subdivided into various types. Luo naturally understands magical forbidden techniques, but no one would use them unless in a truly desperate situation. In fact, many critical situations simply don't allow for the time to cast forbidden techniques. However, the forbidden technique within the badge was slightly different. With the assistance of a strange array, its power was weakened, replacing the consumption of internal faith power with a portion of lifespan. The exact proportion and the duration of the faith power consumption were currently unknown. Besides this, the badge seemed to possess other passive abilities. Luo could only vaguely sense other energy fluctuations, but couldn't identify them. Logically, such a powerful accessory could help teacher Luna resolve many crises, so why entrust it to Kaki? If given coordinates, some small items should also have similar functions. Baffled, Luo could only put the badge away, subconsciously touching her forehead. A red hair tie there conveniently concealed the large silver X. She wondered if she should take this opportunity to see a fortune teller. Once she left the old capital, there wouldn't be many chances to find a skilled fortune teller. How is it? Helida appeared at the door. Luo nodded. It's the only good news. I'm planning to find a high-level diviner. Do you have connections? After a moment's thought, Helida hesitated slightly before replying, there's someone who might be able to help. Luo raised an eyebrow, noticing Helida's unusual expression. Is there something you're having trouble telling me? No. I take you to him. Seeing this, Luo didn't ask further. He considered how to establish contact with the city lord's mansion. It was best to investigate the situation in Tinia Star City thoroughly, otherwise, if the old capital of Hydia fell like Crystal City, the Agnesa Empire would essentially be on the verge of annihilation. At the same time, it would be best to persuade Lord Burns' team to send troops to retake Crystal City, thus preventing the disaster from escalating. The high-level diviner Helida mentioned was located in the outer city. He was the remnant of a fallen noble family from the old capital, but he had a natural aversion to power, and had successfully advanced to the transcendent level in the Temple of War thanks to his ancestors' influence. To everyone's astonishment, instead of continuing his training as a warrior, he suddenly switched to divination, drawing ridicule from many nobles who disliked him. Undeterred, he stubbornly pursued his path as a diviner. 200 years later, upon reaching a high level, his alluring eyes, seemingly piercing through fate, casually predicted the doom of the nobles. Within days, several powerful nobles who had humiliated him fell into ruin. For every family he named, that family would perish within 7 days. The old capital's nobles were gripped by fear, terrified of becoming part of his chosen list. However, not long after, he was seemingly recruited personally by the city lord, but his whereabouts became unknown. According to Helida, this diviner named Chenming Beryl actually refused the city lord's offer and left the inner city to open a quiet, unassuming divination shop in the outer city. Led by Helida, Luo and his group arrived at a commoner's neighborhood called Bean City, where they found a small shop called the Starlight Fortune-Telling Shop. At first glance, the Starlight Fortune-Telling Shop seemed unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, the shop was shrouded in a mesmerizing mist. Passers-by wouldn't even glance at it, and even Helida had to rely on a token to find her way there. Those whose fate is not to be spied upon, come in. I have been waiting for you. The shop door opened automatically, and in an instant, Luo realized that she was separated from the street. Although she could still make contact, no one would pay attention to her anymore, as if she had become an inconspicuous pebble on the street. Helida remained silent, striding into the fortune-telling shop. Luo told Pinky to stay outside, so as not to be unaware of someone approaching her like last time, and followed her inside. Beryl appeared to be a refined young man in his early 20s. As Helida had described, he possessed exceptionally beautiful, captivating eyes. Inexperienced young women would likely experience an uncontrollable heartbeat upon meeting his gaze. If he had chosen a marriage alliance, he would undoubtedly have been very popular with noble women. A strange thought flashed through her mind. At that moment, Helida began speaking with Beryl, though their conversation was rather odd. Liar! I told you many times, that was a mistake. Liar! I already returned your payment. Can you please stop worrying about it? Liar! 50 years have passed. Can you change your address? You're frightening my distinguished guest. Con artist. With a wry smile and a shake of his head, Beryl stopped speaking to Helida and turned to look at the youthful-looking Luo, his beautiful eyes flashing with a hazy silver light that vanished in an instant. Indeed, your fate is unfathomable. How strange, how strange. Luo was slightly taken aback. What did that mean? Her fate was unfathomable? What does this mean? Luo had known two powerful diviners, but neither had ever told her about this. Beryl smiled, pointing a long finger at Luo's forehead. You bear his mark. I dare not say more. Luo unconsciously touched her hair tie. Sure enough, the diviner knew about the mark on her forehead. Meanwhile, Helida silently uttered a cold remark, pretending to know what you don't. Beryl's eyelids twitched slightly. Fine, fine, I'm pretending to know what I don't, she said helplessly. So why did you bring your friend to see this pretentious fraudster? Helida remained silent. Luo watched with curiosity and amusement. Something must have happened between these two old acquaintances, but since they wouldn't speak, Luo wouldn't pry. She then asked Beryl, Diviner Beryl, I want to know what effect this mark has on me, and when it will disappear? Luo untied the firebird hair tie, revealing a silvery mark. If it were any other pattern, like the netherworld flower mark, at least it would be aesthetically pleasing. But what did a large X mean? Beryl had already sensed the hazy aura clinging to Luo's forehead, illusory yet real, uncertain yet constant. It was the root of all events and destiny, observing everything, like an endless river reflecting the past and future. Its name was Destiny, but upon seeing the mark, Beryl was still astonished. Her eyes widened slightly, and she could vaguely see a silver river surging within. So beautiful. So wonderful. I saw everything. This is destiny. A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out. Beryl quickly closed her eyes, two streaks of blood slowly flowing from the corners of her eyes. She waved her hand to calm the two astonished women. Ahem. Ahem, it's all right, it's all right. Looking directly at the river of fate always comes at a price. This mark is merely a testament, signifying that you personally witnessed the source of everything. Frankly, it's the highest honor. Ahem, as for how long it will last, you should understand that divine gifts cannot be decided by oneself. Perhaps it will disappear in the next moment, or perhaps it will follow you for a lifetime. What? She's going to have a big X drawn on her for life? She only used a little faith power. She didn't do anything. Why? In an instant, Luo's thoughts were in turmoil, even wondering if this was retribution for calling Caravaggio a swindler too many times. Fate. Wait. She suddenly remembered that there was another person closely connected to fate, the six-armed Naga Enzo Blanche, whom she had met about a year ago. Insight described her as the weaving net of fate, and forcibly peering into it might incur the displeasure of the god of fate. But Luo and she had been separated for so long. Even if he was just harboring resentment, shouldn't he have been punished long ago? Could the god of fate actually be a slow-witted deity? A sudden burning sensation appeared on his forehead. Beryl's expression changed slightly, and he cried out urgently, cough, cough, don't think like that. This is blasphemy. He pointed a finger into the air, as if a cool breeze was spreading. Luo involuntarily cleared his mind. This was tranquility, one of the basic low-level water magic spells. Sure enough, after not slandering the god of fate, the burning sensation on his forehead disappeared instantly. So stingy. Beryl, the diviner, thank you for your help, but perhaps you should stop the bleeding first. At this moment, blood was gushing from the corners of Beryl's mouth and eyes, and in a short while, a pool of blood appeared on the ground. Luo was a little worried that he might become the first high-level transcendent to bleed to death. Just then, a chill struck Beryl precisely, making him shiver. However, the bleeding stopped. In Luo's peripheral vision, Helida leaned against the wall, head bowed and silent, seemingly unaffected. Did these two truly have a grudge? Luo retied her hair tight to cover the mark, and again asked the chilling Beryl, the diviner, you lived in the old capital for many years. Do you know the current situation? Patting the shards of ice off his shoulder, Beryl smiled faintly. I cannot foresee your fate, so naturally I cannot see your future. Then the situation. What is the situation? Does it matter? The future is uncertain, yet it is also predetermined. If your fate is to never know the situation in the old capital, even if I tell you about the relationship between the Dahomey family and the city lord's mansion, it will be of no use. Beryl drew a line of water in the air, condensing small water spheres in Luo's shape at both ends. If this is your fate, and I tell you about the alliance between the two families, you might change your next move and no longer seek help from the city lord's mansion. A small pool of water appeared in the middle of the waterline, belonging to Beryl himself, and a second waterline extended from it. But if the ending is that you are destined to go to the city lord's mansion, then the altered fate will eventually return to the right path. Perhaps on another path, you will unexpectedly discover that the city lord's mansion is merely a compromise, or there are other reasons why you must go there. In any case, you will definitely go. The extended waterline curved and returned to its end, symbolizing the unchanging principle of fate. The so-called uncertainty of fate is merely a matter of changing processes. Every thought will generate countless branches, but all these branches will eventually converge at the end, where the unchanging fate lies. Luo frowned, puzzled, and said, what is the point of such divination? Since fate cannot be changed, why divine? Why risk the backlash to peek at fate? Moreover, from Helida's description, the refined Beryl before him was a ruthless character. After mastering his skills, he dragged several powerful families into decline with a single disagreement. Needless to say, he would certainly bear a great risk of backlash, but the fact that he is still alive speaks volumes. According to Luo's understanding, fortune tellers are a rare profession. Besides needing to have a connection with the god of fate, they also suffer a backlash every time they glimpse fate. Although this can be avoided through special means, it inevitably affects lifespan and cultivation speed. This makes 7th-tier fortune tellers extremely prestigious, 8th-tier ones incredibly rare, and 9th-tier fortune tellers possibly not even found in an empire-level power. The only current saint-level fortune teller is the Saint of Fate recorded in the Endless Bookshelf. Her name and background are unknown, and only those of high status have a slight chance of receiving her divination. Luo has 10, even 9, reasons to suspect that the unscrupulous merchant Caravaggio, who has appeared before her multiple times, is that Saint of Fate, but this has never been confirmed. Therefore, someone at Beryl's level would never simply believe that fate is unchangeable. That would be tantamount to denying one's own faith and cultivation. After hearing Luo's doubts, Beryl smiled slightly, not hiding anything. The end of fate is unchangeable. Our duty is only to change the process, or rather, to accelerate or postpone the arrival of the ending. The beginning and the end are eternally unchanging, but a diviner can guide travelers to shortcuts or long paths. Intriguingly, the specific meaning of the end mentioned here is vaguely described, and Beryl doesn't seem inclined to explain it. We need to find the city lord, have a divination done, and help me. Helida's cold voice interrupted their exchange. Beryl shrugged, flicked his fingers, and water vapor condensed into a mirror, with runes swirling and weaving across its surface, emitting a hazy silver light. Fine, I owe you. Don't call me a liar next time, okay? I consider it. What an unpleasant woman. Despite saying this, Beryl still diligently began her divination. With a wave of her right hand, the shop suddenly transformed into a vast ocean, its surface as calm as a mirror. For water spheres rose, bursting open to reveal unidentifiable objects within. There were broken crystals, a tattered necklace, a broken bracelet, and a shattered spear tip, all shrouded in a hazy silver light, seemingly connecting to the end of a world both illusory and real. Do you remember the medium? Hearing this, Helida plucked a silver thread, a drop of pale blue, crystalline blood spilling from her fingertip. It flew along with a wisp of magical energy to the center of the 4 items, hovering above the rune-woven water mirror. Luo could only see a large amount of magical energy flowing around Beryl, seemingly simple magic circles drawing in magical energy and connecting to an imperceptible void. The next moment, the water mirror seemed to come alive, devouring Helida's hair, blood, and magical energy, which then coalesced into a blue vortex. A phantom image floated from between Beryl's brows and quickly disappeared into the vortex. Luo thought this would also take several days, but unexpectedly, Beryl opened his eyes in just over 10 seconds. It was clear he wasn't blind, though his face seemed slightly pale, and his eyes were bloodshot. The results are in. Harita's lack of response made Beryl somewhat embarrassed. He cleared his throat and continued, "Your journey has been smooth, though with a few setbacks, but the outcome is worry-free." The somewhat perfunctory result unexpectedly softened Harita's expression slightly. For once, she spoke to Beryl in a friendly tone. "The Empire is fraught with crisis. It would be best if you left as soon as possible. Don't worry, the diviner's ability to foresee crisis is far stronger than you imagine. By the way, esteemed guest, I suddenly remembered something about the mark on your forehead, but it's been a while. I might need to look for it in the study. Would you be so kind as to help me find it?" Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, immediately realizing that Beryl probably wanted to discuss something privately with him, away from Harita. Could it be that the divination results weren't so simple? "Of course, I'd like to know as well, Priestess Harita. I leave the matter of contacting the city lord to you." "No problem." Watching the two walk towards the study, Harita's eyelids lowered, her face expressionless. No one knew what she was thinking. Is she truly carefree? She's known Beryl for over 2 centuries. Does she really not know whether he was lying or not? Chapter 982. Beryl's study was piled high with various notebooks. Judging from the unfinished ones on his desk, they were records of each divination session. Activating the soundproof barrier, Beryl rummaged through the bookshelf for a moment before taking down an ancient scroll and handing it to Luo, his voice now more somber. "You should guess what I'm going to say. Indeed, the divination results are not good, even unprecedentedly terrible." The scroll was unusually thick, seemingly made from the hide of a high-level magical beast. Unwrapping it, Luo's gaze fell upon it. At the top of the scroll, the word calamity was written in bright red characters. Further down, the scroll was filled with tiny, black characters, all bearing unimaginably dire divination results. "I cannot divine for you, nor can I predict all future events related to you. In Helida's divination results, I also found no trace of you. But that's not the point. The 13th line of the scroll is Helida's fate." Moving his gaze downwards, Luo quickly found the 13th ending Beryl had mentioned. Soul annihilation, fate extinction, a stranger soul takes its place, a new life emerging from annihilation. This is the calamity of the resurrection of the dead. No matter how you change the path, Helida will eventually reach this end. To this end, I use the aura of destiny you carry, expending 100 years of my lifespan to forcibly gaze upon the river of fate, and finally glimpse a clue. Luo noticed that Beryl's tone conveyed a sense of helplessness, as if all his efforts had been in vain. So, he actually knew Helida's fate a long time ago. No wonder his divination of a 7th-rank priest, who believed in a god, was so perfunctory. No wonder he vomited blood upon seeing the mark of destiny on his forehead. No wonder Luo always felt a faint sense of helplessness and sorrow hidden in his eyes. The end of fate is irreversible, but after fate's demise, everything will be uncertain. This is the only way out I can find, so I need your help. Luo tightened his grip on the scroll, looking directly into Beryl's resolute, almond-shaped eyes, and asked in confusion, "You planned to wait for me from the beginning?" "No, your arrival was just an accident. As I said, I cannot foresee your fate, but I can see that Helida's fate will encounter a fork in the road today. I know this is the only chance to break the deadlock." "Calm down." A cool sensation filled the study. Compared to Beryl's tranquility, Luo's spell was clearly more effective. Almost instantly, Beryl calmed down from the inside out, his flustered expression returning to calm, and his mind entering a state of absolute calm. "I apologize, I was a little too hasty, but now I'm even more certain that you are the only solution to save Helida. I don't quite understand." "No need to understand. All right, if we delay any longer, she find out." Beryl turned and retrieved an unsettling black scroll from a hidden compartment in the study. A faint, malevolent aura emanated from it, as if it were tearing at one's soul. Luo's expression hardened slightly. "This thing. It seems you know something, esteemed guest. I cannot reveal its origin, but I ask that you open it at the right time, only then can you save her from her fate." After a moment's hesitation, Luo still opened the scroll, which carried an aura of the underworld. He took the black notebook and put it away. "One thing I don't like about you fortune tellers is that you're always so uncertain in your words, but I try my best to help." Beryl smiled slightly, calmly closing the barrier, and said in a relaxed tone, "In my memory, the god of fate has bestowed blessings only a handful of times. The last suspected instance was 1,000 years ago, with a genius fortune teller named Enzo Blanche, who was said to be born with the ability to see the threads of fate and could glimpse destiny without cultivation. Before that, there was the current saint of fate, who can reverse the river of fate. If you consider changing your profession, perhaps the future world will have another saint of fate. Thank you for the compliment, but I pass. I prefer exploring. Anyway, I continue to help you find relevant information. I give you that Calamity Handbook. Although it's just a memoir, it's imbued with a touch of fate. Perhaps it can help you avoid misfortune and attract good fortune. The two walked out of the study one after the other, as if their previous exchange had never happened. Helida glanced at Beryl indifferently, as expected, and remained silent. By the way, I'll be leaving the Empire soon. When we meet again, I might tell you about my story with her. I imagine you're quite. Luo sighed slightly, silently mourning for the frozen Beryl for 3 seconds, then left the divination shop with Helida, whose cheeks flushed with annoyance. They found the three of them, all enjoying candied hawthorns, and planned to head to the city lord's mansion as planned. Why don't I have any? Dear witch, you're not a child anymore, how can you ask? But if you call me sister, there's a candied hawthorn here. When did this pink-haired girl learn to coax children? Crack. The ice sculpture cracked. Beryl breathed on the cold air and rubbed her hands together, smiling helplessly, still so heavy-handed. We've known each other for so many years, can't you take care of your old friend? Looking at the empty shop, Beryl stood with her hands behind her back, her beautiful eyes deep and unfathomable. Fortune tellers are always calculating about their fees, even more so than merchants. It's not that they particularly like money, but simply because it involves a price. Legend has it that the god of fate and the god of contracts are closely related, so all those who glimpse fate must pay a price, and receiving a fee can offset part of that price. If I could, I would give anything to have you. Beryl turned and went back to his study. There was one thing he hadn't lied to Helida about. The diviners were astute. 20 years ago, over 60% of the diviners in the Agnesa Empire had tacitly left. Although no one could divine what the future of the empire would hold, the fact that nothing could be divined was itself abnormal. A future that left all the mid to high level diviners in the empire with nothing was unimaginably terrifying. He had only stayed to wait for that cold, aloof woman to come looking for him someday. Now that woman had come, it was time for him to retreat. But after this departure, it might be a very, very long time before he saw her again. Your Excellency Lord Bernstein, I request that you dispatch your personal guards to search all sides and apprehend the Empire's most wanted criminal. Inside the magnificent Crystal Palace, the young man on the jeweled throne sat upright, looking down at the blue-armored giant kneeling on the red carpet, his gaze sharp and authoritative. Reason? Even as an 8th-tier expert, even with the backing of the Dahomey family, the burly man still felt an indescribable pressure facing the nonchalant city Lord Bernstein. He instinctively lowered his head further, respectfully saying, Your Excellency, this person appears harmless, but in reality, he poses a great threat to our clan and the grand plan of the old capital. Your Excellency may not know, but this person has not only killed hundreds of our clansmen, but has also infiltrated the old capital and had frequent dealings with wanted number 37. I suspect his target is the reversal array beneath Tinia City. Bernstein coldly stared at the burly man who spoke rapidly with his head bowed. A lame excuse, a nonsensical reason, even if it was related to the blacksmith who stole the old royal treasures from wanted number 37, there was no need to deploy his personal guards. However, the grand formation will be activated soon. I will temporarily lend you the 9th guard to purge the rats of the old capital. The burly man's face lit up with joy, and he quickly bowed his head and shouted, Lord City Lord is wise. May Dahomey and the old capital cooperate forever. Bernstein's lips curled into a cold smile. A family that betrayed the ice god actually had the audacity to sing praises of eternity. It was only because of such a family that the Cambriaso royal family had a chance to be restored. Step back. Yes, Your Excellency City Lord. Priestess Helida, is there a problem? Miss Witch, you misjudged. Helida blinked, calmly staring straight ahead, as if she wasn't the one who had been spying on Luo out of the corner of her eye. Luo chewed on a sweet and sour candied hawthorn, secretly chuckling to herself, but not revealing it. She quickly changed the subject. Priestess Helida, is the person you mentioned in the inner city? Yes. Helida nodded, succinctly stating, he can help us contact Lord Bernstein. If only we could contact the Lord of the old capital. That way we could persuade him to send troops to reclaim Crystal City. Luo envisioned a bright future, then looked down at Anna Bauer in her arms, a hint of reluctance in her eyes, causing the little girl to tilt her head, unsure of what she meant. Later, I take you to try the delicacies of the inner city. Yay! Thank you, Sister Luo. Luo finished the last candied hawthorn, her gaze returning from the sheriff, who was hurrying low overhead. The outer city seemed to be stirring, If she wasn't mistaken, they were searching for the khaki blacksmith. However, it's laughable that a few high-ranking sheriffs, who are only at the 3rd rank, could find a 7th-rank superhuman. It's just for show. There must be many of Huami's warriors secretly on the move. It had nothing to do with Luo. The girls had already changed their appearances before coming to the divination shop. As for finding the khaki blacksmith, Luo felt it was more useful to resolve the summoning circle in Tinia Star City, and then head to Ice Rock Harbor to find his teacher. Entry to the inner city required a second check, a basic check of attire and demeanor. After all, it was incredibly difficult for commoners to impersonate nobles, and both Luo and Helida possessed excellent bearing. If it weren't for magical concealment, they would be mistaken for distinguished royalty by commoners walking down the street. Besides, high-ranking nobles were generally more friendly towards high-level superhumans, so the inner-city guards had no reason to stop the group from entering. If the outer city was the ordinary district inhabited by commoners and adventurers, vast and free, yet somewhat dilapidated, the inner city was the epitome of luxury. The roads were paved with large, polished lapis lazuli bricks. There were no ordinary small shops, only powerful merchant guilds could afford to purchase land to build skyscrapers. The fusion of magic and goblin craftsmanship allowed the ice crystal building and the verdant manor to blend perfectly into the landscape, making even the frigid ice kingdom feel like springtime. A beautiful unicorn snorted, lazily flapping its white wings, and quietly awaited its master's return by the roadside. A graceful mother and daughter emerged from a flower shop reserved for nobles. Their clothing and rings emanated subtle fluctuations of power. Magical equipment suitable for mortals could only be crafted with specialized skills. I'm starting to believe the history of the old capital. The Karlov Empire is still too young. Although 30,000 years is a long time, all those who ruled the empire were saint-level beings at the pinnacle of combat power. Even for human saint-level beings, 30,000 years is only a dozen or so generations. With long lifespans, the time for civilization to progress is infinitely extended. Therefore, compared to the old capital of Hibia, which has a history of over 150,000 years, the way the nobles of the Karlov Empire enjoy themselves seems quite backward. A penchant for pleasure while disregarding the common people is incompatible with the ideals of Crystal City. Helida was clearly dissatisfied with the rules established by the nobles of the old capital, and Luo understood, as evidenced by the way the two cities treated the residents of surrounding towns. Suddenly, Luo keenly sensed a group of 20 people flying out from a huge, slowly floating disk high in the sky. The leader of this group looked extremely familiar, but was too far away to make out clearly. His intuition told Luo that something was amiss with that group, but the group quickly disappeared, giving Luo no chance to investigate, so he had to give up. Helida reminded Luo that the use of mid to high level magic was not allowed in the inner city. If excessive magical fluctuations were detected, the city lord's army would be immediately summoned, and other dissatisfied nobles also had the right to command their private soldiers to take action. Therefore, the women were only blurring their faces, intending to tell others that they did not want to interact, and also to effectively deter overly energetic young nobles from approaching them. However, as the saying goes, what you fear most is what happens. Just as the group passed by a luxurious manor, a jewel-encrusted ceremonial longsword struck Luo squarely at his feet, embedding itself in a crack in the lapis lazuli bricks. Immediately following, a commanding, domineering voice rang out from the manor's gate, intruding on my manor and disturbing my sword practice. You have quite the nerve. Pick up the sword, and I let it go. Staring at the longsword, its hilt still swaying slightly, Luo wondered if he was meant to attract so much attention without magical cover. With a thought, the longsword transformed into a streak of light, and plunged to the boy's feet. Only after the sword's clang reverberated did the boy react, instinctively taking 2 steps back. But realizing he had been frightened by a mere sword, he was instantly enraged. How dare you be so disrespectful? Do you even know who I am? Where are they? Locke had no interest in dealing with these impolite brats. In a few steps, she had already teleported hundreds of meters away. By the time the young man came to his senses, they were long gone. He could only angrily pick up his long sword and sullenly return. However, 2 guards emerged from the shadows of the manor courtyard. A knight dressed as a woman asked the other knight in a low voice, "Are we just going to let outsiders bully our young master? It's always the Lancaster family that bullies others. There's no reason for us to be bullied by outsiders. They're simply asking for trouble." The male knight drew his sword, clearly intending to kill. Unlike the young master, these guards had served the family for over a century, and were intimately familiar with the people of the old capital's inner city. The girls who had just passed by the manor's outskirts, Though possessing a noble air, were completely out of place in the old capital, they were clearly outsiders. Within the old capital, the nobles possessed powerful autonomy second only to the city lord's mansion, and the Lancaster family was one of the most prominent families in the region. Could an outsider possibly rebel? The two exchanged a glance, and silently disappeared from the manor. Chapter 983. On the long table made of solidified steel lay many strange objects, several vials of medicine, a branch brimming with life, a stack of records, a twisted, slightly white leaf, half a crystal skull, and so on. A delicate, pale hand picked up a jet-black notebook from the table. Luo muttered to herself. How could something from the underworld appear in the living world? Asked Moriarty. She should still be with Hong Luo, right? She wondered if the tea Hong Luo had concocted would have any effect on Moriarty's recovery. Although Hong Luo wasn't particularly interested in research, since clones share thoughts and memories, Hong Luo naturally knew what Luo knew. The only difference lay in their affinity, and the intrinsic motivation stemming from their personalities. Xiaoyi, what are you eating? Caught stealing food, Xiaoyi paused abruptly, guiltily moving the bandage behind her back. Xiaoyi isn't eating. Then Luo smiled, and tapped Xiaoyi's fair cheek. Lying isn't good for a child. Tell your sister the truth. I'm sorry. After fidgeting for a moment, the bandage on Xiaoyi's back slowly floated out, revealing a rolled-up pink mud ball. It's so soft and smells so good, Xiaoyi couldn't resist. Fan Luo was startled. This pink mud ball seemed to be what Xiaoyi had drunk from Xiaoyati and Luo's. It must be waste from the failed potion's mutation. It should have been discarded. How did it end up in Xiaoyi's hands? After checking Xiaoyi and finding no significant changes, Fan Luo felt relieved and lectured her. Good girl, you can't eat things randomly. Next time, you must ask your sister's permission. Sister Fan Luo, Xiaoyi will never do it again. Seeing Xiaoyi's remorseful expression, Fan Luo nodded in satisfaction. It's good that you know you're wrong. If it tastes good, then eat it. Also, Bauer, you too, never eat things randomly. Huh? Bauer too? Anna Bauer, who had been innocently watching the scene, was suddenly pulled into Luo's parenting time with a bewildered expression. What's wrong? Luo walked out of the shop, looking at the two little ones being scolded with a puzzled expression. The old capital was a forging city, exporting most of the empire's equipment and items. The inner city, where nobles lived, was a hub of the old capital's top craftsmen, and many high-ranking nobles themselves possessed ancient and powerful skills. Here, you could find exquisite magical equipment comparable to goblin craftsmanship, or you could spend a fortune to buy weapons comparable to those forged by dwarves. After seeing the items worn by the nobles on the street, Luo thought it might be good to buy a few as gifts. Her warehouse was mostly filled with equipment for superhumans, and very little suitable for ordinary people. But as soon as she came out of the shop after buying the items, she saw the pitiful Xiaoyi and Anna Bauer. It's okay, children's education must keep up. They can't become bad kids. That's true. If Xiaoyi turned into a personality like little Adi, Luo could apply for humane euthanasia. At this moment, Helida also came out of the shop. She was quite familiar with the local rules, and could help Luo reduce the possibility of being ripped off, since many goods in the inner city sacrifice some functionality and effects for aesthetic reasons. It's time to go. Luo nodded. Beryl hadn't explicitly stated the relationship between the city lord's mansion and the Dahomey family, nor did his tone imply any intention to stop him, indicating that Helida's fate wasn't closely related to them. Therefore, Luo still needed to go to the city lord's mansion. Halt! Suddenly, a furious shout came from behind, followed by two figures rushing over and blocking Luo's group. You dare to insult the noble Lancaster family, and try to run away? You're far too audacious. Luo was stunned, staring at the sudden appearance of a male and female fourth-tier knight, completely bewildered. Where did the Lancaster family come from? However, upon seeing the family crest engraved on their breastplates, Luo remembered that not long ago, there had been a bored little boy whose shirt seemed to have a similar crest. Hey! We didn't humiliate you. You're the ones who unjustly convicted us. Are you suggesting the Lancaster family is just a bunch of barbaric and rude nobles? Pinklow shouted angrily, but her words seemed to have struck a nerve with the two men. She immediately retorted, How dare you slander the esteemed Lancaster family? You're asking for death. Outsiders. In the old capital's territory, even people from other major cities have to keep their distance. Your arrogance is simply infuriating. The two men's anger flared, quickly attracting the attention of passers-by. However, upon seeing Pinklow and her companions, so out of place in the old capital, they unsurprisingly revealed expressions of schadenfreude. The nobles wouldn't lose their composure and mettle, but the attendants and servants working for their master stopped to watch with interest. This was part of their intelligence gathering, so it wasn't against the rules. In reality, conflicts between the inhabitants of the old capital and those from outside the city were all too common. Whether before or after the blockade, hundreds, even thousands, of clashes occurred daily between the inner and outer cities. Naturally, the powerful and wealthy became accustomed to it, and even their attendants treated it as amusement, since serving the nobility was no easy task. Dunlu glared angrily at the two enraged individuals. She wasn't even angry yet, so why were they already so upset? Go home and sober up. A sudden gust of wind swept up, instantly engulfing their waists and flinging them, along with their heavy armor, into the air. They crashed back into the manor amidst their screams. The young man, who was angrily telling the butler about his fright, was startled by the sudden tremor. He arrived at the edge of two newly formed deep pits and frowned upon seeing the dizzy guards at the bottom. Launderway Manor is a serious place. If you sleep anywhere again, don't blame me for firing you. He snorted coldly, intending to make the situation even more serious, hoping the butler would personally find those people. Meanwhile, Pink Luo, who had casually taken the two men, felt much better. Bad guys should be sent home to reflect on their actions. Who did this? The crowd was forcibly pushed aside. Some tried to shout, but upon seeing who it was, they fell silent and hurriedly left. Soon, the street was empty, leaving only a menacing supernatural team and Pink Luo's group. Luo secretly transmitted his voice to Helida. Didn't they say low-level magic wasn't prohibited? Trouble won't let the rules spare you. So you're causing trouble right under the nose of the noble city lord, huh? What right do you have to act so arrogantly in the old capital? A sharp shout interrupted Helida. The newcomer wore high-quality crystal armor, far more exquisite and sturdy than the blue armor of the Dahomey warriors. The entire squad quickly dispersed, surrounding Luo and his group. The squad leader produced a token, which activated with a flash of white light. A powerful sense of perception relentlessly invaded Luo's vigilance range, attempting to dispel the simple blur on his face. Bang! The token shattered with a crash, and in an instant, everyone was embedded into the lapis lazuli bricks by a massive, invisible force. Luo coldly glanced at these inner-city magistrates, who had offended them without asking any questions. The old capital's existence depended entirely on the legacy of the old dynasty, and everyone living in the old capital felt this was normal. Only outsiders felt uncomfortable. It was precisely for this reason that the old capital was so resistant to outsiders in order to maintain its current rule, but to act arrogantly in front of Luo was utterly ridiculous. In terms of prestige, who had she ever feared? Aside from the saint-level beings at the pinnacle of transcendence, she could despise anyone. It was only the half-baked etiquette she received as a child that made her polite. Say another word, and you vanish from this world. The cold voice was calm, but to the fallen men, it was like a demonic whisper. They seemed to see a replay of their own deaths, their bodies stiff and unable to move. Only after the group left did the faint, terrifying pressure slowly dissipate. I'm not dead. The squad leader abruptly sat up, instinctively touching his neck. Finding it wasn't severed, he gasped in terror. He never felt that aura of death, not even from his superior. It was terrifying. He almost thought he was going to die. Sir, what do we do? Glancing at his trembling subordinate, the squad leader was furious. He slapped him away and roared, Report to the city lord's guards. Sir, we can't get in touch with such important figures. He was joking. They were just ordinary sheriffs. Above them were the city guards, the nobles' private armies, the ice god guards, the imperial guards, and above them are the city lord's personal guards, loyal only to the city lord. Idiot! Aren't those guys from the Duowomi family secretly searching lately? Just say a suspected target appeared in the inner city, and the goal is to infiltrate the city lord's mansion. I remember your uncle is a city guard, right? Huh? The subordinate was shocked. So, he really wouldn't be investigated? Hurry up and go. Okay. He had first been slammed into the floor tiles, then intimidated by the oppressive aura, and now, after being reprimanded several times by his captain, his head was already spinning. He had no energy left to think, only wanting to complete the mission and then get a good night's sleep. To his surprise, when his uncle saw him appear before him, his breathing unsteady, and recounted being attacked by a wanted criminal, he immediately flew into a rage and persuaded several friends to teach the fool who had injured his nephew a lesson. We arrived. A luxurious manor was surrounded by a gilded fence, and a faint barrier enveloped the ancient and majestic snow-silver castle. Exquisite gemstone statues stood on either side of the gate, their eyes radiating a menacing crimson light. The entire manor exuded a rustic historical feel, starkly contrasting with the 100-meter-high skyscrapers opposite. Helida explained to Luo that the architecture of the old capital's inner city was roughly divided into two schools: the newly emerging sublime architecture from thousands of years ago, and the historically preserved castle-style architecture. The two were roughly equal in number, but the sublime architecture was more easily observed from outside the city. A stone tablet stood before the manor, engraved with Silver Mountain Manor, the characters forming a simple, reactive array. As Luo carefully observed the manor, the guardian statue on the left rose to its feet and growled, "Who goes there?" Helida removed her disguise and stepped forward. "Please inform the manor's master, Bourbon Azri, that an old friend is here." The statue's eyes flashed, and it quickly crouched back down on its pedestal. A moment later, a beautiful young woman, surrounded by servants, strode out of the manor and immediately embraced Helida. "Isn't this my good friend, Priestess Helida? What brings you here today?" The young woman's face was flushed with a captivating blush, her bright yellow curls styled elegantly, and a beautifully adorned hat with eagle feathers and jewels sat perfectly on her head, combining the elegance of a young woman with the youthful energy of a girl. Bourbon Azri, a fourth-tier ice mage and wife of the 8th son of the Bourbon family, originally named Silver Mountain Azri, is of unknown origin and has become acquainted with the 7th-tier priestess, Helida. Azri, noticing Lo and the others behind Helida, smiled and said, "It seems my good sister isn't here for a reunion. Helida's friends are naturally my friends too, Azri's friends. If you don't mind, how about we go inside the castle for a chat?" Lo and Pink Lo bowed in unison, of course. "Thank you for your hospitality, Miss Azri." However, Helida seemed quite uncomfortable, shifting her body. Finding herself unable to break free, she said with a hint of helplessness, "Let go." All right, I don't want to hug you like this. Since my lover isn't here, let's relax today." Azri released the embrace, regaining her dignified composure, and instructed the servants to prepare dinner to properly entertain her friends. "How is it? Can you find any trace of their presence?" "No. They don't seem simple." Beside the paving stones, where the sheriff's guard was standing, a young man shook his head gravely. He was the most sensitive to presence among the city guards, yet he couldn't detect any trace of their presence. "What should we do? Is my nephew just supposed to be bullied?" Faced with his furious friend, the young man's reason prevailed, and he advised, "Judging from our current methods, their strength is unfathomable. Even if we find them, we might not be able to defeat them. Anyway, your nephew isn't injured, so let's just give up." But the woman beside him disagreed. "No, I just questioned the witnesses. They didn't dare reveal their true appearance, which means they're either wanted criminals or from outside the city. Either way, we're in the right to act. But you're right, we might not be strong enough on our own. We need to find help." The others nodded in agreement, then turned their gaze to a haughty woman in fine clothes. The others were all from ordinary noble families, but this woman came from a high-ranking noble family. Even as a daughter of a collateral branch, her status was far superior to theirs. She smiled charmingly, her voice sweet and alluring. "I have brotherling handle it." "Sister, you're so kind." The young man searching for the aura could only sigh. Although he had a bad feeling, these were old friends he'd known for years, and he had to help. "Looks like I have to bring out some treasures too." Having lived a long life and possessing a high status, he did have a few valuable items. With the help of divination tools, he finally discovered the direction of the aura. However, why was it a weak aura from someone just entering the transcendent realm? The puzzled young man didn't dwell on it. Divination tools couldn't compare to the unpredictable power of a formal diviner. Finding clues amidst the completely chaotic magic was already quite an achievement. The target is around the Silver Mountain Manor of the Bourbon family. It's a bit troublesome. Indeed, that lady is from the Silver Mountain family. Although not as powerful as the Bourbon family, they are still quite influential. I told you they weren't trustworthy. They dare to openly harbor a wanted criminal. Don't worry, they're just two ordinary nobles. With my brother Lung's help, who would dare to protect them? Emboldened by the woman's confidence, the group decided to find the person who injured their friend's nephew. Perhaps they could even extort money from the Bourbon family. Don't doubt it. Although the city guards are much weaker than the private armies of the great nobles, they are more than capable of dealing with ordinary nobles. They have a history of extorting nobles, and this time, with the help of a scion of a powerful family, it'd be a piece of cake. Chapter 984. As dusk settled and night fell, the outer city of the old capital, bustling with activity all day, gradually fell asleep. Only the extraordinary individuals continued to enjoy the magnificent nighttime scenery. A figure appeared on a rooftop, looking at the miniature array floating in his hand with considerable puzzlement. Strange, there's no trace in this area either? To find the target assigned by their superiors, he and his fellow consumable warriors had searched each of the 36 districts of the outer city, but their search from noon until nightfall yielded nothing. The array in his hand was connected to a treasure above, capable of directly detecting any trace of the target within a 3-mile radius. Searching a district shouldn't take long. At their speed, they should have found it by now. Unless, could that guy have gone to the inner city? Those trash guards in the inner city. I told you they let people in carelessly, and it would definitely ruin everything. He clenched his fist angrily, intending to join his brothers and request permission to search the inner city. On the outer city wall of the old capital, Marue and Lisi, both city guards, chatted and laughed, watching with interest as outsiders near the city gate used various methods to get a better position in line. See that old guy? I bet he sell his magic core. After all, his grandson doesn't live much longer. If you lose, remember to buy me a drink. I want red leaf wine from the Bashantan Tavern. I've been wanting to try that noble special wine for ages. Hey, you're just hoping I go bankrupt, aren't you? Ha ha ha. Suddenly, it felt as if a pair of sinister eyes pierced their backs. The two men felt a chill run down their spines, hastily grabbing their weapons and turning around. They saw a tall, bald, burly man in dark blue armor leading 10 men appear silently before them. His imposing aura was comparable to a mountain, causing the two men to hastily kneel and beg for forgiveness. Lord Bali, and your esteemed personal guards. We failed to greet you in time. We deserve to die. Dahomey Bobby glanced at the two men indifferently, ignoring them, and instructed the 10 men behind him, I leave this to you all. Given the target's vigilance, if he's outmatched, he surely flee outside the city. Please intercept him. The guards didn't understand why he thought a mere wanted criminal could escape the clutches of an 8th-tier transcendent, but since it was the city lord's order, they had no objections, nodded in understanding, and then dispersed. Knock knock knock. Come in. The door opened, and Helida, dressed in a robe, appeared in the doorway. Luo stopped writing and teased her. Ice God Priestess, aren't you planning to rest tonight? Helida's forehead creased. Recalling her friend Azri's request to cling to her arm and sleep together after dinner, she couldn't help but want to slam the door and leave. It was precisely because Azri was so lively that she didn't want to come often. She never expected Luo to witness that scene. It was incredibly embarrassing. Miss Witch, you jest. What are your plans for tomorrow? Luo poked her cheek with the end of her pen, pondered for a moment, and said, since Miss Azri agreed to let us see Lord Bernstein, let's wait for the result tomorrow. Meeting the Lord of the city was no simple matter. Although Bernstein was called the Lord, his status in the old capital was comparable to the Emperor's. Without an introducer, there was no chance of getting close. I plan to see Bishop Mean. Don't know him. The Archbishop of the Holy Blue Frost Church. I don't have high hopes for the Lord's mansion. I don't have high hopes either, but as long as the other party still has a shred of humanity, I think that's enough. I hope so. Helida was merely informing her of tomorrow's arrangements. But perhaps also because she was rid of Azri, Luo stared at the half-written magic paper and murmured to herself, an unavoidable ending. Beryl, what do you mean by the ending you mentioned? Shaking her head slightly, since Beryl had secretly entrusted Helida's future to her, she would send Pink Luo to check on her tomorrow. She then continued writing her biography. The ice god had agreed to the portrait, but there wasn't enough time to draw it right now. Luo planned to finish her work in the north before making any further plans. Early the next morning, with Luo's authorization, Pink Luo carried Anna Bauer and Helida to the Holy Blue Frost Church. Lily didn't go. She stayed obediently at the desk, munching on an unknown pink clay lump. Around 8 o'clock in the morning, a maid brought in a delicious breakfast. It must be said that the breakfast meticulously prepared by the nobility was a level above that of ordinary pastry shops in terms of taste and presentation. It's amazing that Sister Luo can eat such awful food. 2 bandages swayed gently as Xiaoyi held a delicious pink clay ball and took small bites. Watching Luo enjoy her dessert, a few distracting thoughts flashed through her mind. However, she was simple-minded. Despite possessing parts of Moriarty's memories, she disliked activating them, perhaps because she had played with Xania since birth. Canriaso Bernstein, the sole descendant of the Canriaso Empire, 732 years old, a 9th-tier warrior, combat data unknown and strictly prohibited from dissemination, had 37 children, 25 of whom died of old age, 3 died young, 1 died in an accident, and 2 were assassinated, leaving 4 sons and 2 daughters alive. The youngest daughter is named Canriaso Madeline, born 11 years ago, the city lord's favorite daughter, but disappeared a year ago, suspected to have been hidden away by the city lord, chuckling. So the possibility of her being held hostage by the Dahomey family still exists. Turning to the second page of the intelligence report delivered by a maid from Silver Mountain Manor, Luo read it carefully, while munching on a delicious cookie, when suddenly, a slight commotion outside the window caught her attention. So it's young Master Lung and the city guards. My apologies. Where is Azuri? Young Master Lung, what is the meaning of this? What, wasn't my meaning clear enough? Tell her to come out. You? Young Master Lung, even if you have the Combs family behind you, you cannot be disrespectful to Madam. So what? The Bourbon family? The Silver Mountain family? Huh. Then we have no choice but to offend them. A surge of magical energy and chaotic sounds followed, then several screams before silence. Luo frowned slightly. Someone had come to the noble manor to cause trouble. Looking at the half-eaten cookie in his hand, Luo felt that such a good lady as Miss Azuri shouldn't be humiliated. Shall we, let's go take a look. Okay. 2 groups were facing off in the manor's front courtyard. The Silver Mountain Manor side had a larger force, but the 6-tier head steward stood guard with a grave expression, protecting his guards and servants, even showing some fear. Several children from Izuri glared angrily at the newcomers, while 3 unconscious guards lay on the nearby lawn. As the saying goes, those who come with ill intentions don't come with good intentions. Through the broken iron gate, 5 people dressed in light armor, their expressions arrogant, stood before them. A handsome young man in fine clothes stood with his arms crossed, a haughty smile on his lips. His aura clashed with the head steward's, even overwhelming him. He was the one who had just injured the guards. Ah! Crunch, crunch! Just as the tension was building, a soft, crisp chewing sound suddenly rang out. Both sides turned their gazes to the head steward, only to discover that a petite, silver-haired girl had appeared out of nowhere. Wearing a robe, a curved hat, and short boots, with skin as smooth as glass and white hair as white as snow, her face was blurry and indistinct. Only a red firebird rope was visible on her forehead, and a tiny figure, about the size of a palm, sat on her left shoulder, wrapped in pink bandages, happily munching on something. The head butler was startled. He knew who the girl was, of course, but precisely because she was the lady's guest, it was inappropriate for her to appear now. If she were harmed, it would be the fault of all the servants. Your Excellency, it's not safe here. Please return to the castle immediately. It's all right. Luo's voice seemed to carry an unyielding authority. The head butler's insistence suddenly vanished. In a daze, he felt as if he were facing his confident young master, and unconsciously blurted out, "Yes." Mississippi Luo's attention was now focused on the 2 broken statues at the entrance, then her gaze shifted to the arrogant young man. For some reason, upon meeting the girl's eyes, the young man felt a chill run down his spine. Logically, his actions should have at least elicited anger and hatred in most people, but that gaze showed no such emotion, only calm, an utterly undisturbed calm, like. His mind jolted, and he instinctively took a step back, his pupils dilating slightly. That look in his eyes was clearly the indifference of a majestic god looking down upon a tiny insect. The strong never get angry because of an insect's antics, because in their eyes, an insect is still an insect, easily crushed with a single stomp. Why get angry? Brother Lung? A woman's melodious yet slightly questioning voice called from behind. The young man snapped out of his daze, only to realize with a start that he had actually felt fear towards her. The powerful confidence built upon his innate arrogance and nobility seemed to shatter at that moment. Ha 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 ha. He suddenly burst into laughter, leaving the head steward and the others completely bewildered. They could only forcefully gather all their strength to defend against possible attacks, desperately hoping the messenger could find the madam and master as soon as possible. In the increasingly tense atmosphere, the laughter abruptly ceased. The young man's face suddenly darkened, and his aura surged dramatically, like a swift, icy tide sweeping into the manor. The manor's protective barrier activated spontaneously, blocking the aura and forming layers of solid ice, emanating a chilling aura. Silver Mountain Manor, indeed. You got plenty of tricks to manipulate minds, but you underestimated me far too much. He was the most outstanding genius of the Combs family, the most powerful young generation in the old capital in 300 years. Apart from the 24 young masters of the city lord's mansion, no one in the Agnesa Empire could surpass him in the younger generation. To be intimidated by a single glance was utterly incomprehensible. Seeing the girl's look of utter disbelief, his recently calmed emotions suddenly flared into a raging fire. What does that mean? What does that look mean? Shouldn't you be showing that panicked look after being exposed? You should be afraid of my wisdom. Stop looking at me with that contempt. Don't you hear me? The sudden roar snapped a guard's nerves. Under immense pressure, he lost control and unleashed a sword strike at the young man. Bang! The weak sword energy shattered upon hitting the solid ice outside the barrier. The response was a colossal sword shadow that pierced the heavens and earth, like a giant sword tearing through the sky, or the divine power crushing the manor. The phantom sword, carrying boundless chill and destruction, crashed down. Not only did the people present change color drastically, but others outside the manor also witnessed the overwhelming pressure and the towering sword, speculating that the Bourbon family had clashed with some powerful figure. Boring. The calm voice was as cold as water. For a fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still. When everyone came to their senses, the imposing phantom of the giant sword suddenly shattered into countless pieces, turning into ice shards that fell and struck the barrier with a crisp cracking sound. The shattered rune slowly dissipated from her delicate fingertips. Luo glanced at the distraught young man before her. Remember to repair the gate and the statue. A charming woman rushed forward and hugged the dazed young man, shaking him frantically. Brother Lung. Brother Lung. What's wrong? Did that bitch cast some kind of evil spell on you? She looked up, her face contorted with rage, and roared at Luo, who was turning to leave. How dare you harm my beloved brother Lang? I will never let you get away with this. She immediately pulled out a token, magic surging into it wildly. A silent wave rapidly spread, but before the woman could even show any hatred, the spreading wave suddenly trembled, as if it had been forcibly crushed by some force. A blur flashed before her eyes, and before she could react, her delicate body was slammed into the ground. A cloud of blood spurted from her red lips, her breath weakening instantly. The token in her hand fell into a small, delicate hand. A sensory array that uses soul power to guide bloodlines. An interesting little gadget, but too weak. Casually crushing the token, Luo Wei raised his foot to stomp down, when the dazed youth beside him finally snapped out of his daze. In the nick of time, he unleashed a powerful burst of magic, snatching the girl from under Luo's feet. Swoosh! Without much noise, a light stomp caused the ground within a 3-meter radius to silently turn to dust. Restless magic erupted from the depths of the earth, part of the underground array of the old capital's inner city. Even that stomp had damaged it. It was unimaginable what would have happened if it had landed on the woman. Azri's children and servants, lacking the strength, were unaware of what had happened. Only the head butler's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Was this really a mage with a weak constitution? A flick of the finger shattered a greatsword. A stomp of the foot shattered the earth. He knew very well the young man named Combs Lung. At only 80 years old, he possessed the formidable strength of a 6th-tier expert, wielding a battle-infused greatsword that had once fought over 30 equally powerful opponents without defeat. Although he himself was also a 6th-tier expert, compared to him, he was like a lamb. Yet this powerful superhuman was easily disarmed by the lady's guest, ultimately forced to rescue her in a disheveled state. Was this still the young Master Lung he knew? Unfortunately, you stepped off course. Repair the ground as well, don't forget. Lung held the woman tightly in his arms, his chest heaving. Just a moment ago, an unprecedented fear surged within him. Had he been even slightly slower, their powerful superhuman bodies would have fused with the earth like shattered watermelons. That was power only a high-level being possessed. He had actually angered a high-level superhuman. The woman in his arms suddenly stirred, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Her beautiful eyes weakly gazed at Lung, her red lips parting slightly. She's the wanted criminal, Brother Ling. You must help me avenge her. Her voice was soft, but everyone present was a superhuman. The servants and offspring who hadn't yet reached the superhuman level were hidden inside the castle, forbidden from venturing out. At such close range, everyone heard her clearly. The petite, silver-haired girl slowly tilted her head, a faint smile playing on her lips. Oh! A wanted criminal. Interesting. How come I didn't know that? Chapter 985. The sacred Blue Frost Cathedral was located on a bustling street in the inner city. To Finlua's surprise, the sacred Blue Frost Cathedral was only 10,000 years old. Although it was the only large cathedral in the old capital, carrying the vast majority of religious activities related to the ice god, and having deep ties with various noble families, the sacred Blue Frost Cathedral held a high status, even more prestigious than ordinary noble families. However, the cathedral did not participate in the old capital's political power. Its authority was maintained entirely by faith. Its strength was lower than Finlua had imagined, with only one 7th-tier peak archbishop, and few powerful figures in the priestly and clergy lineages. That's the situation, Priestess Helida. While I feel sorry for the 3 great cathedrals of Crystal City, Blue Frost can't help much. But rest assured, now that I learned of this, I will definitely contact the various noble families and call upon the Ice God's followers to do their part. The Archbishop of the cathedral solemnly expressed his thoughts. Helida was somewhat dissatisfied with his passive response, but the Ice God's cathedral had no doctrine of salvation. His willingness to call upon followers to gather intelligence was only because of her status. Helida thanks the Archbishop for his assistance. May the glory of the Ice God shine upon Blue Frost for eternity. No need for formalities. Please give my regards to High Priest Ludwig. These words made Pink Lu, sitting beside her, somewhat worried about Helida's state of mind. However, the latter simply nodded slightly, without changing her expression, then placed her hand on Pink Lu's shoulder. This is my friend. She has come here with another matter she hopes Archbishop Sivan can assist her with. Please speak. I will do my best to help if I can. Noticing Sivan's gaze, Pink Lu did not hesitate, lifting Anna Bauer under her armpits and speaking as calmly as possible. I hope the Holy Blue Frost Cathedral can help me take care of this child. The first to speak wasn't Cypher or Helida, but Anna Bauer, huh? The little girl was stunned for a moment, before realizing that Pink Lu was going to leave her in the church. She hurriedly tried to wriggle back into Pink Lu's arms, but how could the strength of her puppet body compare to Pink Lu's? Seeing that her efforts were futile, Anna Bauer sniffled, large tears welled up in her eyes, and she said bitterly with a sob, Sister Pink Lu, are you saying that Bauer is a burden? Bauer promises to be a good girl and listen to me. Please don't leave Bauer, okay? A hint of apology flashed in Pink Lu's eyes. It was indeed better to discuss this matter with the person in question before making a decision. However, her inexplicable unease was growing stronger. Now was the best time to settle Bauer, and she had to be firm. Bauer, be good. You stay in the Holy Blue Frost Cathedral for now. I come pick you up when I'm done. No. Bauer wants. With my sister. A slight ripple entered Anna Bauer's head, and the little girl instantly fell asleep. Pink Lu sighed, hugged Anna Bauer, and gently stroked her delicate face. She spoke to the silent Archbishop of the Secret Code, at most 1 year. The church will take care of her for a maximum of 1 year. I will pay the due compensation, only asking that the Holy Blue Frost Cathedral take good care of her. No non-believer has ever lived in the church for so long. Well, for the sake of Priestess Helida, I will try my best to take good care of her. Pink Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, and a faint aura emanated from her, instantly making the large side hall of the auditorium feel as heavy as if it were a vast ocean. It is certain. Archbishop of the Secret Code's expression changed slightly. After a moment of silence, he spoke again, I swear by the eternal Ice God, I will never let her suffer the slightest injustice. If I break my promise, may God strip me of this position of Archbishop. It's just taking care of a small child. There shouldn't be any problem. If those old-fashioned nobles ask, I can just make up an excuse. Thank you, Archbishop Secret. Consider this magic crystal a small donation to the church, and also payment for taking care of Bao. 2 rings slowly floated into Archbishop Secret's hand. Sensing the powerful magic cores and crystals inside, Archbishop Secret couldn't help but grin. The Ice God protects all beings who worship him. The sacred Blue Frost Cathedral will always remain open to you. He then quickly ordered a priestess to come, and under Pink Luo's reluctant gaze, the priestess carefully took the sleeping Anna Bauer away. Having finished our business, we should take our leave. Refusing Archbishop Secret's offer to see them off, Pink Luo and Helida, somewhat sullen, left the church. Upon arriving outside the church, Helida glanced at the somber-looking Pink Luo, resisting the urge to scratch her head, and casually said, It's not too late. Pink Luo had mentioned placing Anna Bauer in the cathedral that morning to Helida alone. Helida hadn't questioned it then, but now it seemed Pink Luo was clearly reluctant. Why leave the girl behind? Pink Luo shook her head slightly. It's better for her here. If the khaki blacksmith wasn't lying, this journey will be incredibly difficult. Keeping her in that dark pendant is torture. Preservation items for living beings are rare, but not difficult for high-level superhumans to obtain. Helida understood this well, and quickly ended the conversation. Now that the information from Crystal City and Tenia Star City had been delivered, they had a backup plan. They just needed to wait for the communication between Azuri and the City Lord's mansion. Boom! A powerful burst of magical energy suddenly erupted in the distance, then quickly dissipated, but that was enough time for the 2 women to sense it. Helida, unusually tense, exclaimed, It's from Silver Mountain Manor. With Luo here, there won't be any problems. Let's hurry back. After reassuring Helida, the 2 women vanished in an instant. However, the sacred Blue Frost Cathedral was quite a distance from Silver Mountain Manor. Even for ordinary people, it would take half a day by carriage. The two women would need some time to return without alerting the sheriff. On the way, Finlu quickly synchronized her memories, and soon understood the whole story. It was the city guards who trespassed on Silver Mountain Manor. The reason is, we're wanted criminals. Interesting, wanted criminals? How come I didn't know that? A half-smile played on her lips, making her appear harmless, but a chilling deathly stillness enveloped her, sharper than a blizzard, colder than solid ice. A strong will to survive made him think quickly. With a swift chop, he knocked the woman in his arms unconscious. He then reached out and pulled the others, who had come with him, to their knees. Then, forcing a sincere look in his eyes, he said earnestly, "With your strength, you would receive such warm hospitality even in the inner city. How could you be a notorious wanted criminal? My partner must have mistaken you. I swear on the honor of the Combs family, I will never trouble you again. Het, it seems you made a mistake." Luo rarely got angry over her own affairs. She had only intervened because the other party had offended Azuri, and she felt indebted to her. Helping them repair their damaged possessions was already quite lenient. But this guy dared to push his luck, attacking her, calling for reinforcements, and now he shamelessly said he wouldn't cause her any trouble? Was she too gentle? Or were these nobles so arrogant that they couldn't even be humble anymore? "I don't care what you're accusing me of, nor do I care about your revenge. To the old capital, I'm just an outsider, understand?" Lung forced herself to withstand the increasingly heavy pressure, gritting her teeth as she said, I don't quite understand." "Then, there's no need to understand." The sky suddenly darkened, and frost inexplicably descended upon the flower-filled manor. Countless snowflakes condensed into ice blades that instantly plowed through the courtyard. These ice blades, simply condensed from magic, actually cracked the 6-tier peak-level magic shield. Is this the power of a high-level being? The magic instantly solidified. Absolute zero froze all life. The death threat brought by the powerful high-level magic became a tangible reality. At the critical moment, a dazzling red light suddenly erupted from Lung's chest, and she and the woman in her arms vanished from the spot. The next moment, extreme cold swept through, and the other guards, caught off guard, were instantly turned into ice sculptures, their faces lifelike, their panicked turns clearly visible. "Miss, think it over." The head steward called out to Luo in time. Luo paused, turned and glanced at the crowd behind her. Seeing their tense expressions, she abandoned the idea of pursuit. "For the sake of Priestess Helida and Lady Azuri, I let it go this time. If she really wanted to kill, she shouldn't have done it within Silver Mountain Manor, otherwise, it would easily invite trouble. Get out of here. If I find you again, it won't be as simple as death." Her cold voice shattered the ice sculptures with a sonic boom. The guards, barely clinging to life, fled hastily from the manor they had initially disregarded. Revenge was out of the question. Even their superiors would have to think twice. Survival was the priority. With the troublemakers gone, the weather in the manor returned to calm and sunny, and the barrier disappeared. However, the magical fluctuations from earlier would surely attract the attention of the sheriff and other nobles. These matters should be left to Silver Mountain Manor to handle. "Butler, I apologize for damaging the courtyard lawn. Silver Mountain Manor should be grateful for your generosity, Mississippi. Please rest assured, this is a conflict between nobles. Everything will be handled by the Bourbon and Silver Mountain families." The implication was to distance Luo from the conflict, avoiding attracting attention and preventing the exposure of Luo and Helida's identities. Luo nodded, and with a flick of her wrist, several beams of emerald light entered the bodies of the unconscious guards. They quickly awoke. Seeing this, Luo didn't linger, intending to return to the castle to continue completing her biography. Only Lily remained, still munching on her pink mud ball. No one noticed that her unusual pink heart-shaped eyes were brighter than usual, but as Luo left, the light in her eyes returned to normal. Chewing. A moment later, Pinkra and Helida appeared outside the manor gate. Noticing the servants cleaning up the mess, Helida strode forward to inquire. Upon learning that the matter had been resolved, she visibly relaxed. "I thank you for your help on behalf of Azuri." "Hee, you helped us a lot too, but it was nothing, just a small favor. But Priestess Helida is actually very caring towards her friends." "Don't tease me." "Okay." Pinkra immediately reverted to her cold demeanor. She cutely stuck out her tongue, knowing Helida didn't like showing her emotions, and stopped teasing her, heading to find Pinkra, who had returned to her room. "Ah, the bed is so soft, Xiao-Yi. Did you miss your sister?" "Yes." Xiao-Yi hesitated for a moment, then decisively let go of Luo, and sat back on Pink Luo's shoulder. Compared to the former, the latter exuded much stronger emotional fluctuations, and Xiao Yi liked her personality more. Looking around, Xiao Yi realized that someone seemed to be missing. "Where's Sister Anna Bauer?" Pink Luo was startled, her red eyes dimming slightly. "Her? She won't be with us for a while." Confused, Xiao Yi didn't understand, but losing a friend to talk to made her feel lonely. "Luo, is it really okay to leave Bauer here?" Even without concrete evidence, the close relationship between the Duohuomi family and the old capital is an undeniable fact. There won't be any major upheaval in Crystal City in the old capital in the short term. Her safety is guaranteed here. Leaving Anna Bauer temporarily in the old capital was a well-considered decision by Luo. Compared to adventuring with them, she would undoubtedly be safer in the old capital. "Then let's take her home after we find the teacher." "Isn't that your decision?" "Hee, Luo is so gentle." After playing around with Xiao Yi for a while, Pink Luo leaned over to help Luo check her biography. With so many runes written, mistakes were inevitable. Finding and correcting them was necessary to prevent the paper from crumbling. The sun gradually passed noon. For some reason, the sheriff who should have noticed the morning's conflict hadn't appeared, nor had the city guards or the Combs family, who had supported the offenders, made a move. It was as if they had all chosen silence after witnessing Luo's power. "I have a feeling something's about to happen." Luo stopped engraving with her pen, suppressing her unease, and walked to the window. Her gaze passed through the Silver Mountain Manor's front courtyard, clearly seeing the towering crystal building across the way, the property of the noble family called Tast. Upon reaching a certain level of strength, alertness can develop into an intuition similar to a premonition of danger. This is closely related to the strength of one's soul power. While not always accurate, the unease and anxiety that arise will still alert the soul. Especially when subtle changes occur, this intuition helps the individual quickly detect them and avoid potential crisis. "I remember, it was quite lively across the street this morning." Luo wasn't familiar with local customs. Perhaps businesses weren't actually open today, hence the sparse crowds. However, her inner unease still prompted her to activate insight to observe the pedestrians on the road outside. The 6th level mortal realm youth surrounded by his entourage, the old servant at the 3rd level of the transcendent realm leading his horse, and the 2nd level transcendent nobleman in his carriage. These were all everyday occurrences in the inner city of the old capital, not worth paying attention to. "Am I being too nervous?" Luo rubbed her temples. Being too wary could also lead to anxiety and misjudgment. Perhaps she could get some sleep. The last time she slept was a month ago when she was unconscious. Just then, Luo's gaze inadvertently swept over a small, inconspicuous icicle in the corner. "Whose kid is playing with residual magic?" Her pupils contracted slightly, and Luo quickly closed the window, shoving her things away. "Pink Luo, we're surrounded. Tell Helida quickly, we need to leave as soon as possible." That small icicle wasn't a materialized remnant of ice magic at all, but a small node in a larger net. Elemental divine authority granted Luo unparalleled perception, allowing her to detect the hidden runic fluctuations deep within the icicle. Upon discovering this clue, her unease vanished instantly. A powerful enemy isn't frightening. What's frightening is the unknown. Pink Luo was unaware of what had happened, but sensing the change in her main body's emotions, she quickly left the room with Xiao Yi and found Helida whispering prayers in another room. "Priestess Helida, we have to go. Asri hasn't returned yet. Isn't it too early? Someone is lying in ambush, and it's not an ordinary force." Silver Mountain Manor boasts at least some mid-level peak combat power, yet they were completely unaware of the changes in the outside world, indicating the enemy's strength is extraordinary. Helida immediately understood, quickly flipping through a piece of paper and scribbling down a few words, muttering her analysis. Most likely, the previous commotion was too great. "I thought it would take at least a day to develop, but it happened so quickly." In the front courtyard, Pink Luo found an excuse to say goodbye to the head steward. The forces that had laid this trap hadn't even bothered with basic pressure or confrontation before launching their attack in secret. Their actions were so unlike those of the old capital's nobles. The head steward wanted to persuade Pink Luo and the others to stay, but he knew something must have happened. So he presented the gifts he had prepared not long ago and promised to pass on the information to Lady Asri. Soon, the 3 women met in the front courtyard. The moment they stepped out of the manor gates, Luo keenly sensed a subtle change in the magical flow in the air, more subtle, more viscous. "Let's go! Forget the city lord's mansion for now, let's return to the outer city." Paying respects to Lord Bernstein was the most advantageous course of action for Crystal City, but now the situation had changed drastically. Rushing to the city lord's mansion would be irresponsible. A shielding spell was cast on themselves, and the three women's figures immediately blurred. Halida drew a magic circle in the void, and three ice crystal clones appeared, quickly revealing their faces. Except for slightly blank expressions, they were indistinguishable from real people. The clones departed as usual, and Luo and his group took to the air, flying rapidly towards the outer city. However, suddenly, a huge magical network appeared in the sky, its edges still clearly visible. Even so, the powerful sealing force of the giant net quickly sealed off the three women's magic. Chapter 986. A few hours ago. Lord Bobby, there's an unusual magical fluctuation at Silver Mountain Manor. Should I send someone to investigate? Don't report trivial matters to me anymore. The cold voice made the subordinate break out in a cold sweat. He quickly apologized, and was about to leave when Bobby suddenly turned around and asked, "Is there any response from the guide?" "Reporting to you, sir, the brothers haven't found any signals yet, but we already searched a third of the inner city. I believe we find her soon." Too slow. Bobby stood with his hands behind his back, his expression authoritative. A high-level expert can escape a large city in less than 15 minutes. The longer it drags on, the greater the chance of escape, something he absolutely cannot tolerate. Send out the 3 dukes and 13 marquises to expand the search area. Investigate Silver Mountain Manor as well. I do it right away. Although he didn't understand his lord's thought process, the subordinate loyally withdrew to carry out the order. In the old capital, there was a vast disparity between the nobility and the city lord's mansion. Even if all the nobles united, they could never shake the old dynasty's rule. Therefore, this group of Dahomey warriors had to bow and scrape before the city lord's mansion, but could be arrogant and domineering before the most powerful nobles. Soon afterward, the powerful nobles, having received orders, had no choice but to send people to search everywhere, including Marquis Taster. As an ancient family with an inheritance of over 50,000 years, the Taster family could be considered a living history book of the living world. However, for some reason, their long history had not brought them prosperity and power. Since being in theft as marquises 10,000 years ago, the family's strength had stagnated, and successive marquises Taster had been unable to break through to the 8th rank. A similar situation occurred among the marquises. Only dukes had the opportunity to reach the 8th rank and catch up with the city lord, as if noble titles had officially become a constraint on rank. The current Marquis Taster had considered many things, but remembering his deceased father's warning, he had to suppress his thoughts and dare not dwell on them any longer. Currently, Marquis Taster was naturally furious at the Dahomey family's insistence on his status as an outsider, but after they arrogantly offered a method to help him break through to the 8th rank, his anger seemed unnecessary. With a strange thought in mind, Marquis Taster swiftly dispatched his clansmen and guards to search, starting with his own properties. Coincidentally, the key target, Silver Mountain Manor, was adjacent to one of the family's properties. When a warrior wearing a dark blue mask produced a vial emitting a blue glow, Marquis Taster understood that it was time for his family to take a further step. A colossal net, obscuring the sky, materialized in midair, enveloping Chao Luo and his group. Its powerful sealing force instantly suppressed all extraordinary beings within a 5-mile radius, preventing the activation of any magic-based skills. The disguise magic was instantly broken, Helida's figure froze, and she plummeted, but re-emerged a moment later. Before she could even react, hundreds of armored Dahomey warriors appeared around her, mostly 5th tier, with a few 6th tier. A layer of blue light surrounded them, seemingly able to resist the giant net's seal. The moment they appeared, they immediately attacked the girls. A powerful gust of wind accompanied the swinging ice spears, carrying the destructive cold and the force to shatter rocks. Hundreds of magical techniques interacted, increasing their power by half a tier. The sudden seal caught Luo off guard, but she had seen similar magic-suppressing methods many times before. She quickly stabilized herself, simultaneously lifting Helida with her mind. Then, with a slight thought, the attacks of the 5th tier transcendent warriors instantly turned against them, disrupting their formation. With a wave of her hand, the ice magic that should have been rendered ineffective was reactivated. A magic circle flashed, and a cloud of sand and mist surged forth, frantically washing over everything in its path, eroding and consuming everything in its path. Instantly, it consumed over a dozen 5th tier warriors, who couldn't dodge in time. Luo seized the opportunity to break through the encirclement and fly rapidly towards the outer city. Suddenly, the sand and mist was pierced by a long sword. Thousands of sword shadows pierced through like stars. Although they couldn't completely penetrate the high-level ice shield, they still knocked Luo back hundreds of meters, causing her to fall back into the encirclement. Fortunately, Pink Luo acted in time, summoning a giant wave to dispel the ensuing attack. "Do not linger." A cold voice rang out, and Luo and Pink Luo immediately felt a refreshing coolness rise from their bodies. The magic they controlled became more solid and powerful. Helida hovered behind Luo, her face slightly pale. The Bible in her hand was open, emitting a solemn white light. As a high-level transcendent being, her understanding of magic was not low. The power of the seal could not completely prevent her from using her power. At this moment, she forcibly activated the Bible, guiding the power of faith to release divine magic to buff Luo and Pink Luo. Splash! The giant wave surged violently, then was torn apart, revealing 5 powerful figures at the peak of the 7th rank. Their attire varied, but the craftsmanship alone far surpassed that of the Dahomey warriors, and their bearing exuded the majesty of superiors. A few brats dare to make this marquee fight? It's laughable. Enough talk. Attack! A white-browed youth was the first to act, his 2 rough short daggers gleaming with emerald light, slashing diagonally downwards in an unstoppable cross-shaped attack, intent on slicing the girls in front of him to pieces. Seeing this, the others no longer hesitated, launching their own attacks. They weren't stupid. Even with their own magic sealing formations, the opponents still had the ability to resist. That was enough to demonstrate their formidable strength. Holding the silver moon lamp in her hand, a complex magic circle instantly formed before her. A massive ice sword swiftly emerged, its unparalleled tip striking directly at the white-browed youth's cross-slash. Clang! A metallic clang erupted as the ice sword, sliced in half, shattered the cross-slash, only to be torn apart by a white bone whip that appeared out of nowhere. The infinitely elongated bone whip, like a giant python, flicked its tongue and coiled towards Luo. Whoosh! Several enormous, azure tentacles shot out from the dissipating waves, tightly coiling around the bone whip, attempting to drag it into the bottomless whirlpool. "Don't underestimate me." Pink Luo snorted, then her wand flashed out in quick succession. Hundreds of magic circles instantly appeared in the sky, converging at the core of the torrent, unleashing a deadly torrent that pierced through the Dahomey warriors, who were trying to form an encirclement. In an instant, blood and corpses splattered, raining down crimson blood. Several powerful slashes came flying, and Luo stepped forward to block them. At that moment, the middle-aged man, whose 10 fingers were adorned with jeweled rings, flashed a cold light in his eyes. He slowed his pace, falling a step behind the others, and a ring of crystal-clear blood splattered from his fingertips, quickly forming a crimson array. Simultaneously, several circles of light appeared beneath Luo's feet, and a gaping maw emerged, snapping down. But before anyone knew it, the maw was wrapped with poisonous thorns. The sharp spikes, capable of easily piercing 6-tier defense, sank deep into the summoned beast's flesh. Soon, the summoned beast succumbed to the poison, becoming a pool of emerald blood, which did nothing to hinder Luo's continued slaughter. Luo coldly glanced at the middle-aged man, controlling the thorns to surge towards him. However, a burly man with thick red hair and another cold-faced longsword warrior had already closed in, joining forces with the white-browed youth to launch an attack on her. While powerful magical techniques couldn't match Luo's magic, they effectively hindered her counterattack, giving the 5th and 6th tier Dahomey warriors outside the arena the opportunity to launch a human wave tactic. A deluge of mid-tier magical techniques rained down, forcing Luo and Pink Luo to focus on defense. Below, the nobles' buildings and manors had already erected barriers to block the aftershocks of the battle above. Silver Mountain Manor was no exception. The head butler paced anxiously, watching the menacing enemy approaching from above, but he couldn't intervene, or rather, he dared not. He swore on the honor of the Silver Mountain family that he had never seen so many nobles gathered together in his life just to capture 3 outsiders. Marquis Taster, the Deathblade, Marquis Charles, the Dragon Summoner, Lady Illyria, the Thorn Queen, Marquis Adele, the Berserker, and Marquis Combs, the Griffin warrior rumored to have crawled out of piles of corpses. Lady will surely forgive me. May you escape safely. Boom! Moments later, a figure was slammed into the barrier below by a powerful punch from the water giant summoned by Pink Luo, collapsing several buildings and creating a 100-meter-wide crater in the street. Adele! You bastard, watch yourself. Marquis Taster felt a pang of pain. 2 of the collapsed buildings belonged to his properties. His anger towards Pink Luo intensified. How dare this mere outsider be so arrogant? His figure blurred, vanishing from his spot, instantly appearing at Pink Luo's waist. He unleashed a short dagger, gathering all his strength, but it was stubbornly blocked by a hastily constructed defensive spell. However, the dagger continued to slowly approach Pink Luo's slender waist. If it struck, The explosive force would be enough to tear apart any 7th-tier transcendent, and even an 8th-tier body might not be able to withstand it. Among the high nobility, enemies were also acquaintances. Seeing this, Lady Illyria lashed out with her bone whip, binding the water giant that was swinging its fists, temporarily preventing it from blocking the attacks from all sides. 2 arrays appeared beside Marquis Charles, from which 2 three-headed snow wolves emerged, their frosty breath slowing the reactions of the Lothars. Marquis Combs, his face cold, blocked Lothar's path with his sword, his surging magic attempting to sever her senses from locking onto Lothar. Lothar snorted coldly. How could she not know their intentions? A 7-colored barrier suddenly unfolded. Not good. Marquis Taster quickly withdrew his dagger, but had no time to dodge. The barrier instantly repelled him and Marquis Combs, colliding with Marquis Adele, who was returning from the ground, and clashing with his fists, which were imbued with powerful bloodthirsty battle aura. Boom! The fierce force scattered, the aftershocks alone causing the barrier below to tremble and nearly shatter. Lothar seized the opportunity to swing her staff, turning against the continuous onslaught of mid-level magic. First slaughtered by Pink Luo, then retaliated against by their own magical skills. Most of the 5th-tier Dahomey warriors were dead or wounded, too frightened to attack again. Only about 26th-tier warriors managed to avoid fatal blows thanks to their agility, escaping with their lives. Only now did they understand why their lord had solemnly declared that the target was extremely difficult to deal with. Go! The 7-colored barrier was incredibly powerful, having withstood the high-level magical skills of 5 peak 7th-tier warriors with only slight cracks. Luo arrived beside Pink Luo, and a hazy blue aura emanated from both of them, enveloping Helida and Xiaoyi as well. The Marquises were puzzled, but they understood that Luo and the others must have something to do, but that barrier was far too strong. They probably wouldn't have time to break it. At this moment, Marquis Charles retrieved his 3 snow wolves, crushed the ring on his right ring finger, and shouted in a deep voice, "Go, tear them apart." A shattered ring burst forth, with dazzling white light. Amidst the solemn expressions of the 4, a wild, untamed aura erupted, the space surging with ceaseless, violent power. A wolf's paw, burning with golden flames, extended a white light. In an instant, a giant wolf, its body shimmering with golden light, leaped before the 7-colored barrier and slammed down with its paw. Crack! The barrier shattered, leaving a gaping hole. Howl! A soul-piercing wolf howl poured in through the crack in the barrier, attempting to obliterate Luo and the other souls. Savage wolf, afterimage, 7th-tier transcendent, gold, earth, savage believer and extremely ancient remnant of a divine beast, a child of the savage god, believing in the purest laws of the wilderness. Legend has it that it was annihilated by the 3-crescent moon god, and its whereabouts remain unknown. This is an afterimage, its power less than 1/millionth of the original. Note 1. Extremely high resistance to soul skills. Note 2. Unwavering faith in the wilderness. All the information about the giant wolf was displayed in Luo's eyes. His pupils brightened slightly, and a pale blue soul barrier instantly blocked the wolf's howl. Dense vines quickly clung to the wilderness wolf's body, transforming into an illusory dense forest whose depths were impossible to fathom. Children of the wilderness should return to the wilderness. You are free. The gentle voice seemed to have a hypnotic effect. The wilderness wolf's weak resistance quickly dissipated, allowing its consciousness to sink into the boundless forest. Ah! How is this possible? The contract actually? Charles stared intently at the wilderness wolf, its eyes devoid of luster. He didn't even have time to worry about the contract's backlash. This was a magical beast he had painstakingly contracted in the territory of the wilderness believers. With it, he could even easily escape from an 8th-tier enemy. But it was gone after only 10 seconds of being released. How could this be? Who are you? What kind of evil magic are you using? Luo, of course, didn't care about the other party's feelings. A layer of azure light enveloped his body once more, and in an instant, he broke through the fragile encirclement, escaping several miles away. Damn it! Marquis Taster cursed under his breath, his body transforming into shattered ice as he swiftly gave chase. Lady Illyria lashed out with her bone whip, shredding the water giant, and coldly said to the remaining warriors of the Dahomey family, "Hurry up and close the net." Hearing this, the Dahomey warriors hurriedly constructed runes. With the runes integrated, the sealing net quickly closed, determined to re-imprison Luo and the others who were about to escape. However, as if using a fishing net to scoop water, the moment the large net touched Luo and the others, the 3 women's figures slightly twisted, and they simply passed through the net and disappeared. It failed? No, the sealing net didn't close perfectly beforehand. but to be able to slip through using such a tiny loophole, what incredibly sharp perception. This Marquis will take his leave first. Daring to attack the Compass family is unforgivable. The other four realized that their opponent's methods might be beyond their imagination and followed Marquis Taster, leaving the Dahomey warriors, who had suffered more than half their losses, standing there bewildered. However, soon, the 6-tier experts each conjured a miniature array in their hands and followed the guide. The brief clash in the inner city ended, and the area around Silver Mountain Manor quieted down, providing the many nobles who had witnessed the confrontation with something to talk about over tea. With the help of the illusionary water domain and the azure wind domain, Luo moved like a fish in water, unstoppable by the ranged magic skills released by the enemies behind him. He quickly swept across the city, and soon crossed the boundary between the inner and outer cities, disappearing into the inconspicuous crowd below. Whoosh! Whoosh! 5 figures streaked across the sky, but no one noticed that Luo and his group had already disappeared into the crowd, still chasing after the departing phantoms. Without the sealing power interfering, Helida had returned to normal, releasing her ice crystal clone again, deliberately leaving a trace of her aura as it moved in the opposite direction from her main body. They must have some kind of method to circumvent and shield magic, otherwise they wouldn't have found us directly. Luo's mind raced, quickly analyzing the current situation. They probably have spies in both the inner and outer cities. It seems impossible to see the city lord now. Staying in the old capital isn't safe anymore. Let's leave and hide for a while. Boom! The nearby vendors suddenly exploded. A powerful magic technique wiped out more than a dozen small shops, turning over 300 people into ashes instantly. Before the survivors could react, more than a dozen even more powerful magic techniques bombarded the vicinity, causing blood and flesh to fly everywhere and screams to fill the air. Pink Lu rarely showed anger. These are all ordinary people, citizens of the old capital. They actually slaughtered them openly. They have no humanity at all. It's rare for superhumans to deliberately slaughter mortals, but the 20-odd 6-tier warriors of the Dahomey family in the sky didn't hesitate to cleanse the vicinity, trying to force Luo and the others out. Sensing Pink Luo's emotional fluctuations, Xiaoyi on her shoulder also became angry. Its bandages turned a dark pink, and an invisible wave spread, sweeping across a radius of several miles. A 3rd-tier extraordinary being, missing his right arm, struggled to his feet from the ruins, only to be blown hundreds of meters away by the aftershocks. Strangely, instead of panic and fear, a strange surge of lust welled up within him. How long had it been since he'd been with a woman? No, why am I thinking about these things? But why do those noble lords get to enjoy so many beautiful women, while I can only watch her die in my arms? Why? I refuse to accept this. I want to enjoy myself too. If I just kill them, it'd be alright. He raised his head, a heart-shaped pattern of blades slowly appearing deep within his eyes. Those madmen in the sky were the sinners preventing him from enjoying himself. Kill them, ha ha ha. He laughed, his eyes greedy and furious, burning all his magic and blood to form a blood arrow, which, with overwhelming pressure, ruthlessly left a bloody gash on the cheek of a 6-tier warrior. Huh? What just happened? The soldier touched his cheek suspiciously, only to be shocked to find some kind of power lurking at the wound, greatly slowing its healing. What's this? However, no one could have imagined that this was just the beginning. Chapter 987. A simple yet massive wind blade sliced through the center of the 6-tier warrior's body, which was about to descend with devastation. After a brief moment of stickiness, he was split in two and fell into the air. Before he could heal, more wind blades swept in, and a tornado hundreds of meters high erupted instantly, engulfing several 6-tier warriors in a massacre. High-level magic. Hurricanes lament. They couldn't hold back anymore. Before he could finish speaking, the 6-tier warrior was instantly pulled into an unparalleled vortex. The powerful tearing force quickly shattered his magic shield, protective array, ice crystal armor, flesh, and bones. With the help of another warrior, he barely managed to free the remaining half of his body from the vortex. But the corrosive power he couldn't expel made it impossible for him to heal. High-level magic. Wind erosion. Splash, splash. The sky darkened without warning, and torrential rain poured down. 5 incredibly thick, water-shaped tentacles emerged from the clouds, shattering the shields of the 5 people in the sky and flinging them into the vortex of wind erosion. They then whipped away 2 of their companions who tried to help. High-level magic, ancient shape-shifting, water. Pink Lu emerged like a god from a storm, rain her cloak, wind her wand. 2 halos, one blue and one cyan, surrounded her delicate body. She effortlessly wielded high-level magic, a trump card for ordinary mid-level transcendence. Each spell could severely injure or even obliterate a 6th-level transcendent body that ordinary attacks could hardly kill. Those with impure hearts are evil in this world. For the sake of everyone's joy, you should be purified. If Hymenaeus is unwilling to bestow punishment, then I will act as the judge. Strange crosses faintly appeared in her crimson eyes, shimmering with golden rings. Her gentle silver hair flowed, fine 3 attribute runes swirling around each strand, dyeing the ends a light cyan. This was the first time since her birth that Pinklow had truly been enraged. The fall of Crystal City had brought her more sorrow than anything else. It was the defeat in the fight against the invasion, a loss she could only blame on the enemy's cunning and her own weakness. But now, the warriors of the Dahomey family had crossed the line, wantonly slaughtering civilians right before her eyes, an evil she absolutely could not tolerate. Buzz! Magic circles flashed, unleashing torrents capable of piercing mountains. Countless streams of magical energy pierced through the warriors' prized ice spear techniques, leaving bloody holes in their bodies. Wind blades and vortexes followed in quick succession, giving them no chance to resist. Helida stared blankly at Pinklow's thin back, her mouth slightly agape. It was as if she were seeing this sweet girl, whom Pinklow called a puppet created in her own image, for the first time. She looked so real. Unnoticed, hundreds of people crawled out of the ruins, attempting to use their meager strength to interfere with the Dahomey warriors in the sky. A simple aftershock of the battle turned them into ice sculptures or liquid. Xiaoyi, clutching Fan Luo's neck, her cheeks puffed up with anger, her bandages trembling slightly. A strange rhythm swept across the distance, and a pink glint flashed in the eyes of a tense onlooker, his expression suddenly turning blank. How dare you? You despicable outsider, die! Suddenly, a torrent of deep blue jets shot in from the horizon. Luo, naturally, wouldn't let them interfere with Fan Luo. His silver moonlight flickered, and a massive ice pillar emerged from the magic circle to block the attack. Rising into the air, Luo quickly spotted Charles rapidly approaching from atop a one-horned white-scaled python. His brow furrowed slightly. These people were far from easy to deal with. Although they were still at the 7th rank, they were just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the 8th, and they were backed by a powerful family. Their methods and secret techniques were likely numerous. In a one-on-one fight, Luo could easily defeat them, but with multiple opponents coordinating, things became tricky. Besides, his eyes turned cold, and Luo waved his staff. 1,000 stars flashed, and fiery light shot swiftly towards the attacker. Behind him, 2 colossal lightning dragons rose, spewing forth purple lightning that tore through the air and chased after the sparks. Charles's expression changed slightly. He manipulated the giant python beneath his feet to coil its body, condensing an indestructible ice shield. Boom! The sparks didn't directly hit the ice shield. Instead, they were penetrated by the lightning that struck first. The crimson sparks quickly turned purplish-red, and then, a devastating torrent of red lightning poured down. In the blink of an eye, the ice shield was shattered by the unparalleled explosion. The lightning twisted and contorted. Even though Charles quickly activated multiple barriers, under that terrifying power, the shields only held for a moment before crumbling. The scorching lightning drilled into the giant python's head and exploded with a deafening roar. Without uttering a mournful cry, the giant python split open inch by inch, its snow-white scales curling and emitting a pungent, burnt aroma. The massive impact sent Charles flying thousands of meters. A weak summoner, ha! A burly figure swept past him, the faint taunt almost making Charles's veins bulge. Adele smiled, and a powerful punch, imbued with fierce killing intent, slammed into the oncoming lightning dragon. However, the next moment, he was bitten in the upper body by another thunder dragon, blood gushing from his chest, leaving more than a dozen deep wounds. Don't be careless. Several white lights erupted from the thunder dragon's body, then it split into several pieces and slowly dissipated. Tast, holding twin blades, stood in front of Adele, his expression grave as he looked at the 3 girls in the distance. Now, without the sealing net, dealing with them was even more difficult. At this moment, the pursuing 6th-tier warriors suffered heavy casualties, with only 8 still struggling to hold on. Suddenly, the cloud shattered, and Lady Illyria and Marquis Combs appeared with grim faces, swiftly stabbing down with a whip and a sword. All the wind blades and water tentacles along the way were shattered, saving the 6th-tier warriors, who were almost killed. The water giant reappeared, riding the waves, its right arm swinging out, its giant water sword slashing away the weapons of the 2. Splash, splash. A second water giant roared up, wielding twin water and ice swords that slashed down. Dispersed magic was compressed into a dense blade, and caught off guard, Lady Illyria and Combs were struck by both swords, flying backward and crashing into the inner city. Enough. Useless trash. A cold shout suddenly came from the sky, and a massive, icy hand, obscuring the sky, reached out from above, easily dispersing the two water giants and grabbing at Lo and Pink Lo. Get out of the way! Helida's voice abruptly reached the two women's ears. Pink Lo snapped back to reality, the cross-shaped image in her eyes disappearing, and quickly retreated. Helida stood 3 meters off the ground, radiating a devout white light. Behind her floated a majestic phantom of the ice god, and the Bible floating before her chest rapidly turned its pages. Wisps of illusory figures emerged from within, converging above her head. A gentle flute melody drifted out, ignoring all shields and penetrating everyone's ears. Even those who tried to block their hearing felt it seep into their very souls. With both sides focused on each other, no one noticed that those in the distance, affected by the flute music, became dazed. Then, an invisible, subtle ripple swept across them, and a pink hue appeared in their eyes. They slowly walked towards the battlefield, undeterred by even the overwhelming pressure of a high-level aura. Offer an undying lament to the eternal ice god. Play the flute that never ceases for 10,000 years. Listen to my plea. The giant hand seemed to sense something, its descent speed increasing dramatically. Just as it was about to seize the three women before the chant ended, Luo struck the silver moon lamp in her hand, and a huge and mysterious magic circle lit up in midair. Time suddenly slowed down at this moment, and the strongest magic circle was located within a radius of 3 miles, a high-level divine spell. Utter silence, but apart from Law and the others, no one noticed this change. Helida only felt the giant hand seemed to have been a beat too slow, just enough time for her to complete her incantation. Above her head, a flute appeared from a ball of light formed by 1,001 phantoms. As if invisible fingers were pressing down on the flute, layers of chanting mingled with the cold flute music, transforming into visible waves of sound that surged upwards towards the giant hand. Upon closer listening, one could hear that each voice belonged to a different believer, recounting their nightly prayers to the ice god. The Oracle of Hymenius. 1,000 nights of chanting. The moment the two made contact, the giant hand was forced to retreat little by little, unleashing an endless chill that swept through the air, before being restrained nearby by the others. Law glanced strangely at the 5 who had helped him, unsure whether they were genuinely kind or concerned about their own reputation. He then descended to catch the exhausted Helida, and poured a high-level potion to restore her magic power. Retreat. The person behind such a powerful divine spell must be at least an 8th-tier cultivator. If they remain in the old capital, the surrounding areas will likely be destroyed. A blazing sun appeared, shooting straight into the sky. Luo ignored it, quickly flying out of the city with Helida. Pink Luo had no choice but to stop controlling the aftershocks and follow. Arrogant! A spear hurtled through the air at a speed impossible to detect. Luo released his still-recovering 7-colored barrier again, but it only slightly slowed the attack before breaking through. Other high-level defensive spells couldn't even delay it. The spear was unstoppable. Even though Luo broke free several times with lightning, the powerful lock caught up, closing in within half a second. Just as Luo was about to retreat back into the ruins, countless blood arrows suddenly shot from the ground. Although they couldn't stop the spear, the special power within the blood arrows rapidly eroded its sharpness, rendering it ineffective. Without time to think, a magic circle appeared behind Luo, and poisonous thorns quickly coiled around the spear. Through continuous explosions and growth, they finally deflected the spear, sending it piercing diagonally into the distance. Seeing the 3 women's departing figures, the being high in the sky seemed enraged. With a powerful grab, it crushed the sonic wave, revealing itself from the clouds, a bald, burly man. Who ruined my plans? Bobby didn't care about the departing women. Before forcing out all their trump cards, he needed to wait. However, the reason for the failed spear attack infuriated him. He could accept his target using force, because the clan leader had already conveyed the opponent's formidable abilities. But Bobby wouldn't allow anyone to help. That was a desecration and rebellion against the authority of the Dahomey family. Bobby looked down and was surprised to find a dense crowd of people with bloodshot eyes standing in the ruined city. Most of them were low-level extraordinary beings, gathered near the inner city gate, eager to enter. If a noble was in a good mood, they might have a chance to become high-ranking followers or servants. However, at this moment, those ordinary extraordinary beings whom Bobby considered lowly bastards glared at him angrily, which greatly offended him. You lowly insects dare to meet my gaze? Annihilate yourselves, return to the embrace of the underworld. Countless spear shadows rained down from the sky, piercing the earth like raindrops, and exploding into pieces those low-level superhumans who dared to glare at them. Taster and the others watched coldly. Their control over the aftermath of the battle was merely a matter of treating the outer city as their own property. The deaths of those lowly civilians were simply a matter of bringing in more people from other districts. Just as they were about to continue their pursuit, the low-level superhumans, who should have been dead beyond any doubt, suddenly exploded. Each individual's magic power was weak, but the combined magic power of tens of thousands of low-level superhumans was comparable to that of a sixth-level being. Magic power and flesh converged into a vast river of blood, tinged with a faint pink, seeping into the broken soil and bricks, eroding the veins beneath the city's protective barrier, absorbing massive amounts of magic power, and its aura surged dramatically. Ah, thirst to merge with me, longing to destroy, to take your place. A muffled whisper, carrying an eerie allure, stirred the lingering, cold flute melody within the five souls, and 1,001 devout prayers strangely transformed into that captivating, wondrous whisper in their ears. Come, a taste you never experienced before. Follow your most primal desires, hee. Everything you crave is here, no need to suppress it. His vision blurred, and Tastel rubbed his eyes. He didn't know when it had started, but the overflowing river of blood below seemed to be filled with countless alluring, naked women, their faces alluringly smiling at him, the round faces he loved most. What he didn't know was that the river of blood looked different to others. For Marquis Combs, it was an ordinary young girl, silently watching him with a melancholy look in her eyes, prompting him to call out, "Lissaro, is that you, my Lissaro?" Adele was gazing longingly at the river of blood, where a group of muscular women were issuing him a challenge to fight. No one knew that after becoming a berserker, Adele had lost his interest in slender women, yet even as a warrior, women rarely trained themselves to be so robust. Charles absent-mindedly stroked his chin, a little hesitant. But the beast-eared man below was rather alluring. Wasn't he just fighting? How did he end up in a bed? Strange, a summoner with such a high soul strength, how could he still dream? As for Illyria, she covered her face with her hand, barely managing to hide her ugliness. Good heavens, what were those lowly servants doing? She'd make them pay. Compared to the five, the others fared much worse. Because of the independent barrier surrounding the inner city, the aftershocks of the battle hadn't caused any damage, and the guards at the inner city gates were unharmed. The moment the blood river descended, their minds were captivated by it, eagerly rushing out of the barrier and into the blood river. Their flesh dissolved, their souls dissipated, and from that moment on, they became one with the blood river. Hundreds of fourth-tier transcendents rushed out from the surrounding area and jumped into the blood river. Several fifth-tier transcendents, who had been hiding well, also joined in. Further away, thousands of mortals moved in. In the sky, the remaining 8 sixth-tier Dahomey warriors finally couldn't resist the temptation and swiftly descended, wanting to embrace the captivating figure. Slap! A slap landed, sending the 8 flying backward. But to Bobby's dismay, his subordinates showed no sign of calming down and continued to relentlessly rush towards the blood river. All trash. The spear was recalled and appeared in Bobby's hand. With a gentle thrust, the blood river, dozens of times thicker, was instantly severed in two. A chilling aura surged forth, freezing the blood river in an instant. At this moment, the 5 marquises finally came to their senses. Seeing the source of the temptation, they couldn't help but feel a wave of fear, followed by resentment and boundless anger towards Luo and the others. I freeze them into ice sculptures and parade them through the streets. They definitely haven't flown far after them. The 5 men gritted their teeth and angrily gave chase. Seeing the situation under control, Bobby, unable to bear his subordinates' foolishness, also vanished into thin air. Unknown to anyone, a crack quietly appeared at the bottom of the frozen blood river, a wisp of pink liquid seeping into the ground and disappearing into the ever-flowing barrier array. At the same time, somewhere in the inner city, a petite figure shrouded in a gray robe raised her head, revealing a delicate and beautiful face. Let this esteemed young lady deal with the aftermath. You, true form, are truly something. Silver Mountain Manor, Anna Bauer, you better be safe and sound. Don't waste this young lady's time. Soon, a shadow appeared beneath Hong Luo's feet, her delicate body disappearing into it. Chapter 988. The outer city's ring road was slightly larger than the inner city's. With the acceleration from the Azure Wind domain and the improved Winged Wind, Luo and his group quickly flew over the outer city and approached the city walls. Such high-profile behavior and magical fluctuations naturally attracted the attention of many city guards and sheriffs. However, with their strength at most mid-level, they weren't even qualified to withstand the afterglow of Luo's magical energy, let alone catch up. They could only stop cursing. Buzz! Another barrier rose, attempting to hinder their flight. Luo simply tossed out a gold coin imprinted with a giant dragon's head. The coin emitted a faint dragon's might, easily piercing the barrier. The outer city was engraved with numerous barriers, serving not only to protect the noble properties of the outer city, but also to restrain powerful commoners. These barriers were connected to the old capital's protective barrier, and deciphering them would take time. It was better to directly use the ancient gold coin's ability to break through the seals. Reaching the vicinity of the city wall, Luo stopped, his golden red pupils scanning the surroundings. Mortals, 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 second-tier transcendence. Is it safe? The fact that those villains of Dahomey dared to send 8th-tier experts to ambush him shows their strong determination to capture him. It's clear that the Dahomey warriors, who knew his strength, had already perished within Crystal City, and the clan chief Dahomey Relf, who had seen him once, was also missing. How did the Dahomey warriors here recognize him? Luo was completely baffled, and could only think of a way to sever their pursuit once he was safe. His gaze shifted, and Luo suddenly noticed an unusual message appearing 700 meters away. Transcendent 7th tier, Ice, Warrior, Bloodline Warrior, Loyal Guard, will carry out any order from his master. Possesses the bloodline of Canriaso, can activate a trace of the power of the sacred beast Rezona, transforming into a snow lion to tear apart all enemies. Note 1. Canriaso bloodline. Physical strength 3 times that of an ordinary person. Note 2. Fanatic, believer. Canriaso burns teen, perhaps because his gaze lingered on the other party for a little too long. The other party noticed something and quickly turned around. They spotted us. Strike first. Luo waved down the silver moon lamp, and a bright magic circle floated above it. Sparks condensed into a spear and shot out suddenly. Luo tapped his wand, and a hurricane swept up a giant wind blade, the wind fueling the fire coloring the hurricane. Before the opponent could even release a powerful defensive spell, the fiery hurricane, carrying strangulation and berserk power, had already arrived as expected. Boom! The fiery hurricane slammed into the city wall, the fire impact and the strangulation of the wind blades appearing simultaneously. A ripple rose from the city's protective barrier. When the firelight disappeared, a mangled, blackened corpse fell from the city wall, only to be enveloped by the ensuing icy mist. Harita's gaze was icy, her slender fingers clenching into a fist. Shatter. The icy mist contracted instantly, freezing the still healing charred remains into black ice, then shattering into powder. Leaving the screaming outsiders behind, Luo and her group passed through the city wall. Just as they thought they were safe, the milky white coating outside the wall suddenly erupted with dazzling light, and hundreds of rune chains rose up, piercing the sky. Each rune chain was tightly connected by intricate mutated runes, forming a 10,000-meter-long serpent that swiftly attacked the 3 women. What kind of technique is this? Luo was astonished. Those flashy but impractical mutated runes could actually be used like this? Water-shaped tentacles shot out from the magic circle, blocking the rune chains, but a faint blue light flashed across the rune chains, and the tentacles immediately collapsed and scattered. Lu couldn't help but gasp. It can even directly dismantle magical structures. Can a barrier without its own consciousness really do that? However, the rune chains ignored their astonishment, quickly rushing forward and forming a prison. Worse still, after 2 brief delays, the 5 Marquises had caught up, using their magic to block Finlu and her companions from fighting the rune chains. At the same time, several 7th-tier powerhouses flew in from both sides of the city wall, dressed exactly like the guards Finlu and her companions had killed. Crack! The rune chains closed, instantly sealing off all escape routes, and also possessing powerful anti-air and anti-magic effects. Moreover, Finlu felt her own strength rapidly waning. Looking over, she saw certain red runes flashing, clearly an effect targeting the weakening of a warrior's health. Before, you were just creating an illusion of invincibility, now this is your true method? Marquis Combs coldly observed the 3 women, who remained suspended in the air despite multiple seals, and spoke calmly. Outsider, your methods have indeed exceeded our expectations, but the depth of the old capital's resources is beyond your comprehension. Marquis Charles, riding a giant white-scaled python, snaked his way over, stroking his ring finger, which was missing its ring, his expression one of gritted teeth. So we really had to resort to the city lord's methods to stop them? Afterwards, this Marquis will take 1/3 of their property. Marquis Taster also spoke up. I want property equivalent to 30,000 6th-tier magic crystals. The others did not object. After all, the former had lost a precious summoned beast, and the latter had 2 buildings damaged, so asking for more benefits was normal. Wait! At this moment, For guards who had arrived interrupted the five's discussion, blocking the ruined cage, and shouted sternly, "This is the city lord's primary target. If you know what's good for you, take your reward and leave obediently." The marquises were disgusted by the forceful attitude, feeling as if they swallowed a fly. However, the magnificent snow-white armor made them hesitate. If the Dahomey family used force to coerce them into doing things, the city lord's mansion could wipe out the entire family simply by using the city lord's name. They couldn't afford to offend them. A suppressed laugh reached the ears of both groups. The marquises glared angrily, only to see Finlu covering her mouth and chuckling softly, her eyebrows curving into a smile that was hard to hide. Marquis Taster sneered, "Outsiders are so ignorant. Wait until you see the esteemed Lord City Lord. You won't even know how you died." Lady Illyria crossed her arms, her beautiful face revealing a cruel expression. "It's too late to beg for mercy now. Even if you're skilled, what kind of person is the Lord City Lord? Smile now, and you won't have another chance." The guards remained silent. Even though they knew these girls had just killed one of their men, as long as they escorted them to Dahomey Bavi, their mission would be complete, nothing else mattered. Pinky finally managed to stop laughing, her bright, beautiful eyes sweeping over the various expressions of the powerful figures from the old capital. "Excuse me, but it's really funny. Why do you all think that a cage made of runes can trap us?" Her slender fingers traced the rune cage. Although their magic and blood were sealed, what did it matter? The people of the old capital prided themselves on their long history and noble status, but that depended on who they were compared to. Even the oldest forces couldn't compare to the Mage's Hall, which stood at the pinnacle of the living world. Under the incredulous gazes of the marquises and their guards, the intricate chains of runes they considered only fit for true nobility snapped one by one. The complex cage composed of 10,000 runes instantly disintegrated, turning into fragments that scattered in all directions. "Since you're leaving, let me give you a small gift." Luo picked up the conversation, his eyes icy. 3 blazing suns, swirling around golden divine runes, appeared on the silver moon lamp. While they were arguing, Luo not only entrusted the rune deciphering to Ziluo, but also expended a full 30% of his magic power to complete the construction of the divine spell. "Welcome to the 3 Sons of Annihilation." High-level divine spell. 3 Sons of Annihilation. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, its endless light and heat striking the 9/7-tier transcendence at close range. The speed of the torrent, exceeding the speed of light, far surpassed their reaction time. Marquis Combs, slightly further away, only had time to raise his sword to block before everything was engulfed by the heat and light. Sizzle. The torrent of sunlight evaporated the cold earth and blizzard, crashing violently against the majestic white city walls. A buzzing sound echoed throughout the outer city. Countless people inside and outside the city witnessed the burst of light, brighter than the midday sun. The entire old capital even trembled slightly, causing widespread panic, with many believing a beast tide was approaching. When the commotion subsided, some daring city guards finally crossed the city walls, and then they witnessed a scene they would never forget. A massive molten crater, 500 miles wide and 80 miles deep, stretched outwards from the city walls. The blizzard outside, fearing the remaining power, swept away for miles, not daring to penetrate further. The once pristine white city walls now bore a perfect circular charred patch, with 5 incomplete human-shaped protrusions faintly visible on it. Is this a meteorite falling from outer space?" he muttered to himself. "Such power, even a high-ranking nobleman might not be able to control it." Whoosh! 3 figures fell from the void. As soon as they landed, Lady Illyria's body sprayed out a large amount of scorching blood. Everything she touched spontaneously combusted, quickly igniting a raging fire around her. She pulled out an ice blade and plunged it deep into her chest. The icy chill spread, greatly slowing the unquenchable burning sensation within her body. Gasping for breath, she managed to sit up, and seeing the 2 unconscious figures beside her, a wave of fear washed over her. The sun-like radiance and intense heat were unprecedented. She had only managed to withstand it thanks to her family's millennia-old, unmelting ice essence, and managed to send the others back to the inner city. It was just a pity for Marquis Taster and his guards. "Your Excellency, it's all their fault that your personal guards perished. If you need information, I will tell you everything I know." A meaningful smile played on her lips as she produced a new dress to cover her naked body. She casually extinguished the surrounding fires and softly called to the silent servants outside the courtyard, "Take good care of these 2. "As you command, madam." Tinia Star City was built 2 years ago. Originally, it was an ordinary small town outside the old capital of Hibia, thriving on taverns and tourism. Later, the empire imposed a blockade, and the town was upgraded to a star city with a permanent population of about 500,000. Its highest ruler was a fifth-tier warrior. The original town mayor's mansion was razed to the ground, and a core structure supporting the barrier was built, guarded by personnel to prevent unauthorized personnel from approaching. This must be it. A petite figure shrouded in a purple robe appeared on a rooftop not far from the core of the barrier. Her silver hair fluttered in the wind, and in the sunlight, a strange bow appeared in her hair. Ziluo's gaze was calm. She had come to Tinia Star City ahead of time to gather information, and had just deciphered the rune chain transmitted by her main body. It had indeed consumed a lot of her energy, but it was also a necessary backup plan. A crackling light of lightning emanated from her body, as she vanished in an instant. Tell me, what are we doing guarding this godforsaken place every day? You better watch out. Without this behemoth behind you, you won't even be able to recover your magic. The experienced guard earnestly warned the newly ascended transcendent youth not to let his guard down because of the monotony, completely unaware that a bolt of lightning flashed past him and disappeared into the depths in an instant. Zzzt. Ziluo's figure appeared before the giant sphere shimmering with complex runes. Ignoring the guards nearby who were constantly scanning for anomalies with their senses, she raised her small hand from beneath her purple robe and gently placed it on the core. Instantly, a brilliant icy blue light mixed with lightning shone brightly, but it was blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to penetrate to the outside. However, Ziluo didn't intend to destroy the core, nor was she interested in studying such a simple barrier core. Under the natural disintegrating effect of lightning magic, the core quickly revealed a neat circular channel. Strangely, despite this change in the core, the outer barrier remained completely unaffected. Drifting into the passage, a golden glint flashed in Ziluo's eyes. The ground beneath her feet instantly cracked open, revealing a 100-meter-thick tunnel of solid rock. Beyond the rock layer lay soil, stabilized and concealed by runes and magic. However, to Ziluo, this was merely a rudimentary disguise. It only took her a short time to locate the general area. Even without confirmation, the faint magical fluctuations rising from the ground were enough to tell her that something was underground. The array master who built the underground formation probably couldn't have imagined that someone could be so sensitive to magic, detecting anomalies from just a slight, unusual fluctuation. Clang! The sword light, like a shadow, instantly cleaved through 3,000 miles of clouds, yet the seven-colored barrier forcefully withstood this powerful strike, only cracking open a few times. A colossal object, hundreds of meters in diameter, appeared in the sky, a lava meteor burning with crimson flames, emanating layers of light before crashing down. Marquis Combs, his expression cold and stern, swung his sword backhand, slicing through the meteor. Magic surged, and sword energy surged like waves, fiercely surging towards the three women of Luo. Boom! Sparks exploded from the sword shadows, and 10 more terrifying lava meteors condensed in the sky, hurtling towards Marquis Combs in a rapid succession. What? Marquis Combs's pupils widened slightly. He could tell that his opponent had been restrained within the city, clearly disliking harming the innocent. But wasn't he the same? Yet now that they were outside the old capital, even his full power was easily suppressed. He was absolutely certain that his opponent hadn't reached the 8th rank, otherwise, he shouldn't have fled from Bai's casual attack. But he himself was at the peak of the 7th rank, just a hair's breadth away from entering the 8th rank, virtually invincible below the 8th. The ease with which the Luos could unleash high-level magic was something Marquis Combs never imagined. The opponent suppressing him was actually only in the mid-level transcendent realm. Boom! 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 After 9 meteors exploded in succession, Marquis Combs finally plummeted from the sky, crushed by the last meteor, shattering half a mountain. Thousands of magic circles were simultaneously constructed, unleashing a barrage of mid-level and hundreds of high-level spells like summer hail, fire, poison, ice, lightning, storms, and more. The overwhelming soul-shaking impact left Marquis Combs unable to recover, forced to rely solely on his robust physique to withstand the onslaught. Helida wanted to offer assistance, but Luo shook his head. I need your help later. So she became a spectator, watching as Luo and Pink Luo effortlessly unleashed a barrage of magic upon Marquis Combs. Brilliant, multicolored light rained down from 10,000 meters above, filling the earth with dust and blasting 3 massive snow-capped mountains into basins. Even as enemies, Helida felt a pang of pity for Marquis Combs, hoping he at least leave some ashes. Large plumes of blood mist exploded, returning to the center of the attack to reassemble into Marquis Combs. His defensive artifacts shattered at an unbelievable speed, but fortunately, he was the head of a clan, he possessed profound resources, and even though his consciousness was clouded and he couldn't unleash magical techniques and secret arts, his stored artifacts prevented him from dying immediately. Half an hour later, Marquis Combs had exhausted nearly a third of his treasured life-saving items, and the aerial attack finally slowed down. But then, a sharp ray pierced through the earth, creating a bottomless abyss. Meanwhile, Luo, sweating profusely from excessive magic consumption, manipulated a large, silver-white sphere. 9 7th-tier magic crystals converged within it, and a dazzling golden jet of light slammed down. The earth-shattering roar was clearly felt even in Star City thousands of meters away, and the surviving snow-capped mountains in the distance experienced massive avalanches. Only after firing 13 shots, and the muzzle of the magic crystal annihilation cannon emitted a faint magical glow, did Luo and Pink Luo finally stop, slightly panting. Below, Marquis Combs was left with only a small, barely beating heart. Recovery was impossible. Give him the final blow, dragging it out too long is pathetic. Pink Luo lightly tapped her wand, and a giant wind blade materialized, ready to slay the dying Marquis Combs. Suddenly, the clouds above parted abruptly, revealing a burly, bald man whose cold eyes fixed on the 3 women below. Had enough fun? Time for judgment. However, the expected panic didn't materialize. Luo and Pink Luo exchanged a glance, their delicate faces simultaneously showing a relieved expression. The next moment, a scroll was unfurled. Chapter 989. About half a month ago, Bobby received a secret telepathic message from Chief Ralph. He learned for the first time about the genius mage girl known as the Silver-Haired Witch, and that his next mission was to stake out the old capital of Hibia. Once she appeared, he was to capture her at all costs. For this, he received a guidance as a gift from Chief Ralph. It was said that only with the guidance could one locate the target. All divination and investigation methods were ineffective. At the same time, Bobby also learned that besides himself, the officials in charge of the old capital, Snow Dragon City, and Frostguard City, had received the same order. Therefore, completing the mission became a matter of luck. He was lucky, the guidance actually responded while he was chasing the wanted criminal. But he was also perhaps unlucky. The long scroll was inscribed with complex and mysterious 3-dimensional array runes. A spherical wave emanated from the scroll, spreading within a radius of 500 miles. Even though he was alert and avoided it in advance, Bobby was still caught by the mysterious wave after being 100 miles away. In an instant, he lost control of his body and plummeted straight down from the sky. Layer upon layer of brownish-yellow arrays appeared above his head, and the superposition of more than a dozen gravity arrays caused him to fall tens of thousands of meters in just 10 seconds, crashing into the ground and creating a large crater. Of course, this impact had no effect on him. Not even a speck of dust touched him. But no matter how Bobby tried to control himself, his body felt as if it were weighed down by billions of times gravity, making it impossible for him to take flight. Whether it was soul manipulation or magical manipulation, even the simplest flight techniques were completely ineffective. Anti-flying scroll? Bobby realized. They had deliberately lingered nearby, waiting for him to appear so they could solve the problem once and for all. He also understood why the other side wasn't afraid of the air-sealing net. Being able to fly within an anti-flying zone was already quite remarkable. Thinking of this, he almost laughed in anger. A few little girls relying on an anti-flight scroll to think they could deal with a powerful 8th-tier transcendent. They're utterly overestimating themselves. Losing his flight ability would at most significantly weaken his long-range pursuit ability, but other aspects wouldn't be affected. Even standing still, it would be extremely difficult for his opponent to break through his defenses, let alone defeat him. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. A blood-red ice spear appeared in his hand. Bobby held the blood-red ice spear and lightly drew a circle, coldly uttering "Hunter." Suddenly, a crimson ring appeared around Luo and the others, instantly encircling their waists. An unimaginable force rapidly dragged the ring towards Bobby. So fast! Luo was also taken aback. The distance between them was over 150 miles. Even at such a distance, her high-level magic would experience distortion and delay, yet her opponent could cast it instantly, demonstrating his profound strength. A golden flash passed, and the crimson ring shattered. Luo quickly steadied herself. It seemed the difference between the 8th and 7th rank was greater than she had imagined. Sister Ife had mentioned that the 7th rank only represented a preliminary grasp of magical properties, allowing full control of high-level skills and immunity to ordinary magical abilities. Therefore, Luo, relying on her extremely high magical quality and concentration, could also unleash powerful high-level magic at the 7th rank level. However, 8th tier transcendents are a step above. Not only do their magical power increase across the board, but their bodies are also completely integrated with magical properties, as if they were composed of high-level skills. This matches the scene that Lo witnessed when his consciousness entered Moriarty's body. Therefore, Lo's high-level magic that could defeat 7th tier beings is no match for 8th tier beings. It is said that 9th tier powerhouses have even integrated their souls with magical properties, reaching the pinnacle of the extraordinary. Beyond that, one can only aspire to become a Saint tier powerhouse, whose stage is a plane. With his thoughts withdrawn, another scroll appeared in Luo's hand, a forbidden technique scroll targeting warriors, the curse of body decay. However, the blood-red ring, damaged by divine power, rapidly sprouted ferocious spikes. Simultaneously, the three women felt a bone-chilling cold emanating from the spot where the ring had touched their waists, penetrating to the marrow and spreading throughout their bodies. The scroll also conjured countless spikes out of thin air, instantly piercing Luo's palm. Then, an infinitely extending icy thread coiled around the scroll. Fortunately, Luo reacted quickly, decisively using thorns to momentarily hold it back. A magic circle appeared behind him, and 5 giant tentacles, entirely condensed from water, emerged, tightly gripping the scroll. At this moment, Helida discovered that the power of faith in the Bible was insufficient to dispel the chill within her body, at most slowing its spread. Oh no! However, Luo indicated that it wasn't the worst-case scenario. A holy, soft light appeared at her fingertips, instantly dispelling the biting chill. It's just a fuse curse spell. It can be dispelled. To this, Helida could only think, isn't that exclusive to the Church of Light? Can puppets also study at the Church of Light? Luo didn't have time to concern herself with Helida's thoughts. Below, Bali had already activated his magic again. She didn't even have time to fight for the scroll, so she had to multitask, relying on her illusionary water domain and lightning to try and break free from his lock. Simultaneously, she constructed multiple defensive spells to deflect the extremely high-speed attack, quickly stuffing an 8th tier magic core into the magic crystal annihilation cannon beside her. All 6 rings lit up simultaneously, unleashing a true 8th tier beam torrent at the cost of accelerated wear. A thick, crimson beam of light seemed to transcend time and space. The intense heat it emitted burned away half of Luo's robes and eyebrows, and the recoil easily cleaved his hands. Bali, who was directly confronting this attack, could no longer remain calm. What kind of hell was this power? Before he could think further, a gigantic abyss like maw, 1,000 meters wide, slowly opened from the void, suddenly swallowing the dazzling beam. Hundreds of millions of chilling, icy teeth writhed, gradually eroding all the magic power. However, due to his distraction, the scroll propelled hundreds of meters towards Luo. You certainly done well to make me use 30% of my power. That's enough. With a heavy stomp, Bobby shot off like an arrow, creating sonic booms and instantly covering dozens of miles. In just 3 steps, he had halved the distance, his speed so fast that Lo couldn't even see him. Lo and Helida swiftly unleashed magic and divine spells, twice as powerful as when they annihilated Marquis Combs, but they did nothing to slow Bobby's approach. The terrifying sharpness of his spear forced Lo to activate Intimidate, forcibly weakening him by 30% before he could evade. If it weren't for the anti-flight scroll, defeating him would have been extremely difficult. However, right now, all I need is for him to get closer. With his soul power imbued in his eyes, Luo tried his best to capture the other's presence, his heart remaining calm. He meticulously constructed intricate spells, and once Bali was within 3 miles, a massive magic circle appeared beneath his feet, slowing time once more. Under the combined effects of intimidation and silence, Luo finally had a chance to stabilize himself. A wind blade imbued with golden light severed the ice threads binding the scroll. The ice threads tried to sprout more claws to grab him, but the tentacles on Luo's back exerted force, snatching the scroll back into his hands. A flash of lightning swiftly dodged the wide-range magical attack shooting from below. Luo gave his opponent no chance to seize the opportunity, his long-gathered soul power transforming into an unavoidable dart that pierced through the layers of magical attacks, embedding itself directly in his opponent's chest. Simultaneously, a scroll opened in his hand, releasing a wisp of unsettling gray haze that rapidly pursued the soul mark below. Bobby's expression hardened. He sensed an extremely ominous aura above. His crimson ice spear trembled, countless cold rays striking the gray haze, but it remained unaffected, passing over the ray of light and aiming straight for his chest. Could it be a soul skill? Bobby bit his fingertip, squeezing out a drop of deep blue, crystalline blood, which quickly formed a pentagram magic circle. A powerful soul fluctuation instantly spread, sending chills down the spines of even Luo and the others far in the sky. The gray haze seemed affected, trembling slightly. Although it still stubbornly penetrated the pentagram magic circle, it only managed to burrow into his opponent's right arm. A wave of excruciating pain washed over him, and Bobby's face contorted in agony as he screamed in agony. His right arm visibly withered rapidly, the once strong muscles brimming with blood and magic turning to rotting ash, revealing pale, withered bones, and the pain quickly spread throughout his body. Success? Before Pink could even rejoice for a second, Bobby swiftly severed his right arm, wielding the spear in his left hand. With a flick of his wrist, a blizzard tornado roared forth. Ugh! So close! Weakening him is enough. An 8th-tier opponent is beyond our capabilities. Let's retreat. Magical techniques aren't something we can use at will, they're inextricably linked to the body's magical energy pathways. With his right arm crippled, his magical energy pathways are incomplete, greatly reducing the power of his magical techniques. If they didn't seize this opportunity to leave, things would get complicated once he recovered. Unleashing Ice Slash, Luo cleaved through the blizzard tornado, generously gifting his opponent a sun to buy time before transforming into lightning and disappearing into the air with the others. Boom! With a single thrust, he pierced the blazing sun. Bobby scanned the area, only to see a wisp of residual lightning. His target was nowhere to be seen. Glancing at his bleeding right arm, a thread in Bobby's heart seemed to snap. He roared to the sky, silver-haired witch. I swear by my blood, I will tear you to pieces. The sound shook several mountains, echoing for miles. Luo naturally heard it too, scoffed, and accelerated again towards Ice Rock Harbor. A surge of anger erupted from his chest, and Bobby, slightly out of breath, his clear blue eyes suddenly deepened. A snowflake-shaped crown sprouted from his head, and a pair of translucent ice crystal wings unfurled from his back. Ignoring the anti-flight scroll's effect, he soared into the air, swiftly chasing after the lightning, passing through a long passage, reaching deep underground. Dozens of chilling breaths immediately assaulted Zi Luo the moment her feet touched solid ground again. However, she paid them no heed, casually waving her hand, and lightning struck, instantly shattering the chilling breaths. Intruder! Quickly inform the master! Ignoring the heavily armed guards, Zi Luo's gaze swept over the faint inscriptions beside her. So it's a passive warning array. A very skillful approach. The array master who built this place is quite good. Clap, clap. Crisp applause came from deep within. Surrounded by a dozen guards, a pair of exquisite amethyst high heels emerged from the darkness. Thank you for your compliment. After all these years, this is the first time someone has figured out my technique. The woman was hidden in the shadows, but Zi Luo could see her face clearly without any difficulty. She was a typical death worker, with deep dark circles under her eyes that even magic could not remove. Her neat, simple clothes were covered with various badges and pendants, which were obviously small props with special functions. Transcendent 6th rank, lightning, metal, mage, array master. While not particularly strong in direct combat, the arrays she creates can easily trap 7th rank powerhouses. She possesses extensive knowledge of array formations, and is also highly skilled in barriers and seals. She loves exploring the unknown, even at any cost. Note 1. Cursed, rejected by the god of magic, unable to cast any magic for life. Note 2. Gain the attention of the Great Lord of Wisdom, able to cast magic through certain methods. A follower of the Great Lord of Wisdom? The woman was slightly surprised, but then smiled, gently tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear, and said to Zi Luo, It's been a long time since I've seen such a perceptive person. To be honest, I don't really want to attack you, but I've been entrusted with this task, so I have to leave you here. As soon as she finished speaking, all the surrounding guards suddenly melted away, disappearing into the surrounding soil. At the same time, countless runes lit up in the darkness. In an instant, the underground disappeared from Zi Luo's sight, replaced by a boundless ocean. A sea of runes. Zi Luo stood atop a white rune representing structural incompleteness, while thousands of meters away, runes beneath the woman's feet represented perfection that fills the gaps. All around, endless pages and rune structures churned, the sky filled with purplish-black clouds, the depths below unfathomable, where strange creatures seemed to roam. A domain? The woman was genuinely surprised. You know about domains, which truly astonishes me. If you survive, I change my mind and imprison you here. It won't be long, 300 years will do. She flicked her fingers, like an elegant conductor, and thousands of runes surged around Zi Luo, quickly forming a 100-person square formation, each at least a 6th-tier expert, who unleashed their fists. To her surprise, Zi Luo stood quietly in place, her crimson eyes, gleaming with a golden halo, slightly lowered. The menacing enemies suddenly returned to the ruins, coalescing back into a cluster of round-headed figures of various colors. They hopped and skipped to Ziluo's feet, grabbing her mage robes and climbing up. How is this possible? How did you infuse your consciousness into these rune creations? The woman watched incredulously as the lifelike figures ran around, used their companions as fishing rods to catch runes below, ate them like candy, bounced on Ziluo's shoulder, and swayed on a floating swing, like a group of real children playing. Then, the woman frowned, stubbornly summoning more runes, which coalesced into a mountain-like book. Each page clearly recorded a spell. Turning the page activated the corresponding spell. Multicolored magical light illuminated the dim space, relentlessly bombarding Ziluo's location. However, no matter how the woman manipulated it, the countless spells disintegrated within 3 meters of Ziluo, returning to their runes and lingering around her like fish. This is impossible. No one in the world could have a higher understanding of runes than me. No, this is impossible. As if some kind of faith had shattered, the woman screamed, her veins bulging, and eyes wide with rage as she desperately manipulated the sea of runes to unleash more and stronger spells. But even with all her might, she could only penetrate to within 2 meters of Ziluo. That short space was like an insurmountable forbidden zone. No magic could get close. She didn't know how much magic power she had expended, and most of her soul power had been drained, until even the majestic spell book could not withstand the pressure and crumbled. The woman instinctively waved her hands, only to find the sea of runes already empty. All the runes drifted around Ziluo, seemingly submitting, yet also seemingly befriending her. Staring at this incomprehensible scene, her face blank with despair, she retreated repeatedly, unable to believe what she was seeing. No! This is my world! Fall down! I don't believe it! Something must be wrong. No, this isn't right, sob. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed weakly onto the runes, covering her face with her hands and weeping. Thud. Ziluo finally moved, her slender legs taking a step forward. The runes automatically expanded beneath her feet, helping her stand steadily. Each rune formed a bridge, connecting imperfection and perfection. Ziluo walked slowly past, arriving before the dazed woman, and said softly, "Deceiving yourself is the worst thing you can do. If I were you, I would rather kill myself." Chapter 990. Strictly speaking, Ziluo has no emotions. All her actions are driven by her own will and exploratory instincts, and she was no exception when facing the distraught woman before her. Her small hand clenched, and an invisible hand suddenly plunged into the woman's head, forcefully tearing out a pale soul amidst the woman's unbearable screams. Hundreds of mouths formed from soul runes devoured it, and in moments, the woman's soul vanished completely, her empty body gradually stiffening. Glancing briefly at the rune space that hadn't disappeared, Ziluo revealed a look of "I knew it." The reason she allowed the attack was not only because she knew those simple spells couldn't harm her in the slightest, but also because most of her attention was focused on observing her surroundings. As Ziluo had guessed, the woman hadn't mastered a domain, or had only scratched the surface. The rune space was merely a pseudo-domain fabricated using the arrays engraved around her, and her shallow understanding of domains. While it was impressive enough for an ordinary 6-tier transcendent, it paled in comparison to Ziluo's. The power of the soul transformed into countless bolts of lightning, shattering the seemingly boundless space and returning it to the dark, damp tunnel. The large swaths of runes on the carved walls extinguished, crumbled, and fell silent. There was no one there. Originally, there was only one real person, a woman named Falaya. Closing her eyes and processing her memories, Ziluo quickly understood the structure of the place, including all the arrays and barriers. Of course, the most valuable thing was Falaya's own understanding of arrays, a perfect absorption that teaching could never match. This is also the power of a soul mage. By abandoning humanity, one can rapidly acquire a vast amount of knowledge. An efficient learning method, but unfortunately not conducive to long-term development. Sensing the abnormal fluctuations from her soul, Ziluo understood the side effects of this method. Once she absorbed too many souls, her sense of self would easily fade, and her avatar, existing solely out of Luo's exploratory desires, would also disappear. However, occasionally it doesn't matter. Falaya's knowledge was quite helpful for Luo in constructing barriers and arrays. They were originally enemies, so consuming her wouldn't be a problem. Browsing through her memories, Ziluo unexpectedly discovered that the other party actually had little to do with the Great Lord of Wisdom. At most, she would occasionally receive certain revelations in her dreams, which Falaya called the gift of imparting knowledge. Her feelings towards the Great Lord of Wisdom were more gratitude than faith. However, Based on Ziluo's understanding of the Great Lord of Wisdom, everything was a contingency plan he had left to deal with the God of Law. Even if Ziluo didn't kill her, one day she would become his pawn, and the consequences would be even more unpredictable. Without much thought, Ziluo's mind stirred, and the shattered runes quickly restored. She disappeared from her spot, using the power of the array to reach the lower level. The residents of Tinia Star City could never have imagined that 3,000 meters beneath the core of their own barrier lay a secret passage leading 500 miles to the north, and at the end of that passage lay an indescribably vast, spherical void. Runes, too numerous to see at a glance, coalesced into a colossal ice crystal flower exceeding 1,000 meters in length. The flower had 99 petals, 97 of which were already open. Even Ziluo couldn't withstand the chill, which was restrained by a dense band of translucent, velvety runes. Those uniquely magnificent runes were clearly products of the old capital. Truly beautiful. A glint of light flashed in Ziluo's calm eyes. Others' memories were just that, memories. Only by witnessing it firsthand could one truly grasp the exquisite structure and creativity. Tens of thousands of runes were condensed into a single, hair-thin crystal hair, each comparable to a high-level barrier, containing the long-lost greatness and glory of the Canriaso Empire. Though man-made, it was more exquisite than anything natural, as if the creator himself had returned. She couldn't resist reaching out to touch the lifelike rune hair. The instant her palm touched it, boundless knowledge surged in like a vast ocean, instantly shattering Ziluo's soul defenses. The next moment, brilliant golden flames erupted from the depths of her soul, burning away everything, no matter how vast or wide the ocean. The sudden change brought Ziluo back to her senses. She quickly withdrew her hand, and only then did the indescribable shock subside. She knew that the divine power of the Luos was shared. Too much consumption here might not be enough for her own body. Moreover, the knowledge that assaults the soul is nothing but useless junk information, seemingly concealing some kind of subtle, insidious whisper. Receiving it is not necessarily a good thing. However, Ziluo had already realized that the Dahomey family wasn't threatening the old capital city lord's mansion at all. Clearly, the two sides had collaborated to build this colossal array. Ziluo even sensed the aura of the wise lord, and another unknown lord within it. The latter's power was similar to the power within the crystal skull that Luo had plundered from the 6th-tier Dahomey warrior, but even colder and more malevolent. Does Canriaso Bernstein know? Never mind, that's something the main body should be thinking about. Her primary task was to destroy the sacrificial array of the summoned beast tide. Since the sacrificial array was fake now, she should keep a backup plan, just in case it came in handy later. With Thalia's memories, Zilu easily discovered the backdoor left for observers, and gained some understanding of the less strictly confidential structures. However, according to the memories, a squad of the city lord's guards would check the formation approximately every hour. She needed to complete her initial setup within this time frame. Aside from this, there was no real danger, as Thalia herself could perfectly communicate with the formation. Unless the attacker was a 9th-tier being, it was virtually impossible to break through in a short time. However, the formation was hastily constructed, resulting in some deficiencies and neglecting resistance to soul magic. This is why Zilu easily annihilated Thalia, yet the formation didn't react. Modifying such a large formation was not easy, or rather, very difficult. Any inconsistency could trigger the formation's alarm, and at that point, not only Zilu, but all 5 of the Luos here would be reduced to ashes. Forced to act, Zilu could only summon her clones and mobilize Lanlu's computational abilities to assist. Even so, after half an hour, Zilu had barely managed to modify 3 runes, which was negligible compared to the formation's self-repairing capabilities. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Ziluo slumped into the void, too exhausted to move. Her magic power wasn't greatly depleted, but her soul power was almost completely exhausted. Activating the transformation array on her hair quickly replenished her soul power, and Ziluo finally felt alive again. But modifying an array was nothing to her. Cheering herself up, Ziluo threw herself back into the modifications. Before she knew it, another 10 minutes had passed. Suddenly, a subtle fluctuation came from the external array. Someone was coming. Ziluo interrupted her research and quickly released magic. A shadow crackling with lightning appeared, slowly revealing the form of Thalia. Afterimage intermediate level magic, lightning, like an afterimage of lightning, a false illusion created by extremely high-speed flashes. Its appearance can be freely modified. Of course, if the visitor is a 7th-tier guard, this appearance won't fool them. Therefore, Ziluo controls the lightning shadow to merge into the tunnel, creating a virtual garment made of runes, thus claiming to be inspecting the grand formation and unable to come in person. Anyway, This wasn't the first time Falea had used this method to deal with the city lord's guards during inspections. It must be said that this trick is very effective. Perhaps Falea is highly respected within the city lord's mansion. The guards only conduct a brief inspection, ask a few questions, and then leave. Over the next few hours, Ziluo relied on this method to get through several inspections. Because seals, barriers, formations, and magic, while interconnected in some aspects, are not entirely identical creations, progress was extremely slow. The situation wasn't much better on her main body either. That 8th tier Dahomey warrior's abilities were far beyond what 5th or 6th tier warriors, used as expendable resources, could match. Despite her incredible speed, her main body was easily caught, forcing her to use a roundabout approach to quickly create distance. After 4 hours of modifications, Ziluo finally completed the reconstruction of a small section of the array. By continuing deeper into the reconstructed area, she could successfully leave her own backup plan. Suddenly, the connecting array rapidly lost contact. In her last sense, 6 powerful auras were rapidly approaching Ziluo. Had she been discovered? No, there had been no warning. That's right, her main body had encountered a similar situation before. The Dahomey family had arrived. Ziluo calmly considered the situation. She was about 500 li away from them. At their approaching speed, they would discover her in about 10 minutes. Completing her backup plan in such a short time was unrealistic. It seemed she had to change her strategy. With a flick of her wrist, 4 enormous red crystals appeared, emanating destructive fluctuations of fire and lightning magic. If fully released, they would plunge an area within a 5,000-mile radius into utter silence. Ziluo had no time to calculate the power required to destroy such a sophisticated array. She simply took out all the 8th tier magic crystal bombs she had obtained from her main body, scattered them throughout the reconstruction area, set up controlled magic runes, and quickly smoothed out any fluctuations that occurred during the array modification. 8 minutes passed quickly. Just as Ziluo finished her decorations, several powerful high-level magic techniques ruthlessly tore through the passage and struck her. A low, angry roar echoed from afar, which, don't even think about succeeding. A thick golden shield rose, slightly blocking the enemy's attack. Ziluo expressionlessly tossed down a 7th tier magic crystal bomb, then her figure vanished into nothingness, leaving only the slowly cracking magic crystal bomb behind. Boom! The rapidly approaching group shattered the golden shield, but couldn't find their target. Their gazes immediately fell on the only person clad in the dark blue armor of the Dahomey family. Where is he? He stared at the now-dulled miniature array, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He stammered, strange, he was just here. Wait, that shouldn't be. A guard grabbed his collar fiercely, shouting, "How dare you deceive us? Are you courting death?" For the sake of their great and noble city lord, they were willing to obey the Dahomey family's commands, but for them to dare deceive them was no different from desecrating the old capital of Hibia. Suddenly, a rapidly expanding shockwave beneath their feet drew everyone's attention. Before their very eyes, a red and purple ripple spread out violently at an unimaginable speed. "We can't let it interfere with the grand formation." With a short, angry shout, the 6 were completely engulfed in dazzling lightning and flames. The ground was what appeared to be a deserted town. 2 guards were resting with their eyes closed, their senses covering a radius of 3,000 meters, not missing any potential threats. Suddenly, large sections of the ground collapsed, the deserted town instantly crumbling. Then, pillars of fire shot into the sky, illuminating the snowy evening and sending the 2 guards flying. Startled, they quickly adjusted their positions, releasing magical shields to withstand the fire pillars as they descended. However, underground, where the grand formation was located, only another group of guards, panting heavily, and the remnants of their former aura reduced to dust remained. Fortunately, thanks to the other guards' intervention, the grand formation only showed slight signs of awakening, and was not severely impacted. Before long, the guards from the abandoned town, the guards patrolling the great formation, and the guards chasing Luo met up. Exchanging information, they quickly understood what had happened. Just in case, they decided to report to the city lord and urgently assigned another formation master familiar with the great formation to thoroughly inspect it. This should be fine. Beneath the snow-covered plains, Luo and his group rested briefly under the snow, focusing on recovering their magic power. Xiao Yi clung tightly to Fan Luo's neck. Perhaps out of excessive concern, she was reluctant to return to the ruins. Fan Luo let her be. After all, she was only the size of a palm, and as long as she wasn't hit by an area of effect magic spell, it wouldn't matter. Fan Luo patted Xiao Yi's head to comfort her. Her little face was flushed from frequently casting high-level magic, and she muttered, "What's wrong with that guy? He can use ice fairy abilities. It's so hard to get rid of him." Harita's ears perked up, casting a questioning glance. She had heard that the Dahomey family's ancestors had received the blessing of ice fairies, but most Dahomey people use mysterious badges carrying fairy power. Judging from what Pinklu said, the 8th tier warrior didn't seem to be like that. Pinklu also noticed Harita's gaze, and enthusiastically told her about the rumors surrounding ice fairies. For example, it was said that ice fairies were servants created by the ice god to take care of himself. There were also legends that ice fairies were actually elemental beings with self-awareness born from rare ice magic, and there were even rumors that the reason it snowed in the northern part of the living world was because a large number of ice fairies gathered there. Harita listened, somewhat bewildered. Only Pinklu was focused on monitoring the surveillance magic she had set up along the way. She cast shadow in the moon on the ice clones that Harita had released to lure the enemy away, but through repeated observations, Pinklu also discovered that the enemy possessed some kind of reconnaissance method she didn't know. Once they exceeded the distance limit, the enemy would decisively abandon the pursuit and turn around to search carefully. The opponent was highly skilled at using the vibrations of ice magic for detection. The unique vibration method contained extremely concentrated magic power, forcing Luo to slightly distort the feedback to avoid being discovered instantly. However, lingering in the same spot for too long would eventually lead to her discovery. Several more 7th tier magic crystals were absorbed and turned to powder. Luo's magic power recovered to 80%. Sensing that her detection magic had been activated, meaning the enemy was approaching, she warned the two women, "They're coming." Hearing this, Pink Luo and Helida became alert. Pink Luo left a water clone in place to attract the enemy's attention. Luo thought for a moment and placed a 7th tier magic crystal bomb. Although it couldn't stop him, it could disrupt any remaining aura. After a while, a powerful magical fluctuation arose from afar, causing the snow layer to tremble slightly. Helida also sensed that the surrounding ice magic had become stagnant, making it extremely difficult to manipulate. She realized that the enemy was approaching within 100 miles, and was unleashing a large-scale magical technique to force them out. Without hesitation, the three women transformed into tiny ice shards and vanished into the snow. The next moment, the snow layer was torn apart, and Bobby's burly body slammed into the ground, quickly sensing the lone girl constructing a spell to attack him. Die! He had forgotten the clan leader's demand to capture her alive. His empty right arm constantly reminded him that he must tear the culprit to pieces. With a stomp of his right foot, the plane roared, instantly collapsing into a vast abyss over 1,000 miles deep. The shockwave even affected the ancient capital of Hibia, 3,000 miles away, and Ice Rock Harbor, 5,000 miles away. However, the Northern Kingdom was prone to blizzards, so the slight tremor did not attract much attention. Faced with the enraged attack of an 8th-tier powerhouse, Pink Luo's water clone was utterly defenseless, instantly exploding into a bloody mist. However, in its dying moments, it successfully activated the 7th-tier magic crystal bomb, unleashing a devastating shockwave at an unbelievable speed, threatening to destroy this abyss once more. Pop! Bobby casually crushed the small explosion, his deep blue eyes icy cold. He already knew it was that damned clone again. With a cold snort, his ice crystal wings fluttered slightly, and he vanished in a blur. His direction was southwest of the Empire. Yes, Pink Luo wouldn't let them discover her destination, Ice Rockport. That would be tantamount to inviting them to lie in wait. Only by successfully misleading them would they have a chance to reach Ice Rockport smoothly. Chapter 991. For the residents of the old capital of Hibia, today was perhaps the worst day. After the powerful Dahomey family arbitrarily and recklessly expanded their senses to search the city, before they could even enjoy their lunch, a deafening roar echoed through the sky, and a horrifying battle erupted. This battle, clearly of high-level combat strength, spread from the Silver Mountain Manor in the inner city all the way to the outer city, eventually spilling out beyond the city walls. According to incomplete statistics, 32 named nobles in the inner city died, along with over 500 attendants and servants. The Dahomey family also suffered over 100 casualties in this area. Most shockingly, the powerful and wealthy Marquis Taste died suddenly outside the city. The situation in the outer city was even more dire. 12 districts were affected to varying degrees, with the Pilla district, near the inner city gate, experiencing an unknown river of blood, resulting in 100,000 deaths and injuries. That river of blood, frozen by a powerful figure, still exudes a chilling aura and remains unapproachable. The city guard captain, temporarily promoted due to the destruction of the Pilla city district, gazed at the shimmering river of blood crystals. It's captivating, turbulent flow was forever frozen in place by the powerful icy force, prompting him to sigh, if I could carve out a few pieces, perhaps I could sell them to the jewelers in the inner city. He then ordered, "You bastards, smash it to pieces." The 4 guards behind him hesitated. They all knew that approaching the blood river would not only corrode them with its chill, but also affect their minds, causing them to act erratically. The previous 3 batches of guards had all been killed by their captain himself after losing control. However, they had no choice but to obey. Their unauthorized contact with dangerous individuals had resulted in the Marquis of Cam's son, Cam's Lung, being severely injured, leading to their relegation to the outer city and their position as the lowest-ranking guard. The next morning, 4 pinkish corpses vanished from the outer city. Perhaps they were dumped in the wilderness to be devoured by low-level magical beasts, or perhaps the residents of Star City looted them and gave them a kind burial. Of course, the unluckier ones might have been secretly used as sacrifices by some shadowy figures within the inner city, becoming sustenance for those rats. However, the matter didn't end there. Overnight, a large number of Imperial guards came to control the old capital and its surroundings. It was said that someone had offended the esteemed city lord, and a full-scale arrest of mortals was underway. The residents didn't know the outcome, but they certainly saw fewer of the restless minor nobles and the inhuman beings hiding in the shadows. A similar situation occurred 30 years ago, when a high-level blacksmith stole the city lord's secret treasure and was hunted down for 7 months. It was said that he was still hiding somewhere in the city. The residents of the outer city were quite pleased with this, as the purge had indeed improved the safety of themselves and their families. "Great city lord, I have dispatched men to urgently inspect the reversal array, and it has indeed been altered by the traitors." Inside the imposing city lord's mansion, a handsome young man, with a wild, snow-white lion's beard knelt on one knee. The beard slowly faded, revealing a face that bore a striking resemblance to City Lord Bernstein. Canriaso Shrew, the great City Lord's 8th son and his longest living, possessed strength reaching the 9th rank, comparable to his father. Many nobles secretly speculated that young Master Shrew was already the chosen successor to the City Lord. He respectfully held up 3 magnificent crystals, each the size of a head, in his hands. Sipid discovered these objects within the Grand Formation. "My assessment is that they are magic crystal bombs that disappeared thousands of years ago, possessing terrifying power." Bernstein reached out from afar, her delicate, slender hand, like a woman's, forcefully piercing through space to retrieve the 3 magic crystal bombs. This sight evoked a flicker of envy in Shrike's eyes, and he couldn't help but praise, respect for the City Lord's greatness. Surely within 10 years, he will break through to the coveted saint rank and recreate the glory of Canriaso. Although he knew his son was flattering him, Bernstein still smiled slightly. "There are no outsiders here, just call me father." If the royal family of Ice God Castle heard this, they would undoubtedly react with sarcasm and ridicule, but Shrike was already used to it. Overjoyed, he quickly bowed, "Yes, father." Bernstein nodded slightly, examining the magic crystal bomb in his hand. In an instant, he discerned all its secrets, even forcibly reassembling the deliberately erased wisp of residual aura. Unsurprisingly, it originated from the same source as the guidance Bobby had shown him. Shrike continued his report. "Father, the enemy's methods are extremely insidious and sophisticated. They scattered and hidden the magic crystal bombs, and it seems they truly intend to disrupt our grand plan, just as Bobby said. However, please rest assured, father, I have ordered my men to thoroughly search both inside and outside. There is absolutely no possibility of them interfering with the Great Formation." Bernstein lightly tossed the magic crystal bombs, pondered for a moment, and casually tossed them to Shrike. "Give them to the servants to play with. From now on, we officially establish a contractual relationship with the Dahomey family. Issue a nationwide warrant for their arrest. This matter is entrusted to you. Is that all right?" Shrike almost couldn't suppress a smile. This meant that his father truly intended to relinquish power and gradually retreat to the background. Once his father broke through to the saint rank, the restoration of the Canriaso Empire would be just around the corner. I will certainly not disappoint father's high expectations. Achoo! Suddenly, Luo sneezed loudly, as if something was watching her. But after thinking about it, she realized that many people wanted her dead, so she didn't care. At this moment, Ziluo opened her eyes, and said to Luo expressionlessly, "The backup plan has been discovered." After being discovered by the enemy, Ziluo certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to fight them to the death. Not to mention anything else, alerting the Grand Formation would mean certain death. Therefore, after preparing a backup plan, she immediately returned to her original body, thus avoiding the need to wait a month for her to revive. Hearing this, Luo stroked her smooth chin, a little regretful. If those magic crystal bombs had exploded, they might have given them a lot of headaches. If it's that backup plan, there's a 30% chance it will work. Luo's sudden words startled Luo, then she heard her continue. I planted 4 magic crystal bombs. The one concealed by the Grand Formation itself wasn't taken. There's a 60% chance it was intentionally left by the enemy, and a 30% chance they didn't notice. And the other 10%? Pink Luo squeezed her head in to join the fun. 3 identical, perfect faces side by side made Helida think she was hallucinating. She subconsciously rubbed her eyes before remembering that the 2 were Luo's puppet figures. Luo glanced at Fan Luo, and as a result, Fan Luo personally curved the corners of her mouth up into a smile. You're prettier when you smile more. If it were Hong Luo, she would definitely start a fight. Luo quickly smoothed her smile and calmly told Fan Luo the answer. See for yourself. Hey! It's so disrespectful to always do that. Efficient. Just one sentence. It's quick. Seeing for yourself is even faster. No way. What's the 10% chance? Luo sighed, rubbing her forehead. The conversation between Luo and Fan Luo was practically like talking to herself. It was as if her inner thoughts surged when multiple personality clones converged. Alright, business is important, please everyone. Fan Luo responded first, of course. Luo, I always be your support. Shall we wave her arms happily? Though there was nothing she could do but cheer her on. Helida nodded, recalling how the puppet, who called herself Luo, had described the insane array in a calm tone not long ago. Her almost frozen emotions couldn't help but ripple slightly. That feeling was something like gazing into the distance? Just then, Luo's gaze fell upon her, and Helida instinctively looked away. If Luo was a normal superhuman, and Pink Luo was a lively girl, then Luo was an emotionless puppet. In Luo, Helida discovered for the first time that she also possessed a rich humanity. The effects of the Ice God's departure will continue. I will explain the array's contents in as much detail as possible. Luo's sudden words startled Helida. But quickly, a soul message entered her mind, and she no longer had the energy to pay attention to the first half of the sentence. A massive amount of complex information flooded her mind, and even with Helida's knowledge as a 7th-tier priestess, she couldn't comprehend it quickly enough. Fortunately, a deliberately left-behind thread guided the vast amount of information, otherwise, it would have taken Helida at least 10 days to absorb it. Unnamed array 1 million level array, sacrifice array, a self-created array created by someone's clone, blending knowledge of magic power reversal arrays and barriers. It sacrifices magic power to an unknown entity to gain equivalent power. Note 1. The minimum sacrifice is equivalent to 10 8th-tier magic crystals. Note 2. Magic cores can be used as sacrifices. Note 3. Flesh and blood and living beings can be used as sacrifices, although it only added less than 1/10,000th of the original content, using the framework of a cult sacrifice array, borrowing the structure from a large array deep underground, and using barrier techniques as filling material. It still took Luo and the others a lot of effort. Lan Luo in the ruined space had protested multiple times, threatening to hit them if they disturbed her rest any further. In short, while being hunted down, they focused on improving the formation, and thus, the strange formation that Luo called Unnamed Formation 1 was born. Constructing it successfully was no easy task. Besides the constant threat of enemy attacks, the required materials were extremely complex. This was only after Luo repeatedly weakened the effects to reduce the difficulty. The initial version couldn't be constructed without materials at least 100,000 9th-tier magic crystals. To cope with the danger of being hunted down, the formation had to be built on a movable base. After discussion, they decided to use ice crystal ore, commonly found in the Agnesa Empire. Originating from Crystal Lake, it contains abundant ice magic power, and its stability is second only to Earth attribute formation bases. However, the demand for ice crystal ore for the formation base is enormous, and this stuff is generally only stockpiled by the forging and alchemy industries. Therefore, Luo and his group had to travel to cities protected by barriers to purchase it. Coincidentally, after more than a day of fighting with the enemy, Luo and his group were nearing the northern wind belt, where they might be able to exchange for materials in Stormbridge City. Helida agreed with this. Stormbridge City needed to maintain the storm bridge, which might consume too many magic crystals, but various materials wouldn't be lacking. This was why, when Luo passed through Kachin South City last time, the City Lord's mansion was only missing one rare material to rebuild the storm bridge. Of course, constructing the Grand Array would require many other rare materials, but there were many types, not large quantities. Luo and Helida could gather 99% of them together, only lacking the bark of the seven-color tree, the bone powder of the Mayan lizard, the sound of the wind whisperer, and clay mixed with the blood of the rock giant. Every single one of these is hard to find. Luo, couldn't you simplify it a bit more? You're here? Actually, this is fine too, haha. Pinklo, on the other hand, was full of enthusiasm, not considering at all how to find those damn things within the territory of the Agnesa Empire, which had lost most of its trade and cities. Forget it, let's go. I feel the magic being activated. He's about to find this place. The clone won't be able to confuse us for long. Andre City, one of the Stormbridge cities located on either side of the northern wind belt, is similar to other Stormbridge cities in that it is divided into 4 parts: north, south, upper, and lower. However, compared to the destroyed Kachin city, Andre City is much better off. Since the first appearance of orcs from outside the city, even though relations between the two races were not harmonious, the residents of Andre City felt an unprecedented excitement and exhilaration. The entry of foreigners meant that the Empire's blockade would one day be broken, and they could regain their freedom. Sometimes, looking into their eyes, I feel like I'm seeing myself as a child, trapped in a cage by slave traders. In a meticulously clean residence home, an ice orc with glistening fur was enjoying local cuisine, while several pairs of large, innocent eyes peeked out the window, filled with a mixture of curiosity and timidity. Another ice orc chewed on the fully seasoned ribs of an unknown magical beast, casually remarking, "Do you think the second prince can catch up with those hairy cats? TCH, a mere few cats? How could a genius like the second prince lose? I bet he's already given that hairless cat Tommen a good beating." Ha ha. Right. Cheers. Glasses clinked, the aroma of alcohol wafting through the air. Their stay in Andre City was the second prince's order, primarily to gather local intelligence, which they could then sell to newcomers if the opportunity arose. The White Cat's talent was perfect for espionage. They were a full half-month behind in their journey, and they had to catch up quickly. Unbeknownst to the 2 Ice Beast men, their role model, their second son, was experiencing an unprecedented shock. Half a day earlier, high in the icy clouds 2,000 miles from Andre City, 2 groups faced off. One group consisted of pure white cat men, their soft, white fur and sharp, vertical pupils revealing their elite status. But then, a gleaming, shiny head appeared among them, blinding in the sunlight. The other group consisted of nearly translucent humanoid creatures, with pointed ears, yet long and slender like rabbits. Their smooth bodies were flawless, undoubtedly the only ice beast race among the snow beasts possessing intelligence and their own civilization. Yo, isn't this my dear old friend Tommen? The weather's nice today, no need to light the way for this sun. Neelar knew, of course, that Tommen must have encountered some trouble to return, but that didn't stop him from being sarcastic. Tommen's eye twitched slightly. He subtly summoned ice magic, gathering it into a thin mist to obscure his gleaming head. He looked at Neelar with arrogance. Besides that mouth, what can you possibly do against me, trash? He gave a thumbs up, then slowly turned it upside down, his contempt obvious. Hearing this, the ice orcs behind Neelar glared angrily and retorted without hesitation, "Hairless cat, show some respect. The second prince is far superior to you." His insults displeased the white cat people, who retaliated with a torrent of profanities. How can a block of ice without a single hair compare to the noble white cat clan? Do you want to be shattered into ice sand? You all look so obsequious, disgusting. This barrage of insults enraged the ice orcs, who snapped back, "You long-haired beast who hasn't bathed in 100 years, your tongue is so venomous, you must have eaten too much fur. Believe it or not, I shave off all that extra long hair." Both were young orcs, no more than 150 years old. Having trained deep within their territories since childhood, their demeanor and bearing were far more immature than the older generation. Now, caught up in the insults, they hurled every slanderous and defamatory word at each other. Only Nyril, observing Tormund's disdainful expression, vaguely sensed something was amiss. As an opponent he fought for over 20 years, he knew Tormund's temperament all too well. Usually, at this point, Tormund would be enraged and initiate the attack. Their strength was roughly equal, and now that his side was down 2 men, Tormund should be even more sarcastic. Could it be? Neelar suddenly realized that something beyond Tormund's capabilities must have caused his hasty return, and now he was deliberately waiting for that being to arrive. Thinking this, Neelar hurriedly looked down, and sure enough, a long crack had appeared in the seemingly calm ice field, as if something was approaching. "Tormund! You bastard!" With Neelar's roar, the ice field shattered, and a terrifying, ferocious giant crab burst forth. Its 8 sword-like legs, brimming with power, propelled it thousands of meters in an instant, rapidly closing in on both sides. Without time to deliver a powerful slap to Tormon, Neelar hastily led his companions to flee. This giant crab-like magical beast possessed an extremely violent and immense aura, at least a 7th-tier monster. Even combined, they wouldn't be enough to withstand a single pincer strike. Tormon, on the other hand, remained much calmer, even having time to smirk and mock Neelar before initiating a leap to escape. With the unlucky Nyril causing delays, Tormon is confident that he will finally reach the Crystal Lake, rumored to be formed from the aura of the Ice God. Tormon and his group vanish swiftly, leaving Neelar, seething with anger and unable to vent, cursing as he struggled to escape the pursuing monster. The gap between ranks was insurmountable. Only a select few geniuses could fight beyond their rank, and the difference between mid and high rank was even more vast. Half a day later, Neelar, barely clinging to life, gradually shook off the 7th-rank giant crab. But just when he thought he was finally safe, a large shadow suddenly descended from the sky. Above the clouds, terrifying claws transformed into hundreds of meters-long spikes. It was a 7th-rank vulture monster. Am I destined to perish here today? Although he had known beforehand that this journey would be fraught with danger, was dying before even venturing a tenth of the Empire was too hasty. And no one had predicted that 7th-rank monsters would roam the human Empire's territory. Perhaps sensing the approach of death, one of the Ice Beast men spoke sincerely to Neelar. My lord, if there is an afterlife, I still want to be your playmate. Another Ice Beast man shouted excitedly, to witness the scenery of the underworld with my lord, makes this life worthwhile. You? Neelar felt his eyes welling up with tears. He finally understood the meaning of his grandfather's words. The peak breathes false support. Twilight witnesses true friendship. In the final moments, only true companions will stay by your side forever. If you're brothers, don't be discouraged. Even if we die, we tear this beast's skin off. Alright. We listen to our second son. Neelar's gaze was resolute, an aura of destruction more ferocious than any magical beast slowly emanating from his body. Even if it meant self-destruction, he would never back down. Just as his resolve was absolute, without warning, the vulture-like magical beast in the sky seemed to be struck by something. Its claws shattered, and it plummeted straight down, like a shooting star. At the same time, the giant crab-like magical beast chasing below was severely injured. Its shell cracked deeply, almost splitting in two, and it was forced to crash to the ground, creating a huge crater. The three brothers, their mouths agape, stared dumbfounded at the petite girl who had appeared out of nowhere. The cold, icy clouds dispersed, revealing flowing, silver-white hair, and jewel-like red eyes that shone with a noble gold, much like the bright first rays of dawn. Who is she? Chapter 992. Where did you come from? The cold voice brought Neelar back to his senses. He quickly stopped his self-destruction, only to find himself drenched in a cold sweat. It would be a lie to say he wasn't afraid in the face of death, but his brother had given him the courage to face it. Now that he wasn't dead, all the better. Thinking this, he carefully examined the human girl who had suddenly appeared, but before he could even take a second look, he was suddenly hurled to the ground by a tremendous force. The wounds inside his body, slightly cracked from the intense use of magic, instantly burst open. If you continue to be so rude, this young lady won't mind killing you on the spot. Any normal superhuman knows not to casually spy on strong individuals. Is this guy an idiot? Luo was somewhat speechless. Seeing the other two Ice Beast men rush down, he simply descended from the sky as well. He hadn't even gotten his hands on the broken bones from those two 7th-tier magical beasts yet. At this moment, Helida and the two Lows were jointly suppressing two 7th-tier magical beasts. With Helida's divine magic assistance, their hope of escape was extremely slim. Lo plummeted from the sky, stomping heavily on the cracked back of the giant crab beast. Boom! The crater beneath him expanded tenfold, and all 8 of its sharp legs snapped off instantly. Taking advantage of the giant crab beast's dazed state, Lo condensed a soul hand and slowly pulled a fragment of azure ice crystal bone from its body, then shredded the soul, and treated the vulture beast in the same way. Lo had condensed bone fragments at least 10 times before, and was clearly much more skilled than the first time. A quarter of an hour had passed since then, and the Ice Beast man, who had been bruised and battered, had completely healed, and was receiving Lo's water magic healing with a complex expression. Actually, being able to admit your mistakes and correct them is what makes a good child. I can see you have a very youthful mindset, which is a good thing. However, traveling through the mortal world requires understanding some social dynamics. In other words, if you're kind-hearted, you might be eliminated if you encounter bad people. Listening to the human girl, who called herself Pink Luo, lecturing him familiarly, Neelar fell into deep thought. If he wasn't mistaken, she, and the girl who had hit him, weren't very old, probably no more than 50. But what about their strength? Shattering a 7th-tier magical beast's magic technique in an instant, crushing its body with a single stomp, and then flinging it away without him even noticing. Could this be a normal human superhuman? Perhaps I'm just a foolish rabbit, and they're the real genius? Where are you from? The same question reached his ears. This time, Neelar's mind cleared considerably, and he immediately replied, Benefactors, we are all from the Snow Beast territory. We didn't mean to offend you earlier, please forgive us. His companions weren't ungrateful fools either. Suppressing their inner grumbling about Luo's attack on their second son, they also bowed to express their gratitude. The Ice Beastman's greeting was similar to a chest-pounding gesture. The fist made a crisp, melodious sound on the hard chest, signifying that they were all brothers under the same sky. However, Luo wasn't very familiar with the etiquette of the alien races. Hearing that they had actually entered from outside, she was immediately overjoyed. This meant that news of the demons appearing within the Empire could be spread, and reinforcements could be brought in to retake Crystal City. After the previous incident, she didn't have much confidence that the nobles of the old capital would send troops. If only she could contact Grandpa Albert. Halida clearly shared a similar thought with Luo and asked, how many people have come? What forces have entered? Neelar immediately understood her thoughts and smiled wryly. My benefactor, you may be disappointed. Agnes's blockade is extremely tight. Only through the efforts of two powerful figures, the Snow King of my clan and the Guardian of the White Cat territory, was a safe passage created. Only 3 6th-tier individuals or 25th-tier individuals can enter every 3 days. We only entered the country 31 days ago. The number of spies who have entered so far is conservatively estimated at no more than 100, with probably no more than 15 at the 6th rank. There are limits on the number of people. Those who are able to enter first are mostly from major powers. To ensure numbers and safety, they usually enter in teams of 10 to 15. Nyler is at the 6th rank and brought 12 members. 2 stayed in Audrey City, 2 accompanied him, and the remaining 8 set off towards Crystal City. Some of you went to Crystal City beneath the lake? Neelar didn't understand why his benefactors suddenly looked so grim. He nodded honestly. Yes, Crystal City beneath the lake in the Agnesa Empire is the southernmost major city. Going there allows us to gather intelligence as quickly as possible. In fact, besides me leading this group of ice orcs, those long-haired cats definitely went there too. The advance party before us will also be heading there. Luo frowned slightly. After Crystal City fell, she had only observed it from afar, seeing nothing but a blood-red expanse. These orcs, rushing and recklessly, would likely face certain death. Pink Luo kindly advised him, if you can make contact, it's best to stop. Crystal City is shrouded in malevolent energy, your strength might not be enough to handle it. Pink Luo's words were very tactful, practically saying, you're too weak, going there will only be suicide. Neelar realized the seriousness of the situation, but the problem was he truly lacked long-distance communication equipment. His message could only travel 100 miles at most, while the other team had already traveled hundreds of miles. Thank you for informing me, I catch up with them right away. Luo naturally had no reason to stop him, but she still asked if they had any material she needed. This, benefactor, it's not that I'm unwilling to give, but the materials you mentioned are all extremely rare. If my father were here, perhaps, he could produce 1 or 2 pieces. Neelar retorted, why don't you listen to what you want? The bark of the 7-colored tree? The bone powder of the Mayan lizard? The sound of the whispering bird? Clay mixed with the blood of the rock giant? None of these are ordinary materials. If he remembered correctly, the 7-colored tree grew in the life forest of the western continent, heavily guarded by the elves. The Mayan lizard hid deep underground, accessible only to goblins, and the whispering bird, according to legend, roamed the highest skies, its voice intoxicating. Even his father, a royal leader, only possessed 1 bottle. Not to mention the blood of the rock giant. As everyone knows, rock giants, as common mid-tier earth attribute magical beasts, differ from elemental beings only in their chaotic souls. They have no concept of blood or organs. Neelar even suspected his benefactor was making it up. However, Neelar suddenly remembered something. When we stopped in Andre City, we encountered people from the Extremist Merchant Guild. They're a large merchant guild. Perhaps they have the materials our benefactor needs. Those guys from the Extremist Merchant Guild? Luo's brows furrowed even deeper, but then relaxed. It couldn't be such a coincidence that she run into that annoying guy. She should go check it out. Suddenly, the air froze. The shattered ice plane surged like a giant wave. The ice was softer than water, But its terrifying power instantly flattened the distant snow-capped mountains, whipping up a blizzard capable of easily extinguishing a 6-tier transcendent. Not good. He's here. Luo's expression changed slightly. The opponent had detected her detection magic so quickly, and this time he deliberately didn't use any warning magic, attacking directly. A raging blizzard swept across a vast expanse, the sky ravaged by a bone-chilling storm. There was nowhere to hide. Without a second thought, Luo slammed the silver moon lamp into the ground, and a magnificent 7-colored barrier rapidly expanded. Water, ice, fire, earth, wood, wind, and dark magic blended perfectly, without leaking a single trace. Why are you disturbing my sleep again? Blue Luo was forced to reveal herself, simultaneously summoning clones along with Pink Luo. The 8 Luos released magic in unison to strengthen the barrier. 3 hazy halos emanated from Luo's body and merged into the barrier. Blessed by the domain's enhancement, the 7-colored barrier solidified, instantly becoming nearly 10 times stronger. A strand of silver hair shone brilliantly as Zilu activated the transformation array, quickly unleashing high-level magic outside the barrier to counter the first wave of impact. Helida, as always, cast buff spells, greatly enhancing the effects of the Luo's skills, making the barrier several times thicker. Rings of shimmering firelight spread from beneath Luo's feet, instantly melting the ice beneath her feet with a slight heat. She was going to use her most powerful magic to deal with this attack. Boom! Before Nairar and the others could understand what was happening, the terrifying impact arrived first. Shattered ice surged with towering waves, and free magic was squeezed into thin crests, like a giant wall. Crack! Thunder exploded, roaring incessantly. A ferocious thunder dragon emerged from the magic array to guard both sides of the barrier. Its 50-meter-long wings unfolded, transforming into a purple barrier, followed by 32 layers of indestructible metal walls rising from the ground, protecting the Luos behind. Boom! A collision that completely exceeded Nairal's comprehension erupted with a deafening roar. The visible, materialized magic power bent into an arc-shaped impact surface before shattering with a crash. Divided by the shattered ice waves and the metal city walls, a golden and white arc stretched for an unknown distance. Vision was obscured by the blizzard, perception was completely rendered useless, and even mobilizing magic power became incredibly difficult. But the stalemate lasted only a few seconds before the arc abruptly reversed, the metal walls turning to dust in quick succession. The area enveloped by the golden light rapidly shrank, and with the arrival of the ice wave, the metal walls froze into fragile remnants the instant they made contact. Roar! A powerful dragon's might erupted, the ice wave slowing uncontrollably. 2 giant dragons spewed thunder, shattering vast swathes of ice waves, guarding the small, 7-colored barrier. What's happening? Even with the barrier's protection, Neeler's sleeves didn't flutter, but the purple light erupting outside the barrier, and the icy ocean obscuring the sky felt like the end of the world. The dragon's might, which terrified all living things, and the immense divine power inherent in the divine magic made his soul tremble. The other 2 ice orcs collapsed to the ground, their minds blank. If not for the barrier's protection, they would have been sent back to the underworld in an instant. Luo had no time to explain. Her opponent had clearly come prepared, calculating the distance of the lightning flashes to completely block her escape. Luo was still chanting softly. Her ordinary clone was replaced by a personality clone. Lacking about 30% of her fire magic amplification, she could only use elemental simulation to convert more of her other attribute magic. The conversion array on her wrist spun rapidly. Luo's aura surged, and a massive amount of magic was converted into fire magic, then poured into the silver moon lamp. The staff seemed unable to withstand the strain, its broken golden patterns flickered incessantly, and the wisp of golden flame that had always burned within the small lamp at the top suddenly flickered. To Luo's astonishment, the mysterious runes on the lamp, which had remained inexplicable until now, slowly lit up, as if finally awakening with sufficient power. After about 10% of the runes were lit, a single golden flame abruptly detached from the lamp. It was so beautiful that the brilliance of golden magic seemed inferior before it. It was so noble that even the summer sun seemed like a mere firefly before it, similar to divine power, yet beyond Luo's control, it drifted into the unfinished miniature sun. Luo was shocked to find that the crimson magic circle beneath her feet rapidly turned crimson gold. Her control over the divine spell became much smoother, her soul felt lighter, and the burden of switching formations was reduced by 90%, meaning Luo could still break through her limits. Although she didn't understand what had happened to the silver moon lamp, it was undoubtedly more advantageous for her in resisting enemy attacks. Luo quickly took out 10 7th-tier magic crystals and absorbed them, replenishing most of her depleted magic power, and continued to complete the divine spell. Give me your life. A fierce roar rang out, and ice waves dispersed, revealing a towering ice spear taller than a mountain. This was the true part of Bali's magic technique. The impact and ice waves were merely insignificant preludes. The thunderous dragon, upon contact with the extreme sharpness of the ice spear, was utterly powerless and instantly vanished into nothingness. 300 meters away, the spear already pressed against the seven-colored barrier, unleashing a burst of dazzling seven-colored light. The clash between point and surface had officially begun. The unparalleled impact instantly caused Pink Luo and Blue Luo's magic to surge, their skin bursting with blood, a sweet taste rising in their throats. Blue Luo quickly summoned the Code of Hecate, the spellbook opened, and light armor burning with crimson flames enveloped them, finally alleviating the tearing pain. Crack! The spear's attack was blocked, yet it continued its slow advance. The barrier held firm for a moment before cracking open a layer. Fortunately, the barrier spell had been perfected by Luo over many years. The 7 magical powers fused and transformed into each other, preventing the awkward situation of losing one type of magical power with each layer broken. The 3 brothers, Nyril and his companions, huddled together, trembling as they watched the seemingly endless spearhead slowly approach. They cried out in panic, "It's over. We're done for." If they had known this would happen, they would have preferred to be eaten by the monster. At least they would have died with honor. Bobby stood atop the towering spear, crimson ice lance at his arms, his gaze icy as he stared at the people within the barrier. A biting wind blew, ruffling his empty right arm guard. He wanted to see how long those lowly rats could hold out. So what if she's a silver-haired witch? It's just a mage's arrogant self-proclaimed title. From today onwards, she'd be the Death Witch. He channeled his magic into his feet, making his spear even more solid, piercing another layer of the barrier. 5 layers remained. What could those white-haired girls possibly use to stop him? A suffocating pressure permeated the barrier. Helida felt as if each breath was being choked. Was this the power of an 8th-tier expert? Lo, how much longer? Even with the multiple magical techniques described in the Code of Hecate, Pink Luo and Blue Luo felt immense pressure on their bodies. Moreover, the enemy was deliberately maintaining a distance, preventing intimidation and dragon's might from taking effect. Luo had no time to respond, focusing solely on chanting. The greater the magic power, the longer the same incantation would take, as it summoned a more realistic divine phantom. Crack! The 3rd layer of the barrier shattered. The suffocating pressure increased tenfold. Nyril and the other 2 were the first to succumb and faint. Their clones were also crushed and exploded by the irresistible pressure. Now, the entire weight of the spear fell on Lan Luo and Pink Luo, their bones shattering almost instantly. Ouch! I should have been sleeping. A swathe of green grass sprouted from beneath Lan Luo's feet, its vigorous life force quickly surviving the overwhelming pressure by seeping into her and Fenlua's bodies. Fenlua glanced at the pale-faced Helida, knowing that her repeated use of divine magic had greatly depleted her faith power. With a thought, she activated the dimensional key on Lan Luo's wrist. Instantly, devout and pure faith power surged forth, flowing into the Bible in Helida's hand. Priestess Helida, you are proficient in divine magic. Please make the most of this power. This is... Helida was shocked. Although this faith power was unrelated to the ice god, with Luo's permission, it could be transformed into Helida's power, replenishing her strength. The Eternal Bible shone brightly, each page, like an ice crystal, sprouting fine golden threads, radiating an aura of nobility. Without dwelling on why a non-believer could wield the power of faith, Helida quickly turned to the last page of the Bible, where a pale golden magic circle was drawn. She vividly remembered the story her teacher had told her. When the eternal ice god descended from his supreme throne, the world would face the collapse of order and the withering of life. All chaos and vitality would return to calm. Therefore, as a follower of the ice god, one must never dare to disturb him. Themoni's punishment high-level divine spell, Ice, you have disturbed eternity. Chapter 993. Surrender, and I might consider leaving you a whole corpse. The voice of the soul swept through, but was blocked by the soul barrier released by the Luos in time. Disturbed from his sleep, Lan Luo fired a flaming arrow, which, unsurprisingly, failed to even penetrate the magic barrier at the tip of the spear. He could only mutter to himself that he would never come out again. Helida regained her senses, and after much deliberation, decided against activating the divine spell at the end of the book. Although she had enough faith power, what would be the point of releasing it? Severely injure the enemy, and then destroy the Bible? She had a trump card. Could the powerful 8th-tier expert of the Dahomey family, who controlled Frostguard, not have one? Helida was extremely grateful to the ice god for giving her the composure to think calmly at any time. Turning back to the book, she activated another divine spell that was usually difficult to control. Eternal Proverb. Ascension from Despair. Intermediate divine spell. Ice. The great ice god opened one eye and spoke to his followers. Despair is both the abyss of falling into the underworld and the ladder to eternity. Step over it, and your restless souls will find peace. A wisp of sacred faith surged into her body. Helida could almost feel a warmth within it, different from the faith in the ice god. The towering spear before her seemed to shrink infinitely, no longer lofty and unattainable, but easily traversable. May the despair that shackles me finally lead to eternal life, she murmured. A petal of azure color appeared on the page, radiating a faint dragon's might, quickly merging into the page. The next moment, a magnificent frost blossom bloomed, centered on Helida. In the frigid, snow-covered Northland, where only a few special trees could survive, you could see no normal flowers or plants. Yet the frost blossom stood proudly amidst the blizzard, displaying to the world its proud bloom in the face of utter despair. A cold, noble voice seemed to echo in their minds. You deserve this blessing. The Lothars instantly felt a layer of frost solidify on their souls, allowing them to imbue all their elemental skills with extreme cold for a short time without affecting each other, while their depleted mana rapidly replenished. Without needing to communicate, the Lothars, their minds in perfect unison, cried out in unison, "Hey!" An even more powerful surge of mana erupted, freezing the area outside the barrier, forcibly pushing the spear back 10 meters, and reconstructing a sixth layer of the barrier. How is this possible? Feeling the tremor beneath his feet, Bobby's expression was one of disbelief. At most, it was just 5 7-tier cultivators. How could they possibly repel his high-level magic? But then he sneered. It was precisely because of this anomaly that they were worthy of severing his arm. His icy wings fluttered gently behind him, fine frost falling like pollen at his feet. The giant spear suddenly shrank tenfold, but its power didn't weaken. Instead, its momentum surged several times over, pressing upwards once more, instantly piercing 2 layers of barriers. A mouthful of blood spurted from Luo's mouth. The entire barrier retreated uncontrollably for hundreds of meters, almost interrupting Luo's magic. The monster corpses left on the shattered ice plains were also pulverized into ice shards by the aftershocks. Seeing the spear about to accelerate forward, even with Luo's help, it would be difficult to maintain. Little Eon Pink Luo's shoulder anxiously circled around, instinctively glaring angrily at the spear. Pink ribbons moved without wind, sweeping across the invisible waves. Affected by this, the blood and gore, almost fused with the ice waves, moved slightly, suddenly transforming into streaks of blood shooting out from the ice waves. The slightly pink bloodline was utterly intimidating, lacking both sharpness and power. Climbing onto the spear tip couldn't damage it in the slightest. Yet, the ice spear, which wasn't even a creation, seemed to have reached its peak of satisfaction. Its aura suddenly weakened, its sharpness vanished, and it became limp and lifeless. Not only was Bobby completely bewildered, but the Luos were also baffled. Only the pink-haired Luo, closest to Xiaoyi, vaguely sensed something passing by and subconsciously glanced at the huffing Xiaoyi. Could it be the adorable Xiaoyi? However, only a second later, the spear lost its bloodline and stood erect again. The Luos had no time to think, and using this hard-won respite, they finally managed to stabilize the barrier. Die! Enraged by repeated defeats, Bobby's crown, formed from shattered ice crystals, grew strangely, seemingly merging with his skin. Through his slightly pale skin, one could vaguely see icy veins. His spear shrank tenfold again, becoming only as thick as a beam. Now amplified twice, the spear slid smoothly through 3 layers of barriers, aiming for the final point. Luo! I understand. With the last syllable laboredly uttered, Luo raised the silver moon lamp high. Dazzling golden red flames shot into the sky, instantly melting away the snow and ice, revealing the shattered, parched earth and the bright, shining sun. His illusory figure was majestic and boundless, his 3 heads solemn, his hands holding 3 suns, boundless. A divine might enveloped everything, traversing countless ages and boundless space to descend upon the mortal realm. Crack! 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 The spear, unable to withstand the weight, cracked open. Bobby stared in utter shock at the magnificent, towering phantom of the god in the sky. It was scorching, burning, dazzling, with rolling heat waves unleashing a raging sea of fire and hurricanes, yet it was also so sacred, the origin of all things. Without the sun, the world would be plunged into darkness and desolation. Boom! Golden red and icy blue lightning flashed. The phantom of the crescent moon god flickered, and beside it appeared another, even more ethereal and majestic figure. Snowflakes fell, ice crystals bloomed, space and time seemed to freeze. It coldly swept its gaze across the world, and Bobby was horrified to find himself completely immobilized. With the pressure relieved, Luo collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. She vowed never to come out again, and decisively slipped into the ruined space. Luo couldn't see the anomaly in the sky. Aside from light and dark magic, she had converted all her magic into fire magic, consuming an additional 37-tier magic crystals. Her soul power had swelled to an unimaginably terrifying level. Without the assistance of the golden runes on the silver moon lamp, she would have exploded instantly. The towering pillar of fire returned, converging into 3 slowly rotating, dazzling suns suspended above the silver moon lamp. The usually docile fire magic was now extremely volatile, almost out of control. Luo gripped the silver moon lamp, desperately aiming it at the figure outside the barrier. A clearly visible fire rune appeared deep within her eyes. An extremely abundant fire magic overflowed, dyeing her waist-length hair a dazzling fiery red, and draping her in a phantom fiery red dress. The 3 majestic gods of the sky simultaneously raised their suns, and in an instant, the solar plane, separated by an infinite crystalline barrier, erupted with a torrent of golden river, the vast fire of the sun, tearing a 100-mile-long rift in the sky of the living world, plunging into the 3 suns, and igniting a raging golden red flame. The pressure, exceeding the limits of his soul and body, caused Luo to break out in a cold sweat. He pushed the sun forward with all his might, shouting at the top of his lungs, 3 suns, annihilation. Like a silent film beginning, the sun on the silver moon lamp slowly floated out, no longer unleashing its full light and heat as before, for that was merely a coordinate. At the same time, the real 3 suns silently streaked across the sky, rapidly approaching Bobby, their intense heat incinerating everything, the arrival of destruction. Damn it! Letting the divine magic fall like this, our bodies can't take it. Then Luo frantically scrambled up from the bottom of the barrier, forcibly sending Xiao Yi into the ruined space. Then, she activated the storage pendant, stuffing the exhausted Helida and the 3 unconscious ice beast men inside, and had Zilla carry the limp Luo away in the opposite direction. Bobby's eyes were bloodshot, but the strange power within him rendered him immobile. The sun sank, temperature soared, the earth melted, scorched, and boiled, and he felt his magic power boiling along with it. Aya. I hate it. Silver-haired witch. You deserve to die. Boom. All things were annihilated, all living beings vanished. At the top of the sealed barrier, an eye with condensed purple patterns was monitoring every corner of the empire. Suddenly, a dazzling flash appeared, and a golden red sphere, 1,000 miles high, rapidly expanded, engulfing the ice plains and snow-capped mountains. The purple eye widened abruptly, and a tall humanoid figure emerged from it. The figure quickly flew towards the direction of the flash, but was unexpectedly blocked by the purple eye. Don't waste your energy on her anymore. Scheming? What do you mean? She is my most precious possession. The purple-eyed figure remained blocking the humanoid's path, saying calmly, I'm watching. With that, the purple-eyed figure returned to its original position, while the humanoid spontaneously and uncontrollably collapsed. In the distant ice crystal palace, Damien angrily punched his fist, unable to understand why Enkanasa, who should have been of the same kind, would go back on his word. Did he want to monopolize that seemingly perfect human girl? Outside the old capital of Hibia, a massive army of 100,000 men stood in orderly ranks, each possessing an aura at least at the 5th rank, listening attentively to the speech of the 8th young master, hailed as the most capable candidate for the next city lord. Suddenly, a dazzling burst of fire erupted in the distance. Even though the distance was unknown, everyone felt a sudden, inexplicable heat within them. Shrike gazed intently at the direction of the firelight, then waved his hand and roared, "The moment to test your loyalty has arrived. Go forth, proclaim the glory of Canriaso, and recreate the splendor of ancient times. Canriaso is immortal. The 8th prince is mighty." The resounding shout shattered the barriers of all the surrounding satellite cities. Amidst the panicked gazes of millions of Star City residents, the 100,000 Imperial Guards, their expressions fervent, chanted slogans of Imperial restoration, forming thousands of units and scattering in all directions. To restore the ancient glory, they were willing to give everything. Something seems to be happening? Dorazel turned his head in confusion, noticing that the sky seemed brighter than usual. Inky tugged at his elbow, reminding him, Ice Rock Harbor is almost here. Let's speed things up. Good. Luckily, we stumbled upon the intact Stormbridge City while passing through the northern wind belt. Ha ha ha. Perhaps it's Brother Dorzel's good luck. I like what you said. Ankita paused almost imperceptibly, a hint of unease flashing across his fair, handsome face, before quickening his pace to create distance. Let's see who gets to Ice Rock Harbor first. Hey! Hey! You're running away. Two youths with vastly different auras chased each other, leaving behind only their listless followers. My respected young master, wait for us. A magnificent palace sits atop a towering iceberg, its low-hanging clouds flashing with continuous icy blue lightning, adding a touch of eeriness to the palace's imposing grandeur. A temporary town stretching 1,500 miles was built around the foot of the mountain, where 300 million people settled. Among them were many powerful high-level superhumans, yet no one could approach the palace high up, because the ice crystal dome surrounding the foot of the mountain isolated the imperial city from the outside world. Inside a simple cottage nestled on the outskirts of town, Wingina, dressed in a graceful orange dress, sat demurely cross-legged at the table, a deep worry etched on her brow. Is there any other way? Aaron, who was eating his lunch heartily, paused, then said awkwardly, sorry, let me think about it. Sensing her self-reproach, Wingina shook her head slightly. I know you tried your best. There's always a way. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. They had finally reached the outskirts of the royal city after a long and arduous journey, only to find that the city had erected a barrier, expelling all residents unrelated to the royal family, and preventing outsiders from entering. As a result, Aaron's knowledge of the Ice God Castle had been rendered useless. For the past 10 days or so, Wingina had tried many methods to no avail. Yet, she was unwilling to give up. For the Karlov Empire, for Xiao Luo's sacrifices, and for her own glory, she couldn't give up. Suddenly, a bright light erupted in the distant sky. Although low to mid-level extraordinary beings couldn't detect it, Wingina still felt a slight fluctuation of magical energy passing through, intense, yet carrying an extreme chill. Was there some conflict between a fire affinity extraordinary being and a local powerhouse? For no apparent reason, she thought of that lovely girl. Xiao Luo was also skilled in fire magic, but it couldn't be her, could it? Wingina suddenly felt a slight disharmony coming from the barrier at the foot of the mountain. As a top genius capable of creating her own magical techniques at the mid-level, Wingina's sensitivity to magic and runes far surpassed that of ordinary people. If she were a mage, entering the Great Library wouldn't be impossible. Even the high-level superhumans, who were guarding this place, were still wondering about the commotion in the distance. Wingina quickly took Aaron and flew to the slightly discordant location. She guessed that the fluctuation just now contained some kind of imperceptible signal, which by chance affected the stability of the Imperial City's barrier. Perhaps the problem that had been troubling them for many days could be solved. Boom! The blazing sun crashed down, its unparalleled heat and radiance washing over everything. Within a 5,000-mile radius of the vast ice plain, a rare clear sky returned, not a single snowflake falling. A light drizzle fell near the outer edge, seeping into the bare earth. At the center of the setting sun, a lava lake 500 miles deep bubbled with viscous fluid. The golden-red magma, brimming with the intense heat of the sun, would likely take hundreds of years to cool naturally, and that was in the northern lands. Suddenly, a skeletal arm emerged from the lava lake, its charred bones dripping molten lava, unlike any human arm. Splash! The arm, bracing against the lava, gave rise to a hollow skull, followed by a spine, ribs, and even toe bones. The skull rapidly rose into the air, the charred parts quickly peeling away to grow sharp ice crystals. In a short while, an exceptionally large ice crystal skull appeared above the lava lake. A grotesque head, an empty chest, excessively large ribs, icy wings, and a gently swaying skeletal tail, all revealed its inhuman nature. The icy skeleton twisted its neck, and with a sharp, teeth-grinding crack, it transformed back into Bobby's original form. Gently clenching his restored right arm, he felt no joy. The power bestowed by a great being was not a handout. Once used, there was no turning back. Silver-haired witch, heh. Leaving behind a strange, low laugh, Bobby vanished. Chapter 994. Cough cough. Cough cough cough. A small hand dug through the thick soil, and a cute head popped out. Pink Luo spat out the soil in her mouth a few times, then looked back at the radiating land behind her with a wave of fear. Shaking her long hair, Pink Luo jumped out, reached out, and pulled Purple Luo up, helping her put Luo down from her back. Luo, are you alright? At this moment, Luo's little face was pale, her body temperature was terrifyingly high, and countless faintly shimmering dark red lines appeared on her skin. These were mutations caused by the overload of fire magic. It was only thanks to elemental divine authority that she hadn't turned to ashes. Ice, fire, wood, water, darkness, and light magic intertwined on her body's surface, forming a thin radiance, constantly repairing the lines, but the effect was minimal. Luo grasped a 7th-tier magic crystal to replenish her magic power, immediately recognizing Luo's problem: damaged magic pathways, magic contamination, and bodily erosion. First, use Vitality Revival to activate your own healing abilities, then use Dispel and Water Healing to accelerate your body's awakening. This wasn't simply a loss of life force. Single-wood magic was generally ineffective, and water magic wasn't particularly specialized in healing. Furthermore, Luo had never encountered high-level light healing magic, so she had to use them all together. As expected, Lan Luo, who had just fallen asleep, was dragged out of bed once again. She initially wanted to smash a book over Luo's head, but seeing Luo's weakened state, she held back and released magic to repair Luo's cracked magic pathways. Because this injury stemmed from magic overload, and Luo's control over fire magic was extremely strong, the injury was much less severe than the one inflicted by Lily's counterattack. After Pink Luo released healing magic more than 10 times, the red marks on Luo's body had healed, and she slowly opened her tired eyes. Looks like it worked. Luo! You're awake. Pink Luo pounced on him, nuzzling his cute, soft cheek. How are you feeling? Want some more holy light to heal? I just can't take it anymore. I'm fine, but if you keep lying there, I might really get hurt. Pinching Pink Luo's happy cheek, Luo had a strange thought. Am I really this soft? Scented, soft, and adorable. Putting Pink Luo aside, Luo covered his forehead and sat up. Once he regained consciousness, the out-of-control fire magic returned to order, and his injuries healed rapidly. His gaze fell on the silver moon lamp he clutched in his right hand. A wisp of golden flame still burned in the lamp, but the golden patterns on it had extinguished. He's not dead. Luo suddenly spoke, startling Luo, who immediately muttered, No way. I felt that move was incredibly powerful. Someone below the high rank probably wouldn't be able to use that level again. Pink Luo nodded, her eyes sparkling. Yeah. So cool. That big bad guy must be dead. Luo had initially only hoped to use half her magic power to unleash the most powerful divine spell she could currently control. Even if it didn't repel the enemy, it would at least be enough to resist that magical technique, allowing her to break free and escape. However, she hadn't expected the silver moon lantern to mutate, and the divine spell released by Helida could perfectly fuse ice and fire attributes, making the final 3 suns. Annihilation completely beyond her expectations. Hearing this, Luo pushed up her non-existent glasses and explained seriously, members of the 6th rank and above in the Dahomey clan all carry crystal skulls. You know the powerful essence of demonic power, they're unkillable. Huh? But didn't you also fail to detect any life force from the enemy? Magic disorder? It seems so. Even the main body couldn't see his information clearly, right? Well, he didn't give us a chance. So the main body doesn't know his trump card, right? Luo pouted. You said everything. Can't you even let me be happy for 2 seconds? Pink Luo patted Luo's shoulder, encouraging her. It's okay, Luo, you done very well. Before the big bad guy catches up, let's continue looking for array-based materials. Luo nodded. If she couldn't defeat him with her own power, couldn't she at least use her wealth to kill him? He's just an 8th-tier cultivator, not an entire family. Purple Luo went back. She still needed to tell Moriarty about this. Perhaps the little guy had a different opinion on arrays. Pink Luo released the others. Helida was in a state of magic and faith power deficiency. The former was relatively easy to recover, but the latter required day and night prayers to obtain. In addition, with the ice god leaving the living world, she clearly felt that the speed of obtaining faith power had slowed down considerably. Xiaoyi was happy to see that Fenlu was alright, and even brought a gift from Xania. A life fruit filled with concern. Fenlu generously cut it into pieces and shared it with everyone, including the 3 orcs, including Nielwar, who had been unconscious due to the oppressive aura. Nyler took a bite, and his dazed mind instantly cleared completely. The hidden injuries he had sustained in the battle were completely healed, and he vaguely felt his lifespan had increased. This made the 92nd son so excited that his eyes welled up with tears, and he racked his brains to use every word of praise he could think of to describe Fenlu and the others. My benefactors, this is my father's token. As long as you have it, no one in the Snow Beast territory will dare to harm you. A snowflake-shaped token forged from ice crystals appeared in Neeler's hand, imbued with a wild, bloodthirsty aura. At first glance, it seemed as if one could see the Ice Beast King seated on a throne of bones. The craftsmanship was mediocre, but its significance was immeasurable. Despite Neeler's persistent insistence, Luo accepted it. If I have the opportunity, I will visit the Snow Beast territory. As for when that opportunity would come, perhaps several hundred years later. After a brief chat, when Neelar learned that the perpetrators were actually the Dahomey family, he couldn't help but click his tongue. That was a powerful force comparable to his father's territory. He admired Luo's boldness and fearlessness even more. Fearing pursuit from enemies, Luo didn't stay long this time. After telling Neelar about some major events in the Empire, he bid them farewell. Could this be considered a sign of easing tensions between the two races? 10 years ago, even if Luo had saved them, he might have been labeled as having ill intentions. Thinking of how the Mage Hall had already mediated several battles between the two races in the Eastern Continent, Luo couldn't help but suspect that the 6 Great Halls were already preparing for the turmoil of the end times. Luo recast the shielding spell. Although the Dahomey family seemed to have a way to circumvent the shield, other extraordinary beings couldn't. One loophole shouldn't render magic useless. At this moment, the group was less than 1,000 miles from the northern wind belt. They would arrive in another day. In the old capital of Hibia, in the backyard of the sacred blue Frus Cathedral. A cute little head peeked out from under the door. After carefully observing to make sure no one was paying attention, it tiptoed to the front courtyard. Outside the hall, several elegantly dressed young nobles were talking with a nun. After confirming they weren't paying attention, she nestled among the greenery and slowly made her way to the front yard fence. Just as she was about to climb over, a helpless voice sounded behind her. "Miss Bauer, it's time for afternoon tea." Anna Bauer froze, about to say something, when a woman's hands appeared under her armpits, gently lifting her up. "It's dangerous outside, you can't run around." "Sister Mary," Bauer just wanted to see. "Lying isn't good for a child." Mary put Anna Bauer down, expertly taking her small hand and leading her to the backyard. Mary felt a headache and helplessness towards this foreign girl, personally ordered by the Archbishop to be well cared for. She had already sneaked away at least 10 times in just a few days. To make matters worse, she was quite powerful, having already reached the transcendent level, requiring Mary and several other nuns to be constantly vigilant to keep an eye on her. Having failed to sneak away again, Anna Bauer looked dejected, but could only follow the nun back to the backyard. On a distant rooftop, a stunningly beautiful young woman in a flowing ice blue dress silently watched the scene unfold. Only after Anna Bauer returned to the backyard did she vanish like snowflakes. Inside Silver Mountain Manor, Hong Luo, draped in a red cloak, opened her eyes, rose, and stepped outside. A short while later, Asri appeared with her in the meeting hall. "Lady Asri, it's time for me to leave. Miss Hong Luo, thank you for your care these past few days. Silver Mountain Manor will keep silent and never reveal any information about you." Hong Luo gently set down her teacup, unmoved by the gesture, and coldly replied, "If it weren't for Luo's request, I would rather Silver Mountain Manor simply disappear. Too many people know. Miss Hong Luo is too kind. You are a friend of Priestess Helida, and a lifelong friend of Silver Mountain Manor." Despite their similar appearances, Asri felt a stronger pressure from Hong Luo. However, Hong Luo had indeed captured over a dozen groups of spies from other noble families for Silver Mountain Manor, and those people shouldn't dare approach again for a while. With her husband's return and her father's support, Silver Mountain Manor's safety would be guaranteed. Hong Luo gave a soft hum. Asri wondered if it was just her imagination, but she saw a single Ahog, cowlick, stick up on the girl's head, swaying back and forth, as if she were happy. "Maybe I'm mistaken," Asri muttered to herself. Looking up again, she found Hong Luo had vanished. She had to give up. The inner city of the old capital wasn't peaceful yet, and she needed to handle matters carefully, especially spreading false information to quickly obscure the relationship between Silver Mountain Manor and Priestess Helida's group, lest they become a weakness for the other side. This was not only self-protection, but also the best protection for her friend. Originally, Luo planned to have Hong Luo observe for about a month to ensure safety before leaving, but firstly, 8th-tier experts were too difficult to deal with, and Hong Luo was the strongest among her clones. With her assistance, things wouldn't be so difficult. Secondly, the old capital is teeming with Dahomey warriors, and Hong Luo nearly discovered herself several times. Fortunately, her clones were able to scout from a distance and stay away from the enemy in time. The longer she stayed in the old capital, the easier it would be to be exposed, which would be counterproductive. Now that it's confirmed that Silver Mountain Manor and Anna Bauer haven't become enemy targets, Hong Luo's mission is complete. However, Hong Luo is unaware that when she returned to Luo's side, Anna Bauer, who was sullenly eating snacks in the Holy Frost Church, had a flash of purple light in her eyes. She drew a line of runes on the table with her fingertips, then jumped off her chair and left the dining room. Strangely, Sister Mary, less than 3 meters away, didn't notice at all, continuing to sew her dress, happily imagining Anna Bauer looking adorable in a white dress. That's the northern wind belt ahead. The wind is so strong. Pink Lo spread her arms, letting the gale that easily swept away boulders whip through her hair. However, the wind quickly softened as it approached her, as if unwilling to harm her. That must be Andre's city. Let's go there first. Lo had heard of Andre's city more than once, but this was the first time she'd seen it in person. To be honest, it was unremarkable, not even comparable to a typical medium-sized city. But considering its main purpose, it seemed quite normal. Helida silently followed beside her, still pondering who the red figure that had flashed past Lo earlier was. No, more than one. She silently counted in her mind. The cheerful and outgoing Pink Lo, like a friendly neighbor, the aloof and calm purple-robed mage, the casually dressed but resentful and languid girl, and the unknown girl in a red dress with cold eyes. The witch really likes making life-size magical puppets. Miss Witch, are you a puppeteer? Luo hesitated, blinking, not understanding her meaning, but answered truthfully, no, but I know a genius puppeteer. Helida nodded slightly, seemingly understanding. Perhaps? Luo didn't dwell on it, and quickly approached Andre's city. Perhaps due to the influx of foreigners, Andre's city's security was weak, and Luo and his group easily entered. Compared to the southern underground city of Kachin, the northern surface city of Andre was much more vibrant. Normal life continued on the streets. Apart from the restriction on mortals leaving the city, it was almost identical to before the lockdown. They could even see a few adventurers returning from the hunt. There were also furry orcs walking the streets, arousing both curiosity and fear in the children. Of course, the human superhumans were mostly repulsed, but clearly restrained themselves, showing no intention of attacking. The arrival of Luo and her group went unnoticed. Not many could see through her shielding magic. Upon arriving in the new city, Luo suggested trying the local cuisine and gathering information about the extremist merchant guild. Luo thought it was a great idea, but unfortunately, she didn't know when the enemy would catch up, so she decisively declined the wonderful suggestion. Eat whatever you want in Ice Rock Harbor, let's find the local bigwigs first. However, before finding any bigwigs, Luo unexpectedly saw two somewhat familiar figures. Kenfiros Reiner? Our benefactors? You're back. The two were the family Luo had rescued in the northern wind belt. After the destruction of the Kachin South underground city, they had followed the main force to Andre's city. They never expected to run into them in the North City. Andre's city was divided into 4 cities. The probability of encountering them was comparable to finding a pearl on the beach. Reunited with their benefactors, who had saved their family, and the Kachin South underground city, the two were extremely excited and immediately stopped what they were doing, insisting on giving Luo and her group a proper welcome. Kenfilos currently lives in a modest 2-story house, and works as a security guard at the Storm Bridge in the Andre North underground city. He came to the surface city today to buy some daily necessities, and unexpectedly ran into Luo. In the cozy little house, Reiner's mother, Antina, was also there. Upon seeing Luo, she decided to cook a delicious meal herself. Don't let my superhuman status fool you, she said. I used to be the head chef at a tavern. The family's warm hospitality made it difficult for Luo to refuse, and he was delighted by the friendly atmosphere. After Luo explained his purpose, Kenfilos stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment before speaking. There have indeed been quite a few foreigners coming in lately, but compared to the residents of Andre's city, they are far too few. My duties are also quite demanding, so I don't know much about the extremist merchant guild. However, please rest assured, benefactor, thanks to your efforts, I now hold a high position, and will soon be able to find out the information you need. Having said that, he hurriedly left the house without waiting for Antina to finish preparing the meal, leaving his son, Reiner, completely bewildered. By the grace of the ice god, he was just a young man in his early 20s. How could he possibly speak to his beautiful and powerful benefactor before him? Fortunately, Fenlua was understanding and deliberately brought up the topic of cultivation, so the atmosphere quickly returned to normal. Antina, as expected of a superhuman who had served as a head chef, possessed culinary skills that were in no way inferior to those of a nobleman's professional chef. The food in the restaurants and taverns outside was incomparable. Little he ate until his belly was bulging, and even Helida, who had absolutely no interest in food, praised it highly. Luo savored the tender and juicy ribs in his mouth, thinking that he hadn't had time to feed little Audie any monster meat. Next time he encountered a monster, he collected some of the best cuts. About half an hour later, Kenfilos returned, handing Luo a stack of intelligence reports. My benefactor, the people from the Extremity Merchant Guild have really arrived. They're in the southern city of Andrian, planning to hold an auction tonight. Luo wasn't interested in the auction. She just wanted to know the guild's exact location. She then asked Kenthalos where there was a large quantity of ice crystal ore, and the reply was the city lord's mansion. So, the group planned to go to the city lord's mansion first, then head to the Extremity Merchant Guild. Kenthalos volunteered to lead them to the city lord, and Luo naturally had no reason to refuse. The less time they spent there, the lower the probability of the enemy catching up. Although Luo hadn't sensed the magic left along the way being triggered, she couldn't be sure the enemy was truly dead. No one knows how vast the Origin Sea is. The 3 continents spanning millions of miles are less than a tenth the size of the Origin Sea. It is said that on its inaccessible shore lies the exit from this world. The origins of the Origin Sea are shrouded in mystery, with the most widespread legend claiming that the divine fall that occurred millions of years ago was actually caused by a magically powerful meteorite crashing down from the heavens, creating the Origin Sea and shattering the entire Great World into 3 primordial planes. Later, the living world gradually disintegrated, splitting into numerous living planes, with the current Arcandia plane being the largest. Regarding this legend, Pearl thought that if it were true, then the meteorite from 10 million years ago should still be unearthed at the bottom of the Origin Sea. Glug glug. She exhaled bubbles, her long white fishtail swaying as she swam nimbly in the dark waters. Beside her, 2 icebergs emanated extreme cold, and within them lay a young human man and woman, seemingly lying peacefully. Viguria, Manita, you're so slow. I've been out for so long, and you're still freezing. Humph, the future high priest is something else. Lo, when I get back, you better prepare to die. Hee hee. By the way, is this how villains laugh? It doesn't sound right. Splash. 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 This doesn't seem natural either. Hee hee. How about this? Strange laughter echoed from the dark, sunless depths of the sea. In the distance, a shadow larger than a mountain range swept by, yet dared not approach, as if it were merely guarding. Chapter 995. The Lord of the North Underground City was very easy to talk to, perhaps due to Kenthalos' reputation, or perhaps because the foreigner brought hope. When Luo proposed purchasing a large quantity of ice crystal ore, the Lord readily agreed, though a 30% price increase compared to usual was unavoidable. According to Luo's calculations, approximately 100,000 cubic meters of ice crystal ore were needed, costing a total of 8,000 6-tier magic crystals. Their finances were manageable, as these were basic materials, at most of slightly higher quality. However, when asked about the missing rare materials, the Lord could only shake his head helplessly, stating that he had only heard of rock giants and wondered how they could possess blood. Leaving the North Underground City Lord's mansion, Luo planned to visit the other 3 City Lord's mansions and consult renowned local merchants. Although the materials were rare, Luo didn't believe no one with good fortune had heard of or encountered them. Led by Kenthalos, Luo and her group visited 3 city lords. Except for the lord of the southern upper city, who seemed somewhat unwelcoming, the others were all happy to trade magic crystals. With the imperial blockade still in effect, stockpiling more magic crystals was always a good thing. Luo purchased some materials for large-scale formations to prepare for unforeseen circumstances, but unfortunately, she still couldn't find out about those rare materials. Before nightfall, Luo and her group searched for large merchants. To their delight, they learned that a shop that had been selling alchemy potions for generations possessed bone powder from Mayan lizards. However, the shop owner also stipulated that the trade required materials imbued with a strong aura of death. The shop owner didn't explain, but materials containing death energy weren't exactly contraband. They were readily available throughout the Garen Empire. Luo wisely didn't ask further, as she had happened to have been to the Netherworld and collected some strange yellow sand imbued with death energy. After much time and effort, the first rare material was finally obtained. Furthermore, he learned from the shop owner about another material, the blood of a rock giant. Guest, your knowledge of materials is so extensive, you must know that only naturally armored rock giants can condense the blood of rock. Beneath the northern wind belt, many subterranean magical beasts surge forth. 300 years ago, my grandfather saw a blue-armored rock giant roaming the area. Perhaps it contains the material you need. However, the area beneath the northern wind belt is extremely dangerous. Even high-level transcendents might not be able to withstand it. On his way to the desperate merchant guild's headquarters, Luo was still pondering whether it was worth the risk of venturing into the lower levels of the northern wind belt. If too much time was wasted, it would be counterproductive. He touched the dim pendant on his chest, wondering when the divine power of the fire god within would be restored. Let's go check with the Extinction Merchant Guild first. If we really can't gather enough, we have to use that. Just then, a large crowd suddenly appeared on the street ahead, arguing around the Extinction Merchant Guild's headquarters. Pink Luo curiously ran over, but quickly returned, her face indignant. Luo, they're actually selling slaves. Luo frowned instinctively, but the Agnesa Empire didn't prohibit the buying and selling of slaves, and there were many slave traders in the old capital. She couldn't interfere. Let's go take a look. Quietly pushing through the crowd, Luo saw the reason for the gathering. A makeshift trading area had been set up with canvas in the open space, with 20 large cages neatly stacked inside. Each cage contained a different race. Some were the white-haired orcs common in the north, others were rarer half-orcs, and Luo even saw a golden-haired elf with pointed ears curled up deep inside. The Desolate Merchant Guild is really audacious. Aren't they afraid the elves will find out? This is the north. How could those self-proclaimed arrogant elves show up here? It's a pity they're too expensive, otherwise I like to buy them too. Forget it, they're obviously eyeing us. Maybe their clients are big shots from big cities. Never mind, I see some orcs that look pretty strong. I wonder if we could buy them as guards. Orcs were just showing up recently. Aren't we afraid of being confronted if we buy them? The crowd was noisy, mostly there for the spectacle. Some were tempted, but worried about retaliation from their fellow slaves. After all, a sale is a one-time event, there's no concept of after-sales service. Luo, that elf is so pitiful, should we buy him? Don't talk like the other slaves aren't pitiful. Then let's buy them all. Smack. A finger flicked Luo's smooth head, and Luo knew perfectly well that his thoughts were simply a natural fondness for the elves because of his past experiences with them. Well, it also had a tiny bit to do with their handsome and beautiful appearance. But Luo didn't recognize the elf, and couldn't just save them all. Activating insight, Luo's gaze swept over the slaves. Most were at the first level of the Transcendent Realm, bound by slave contracts around their necks. One burly white tiger man was at the second level, but looked listless, suffering from severe internal injuries. His gaze fell on the elven girl deep within, revealing all her information. Transcendent Realm, first level, wood, earth, mage, elven priestess, a young elven girl who had run away. Her identity seemed extraordinary, yet she had been enslaved due to underestimating the complexities of human nature. She carries a faint aura of the Tree of Life, easily attracting the covetous eyes of magical beasts. Note 1. Slave contract in effect. Note 2. Power sealed. Note 3. Born from the source fruit of the Tree of Life, naturally endowed with life force, close to plants. Note 4. Protected by the Goddess of Life, her body is inviolable. Note 5. Blessed by the Goddess of Life, extreme affinity with wood. Evaluation. An innocent girl, saving her will gain her favor plus 100. Luo narrowed her eyes, her mind suddenly racing. Come to think of it, the seven-colored tree seemed to be within the elven territory. Perhaps this child possessed it? Moreover, a rare, extremely wood affinity attribute shouldn't be an object for someone with a twisted sense of humor. It should serve a greater purpose, like attracting certain beings. Suddenly, a slender finger poked her cheek. Pink Luo pouted and poked again. Luo, that's not right. It's just a thought. If she has seven-colored tree bark, let's save her. Pink Luo's face immediately lit up. I knew Luo was a kind-hearted person. She chuckled. Let's make this clear. Only she has the seven-colored tree. Pink Luo pushed Luo's back towards the canvas tent. Okay, I know Luo's a bit shy. Everyone knows what you mean. Helida followed behind, nodding thoughtfully. So this is what they call Sundra. Should she change her opinion of the silver-haired witch? With Kinphilos keeping watch outside, he was even more certain that his benefactor was a good person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have helped him, a complete stranger. There are definitely more good people than bad. Inside the greenhouse sat a richly dressed man with a small mustache, counting jingling gold coins in a comfortable recliner. Upon seeing someone arrive, he immediately stood up, a smile spreading across his face. He was about to speak, but upon seeing that it was three girls, his smile vanished instantly. Go away, go away. Where did these little kids come from? This isn't a place for you to play house. Click. A magic crystal appeared before him, and the man with the mustache's smile returned, faster than flipping through a book. So you're a rare guest. These are all top-quality slaves. Buying them would definitely be a good deal. Look at this white fox woman, beautiful and strong. Besides guarding the place, she also be pleasing to the eye. Luo ignored his incessant chatter, and went directly to the elven girl. The man with the mustache looked at her, a hint of hesitation on his face. Honored guest, this elven slave. Since you put, come out, that's the merchandise, isn't it? Am I wrong? No, no. It's just, this was a valuable commodity that the Grand Steward intended to sell to the nobles of the old capital of Hibia. He was only using it as a showpiece. If he were to sell it carelessly, the Grand Steward would skin him alive. However, Locke had no time for cryptic talk. He crouched down to examine it closely. The cage had a powerful seal connected to the slave mark on the neck. Low-level extraordinary beings didn't have strong self-healing abilities. Once their necks were broken, they would die instantly. Coupled with their sealed strength, the slaves couldn't escape the cage. The elven girl was about 1.4 meters tall, a true little girl. Locke estimated her age to be no more than 50, which would be equivalent to a teenager in humans. She was covered only by a few tattered pieces of cloth, which had been washed clean and had a faint, pleasant, fresh scent. She appeared extremely fair and tender, a common tactic used by slave traders. The elven girl looked timid, cowering in the corner of the cage, her delicate toes clenched tightly, her arms wrapped around her trembling body, trying to minimize her presence. What's your name? The elven girl's ears twitched, her head lowered even further, clearly terrified. But the next moment, a ring appeared around her neck, erupting with intense lightning, and the sharp pain made her scream. Are you deaf? A distinguished guest is asking your name. The mustachioed man cursed, kicking her, but it was as if he had stepped into mud. He lost his balance and slammed to the ground, the controller in his hand flying out and landing steadily in Pink Luo's hand. Don't bully this child. Tell your master I bought her. Pink Luo huffed and tossed the mustachioed boy aside, tenderly casting healing magic on the elven girl to ease the pain of her slave mark. Scared? Don't be afraid, we're not bad people, we won't let you get hurt. Luo sighed and slapped his forehead. Oh well, Pink Luo was one of him after all. She was just a slave. How expensive could she be? He'd just buy her. Completely forgetting his earlier statement that he bought her because of the 7-colored tree information. Perhaps it was the comfort brought by the healing magic, or perhaps sensing Pink Luo's approachable aura, the elven girl finally slowly raised her head. The onlookers finally saw the girl's captivating face. Her slightly chubby cheeks were more perfect than a painter's masterpiece, like a work of art sculpted by the gods. Her timid emerald eyes and tightly pursed pale lips were so alluring, making people curse the slave trader's evil deeds, while simultaneously fantasizing that they themselves were the lucky ones to buy her. Humans are nothing more than this, loving yet selfish, neutral yet chaotic. Ilo Aaron. Aaron's voice was soft. She immediately buried her head back down after speaking, making Pink Luo's heart ache even more. What kind of experiences could make a girl, who should be so bright and cheerful, become so timid? Reading Pink Luo's thoughts, Luo was somewhat speechless. With a slight thought, a drop of sap from the tree of life appeared at her fingertip, quickly transforming into mist that enveloped Aaron and seeped into her, replenishing the deficiencies in her constitution caused by long-term malnutrition. Ah! A cool, comfortable sensation made Eileen gasp softly. She looked up in surprise. How could this beautiful woman possess fresh sap from the tree of life? Her lips moved slightly, and she softly said, "Thank you, but you can't buy mine." Pink was delighted that she had spoken first, and clasped her hands together, smiling. "Don't worry, we have plenty of money." But Eileen just shook her head, muttering, "You're good people, don't worry about me, just go." Pink keenly sensed the fear and despair in Eileen's voice. It seemed she knew something, which was why she believed she had no hope of being rescued. "Don't worry, no one can stop us here. Although their magic hasn't fully recovered, Andre City's overall strength is only SOSO, Lo and Helida could easily wipe them out together." "Ha! I thought it was someone important, but it's just a few little girls." What a boastful tone. "This steward will see how you claim no one can stop you." A slightly shrill voice came from the side, forcing the crowd to push aside and reveal a portly figure. He was puffing on a handmade cigar, expensive gems and rare ornaments casually adorning his exquisitely crafted leather coat. His extravagant wealth left everyone speechless. A man with a mustache, clutching his aching back, fawned over Luo and the other two women, tattling on them. Clearly, Luo's earlier actions had angered him. But upon seeing the newcomer, the women were startled. The newcomer's beady eyes slowly widened, and after a strange silence, he gritted his teeth and growled, "So it's you. You dare show your face before me, the Grand Steward? You're asking for death." The chubby man was none other than the slave trader Luo had encountered in the other dimension, known as the Grand Steward. Puppet, Extraordinary Tier 3, Tier 8, Earth, Fire, Summoner, Summoned Beast, the Grand Steward of the Desperate Merchant Guild, a powerful summoner possessing superhuman magical reserves and soul power, allowing him to control more and more powerful summoned beasts. Note 1. The summoner's physical body is comparable to a mage's. Note 2. This is a puppet clone, incredibly sturdy, sharing memories. Note 3. Possessed by a rock giant, physical constitution greatly enhanced. Note 4. Lifelink active, vitality greatly enhanced. Evaluation. He's still as powerful as ever. A burst of white mist suddenly erupted, transforming into a swift pillar of fire that shot towards Pink Luo. The Grand Steward seemed to see through Pink Luo's disguise, believing her to be the culprit who had hindered his capture of slaves. However, times had changed. In the other dimension, Luo was badly beaten by the Grand Steward's summoned beasts, but now Luo was no longer a novice. With a thought, the pillar of fire vanished instantly, and the Grand Steward's puppet form was forcibly controlled by an invisible force, unable to move. As the saying goes, enemies are bound to be furious when they meet. Lok showed no mercy. Under the incredulous and shocked gaze of the Grand Steward, she waved her hand lightly, and the puppet's body was instantly shattered into pieces. All the props and rings on its body were confiscated before they even had a chance to be activated. A towering rock giant appeared, but before it could rise, it shattered into an ice sculpture. Luo grinned maliciously, revealing his true form, and shrugged at the head steward, who now only had a head. So it's the Grand Steward of the Desperate Merchant Guild. My apologies for not recognizing you sooner. I never expected to meet you here after all these years. Thank you for your help with the treasure last time. I was just lamenting that I never meet such a kind person again. I didn't expect you to be so generous, knowing I was in trouble, and immediately coming to my door to give it to me. I admire you. You? You? The Grand Steward was furious. What did she mean by help? What did she mean by coming to my door to give it to me? It was clearly outright robbery. If his real body could enter, he would have made this girl taste the bitterness of being a slave. Don't be so smug. If you're so capable, go ahead and be arrogant in front of me. I'm not stupid. Only a fool would come knocking. Anyway, you don't know who I am, right? The Grand Steward's tone faltered. He was in charge of the slave division in the Desperate Merchant Guild, constantly sending his puppet clones to various small planes and alternate dimensions to capture slaves. He rarely paid attention to the younger generation in the living world, and truly didn't know who the girl who had caused him trouble twice was. However, he quickly sneered, "Don't underestimate the power of the most powerful merchant guild in the north. I'd let you be smug for a few days, but I soon teach you what true suffering is." Ha ha! His head suddenly swelled, unleashing a powerful surge of magical energy that threatened to flatten the entire area. People panicked and scattered in all directions. Most of the inhabitants were mortals. If the magic spread, the entire city of Andrian might be destroyed. The man with the mustache screamed and ran away in a frantic panic, forgetting even how to fly. Inside the shed, slaves trembled. Some tried to break free of their cages, some waited to die, and some begged Luo for help. Erin, huddled in the cage, was filled with panic, but she quickly crawled towards Pink Luo, pushing her with her small, weak hands. Go! You can definitely escape. Huh? Why run? Pink Luo tilted her head, finding Erin incredibly cute. She casually summoned a wisp of green wind to envelop the puppet's head. To Erin's astonishment, the head exploded, yet not a wisp of wind was stirred. She finally realized how true Pink Luo's words, "Here, no one can stop us," were. So powerful. She murmured, a glimmer of light gradually appearing in her timid green eyes, a yearning for power. Chapter 996. The crowded streets became deserted. Even the personnel at the Desperate Merchant Guild stronghold had fled. Luo entered the stronghold alone, spreading her senses, and quickly discovering a temporary warehouse storing supplies, and 2 rings under tight protection. However, the items displayed there couldn't be anything of high quality. Luo looked around, picking only a few interesting trinkets. Then, with a light flick of her finger, the barrier shattered. After taking the 2 rings, Luo didn't linger, taking Eileen with her and leaving. However, before leaving, Luo accidentally opened all the cage seals. As for the fate of the slaves, that was no longer her concern. In an ordinary restaurant, Eileen devoured a simple vegetable salad, her cheeks bulging, completely unconcerned about the milky white sauce staining her nose. She showed no elegance befitting an elf. It seemed only a full stomach made her feel alive. As she ate, she suddenly stopped, her eyes instantly reddening and large tears streaming down her face. What? She sniffled, then frantically stuffed the vegetables from her bowl into her mouth again. Enough. A small, delicate hand gently covered her eyes, and a soft, comforting touch came from the back of her head. Child, you done very well. A small mistake shouldn't be a reason for you to suffer. If you want to cry, just cry it out. Eileen's movements paused, her body trembling slightly. A low sob escaped her pale throat, tears streaming down her face, soaking Pinky's palms. She abruptly turned her head, pressing her cheek against Pinky's tummy, her small hands gripping Pinky's skirt tightly. What? The sobs could no longer be suppressed. All of Eileen's grievances and pain erupted at that moment. She didn't understand why she had suffered so much torment just for coming out for some fresh air. Why were the people outside so different from the people in the forest? What? Listening to Eileen's heart-wrenching wails, Pink Lou gently patted the back of her head. Cry, cry, it's all right, it's all right. The soothing words were like an ethereal fairy song. Although Eileen's body was healed by magic and the sap of the Tree of Life, the time she had been a slave had taken a heavy toll on her spirit. Within minutes, her sobs became intermittent, and she fell into a deep sleep against Pink Lou. I take her to rest, Pink Lou, Priestess Helida, and Kinfellows. I leave this to you. Pink Lou and Eileen disappeared from the spot. For Eileen, the human territory had caused her immense suffering. She would likely feel even worse here. Helida was usually silent. Her style leaned towards protection, akin to being close to the gods, thus elevating one's heart, so she disliked war and captivity. Kinfellows was still processing what had just happened. His family's benefactor had gone to the extremist merchant guild, killed its leader, rescued a little elf, freed all the slaves, and was now casually dining in a restaurant. Truly a benefactor. Luo was sorting through the loot he had collected. There was shielding magic around, so there was no need to worry about ordinary diners noticing. The 2 rings he obtained from the stronghold had seals, but they weren't strong. Luo could easily break them. Probing inside, Luo pulled out a booklet titled Extremist Merchant Guild Auction List. If he wasn't mistaken, the items in those 2 rings were the items for tonight's auction. Carefully flipping through the list, he could only say that the large merchant guild was incredibly generous. Even for an auction held in a small city, the displayed items were quite valuable. A gold-grade sword, skill fragments unearthed from ancient ruins, potions to cure magic pollution, master-crafted ornaments, etc. Well, none of these were of much use to Luo, so he tossed them all into the ruin's spatial storage. Next came the main event, the treasures carried by the Grand Steward's puppet. The seals were as strong as ever, but much stronger. It took Luo about 15 minutes to unlock most of them. There was even a ring whose seal couldn't be opened at all. A quick glance revealed that it contained mostly higher quality goods, presumably items intended for auction in a major city. Of course, the most abundant item was magic crystals, 3 times more high-level magic crystals than Luo herself possessed. Unable to find the material she wanted, Luo could only pin her hopes on the unsealed ring. A short while later, Xiao emerged from the ruins, handing over the ring Moriarty had unlocked, along with the little one's message. General Fear said she's recently developed a new potion that can cast a curse on Sister Luo. Wait, does she need a curse? Xiao continued reading meticulously. The general said the curse will imbue Sister Luo with his power, but only if she endures some side effects that Xiao doesn't understand. That's all, Sister Luo, I'm going back now. Side effects suspicious. Luo felt she needed to find an unlucky person to test the potion on before Moriarty calmed down. However, now that Red Luo was back, and Purple Luo needed to assist with potion development, Moriarty didn't have much energy left for the time being, which was a good thing, as children get too idle. She vaguely remembered that when Moriarty built the dark prison, she enjoyed a brief period of peace. Shaking her head, Luo focused her attention back on the unsealing ring. As soon as her senses probed inside, a small golden cage leaped out, inside which was a small blue bird with unusually long tail feathers. The bird, no bigger than a fist, lay dormant in its cage, its blue feathers fluttering in the breeze. Its golden beak was slightly damaged, and a multicolored crest adorned its head, swaying gently with a peculiar rhythm. Most striking were its 7 straight tail feathers, each longer than 3 of its own body, bulging at the tips to form a fan shape. A whispering bird? Luo exclaimed in surprise. From what she knew, whispering birds soared year-round in the extremely high skies, never touching the ground. They were proud and unyielding, and would die instantly if captured. How could the Extinction Merchant Guild possibly have caught one? However, at least there was a clue to the second material. Getting the whispering bird to sing was a slightly difficult task. Luo had no idea how to make it sing. After thinking for a moment, Luo decided not to take it out to avoid disturbing the whispering bird, and continued her search with a relaxed mood. Behind the gilded cage was a pile of scrolls. Luo took them out and examined them. Most of them were inscribed with high-level magic, about 20 in total. He guessed they were meant to protect his puppets, but the Grand Steward had severely underestimated Luo's strength and hadn't had a chance to use them. There were also 3 unknown scrolls. Judging from the power fluctuations, they were likely forbidden techniques. Their effects were unknown. Surprisingly, there was even a divine magic scroll among them, exactly the same as the Wind Realm scroll he had obtained before. Luo couldn't help but suspect that the Extinction Merchant Guild might be connected to the Winged People to obtain so many wind attribute goods. After spending some time sorting through the high-level ring, besides the Wind Realm scroll, there were 5 other items. 3 life-saving items, a small, crystal-clear bead like jade, a register imbued with the power of a contract, a slender, snow-white magic wand, and a section of a 7-colored tree branch. Luo's eyes lit up as she took out the branch. If she wasn't mistaken, it was a branch of the 7-colored tree. Such a rare material couldn't have appeared without the permission of the elves. It must have been stolen from Aaron by the Extremity Merchant Guild. Robbing really does make you rich, Luo muttered, rubbing her chin as she put away her spoils. Realizing it was getting late, she selected several high-level scrolls and a potion that could slightly increase magic affinity to give to Kinphilos. Although the latter wanted to refuse, Luo's words, "Think of that child, Reiner," forced him to accept the gift with tears in his eyes. The group had lingered in Andre City for quite some time. Although the enemy hadn't yet come knocking, Luo didn't plan to stay any longer. They still hadn't obtained the rock giant's blood. They could only head to the lower levels of the northern wind belt to try their luck. Declining Kinphilos' offer to stay, Lo and Helida left Andre City, leaving behind several sensing spells around them. Standing on the edge of a cliff torn apart by a hurricane, the north wind howled, blurring their vision and senses. Below, the bottomless ravine seemed to lead straight to the earth, dark, scorching, and unknown. "Shall we go?" "Yes." Eileen felt as if she had returned to her homeland. The cold and pain were gone. Sunlight streamed through the forest, casting dappled patterns. A gentle breeze carried the fragrance of flowers and grass. The plants whispered indistinctly, full of childlike innocence. In the dim light, she seemed to see a beautiful girl with a bright smile descending from the sky, her pink lips moving as if she were saying something. A soft groan escaped her lips. Eileen rubbed her eyes and sat up. It felt like she hadn't had such a beautiful dream in a very long time. "Huh?" She suddenly widened her eyes, the lingering drowsiness instantly vanishing. A soft touch touched her bottom, and before her was a vast expanse of green, a vibrant life force so dense it seemed to melt into mist, filling the surroundings, as if she had returned to the embrace of her mother tree. Huh? 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 Was she dreaming? Eileen suddenly turned her head, and as her gaze moved upward, her small mouth slowly opened. A massive, ancient tree trunk, thicker than a house, stood straight, piercing the sky, its top invisible. Dense branches grew wildly, like a curtain covering the sky, bestowing vibrant life upon this land. Life, life, life-giving tree of life. And it was still so big. Had the tree of life of the forest been dug up? Eileen stiffly turned back, only to see that her clothes had changed. The tattered strips of cloth were gone, replaced by a fresh, green long dress. The dress brushed against her delicate skin, sending a soft, comfortable sensation through her. But for some reason, there was also a small vest underneath, perfectly covering her slightly protruding breasts. "You're awake." A gentle voice sounded, and Eileen instinctively turned and hesitated. But when she saw the petite figure emerging from behind the tree, she felt a surge of relief. However, remembering what she had done before falling asleep, her cheeks flushed red. She quickly sat up, her delicate fingers unconsciously twisting together, appearing quite reserved, and whispered in a barely audible voice, "Thank you." Thunlu smiled, not minding her timidity. "I accept this thank you. From now on you're free." Eileen was startled, quickly reaching for her neck. Finding she couldn't find the collar that bound her, her eyes welled up with tears again, and she choked out, "Thank you. Thank you. If you still need to cry, I can lend you my shoulder." Eileen immediately felt embarrassed, a cute blush spreading across her pointed ears. She lowered her head, hugging her arms and fidgeting, no need. "Sit down, I love the view here." Pinkie Pie swayed gently on the swing, patting the empty seat beside her. Eileen hesitated for a moment, then obediently sat down. The swing wasn't big, the two little girls could fit comfortably together. Squeak, squeak. The swing swayed, and Eileen's mood seemed to be purified, slowly calming down. After a long while, the swing gradually stopped, and Eileen lowered her head, slowly recounting her experiences. In the Eastern continent, There are 3 vast primeval forests, corresponding to 3 ancient divine trees that have stood for millions of years in the living world. Legend has it that in the era when angels and dragons still existed, the first elf was born from the Tree of Life. Later, as the population increased, the elf race transitioned from being solely born from the Tree of Life to being born through reproduction. However, countless years have passed, and the position of priest, responsible for communicating between the goddess of life and the Tree of Life, still follows the ancient custom, being chosen from among the naturally born elves from the fruit of the Tree of Life. The smallest of these is Green Ganoderma Forest, where the Green Ganoderma divine tree is the youngest, only 1.1 million years old. Erin was born from the Green Ganoderma divine tree, taking the tree as her mother and the earth as her father, thus becoming one of the candidates for the next priestess. Erin herself is timid and not actually suited to be a priestess, but as a possessor of ultimate wood affinity, she is highly regarded by the elders. To live up to the elders' kindness, Erin resolves to cultivate and learn all the knowledge required to become a priestess. The elven race's inheritance is divided into 2 parts. Most elves, like other races, go to the temple to learn and advance, while a few core members can inherit through the Tree of Life. However, this inheritance involves immense pressure, and the learning is extremely tedious, causing Erin to gradually become weary. 5 years ago, fresh from her ascension to the transcendent realm, she secretly slipped past the sentinels to clear her head. Don't doubt it, as an elf nurtured by the divine tree, Erin possessed an incredibly powerful affinity for the forest. Unless she deliberately showed herself, ordinary elves couldn't detect her movements. Newly freed from her cage, Erin was curious about everything, wanting to travel like any passing adventurer, planning to return to her studies later. Ignorant as she was, she didn't know the wickedness of the human heart. She kindly healed an adventurer with a broken leg, unaware that he was an informant for slave traders. Thus, in her dazed state, she was bound and set aboard a merchant ship bound for the northern continent, crossing the Sea of Origin, leaving her homeland for the frigid north. Thanks to the protection of the goddess of life, ordinary people couldn't buy her, so she was bought and sold repeatedly, until 3 years ago, when she was purchased by the Extinction Merchant Guild. The powerful Merchant Guild easily detected Eileen's unusual behavior. However, instead of returning her, they planned to sell her to a high-ranking noble in the old capital of Hibia in the Agnisa Empire, for greater profits. Eileen overheard this by chance. After all, she was just a powerless slave, and what she heard posed no threat. Fortunately, the Agnisa Empire's borders were unstable at the time, delaying the plan. Later, the border was closed, and the plan was completely shelved. Eileen spent 2 dark and dreary years in the Merchant Guild. Later, the Merchant Guild entered the Empire, and Eileen was fortunate enough to meet Luo, who was passing by. After recounting her experiences, Eileen remained silent for a long time, greedily breathing in the air of freedom. Luo gently stroked her soft golden hair, knowing that the child's heart was still far from at peace. On the other side of the Tree of Life, Aino seemed to be sleeping peacefully. Beside her, Fi leaned quietly against the tree, her right hand tightly clasping her sister's fingers. She was grateful to her master. Whether in the past or the future, without her master, her and her sister's fate would likely be the same as Eileen's. Thank you for your kindness. Chapter 997. Stop hiding, come out. Under Eileen's questioning gaze, Pink Luo gently beckoned to the Tree of Life. 2 heads, each about the size of a thumb, curiously peeked out. Realizing they'd been exposed, they scratched the back of their heads sheepishly before flying out confidently. Eileen had seen Little One once, but didn't know what race the tiny creature belonged to. However, upon seeing Xania flitting through the air, scattering golden light, she couldn't help but cup her face in her hands and exclaim, "A fairy? A real fairy?" Xania flew to her and waved, introducing herself. "Oh my! Xania! So green, so sweet, a little sapling. Hello, little fairy. I'm not a sapling, I'm a seed. I'm not sweet, but I will be. Grow up, grow tall, and be beautiful. You make me shy. Thank you for your blessing. I try my best to become a beautiful color. You're beautiful too, Golden. Golden, I love it. It's Luo, it's new, and I can sing with my companions." Xania fluttered its wings, sitting on Pink Luo's shoulders on either side of Little One, humming an ancient, ethereal song. Eileen smiled serenely, and the Tree of Life rustled, seemingly happy for the girl's smile. "Oh, I see. Hee, the story was so nice, I really liked it." Although Pink Luo didn't quite understand their conversation, she didn't mind. The fact that Xania could approach her so readily, and converse seamlessly with her, listening to the fairy songs, already spoke volumes about Erin's extraordinary nature. My name is Pink Lu, this child is Xania, and the other one is called Little One. Is she a fairy too? A gift from the gods. Pinky smiled, cradling Little One in her hands. The Little One, somewhat embarrassed by her words, struggled to control his restless energy to avoid touching the elven girl before him, extending a bandage to shake her hand. My name is Little One, I'm 0 years and 2 months old. Eileen curiously touched the lifelike bandage, pink and girlish, like the azaleas in the 7th Elder's garden. Eileen, 48 years and 8 months old, is a child of the earth and the mother tree. It's a pleasure to meet you. Being a child, her pure kindness quickly helped Eileen forget her terrible experience, and her mood improved. Seeing this, Pinky excused herself, leaving them alone, hoping the fairy's joy could overshadow the child's pain. Passing the other side of the Tree of Life, the boundless grassland instantly transformed into a sea of flowers. Looking back, a fortress-like blue-green barrier enveloped the swing and half of the Tree of Life. Although Pink Luo felt her main body was being overly cautious, it was better to observe for a while before making a decision. It was a pity Anna Bauer was a puppet, and illusion magic wasn't very effective against her. Otherwise, there would have been no need to place her in the old capital. What, is my gentle and innocent heart being so heartbroken? Because of you, my main body is wasting time on trivial matters. A figure in crimson appeared beside Pink Luo, her sharp, aloof eyes like those of a solitary queen. Pink Luo chuckled, not annoyed. That's even cuter. Want me to introduce you to Eileen? No need. Unless the main body speaks. Red Luo silently added a sentence in her mind, then crossed her arms and said calmly, the flower tea is gone. Pink Luo seemed to have anticipated Red Luo's words, her eyebrows immediately curving upwards. Wait a moment, I go pick some. She was happy to do these mundane tasks. There was no fighting, no tension. That was the true essence of life. Red Luo nodded slightly, her expression as haughty as ever, though the ahog on her head kept swaying unconsciously, as if she believed her inner thoughts were flawless. An incomprehensible personality, to be observed. A girl identical to Luo quickly wrote something on a thick piece of paper, then, with a faint flash of lightning, appeared before Pink Luo, who was preparing to borrow some petals from the fairy flower, handing her a small emerald green bead. Eileen's qualification. Then, she placed a snow-silver magic wand in her hand, given to you by your main body. Wow! Really for me? Pink Luo took the wand, her face full of delight. The lightning clone continued without a flicker of emotion, see the details yourself. Ignoring Pink Luo's response, the lightning clone vanished in specks of lightning. She still had to go back to help her main body research how to obtain the Wind Whisperer's voice. Thanks, Luo. Then Luo waved towards the spot where Lei's clone had disappeared, quickly retrieving the wand's information from the shared memory. The wand was called Snow Country Afterglow, but it actually had nothing to do with ice attributes. It was a rare all-attribute item, providing a base 30% boost to any attribute magic. If magic power was infused to temporarily solidify the magic attribute, the boost to that attribute magic would increase to 60%. Although compared to various forbidden spells and amplifying magic, the weapon's boost might seem small, weapon boosts and skill boosts are independent. If various skill boosts can be stacked, then the two effects are multiplicative. Therefore, even if the weapon only had a 10% boost, its value is equivalent to a mid-level spell. In terms of quality, the Snow Country Afterglow is of Emerald grade, a level higher than the Silver Moon Lantern. Once infused with magic, the wand emits a faint, hazy green light, naturally possessing its inherent skill. Ember Sprout high-level magic, lightning, the lightning of the past brings destruction, giving birth to new life in the desolate land, granting the caster an inexhaustible source of power. For a certain period, the magic power will never run dry. The duration depends on the caster's rank. The stronger the caster, the shorter the duration. After the magic effect wears off, the caster will enter a 3-day period of weakness. Note, the period of weakness cannot be avoided. Compared to the main body, Luo, the clone's shortcomings are obvious. Lower magic capacity and incomplete magic perception. The latter can be addressed with special perception magic, such as soul-searching magic, but the former often relies on magic crystals and potions for replenishment, which is cumbersome, and may not be readily available in actual combat. The new sprout could provide extra magic power, allowing Pinklo to unleash enough magic to unleash its spells. She truly liked it. Of course, the wand's simple and lightweight design also played a part. After playing with it a few times, Pinklo happily put away the wand and took out the small, emerald-like bead. Those with ultimate affinity all possess a certain qualification, the reliance for their extraordinary cultivation speed. Its principles and origins are unknown, and there are few records of it. Pinklow only knows that every person with ultimate affinity is born with it. Eileen's qualification was probably stripped away by the extremist merchant guild using some forbidden technique. Pinklow didn't know what the use of this qualification was. Perhaps it could grant other extraordinary individuals the talent of ultimate affinity. But since it was in her possession, it should naturally be returned to Eileen. Let's pick some flower tea first. In the deserted, silent church, a slender figure with black hair and a black robe sat alone on a pew. An ominous, thin black mist drifted around her, and tiny, black sparks floated and vanished, creating an eerie atmosphere. Humph! With a muffled sound, the black mist around the girl dissipated. She breathed slightly, opened her gloomy, somewhat bewildered eyes, and raised a fingertip. A wisp of black flame rapidly expanded, forcibly dispelled by purple runes, yet stubbornly clung to her, as if mocking her overestimation of her abilities. Withdrawing her power, the black flame vanished simultaneously. Ankanas murmured to herself, "Why? I can't understand." She couldn't comprehend that, to avoid a direct confrontation with that saint-level being, she had gone so far as to split her soul to create a true clone and sever the connection between the two. Even if the opponent was powerful, he couldn't affect her true body. But what was this incredibly aggressive power? If it weren't for the wise and great god's reminder, she wouldn't even know she'd been ambushed. What's even more terrifying is that this power, clearly just the remnant of a netherworld saint-level being, couldn't even be countered by the god. It seemed to contain some terrifying unknown. This is impossible. Ankanasna instinctively clenched her fists. The god had granted her omniscience. She wouldn't allow the unknown to exist. Crack! Boom! The church suddenly shattered, and a chilling cold spread rapidly. Broken bones crawled from the ground, forming a bizarre and eerie carpet of bones to welcome their master. Damien strode forward, his strange skeleton stretching through his skin and clothes, forming half a tattered bone wing on his back. Scheme reason. A chilling voice rang out, filled with barely suppressed rage and madness. Ankanas sat nonchalantly on the only intact bench, having anticipated Damien's visit. He calmly stated, "This is part of the plan." She was mine. Not anymore. She's mine. Damien growled, each word a low, grating slur, his handsome face contorted as sharp bone spurs slowly pierced his skin. The skeletons beneath his feet screamed, "She's the perfect treasure. Her head must be the most precious. Eat her soul. She join us." The bones chattered amongst themselves, filling the room with a cacophony of noise. Skulls sprouted from the walls, their mouths uttering incomprehensible curses. But a moment later, the room returned to normal. Ankanas held a white book in his hand. The cover depicted a black brain with slightly upturned red lips. It was smiling. "Stop your pointless stubbornness. Do you want to ruin the grand plan?" The frantic noise vanished instantly, and Damien's body returned to normal. Compared to the insignificant collection, the grand plan was clearly more important. "Don't let it happen again." Damien left with a grim expression, leaving only Ankanasni behind. She didn't explain her purpose or reason, nor did she need to. As for whether the shadow would cause trouble, she didn't care. He had fallen followers, didn't she have hers? The further down the northern wind belt went, the stronger the wind became. On the ground, it was comparable to high-level wind magic, and its power doubled every 10 miles down. Lo and Helida had already descended over 500 miles. The hurricane at this point was enough to easily tear apart a 7th-tier transcendent being. Only thanks to the strength of their barrier magic were they able to survive. Roar! A sharp head suddenly emerged from the rock layer, its incredibly sharp spikes piercing towards Luo, but the hurricane-resistant barrier was easily pierced. Luo reacted quickly, casting a supergravity spell on the beast's head, but to his surprise, the beast was completely unaffected. Its entire body crashed through the rock layer, its limbs embedded firmly in the barrier, its thick tail slamming down onto it. "Beast!" Helida hissed, temporarily freezing the tail with icy mist. Luo seized the opportunity to cast a spell, scorching sparks falling and exploding violently on the tail. Severely injured, the beast lost its footing, screaming as it fled back into the rock layer. The hole visibly healed instantly, and the beast's presence vanished without a trace. "Miss Witch, are you alright?" Luo shook her head, repairing the damaged barrier. Information on these underground magical beasts was severely lacking. Not only Luo, but even many scholars specializing in magical beast research couldn't fully identify them. Ultimately, this was because the underground world was extremely vast, and ordinary superhumans lacked the ability to study it in depth. Reinforcing her vigilance, Luo continued to descend, constantly using insight to detect any hidden magical beasts. However, the magical beasts still alive were all cunning and treacherous, highly skilled at using hurricanes to conceal their auras. Coupled with the thick, solid rock layers, Luo found it difficult to locate her target magical beast. The next day, the perception magic was triggered, and then all the magic collapsed in an instant. Luo's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, Luo was right. He really wasn't dead. He's catching up. This was extremely bad news. Luo was even a little unsure if the Great Formation could handle him. Fortunately, the Northern Wind Belt could help magical beasts eliminate their aura, and naturally, it could also help Luo eliminate his aura. If he was lucky enough, perhaps the other party would never find him. Hiss. A low hiss echoed from the dark valley. Here, apart from ferocious and ruthless high-level magical beasts, not a single intelligent life could be seen. It was more like a desolate wasteland than any other barren area. I have some respect for adventurers who venture deep into the lower levels. This place is simply not fit for humans. Helida deeply felt this. Even in the coldest regions, a few tenacious villages and towns exist. Only this place is a forbidden zone for intelligent life. Descending another 200 miles, the hurricanes here were more powerful than many high-level skills unleashed by 8th-tier transcendents. The barrier ultimately couldn't withstand it, cracking open. Forced to stop descending, Luo flew westward at this depth. To be honest, Luo felt he might not even be able to defeat the azure armored rock giant, let alone find it, and be unable to take it down. Wouldn't that be ridiculous? Thump! 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 A muffled drumbeat faintly came from afar, as if pressing on his heart. His blood surged uncontrollably throughout his body, and Luo's face paled slightly. He altered the outer structure of the barrier, the drumbeat disappeared, and his body returned to normal. I recognize that sound. Helida suddenly spoke, her expression grave. 100 years ago, a mercenary group came to Crystal City. Their leader was a powerful 9th-tier expert. They coveted the secret treasure of the Dole Church, the Sigh of the Ice God. It was this very drumbeat that killed 300 high-ranking cultists. At the time, Helida was only a priestess candidate and didn't participate in the battle. Later, 3 9th-tier experts from Crystal City attacked simultaneously, finally killing the mercenary leader outside the void boundary. However, the remaining mercenaries escaped and have remained at large ever since. She never expected to encounter the drumbeat again deep in the canyon today. Let's take a detour, Luo said, not wanting to cause any unnecessary trouble. That drumbeat could penetrate barriers and trigger a tendency for self-destruction. Getting too close could easily lead to trouble. It was better to avoid it from above. Helida nodded in agreement, and the two women quickly changed direction and flew upwards until they could no longer hear the drumbeat before continuing westward. But as the saying goes, the things you least want to encounter are the ones that are most likely to come knocking. Boom! A figure suddenly tore through the hurricane and crashed into the rock formation not far from Luo, leaving a pool of blood before quickly disappearing into the rock. Immediately afterward, the vanished drumbeats rang out again, growing clearer and clearer. Chapter 998. Whoosh! A sharp whooshing sound pierced the air, giving Luo and Helida no chance to escape. The azure wind blades, like the scythe of death, swiftly sliced through the hurricane belt, leaving several shallow marks on the rock wall behind Luo. The drumbeats seemed to leap from the water, becoming exceptionally clear. The barrier was affected and began to vibrate violently. The normally merging laminar currents began to separate in reverse. Suppress! Helida shouted softly, and ice condensed outside the barrier, unexpectedly effectively blocking the sound waves. Luo followed suit, and the barrier quickly stabilized. But then, 2 lantern-like lights slowly emerged from the darkness. Leave the thing behind. The surrounding hurricane exploded, and a hideous, bloated fish head leaped out of the wind belt. A fleshy tendril as thick as an arm hung from its head, the end of which was tightly wrapped around a blood-soaked drum. The drumbeat was coming from above. Transcendent 7th tier, wind, ice, a ferocious magical beast that roams the strong winds year-round, feeding on intelligent beings and absorbing their memories. Once it reaches a higher tier, it will randomly transform into whatever it devours, acquiring all of the others' identities. Note 1. Extremely high wind resistance. Note 2. Avatar? Breakthrough. Note 3. Berserk state. Evaluation. So ugly must be hard to eat. A magical beast? Luo was startled. There were actually normal high-tier magical beasts within the Empire's borders? Had they wandered over from somewhere else? The magical beast, which Luo had never seen before, didn't give her a chance to explain. It opened its blood-red maw, attempting to swallow the barrier whole. Luo's gaze turned cold. Regardless of what had happened before, daring to provoke her was simply courting death. The Azure wind domain expanded, instantly stabilizing the surrounding wind field. An extreme blizzard descended, the wind and snow freezing even the soul, rapidly rushing towards the ugly fish head. However, the next moment, it was directly swallowed by the unparalleled devouring power. A dark vortex appeared deep within the thick fish mouth, its suction force suddenly surging. Luo, caught off guard, nearly had his barrier sucked away, and even his control over it was gradually decreasing. This ugly fish head's devouring ability could forcibly strip away skills he had already mastered. Luo immediately realized why it could swim freely in the wind belt. This move, combined with a blood-red drum, was something ordinary magical beasts wouldn't dare provoke. Halida also sensed the anomaly, and quickly constructed a divine spell. Ice mist transformed into a tornado, sweeping around the gaping maw and attacking behind her, but the blood-red drum on the ugly fish head. A tremor ran through her, and the icy mist vanished instantly. Halida groaned, her connection to divine magic had been severed. It can perfectly control the drum. How is that possible? High-level magical beasts usually possess intelligence and can transform into human form, but they still tend to act on instinct. Very few magical beasts can use tools and equipment like superhumans. How could this ugly fish-headed creature possibly do that? Luo frowned slightly. With a wave of the silver moon lamp, the valley passage instantly filled with dense magic circles. A torrential downpour of scorching spears shot out, causing the surrounding temperature to rise sharply. The ugly fish-headed creature repeated its trick. The drum sound surged, and the spear's magic power instantly collapsed, but it instantly reformed, striking the fish-headed creature with undiminished speed. Boom boom boom. The suction lessened, and Luo immediately manipulated the barrier to retreat hundreds of meters. A giant thunder dragon emerged from the magic circle beneath her feet, roaring as it pounced towards the ugly fish-headed creature. Boom! The sharp drumbeat rang out again, and the dragon was struck as if by a heavy hammer. It turned its head, and crashed into the rock wall, exploding. Luo Ben had not expected that mid-level magic could defeat the opponent. With a thought, more thunder dragons rose up, spewing thunder and tearing apart hurricanes to attack the ugly fish head. Boom! Boom! Lightning exploded through the flames, revealing the intact head of the ugly fish. Its skin was covered in shimmering, bluish-green scales. It opened its mouth wide, but instead of swallowing, it spat out hundreds of streams of light. Each stream of light transformed into a superhuman, both human and orc. Their bodies were covered in slimy ice shards, their eyes glazed, and their strength ranged from the 4th to the 6th tier of superhumans. They muttered something under their breath and rushed forward. The two women simultaneously unleashed their skills to bombard the bizarre superhumans, but these superhumans seemed fearless of death. In reality, insight didn't reveal any information, meaning they weren't truly alive. The weaker ones used their bodies to shatter the magic, clearing a path for those who came later. Cracks appeared from the remaining superhumans' bodies. They intended to use self-destruction to break the barrier. However, even a large number of mid-tier superhumans were like ants to Luo. A blizzard swept through, and the superhumans, who still wanted to self-destruct, were instantly shattered into dust and blown away by the wind. My food! Damn it! How dare you destroy my food! The ugly fish head roared as it charged forward. The drumbeats shifted again, becoming quite rapid. Halida swayed, nearly losing consciousness. Luo wasn't greatly affected, only experiencing a slight stinging pain in his soul. His soul barrier solidified, and the eerie drumbeats lost their effect. I eat! The ugly fish head charged, swallowing over 1,000 meters of space in one gulp. It shook its enormous head, only to realize it had eaten nothing. At that moment, Luo emerged from the wind with Halida behind it, its small hand raised high and swiftly slashing down. Ice slash, carrying extreme cold and immense power, slashed diagonally. Clang! The fleshy tendrils on the ugly fish head were terrifyingly hard. The ice sword couldn't cut through them immediately, but it shattered the blue-green scales, penetrating halfway into the tendrils. The ugly fish head twisted its body in pain, instantly creating a storm that tore the ice sword apart. Clang! A more solid and sturdier ice sword descended from the sky. This time, amplified by Halida's divine magic, the ice sword forcefully sliced through the fleshy tendrils despite the storm. Taking advantage of the ugly fish head's dazed state, Luo remotely retrieved the blood drum from the end of the tendrils. Without the blood drum's enhancement, the ugly fish head, merely a relatively powerful 7th-tier magical beast, was quickly chopped into pieces by Luo. However, thanks to his familiarity with the wind belt, the ugly fish head's brain, wrapped in its magical core, managed to escape. So slippery, TSK. Luo muttered, carefully examining the drum before him. The blood-red drum was about 0.5 luo's height, its body covered in dark red feathers, many of which had fallen off, revealing old, unknown leather. The drumhead resembled animal hide, constantly oozing bright red blood from its edges, yet there was no smell of blood, as if it were some kind of illusion. Without the control of the ugly fish head, the blood drum remained completely still. Inputting magic and soul power yielded no response. Helida even tried using the power of faith to control it, but to no avail. Luo scratched his head, wondering if this thing required any special technique. She was quite envious of the drum's unique sound. Suddenly, a sense of urgency rose within Luo. Instinctively, he unleashed a 1,000 starfall attack on the distant rock face. 1,000 sparks, like stars, rose against the wind, instantly reaching the smooth, hard edge of the rock. Wait! Don't attack yet. The sparks stopped, and the terrifying force vanished. The rock surface melted away, revealing a woman who had surrendered with her hands clasped in surrender, the very woman the ugly fish head had been chasing. Luo, holding the silver moon lamp, pointed it at the woman. If she made any move, the shower of sparks would instantly blast her to dust. He coldly said, "I ask you answer." The woman stuck out her tongue and muttered, "Could I refuse?" Then she nodded obediently. "Boss, I tell you everything I know." Luo ignored her little expression. This woman was a 7th-tier expert, and if she were really this naive, she would have died countless times already. He subtly hinted to Helida that she was revealing the Ice God Church's identity. Sure enough, when the woman saw the corner of the book in Helida's hand that was being revealed, her expression immediately became somewhat unnatural. Luo seized the opportunity to loudly question her. "Where are you from, and why are you lingering in the northern wind belt?" The woman hesitated for a moment, and seeing Luo's furrowed brow, quickly replied, "I'm from the Windwing Kingdom." Offending you too was truly unintentional. "Oh, you know our identities? Then you know the price of lies even better." Helida also spoke up quietly. According to the eternal proverbs, attacking a follower of the eternal church is punishable by 100 years of freezing. Lying to the gods is an even greater sin, causing the soul to suffer the pain of being torn apart by shattered ice. The eternal church is the public name of the Ice God Church. This also indicated the seriousness of the situation. The woman was visibly wavering. The difference in combat power between them was evident from her battle with the ugly fish-headed man. Those dense, terrifying sparks were still radiating intense heat. Wait! Fire magic? Sigh. A helpless sigh escaped her lips. The woman's pupils contracted, and she vanished instantly from the gap in the rock wall, only to be quickly forced back out by the pursuing sparks. The rock layers here were incredibly hard, capable of withstanding the power of a high-level superhuman without breaking. Similarly, if one were hit by a skill inside, the injury would be several times greater than usual. That's why the woman dared not directly confront those sparks. She shrugged at Luo, then simply and decisively sat cross-legged in the wind. "If I said I believed you were followers of the Ice God, would you believe me? It doesn't matter, I know a little about slave contracts." Hey, this joke isn't funny. Do you think I'm joking with you?" Luo smiled faintly. This woman lured the magical beasts here hoping to use them to escape the pursuit. If she couldn't see through such an obvious plan, she'd be blind. Magic surged, and the tip of Ice Slash emerged, its chilling aura so intense that even the hurricane here couldn't completely extinguish it. The woman was genuinely panicked and hurriedly said, No. I talk, okay?" From the woman's words, Luo understood the reason. The woman was indeed from the Skywing Kingdom, a half-human, half-winged race. Because of this, her wings were missing. Hearing that the reverse-flowing northern wind belt offered a chance to regrow wings, she set off from the eastern continent 30 years ago, traveling upstream along the northern wind belt. About 7 days ago, she arrived here, but was targeted by that demonic beast. Despite several fierce battles, she couldn't shake it off until she sensed the scent of an unfamiliar superhuman in the wind. Only then did she decide to divert attention and escape the beast. As for her return, it wasn't out of kindness, she just wanted to see if there was an opportunity to scavenge. Unexpectedly, even though she was hidden in the rock wall, Luo still discovered her. Luo was a little disappointed. He thought this woman knew about the blood drum. It turned out she was like the superhuman the ugly fish head had eaten before. The only difference was she hadn't been eaten. But then, Luo asked her again, "How long have you been in the Agnesa Empire?" "Only a year, very short." Pinching his chin, Luo's lips curled into a smile, making the woman shudder inexplicably, as if she were being watched by something terrifying. "Do me 2 favors, and I let you go." "Can I refuse?" Luo remained silent, only revealing a section of his Ice Slash again. The woman said awkwardly, alright, I understand, I know. Luo's demands weren't complicated. The first was to lead them to the azure-armored rock giant of this place. Sure enough, upon hearing the name, the woman's face immediately fell. Can you change the condition? I never want to encounter that hard rock again. Then I can only destroy your body and imprison your soul. Of course, it's my honor to serve such a powerful and charismatic expert as yourself. The woman seemed radiant, as if she hadn't just shown any distress. She then asked about the second matter, but Luo didn't answer immediately. You know, after the first matter is completed. They're not going to sell me, are they? Whispering. Despite her reluctance, the woman could only force a smile and lead the way. If there was a next time, she vowed that once she lured the monster away, she would never come back to watch. The azure-armored rock giant is a variant of the rock giant. Only powerful rock giants that have lived for over 1,000 years have a chance of being born. Once born, it starts with 7th tier strength, possessing the characteristic of heavy, and each attack can draw upon the power of the earth to multiply its power. Rock giants are common elemental life-type magical beasts, almost useless except for their magic cores and being captured as summoned beasts. However, after transforming into an azure-armored rock giant, its body will condense a power similar to blood and chi, that is, the blood of the rock giant. This is an excellent neutralizing agent. Adding a little to any array structure will allow it to function smoothly. For example, Luo, a complete novice with only a smattering of knowledge about puppets, would be lucky to even have a shape when making a puppet. But with the blood of the rock giant, even a lump of it could move. However, the rock giant race prefers to stay deep underground. So although the materials are precious and rare, defeating the azure-armored rock giant is extremely difficult unless it can be dragged 1,000 meters away from the ground to sever the connection between them. Main body, rock giant blood, a few bottles, please. You want my blood? Fine. Luo decisively severed Luo's thoughts. Doesn't this girl know how hard it is to obtain the materials? A few bottles? She'd drink it like juice. Main body, 3 bottles, don't forget. Luo rebuilt the consciousness connection, and Luo found that he couldn't stop her from communicating with his consciousness. He might need to appease the Wind Whisperer. Luo couldn't refute it for a moment. It seems he really needs to get more rock giant blood. Miss Witch, your methods are quite skillful. A light yet cold voice suddenly sounded in her ear. Helida's meaningful gaze seemed to hide many things. Had she been misunderstood? Absolutely. Ahem, just a fleeting feeling, a mere coincidence, Priestess Helida, please don't overthink it. Forged identity, psychological intimidation, decisive action, just a coincidence? Yes, yes. Luo nodded, her eyes filled with the purest sincerity, my title of which was merely imposed upon me by others. I am normal most of the time. Rita remained silent, only giving her a subtle "oh? Is that so?" Look! The woman leading the way wasn't in such a good mood. The sparks floating around her forehead made her absolutely certain that if she tried to escape, she would be met with a relentless barrage of magical attacks. I'm so miserable. The long sigh was carried away by the wind. 300 miles away, a cold, bald man easily smashed a 7th tier magical beast. His gaze penetrated the hurricane, and finding nothing, he coldly snorted before splitting into 4 clones and scattering away. Chapter 999. The woman called herself One Less, meaning Wingless One, but Luo wasn't interested. Whatever her name was, it didn't matter, she only needed to achieve her goal. The 700-mile-deep ravine was enough to easily obliterate an ordinary 7th tier cultivator. Even Luo had to constantly maintain a protective barrier to move freely. Going any deeper would require activating her domain's shield. Compared to that, One Less was much more relaxed. Luo only now noticed a pair of extremely faint blue wings gently fluttering behind her, capable of mitigating the wildness of a hurricane. I wonder if the little brat could do even better. A thought flashed through Luo's mind, but her attention remained focused on Winrez and the surrounding darkness. Monsters were scarce here, but each one was far more powerful than those outside. Winrez secretly scoffed. These 2 imposters were far too wary. She had promised to lead the way properly, yet they kept locking onto her with their senses. Stingy fools. Had her magic failed her? How could she detect her in such a chaotic wind-swept area? Winrez, of course, didn't know. Although Luo couldn't directly sense her, insight allowed her to ignore magical barriers and directly see whether any living beings were present. Don't try anything funny. How much further? Okay, about 1600 li. Just so you know, I can't guarantee it's still in the same place. No need for you to worry about it. TCH, let's see what you do when you realize you can't beat them. Luo was unaware of Winrez's inner thoughts. About 3 hours later, the group, traveling downwind, successfully arrived at a sunken, eroded area. This was a bend in a valley, where the wind had eroded the most fiercely, creating a structure resembling a huge cavity, where powerful magical beasts usually resided, absorbing magical energy to cultivate. Whoosh! The deafening wind howled incessantly. Wallace pointed to the depression ahead and shouted, "That's where I broke my leg by that hard rock. I brought you the location. That's all I'm doing now, bye." Before he could finish speaking, Wallace suddenly dissipated into several wisps of blue wind, scattering in all directions, as if he would be burned to ashes if he hesitated even a step too long. A spark flickered slightly, but then quickly transformed into a shimmering net of flames that enveloped the barrier. The next instant, the net exploded with a deafening roar, and in the firelight, a huge, dark blue-green rock could be seen being blown away. "Humans, you have disturbed the king of the earth." A gaunt figure emerged from the darkness, its body seemingly cast from dark blue steel, emanating a surging, menacing aura of black and red. Though its form appeared thin, in Luo's eyes, a colossal, towering phantom surrounded it. Transcendent rank 8, Earth, Rock Giant, Azure Armored Rock Giant, born of a high rank, it usurped the Earth's authority, wielding the ultimate weight of the world. When it treads upon the Earth, its body remains indestructible. The King of Rock Giants, capable of commanding thousands of rock giants in battle, reversing the earth and sky, triggering an unprecedented earthquake. Note 1. Innately proficient in supergravity magic. Note 2. Earth's protection. Limitless magic power upon contact with the earth. Note 3. King's Heart. Greatly increases resistance to mind-based skills. Evaluation. Fortunately, the rock giant king, who has slumbered in the earth for many years, is not warlike. Although I knew that the Azure Armored Rock Giant was extremely difficult to deal with, how come I encountered one that was already at the 8th rank? Moreover, its aura was several times stronger than the who was chasing me. It was probably not even a peak 8th rank. Luo was on edge. This time, forget about getting several bottles, he might not even be able to get a single drop of the rock giant's blood. Dare to approach the depths of the earth, humans? Are you prepared to be buried in the earth? A deep voice fell like a rolling stone. Luo's hair stood on end, and he instinctively activated lightning. The next moment, dozens of sharp, black stone spikes suddenly erupted from the spot, piercing through the hurricane and failing to coalesce for a long time, demonstrating their terrifying power. Boom! 1,200 miles deep in the ravine, a petite figure rapidly ascended, but seemed to be stuck in a sticky swamp. Every meter of ascent was incredibly difficult. The wind, visible to the naked eye, was like a knife, easily tearing through her silver-white robes, leaving deep, bone-revealing wounds on her skin that were difficult to heal. High in the distance, a gaunt, bluish-gray body was surrounded by countless magic circles, yet all magic seemed blocked by invisible chasms, unable to approach within half a meter. The distant rock face was riddled with shallow pits and traces of various magical forces. Helida and Zilla were slammed deep into them, their consciousness fading, their bodies nearly shattered. Emerald light and holy, soft light continuously surged into them, sustaining their lives. Boom! On the other side, another human-shaped crater appeared in the equally pitted rock formation. The next moment, Honglu, wearing a black and red mask, pierced through the terrifying gravity with her sword, golden flames carrying unparalleled divine power, as she attacked the blue-armored rock giant. That power again, but the same move is ineffective against a king. A deep wound covered its right shoulder to its left waist, an unyielding force hindering its healing, an injury it had never suffered in 3,000 years. But it did not die. Indifferently watching the golden flame sword energy approach, the Azure Armored Rock Giant slowly swung his fist. The two massive rock walls on either side seemed to simultaneously condense on his fist. When the forces collided, the fist was immediately sliced open. However, the power of the earth continuously replenished the energy, wearing down the power of the golden flame. TCH. Foolish behemoth, relying solely on power that isn't yours, and you think you can be proud? Ridiculous. Hong Luo spat lightly, but had no choice but to withdraw her divine power. If this continued, she might be able to gradually close the distance, but her divine power would be exhausted. If she couldn't kill him, she would only have to flee for her life. The icy domain slightly hindered the fist, and Hong Luo barely dodged the attack. However, the blue-armored rock giant simply took a step casually, and Hong Luo was struck as if by a heavy blow, plummeting rapidly towards the abyss. The hurricane tore at her, her magical shield quickly shattered, and she soon became a blood-soaked figure. Hong Luo. Pink Luo, who was desperately dodging magic along with Lan Luo, cried out in alarm. Her mind was momentarily distracted. The blue-armored rock giant glanced at her, and a pitch-black hole instantly pierced through her defenses. A large cloud of blood mist burst out, and the terrifying gravity almost crushed her into paper. Whoosh! Countless resilient vines sprouted from the magic circle beneath Lan Luo's feet. Even twisted, they were difficult to break, quickly wrapping around the blue-armored rock giant. However, they weren't attempting to bind it. Lan Luo had already verified that it was completely ineffective. They were merely using the soul barrier attached to the vines to isolate the giant's senses. Buzz! The Heset's code lit up, and a thick, grayish-white wooden hammer descended from the sky, crashing down and successfully attracting the blue-armored rock giant's attention. Trying to strike stone with wood laughable. The sudden drop in gravity sent Lan Luo plummeting. The vines quickly coiled around him, greatly dispersing the force and barely preventing him from falling into the abyss. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Hong Luo quickly broke free of the restraints and unleashed a golden flame sword aura downwards. The sword aura descended 500 miles, tearing through the hurricane, and then became extremely slow as it sank into the swamp. However, under the combined attack of the golden wind blade shooting from below, the swamp finally cracked open, and Luo quickly released lightning to break free from the damn powerful restraints. The azure-armored rock giant's strength was several times more terrifying than she had initially imagined. It hadn't even used its most proficient close-quarters combat skills. While the giant's divine power was a factor, it easily overwhelmed everyone with just a few super-gravity spells, leaving even barrier spells powerless against it. Luo, initially tasked with the main combat force, was now the azure-armored rock giant's primary target, pinned down in the 1,000-mile valley, with the giant intending to use the hurricane to slowly kill her. Looking at her tattered mage robe, Luo knew that without its protection, she wouldn't last more than 2.5 minutes at the 1,000-mile valley using ordinary high-level defensive spells. She rewrote a mage robe, using her azure wind domain to alleviate the pressure of the wind, and quickly reached the unconscious Helida and Z Luo. Without Pink Luo and Blue Luo's support, they wouldn't last long. The rock dragon shield briefly appeared, resisting the gravitational ripples, and Luo seized the opportunity to take them both away. Meanwhile, the azure-armored rock giant had easily defeated Blue Luo. If it weren't for the spellbook's intervention, Blue Luo would have already been waiting for her next resurrection. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Main body, could you please not call me out next time? Lan Luo slumped weakly against the magic book, practically on her last breath. Luo helplessly shrugged. Was this what she wanted? If circumstances allowed, she'd love to stay far away from these things. Die! 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 Rapid impacts accompanied by chilling curses rang out. Hong Luo appeared possessed, her body shrouded in malevolent aura. The Blood Knight's sword burned, runes flickering, condensing into tiny magic circles on its blade. Each strike pierced 10 centimeters into the azure rock giant's body. Although it didn't know what kind of power this was, the azure rock giant's intuition told it absolutely must not be tainted. A burst of black and red aura forced Hong Luo back 100 meters. Before she could approach again, the azure-armored rock giant appeared 1,000 meters away, clashing its hands together, with a resounding clang like metal striking metal. As the king of the earth, I command my subjects, awaken! The azure and yellow hues subsided, the wind fell silent for a moment, as if something was awakening. Luo and the others felt a chill run down their spines. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of pieces of information appeared before their eyes. Rock Giant 5th rank Earth. Frost Rock Giant 6th rank Earth Ice. Steel Rock Giant 3rd rank Earth Metal. Ling Feng. Rock Giant 6th rank Extraordinary Earth Wind. A chaotic yet unified aura increased at an unimaginable speed, and every stone in sight came to life. Luo gasped. This stone had probably subdued all the rock giants within the Agnesa Empire's territory. No wonder she couldn't see a single rock giant-like magical beast on the surface. Main body, goodbye. Good luck. I pray for you. Blue Luo was the first to slip back to the ruins, taking Purple Luo and Helida with her. However, this was only Luo's intention. Soon, Pink Luo also dragged her heavily injured body back, leaving only Luo and Red Luo at the scene. Ah no, there was also Wenrez hiding in the shadows. Wenrez had been secretly watching the battle from a corner for half an hour. Well, calling it a battle was a stretch. In her opinion, those human girls were barely putting up a fight. In her opinion, they should have run away. But that wasn't the point. The real question was, who exactly were the other side? It's rare to see someone wielding multi-attribute magic, but it's not unheard of. Furthermore, certain special skills can draw upon incompatible magic, so creating several identical girls wouldn't be unreasonable. Cloning, after all, is something even high-level superhumans possess to some degree. But was seeing pure, holy light magic a mistake in her eyes? If she remembered correctly, members of the Church of Light only use light magic. Non-members are forbidden from using it. Okay, maybe they were using magic scrolls. After all, most powerful superhumans in the Western continent possess some. But who could tell her what happened to the evil aura that erupted at the end? When Rez felt she must be sick, seriously ill, to see someone using light magic and evil power working together. Oh no, it must be some despicable cultist who manipulated the holy light cultists, transforming them into their own. Her appearance, forcing her to do hard labor, clearly in so much pain yet feigning a gentle expression, it was too evil. One less quickly found a reasonable explanation. No wonder the girl who had kidnapped her was so ruthless, showing no mercy. If she hadn't been quick-witted enough to know that the blue-armored rock giant would attack any creature within 600 miles of its territory, she would surely have become a sacrifice in the hands of the cultists. What are you looking at? A sudden, cold voice almost made Wendell's scalp explode. She lunged forward, but it was too late. Luo reached out and gently grabbed the back of her neck, powerful magic invading and stopping Wendell's magic. If you run again, I throw you to that rock. One less shrank back. She had risked her life to escape. She didn't want to face that again. I was just keeping an eye on things for you guys. Hee. At the same time, she silently slapped herself twice. Why couldn't she shake her tendency to look back and observe? She really deserved a beating. You saw our secret, so it seems we can't let you go. Luo ruthlessly imprisoned her magic, quickly pulling her against the current. Behind her, Red Luo brandished her long sword, using it as a staff to unleash magic condensed into sword energy, blocking the countless rock giants behind them. My true form. I can't hold out much longer either. Tell me your plan quickly. Luo replied with a surprised look. How could you possibly think I have a plan? In this situation, unless there's an absolutely overwhelming saint-level or ninth-level power, who could possibly deal with the rock giant army? But if little Artie makes a move, the unique power fluctuations of a saint level will immediately be sensed by the Great Formation, and then Luo's journey to the Agnesa Empire would be over. What a waste of my time. You're clearly wearing a mask. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go look for the blue-armored rock giants elsewhere. This woman probably knows. Wardrez immediately pleaded, I don't know anything, ladies. Could you please find someone else to lead the way? I can extract your soul and check myself. Wardrez, shut up. This girl was definitely a cultist. Relying on gravity manipulation, the cumbersome rock giants could move incredibly fast, distorting gravity wherever they went, even forcing hurricanes to change course and bypass them. The blue-armored rock giants guarded the rear, their imposing presence undiminished even after being nearly cut in half. The army's aura subtly formed a fist, all the rock giants seemingly becoming one, dispersing all attacks. The army approached, unstoppable and invincible. What frustrated Luo even more was that these rock giants had been hiding in the northern wind belt for many years, and were already accustomed to hurricanes. She could only outrun them by a fraction thanks to her domain and wind attribute magic. Fortunately, speed is key. Amidst the rain of meteors raining down from the rock giants, Luo and his group made their way back in disarray. Luckily, the magical beasts along the way sensed the rock giants were formidable and fled even faster than Luo, preventing any hindrance along the way. After escaping nearly 1,000 miles, Luo and his group were now 100 miles away from the rock giants. Although 5th and 6th tier rock giants could still attack, this race was naturally adept at melee combat, so sporadic ranged attacks had no effect on Luo. Just then, Luo's vigilance heightened. He grabbed the dejected Winrez and abruptly descended. The next moment, a blood-red spear pierced the air, shattering the rock dragon shield above Luo's head, severing a lock of her hair, and narrowly escaping into the darkness below. They caught up so quickly. Winrez asked blankly, What do you mean caught up? Luo didn't have time to answer her question. Just as he was about to risk returning to the surface, a sudden idea struck him. He grabbed the increasingly listless Winrez and turned back towards the rock giants. Hong Luo, let's go! That's a good idea. I listened to you this once. Removing her mask, Hong Luo curled her lips into a smile. Just thinking about what would happen next was intriguing. Chapter 1000. Bang! All the shields were shattered, and the three were sent flying backward, their bodies exploding several times. Then, replenished by their vigorous life force, their bodies reformed, and they continued flying towards the group of rock giants. Who did you mess with? Wallace felt like she was about to die. A single attack from afar had shattered her body, making her feel like she was made of solid rock. Let me go! I don't want to die with you. Give up? She had to survive. Wenles struggled desperately, but her strength wasn't enough to break free from Luo's control quickly. If you move again, I throw you to him. If you don't want to die, control the wind to stop him. I can't. Ha! Luo pretended to throw her behind him. Wenles panicked immediately. Staying with the cultists meant she could at least survive, but being stabbed through by an unknown being would be the end. No, no, no. I suddenly know how. I do it now. A pair of transparent cyan wings appeared behind Wenles. The surrounding hurricane suddenly reversed, converging into a vortex behind her. Several blood spears that attacked were all deflected. However, to withstand the attack of an 8-tier expert, Wenles was under immense pressure, and soon beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. With Winter's intervention, Luo's speed increased again, quickly closing the distance to less than 10 miles from the rock giants. She could almost see the madness on their faces. Seeing the opportunity, Luo decisively unleashed a soul shot to knock Winter's unconscious, tossing her into her pendant before disappearing into the ruined space. Red Luo grabbed the fallen bracelet, unleashing a burst of magic. She hurled it forcefully into the sky, the bracelet vanishing in a streak of light. She stopped, a proud smile playing on her lips. Donning the cat-face mask that had coalesced from the depths of her memory, the Blood Knight's sword reappeared in her hand as she charged forward. Humble stones, your end is nigh. The Empire's most valiant warriors have arrived. Wherever their spears point, all things will freeze in place. Die! The Blood Knight's sword unleashed an unprecedented sharpness, instantly shattering the foremost rock giant. Its ferocity even caused the fist to pause. The azure-armored rock giant couldn't understand why its opponent had changed so drastically, but its alertness made it halt its army. For a weak human to suddenly abandon its escape and even have the courage to turn back, could reinforcements truly be arriving? Having hidden underground for countless years, living in seclusion with the Agnesir Empire, it naturally knew nothing of what was happening on the surface. At this moment, it hesitated whether to annihilate the human who had offended its territory. What if the human was merely using a ruse to deceive it? Suddenly, countless crimson starlight flashed behind Hong Luo, instantly covering dozens of miles, tens of thousands of blood-red ice shards. Hong Luo pointed his sword at the azure-armored rock giant, coldly and arrogantly declaring, "Prepare for your death. Transform into solid ice, and vanish from the world." As if in a final farewell, Hong Luo's figure vanished in an instant, leaving the rock giants with only countless chilling, blood-red ice shards. The illusory fist formed from the fusion of mid-level magical beast aura was utterly ineffective against an 8th-level opponent. In a single exchange, tens of thousands of rock giants instantly shattered into ice shards, plunging into the endless abyss. The blue-armored rock giant, witnessing this, nearly exploded with rage, roaring furiously as its slender body swelled, transforming into a colossal 10-meter-tall blue-armored rock giant. With a flick of its wrist, a massive black hole appeared, instantly pulling all the ice shards into it. Then, with a push of its palm, the black hole swiftly hurtled towards the attacker. It was determined to crush all invaders into dust. Bobby, who was rapidly approaching from afar, suddenly felt a chill and instinctively dodged. The next moment, a strange black hole burst forth from the darkness, and he couldn't resist its pulling force. Most of his body was swallowed up. Who is it? It's me. Humans die. A massive figure swept in, crashing down with boundless rage and ferocity. Thump! 500 miles deep in the ravine, a girl with flowing silver hair appeared in midair. After putting on her bracelet, she leisurely released the unconscious Wenles. Just then, a deep, muffled rumble came from below. She muttered, "That sounds painful. Luckily, it wasn't me who got hit." Wenles also slowly awoke. A simple soul impact had little effect on a high-level expert. The 10-second lapse in consciousness was due to Wenles being caught off guard. She quickly understood what had happened, and her gaze towards Luo turned resentful. Why not just shout? Was it really necessary to knock her unconscious? But what was this cultist's background? He even possessed rare soul magic. A flesh cultist? Before leaving the western edge of the continent, she had heard that the Pamir Plateau was suffering from the flesh cultist's rampage. But flesh cultists were disgusting creatures, not her. It wasn't a war cultist either. Those madmen were always instigating wars between various races. There was no reason for them to appear alone. After much thought, the most likely possibility was the shadow cultist. Those insidious fellows were masters of cunning and unpredictability, and she heard they were also experts in soul magic. You completed the first task. Now for the second. Luo's sudden words brought Wenres back to her senses. She frowned, instinctively wanting to refuse, but Luo's next words made her face reality. You know our secret, so don't think you can leave easily. If you behave well, I might seal your memories and let you go. Meeting Luo's dangerous gaze, Wenres resolutely obeyed, resignedly puffing out his chest. Please give your orders. Don't make any unnecessary movements. You came from the western continent against the northern wind belt. I need you to try and see if you can lead the Agnesa Empire along the northern wind belt. If they could leave, it would mean the Empire's blockade wasn't absolute, and the Agnesa people could use certain special methods to leave. Of course, Luo knew the probability was low. If leaving easily was possible, the locals would definitely try. However, Wenres was a half-winged human, so perhaps things would be different. It could be a reference point. Wenres was clearly unaware of the surface world and didn't understand Luo's purpose. But this time he didn't try anything funny, only asking, "Aren't you afraid I run away?" Luo answered truthfully, "Of course I'm worried. So I set up a magic circle within your soul. If I don't undo it within 7 days, your soul will return to the underworld. Don't even think about undoing it. There aren't many people in the living world who can break my magic. Powerful individuals proficient in soul magic are rare, and Luo's soul magic was inherited from the underworld messenger Lazel, the genius soul mage Ben Morden, and the ancient underworld general Moriarty. It would be virtually impossible for Wenres to find someone to undo it. I hope you keep your promise. Don't forget who tricked whom first." Stingy. Despite her reluctance, Wenres had no choice but to obey. Fortunately, this place was closer to the western part of the empire, and sailing downwind would quickly bring them to the imperial border. Inside the ruins, several little creatures nervously surrounded Pink Luo and Purple Luo. Dark yellow rhythms emanated from them, flowers and plants withered, the earth seemed to melt, and crimson blood flowed, staining the ground red. Countless streams of emerald light converged from the surroundings, seeping into their bodies to replenish their depleted life force. This was Xania manipulating the Tree of Life. Eileen knelt not far from Pink Luo. The bright yellow light pulsed across her thighs, causing her a sharp, needle-like pain, but she refused to go far, constantly trying to control the grass to wipe away Pink Luo's blood. Little one flew restlessly back and forth, glancing at the unconscious Purple Luo, then at the weakened Pink Luo, before being tugged into Red Luo's hand by his annoyed gaze. Only Moriarty sat leisurely in a tree, looking down. She knew these were all Luo's clones. Their deaths were insignificant as long as the original was unharmed. She rarely offered to help Luo, partly because the problems Luo was currently facing were too trivial for her, and partly for training purposes. Anyway, none of her backup plans had been triggered, meaning it was still a long way from spiraling out of control. She wondered when Luo would discover the loving gift little Artemis had left on her. After a moment of inward chuckle, Moriarty regained her composure, wiping away imaginary drool. With Purple Luo and Pink Luo recovering, it was only a matter of time. She'd better slip away before Red Luo noticed her. Purple Luo had been researching rune arrays lately, and it was a bit of a shame there weren't any new potions. Oh, and there seemed to be a silly bird in the warehouse. Maybe she could pluck a few feathers. Silently, the dark shadow in the tree vanished without a trace. Outside the shield, on the sea of flowers, a gentle breeze rustled. A silver-white figure lay quietly in the center, its loose silver hair swaying slightly with soft purring, seemingly never to awaken. Life force manifested as butterflies and dragonflies alighting on the tips of its hair, like a tranquil oil painting. The rock walls on both sides of the northern wind belt valley were incredibly hard, far more solid than the labyrinthine world Luo had entered in the great library. Even her high-level spells only left shallow craters less than 10 meters deep. However, deep within the valley, a series of rumbling sounds erupted. Large chunks of rock tumbled down from above, creating swirling vortexes everywhere. The magical energy was extremely chaotic. It was impossible to sense, let alone even enter. Luo sat high in the air, watching the spectacle with great interest, occasionally munching on a small grape. Thanks to the new grapes cultivated in the Enzoplane, she had a new snack. The battle below had lasted for nearly 2 days, the battlefield shifting several times. Each shift attracted the attention of many magical beasts hidden deep within the rock layers. Luo witnessed for the first time that a seemingly empty underground area could conceal a massive lava behemoth, as large as a mountain range. A dark red light pierced through the unfathomable darkness and hurricane, its body almost filling the valley 20 miles wide. The mere friction between its body and the rock walls caused a considerable earthquake. Of course, disturbing the behemoth resulted in the battlefield being directly shattered, even slightly disrupting the wind path. Luo couldn't see the exact outcome, but the combatant, human and beast, quickly moved to another location, the result of which was self-evident. It seems the gap between 8th tier warriors is ridiculously large. It's a pity I couldn't see any information about that behemoth. Luo was currently 700 miles underground. It wasn't that he didn't want to go deeper, but the battleground was already over 1,000 miles deep. Going any deeper, he couldn't even sense any magical fluctuations, demonstrating the formidable physique of an 8th tier warrior. Escaped? Using the powerful perception granted by his domain, Luo heard the battlefield disappear from the wind. Someone had fled into the distance, but he didn't know where. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Luo. It was Han Luo. Let me make this clear beforehand. I didn't come out because I was worried about you. Yes, I know, so what's wrong? Han Luo cleared her throat, speaking with feigned seriousness. I can come out whenever I want, and even if you're in your true form, you have no right to stop me. Luo shrugged, not bothering to argue, ate the last grape, watched the grapevine rapidly wither and disappear as it fell into the void, dusted off her robe, and stood up. That's enough, I need you to cover me. Now was the moment when her opponent was at their weakest. It would be a waste not to act. Whether it was warriors from the Dahomey family below, or the azure-armored rock giant, it didn't matter, eliminating either would achieve her goal. Han Luo put her mask back on, activated the Blood Fiend Knight's sword, and said arrogantly, as expected, I still need to take action. I reluctantly help you this time. With that, she transformed into a sharp sword, cutting through the hurricane below. Luo didn't hesitate, casting an amplification spell on Han Luo, and quickly descending behind her. Affected by the 8th tier transcendent battle, the wind nearby had weakened considerably. With Han Luo's wind-breaking ability, the two successfully descended 100 miles. The lingering magical glow from the battle's aftershocks was already faintly visible. Further down, they might encounter traces of magical techniques left by the 8th tier clash. They had to avoid them, as much as possible to prevent any obstacles. Main body, what do you plan to do with that elf brat? Han Luo suddenly spoke up. Luo naturally replied, take her back to the Karlov Empire, and send her to the teleportation array. She can't be completely lost. To be honest, I thought you were going to imprison her in the Tree of Life. Although it could help FIA communicate with the Elven inheritance, it's unnecessary. As my cute and clever clone, can't you be normal for once? Heh, I'm perfectly normal. Han Luo scoffed, increasing her speed once more. Under the intense wind pressure, the black and red flames on her knight's sword were almost compressed into a thin line, flickering and on the verge of extinguishing, potentially sending both of them flying. However, since her birth, Han Luo had been silently striving to stand at the pinnacle. She loved the knight's sword. Since her true form was a mage and couldn't use knightly techniques, she borrowed the methods of ancient magic warriors, imbuing her sword with magic, using it as a staff, making all magic her blade. A mere breeze dares to challenge me? I am the greatest genius of this era. With a low shout, the flames on her knight's sword surged, and Han Luo transformed into a fiery tornado, tearing through numerous obstacles, and rapidly approaching the battlefield below. To be honest, Luo sometimes couldn't understand the behavior of her clone, likely because the clone stemmed from an extreme aspect of her personality. Covering her face, forcing herself not to listen to Han Luo's words, Luo followed closely behind in silence. Several more minutes passed. The depth here was no longer something Luo could contend with alone. Twisted, materialized traces of magic were everywhere, like cracks in space itself. About 3 miles directly below, a dozen rock giants had curled up into stone, their dark blue bodies riddled with cracks visible through the gaps. The real body. Han Luo cried out with difficulty. The massive drain on her magic power left her drenched in sweat. At this rate, she would be exhausted in less than 30 seconds. Luo understood. The silver moon lamp blazed brightly, and the scorching, dazzling sun rapidly coalesced, a brilliant golden light spreading throughout. Divine power descended upon this place. Even the hurricane trembled and calmed. You're courting death. The azure-armored rock giant snapped its eyes open, its gaze almost spitting fire. A clever opportunistic attack, but what good was a mere 7th tier being able to reach such depths? A heavily injured 8th tier was still far beyond the capabilities of a 7th tier, however, as it roared the rock giant away and saw the fireball, as dazzling as the sun in the sky, descending, a sudden, overwhelming fear of death gripped its body. That power again, and far more powerful. Damn it! The azure-armored rock giant's eyes widened in fury, as it desperately swung its fist at the fireball. Even if it had to sacrifice its body, it would crush that damn human. However, the azure-armored rock giant had been severely injured in its battle with Bai. Even with its boundless magic power, its body could no longer withstand the overload of magic. Moreover, to ensure its safety, Luo had poured 30% of his divine power into the sun, giving it no time to react or escape. Boom! Her ears went deaf instantly, her vision was replaced by a blinding white light, and the dark valley was bathed in sunlight for the first time in countless years. Unfortunately, wherever the sunlight touched, destruction followed. The remaining rock giants were powerless to resist, and were all reduced to molten lava. The blue-armored rock giant let out a roar of unwilling fury, its body exploding, leaving only a streak of black light disappearing into the darkness. The soul actually escaped. What a pity. Luo was hoping to capture the dark prison, an 8th-tier soul. Little Adi should be interested, right? Without further thought, Luo remotely collected all the fragments, quickly returning with the exhausted red Luo. With the materials in hand, as long as she constructed the Great Array, she would have another trump card to contend with 8th-tier beings. Chapter 1001. In a world without sun or moon, a four-horned skull hangs high in the sky, scattering pale powder. The earth is covered in frost, and twisted, bizarre plants exude a strong, malevolent aura. Several deformed, crystalline skeletons are fighting over a piece of frozen meat. After several struggles, one skeleton with 6 arm bones and 3 layers of ribs successfully swallows the frozen meat. As its spine wriggles, a smaller skeleton, identical in shape, slowly crawls out from above. Click, click, click. The jaws open and close rhythmically. The 6-armed skeleton and the newborn form strangely merge, and the new skeleton now has a pair of bone wings. The skeleton, now stronger, quickly turns its attention to its rivals fighting over the frozen meat, dismantling them in a few moves, breaking their bones, and absorbing wisps of deep blue energy from them. Its bones are noticeably thicker. Clatter, clatter. With a roar to the sky, its movement slowed, each step halting as it made its way towards the skull in the sky. Similar scenes played out constantly. Directly below that skull lay an unimaginably vast mountain of ice crystal skulls, countless giant skeletons vying to climb it, all to touch its lofty grandeur. Turning its gaze from the distant horizon, the red-haired, red-eyed girl patted the massive body beside her. Too active. The demons are indeed up to something big. The dragon lowered its snow-white, slender neck, its slightly rounded scales making its head appear less ferocious. A soft breath escaped its nostrils, and its snout parted slightly, revealing fangs taller than a human. A cold, melodious female voice rang out, "Little one, the mission of my race is long complete. The responsibility of dealing with the demons rests on the shoulders of you 100 races. This dragon only cares about when I can return to the world of the living." Boom! A tiny pink fist slammed into the dragon's body, the shockwave rippling for thousands of miles. She protested, "I'm not small. I just like this look." Hypocritical. The dragon glanced at her, then turned to look at the vast abyss shrouded in black mist. Mountains of broken bones surrounded the edge of the abyss, which stretched for millions of miles. The black mist was deathly still, terrifying, and evil. Even the aura of hell couldn't withstand it. It formed a black cloud that blotted out the sun above the abyss, and even from tens of thousands of miles away, eerie whispers and laughter could be clearly heard. That sound would terrify even a demon born of pure evil. Above the black mist was a perfectly circular spatial rift. Twisted and grotesque limbs and flesh constantly fell, withering to ash the moment they touched the mist. However, many skeletons with bony wings carefully avoided the mist and slipped into the spatial rift. If she wasn't mistaken, the black mist aura was remarkably similar to someone she knew, but that couldn't be. More importantly, how could that guy be so strong? She refused to admit it. That's just residual netherworld energy, isn't it? Why would there be residual auras of netherworld powerhouses in hell? You little bastard, you're just a tiny human, so shallow. I'm really angry. Haven't you had enough fighting from Shadow Hell to Bone Hell? If you want to fight, this dragon is ready. The girl's red eyes narrowed slightly, her long, crimson hair igniting with pale golden flames, the heat even scorching the void, revealing a chaotic, icy blue hue at the other end of the space. However, after a few seconds, she extinguished the flames, scanned the countless restless skeletons in the distance, and said seriously, "It's rumored that the dragon race has methods to resist netherworld energy. If we can use that dimensional rift, we should be able to return to flesh hell much faster. I admit you have a point. Follow me." The dragon's wings, blotting out the sky, unfurled, and blue gold scales materialized on its body, forming a shield. Seeing its prey about to escape, the skeletons in the distance finally couldn't hold back any longer. A sharp, shrill cry rang out, and countless skeletons surged forward, determined to leave the human and dragon utterly trapped in hell. Take off quickly. An ancient species has made its move. Shut up. You mere human, how dare you point fingers at me? Despite these words, the dragon's wings flapped high, its tail coiled around the girl, and its massive body vanished from the ground in the blink of an eye, leaving only a distorted spatial tunnel. The next moment, countless ice crystals exploded from the ground, the earth suddenly cracked open, and trillions of skeletons roared madly, melting and solidifying into a gigantic skeletal spider, radiating a powerful holy might, which then plunged into the spatial tunnel to kill. After an unknown amount of time, a little girl with black hair and blue eyes emerged from the void, staring blankly at the insurmountable black mist and abyss before her. When did the real body arrive in hell? But soon, she seemed to sense something, revealing a disgusted expression, though her large eyes unconsciously curved into a smile. More than 10 years. You really know how to hide, you stinky dragon. You better die slowly. The sunset of the third day arrived as scheduled. Just before the last rays of the setting sun disappeared, Wenles finally returned, panting. She had never been so grateful for the winged human bloodline as she was today. If it weren't for an ordinary superhuman without the power of that bloodline, it would have taken her at least half a month to return. Luo spotted her from afar, dispelling the details of the magical array he had conjured, and quietly waited for Wenles to arrive. How did it go? Wenles lay listlessly in the wind, looking like she was about to die. Let me catch my breath, ha! 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 Heaven knows how hard she had struggled to survive against this evil cultist. The bloodline power she had expended wouldn't recover in several years. Luo was in a better mood now, and wasn't so petty. She waited until Wenles had caught her breath before asking again, how did it go? Wenles sat up, her brow furrowed. Strange. Very strange. The situation was as Luo had guessed. The ravine at the border was sealed off by an unknown force, allowing only natural energy to flow. Magic imbued with will was blocked, meaning Wenles couldn't leave as she had come. So if you died, you could leave, right? Don't use me as an example. It's creepy, but that's about it. Although Luo was somewhat disappointed, he had already guessed it wouldn't go smoothly, so he wasn't too upset. However, Wenles pondered for a moment and revealed some unexpected information, but things might not be so bad. The deeper you go, the weaker the blockade becomes. According to my calculations, the blockade at a depth of 3,000 miles has weakened to the 7th tier level. 3,000 miles? That's just my calculation. Let alone 3,000 miles, I couldn't even go 2,000 miles. Knowing that is useless. Wenles shrugged, clearly not holding out much hope. In contrast, Luo was much happier. At a depth of 3,000 miles, at least a peak 8th tier expert would be needed to break through, and a 9th tier expert would be needed for escort. Although difficult to find, the possibility of finding a 9th tier expert to cooperate with was much greater than breaking through the Imperial border blockade barrier. In high spirits, Luo's gaze towards Wenles softened considerably. This woman was still somewhat useful. Since her losses weren't significant, letting her go wasn't out of the question. I'm giving you 2 choices, Luo said, extending 2 slender white fingers to indicate Wenles's decision. Upon hearing this, Wenles couldn't suppress his joy. Great. She can finally escape these despicable cultists. But then, reflecting on the 2 choices, Wenles wilted again. Neither path seemed quite right. Ahem, I was thinking, shouldn't there be a third option? Like, I swear I never reveal your information again, and then you kindly let me go, ha ha. Wenles scratched his head and laughed, but seeing Luo's meaningful gaze, he immediately turned his head away guiltily. Okay, I was just suggesting it. Since it doesn't work, let me think about it. Whether to sign a soul contract that strips her of her dignity, or to let a cultist wreak havoc on her soul, this seemed like a difficult choice. After 3 minutes of closed-eye contemplation, Wenles's gaze hardened. Let me erase my memories. More than the potential consequences of memory erasure, she feared losing her freedom. Although she was half human, she had always considered herself a winged being, otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to such lengths to grow wings. Winged beings were the race of the sky, children of wind and freedom. Even if it meant abandoning everything, she would pursue her beliefs and the right to soar through the skies. Never before had Wenles so desperately longed to grow wings. They were the epitome of her childhood trauma, the faith deep within her bloodline, the culmination of centuries of perseverance. Suddenly, a layer of azure light appeared behind her, and a pair of 3-meter-long azure wings burst forth from her clothes. Each feather was a pale azure, like the free and light wind of the world. The hurricanes of the northern belt seemed to recognize her identity, softening and embracing her. This is... Wanless was stunned, staring blankly at the beautiful wings folded before her. The color, the feel, and the unimaginable lightness, the wings of a true winged being. She had truly broken through the shackles of her bloodline and grown wings. Luo rubbed his chin, somewhat surprised to see Wanless, who was standing there blankly, tears streaming down her face. This woman was far stronger than she appeared. She had broken free from the shackles of her impure bloodline solely through the power of her mind. In a novel, she would at least be the heroine. Luo watched with interest as she touched her wings like a child, burying her face in them to take deep breaths, until she finally snapped out of it several minutes later. She folded her wings and gave an embarrassed laugh. At hundreds of years old, she was still so uncharacteristically awful. I will let you leave as promised. Now take a nap. Wanless hadn't even reacted when something seemed to envelop her head, her consciousness sinking into darkness. The strange glimmer in Luo's eyes faded. It seemed that even with wings, this woman didn't have much resistance to high-level soul magic. Of course, more importantly, Wanless was in an unstable emotional state, making her more vulnerable. Grabbing Wanless by the back of her collar, Luo tossed her into the ruined space. Destroying a 7th-tier transcendent soul was simple, but precisely erasing a portion of a memory was much more difficult. Luo didn't have that ability yet, so he left it to Moriarty. Anyway, Little Ai is so well behaved, Luo believes she definitely won't steal any food. Ahem, the materials are almost ready, it's time to get moving. Muttering as if to cover something up, Luo quickly flew towards the rock wall. She needed to find a safe place to prepare the grand formation. Inside the ruins, Luo held a crystal bottle filled with a liquid like emerald water, the sound of the Wind Whisperer. Though invisible, it could be touched, one could fly upon hearing it. If a wind affinity superhuman listened to it regularly, their affinity for wind would slowly increase. Setting down the bottle, Luo glanced at the trembling Wind Whisperer in its cage, feeling somewhat bewildered. Wasn't the Wind Whisperer supposed to be extremely proud? Why was it so timid, even singing a song for her? She remembered that she wasn't wind affinity herself. And was the Wind Whisperer missing 3 long feathers from its tail? Staring at the missing corner of its fan-shaped tail feather, Luo felt as if an unclean little hand had been there. Never mind, it's good to have it. Looking at the table, there were many bottles and jars, arranged in a style strangely similar to Bella's. Besides the sound of the Wind Whisperer, there were 3 bottles of viscous, bluish-black liquid, a small packet of pale white powder, and a bottle of powder shimmering with a 7-colored metallic sheen. After this period of processing, the last of the materials was pre-processed. Next, it was time to construct the grand array. Leaving the dark prison and entering the outside world, the others, including Lo and Helida, had already appeared, except for Blue Lo, who refused to show himself, only summoning 3 wooden clones to assist. Scanning his senses, Luo quickly confirmed that they were in a vast, man-made underground cavern, covering an area of 20,000 square meters and reaching a height of 30 meters, enough to prepare for the grand array. Pink Luo was excited, the more people the better. Red Luo stood demurely by the wall, her expression unchanging. Luo was still simulating potential accidents to prepare for anything that might happen. They only had one chance. If they failed, there wouldn't be any materials left to rebuild. Fortunately, they weren't the only ones participating in constructing the array. One stood quietly beside Pink Luo, her pupils emitting a faint blue light. She was establishing a soul link with Moriarty, acting as the array's guide. Phew, almost there. Now that everyone's here, let's begin according to plan. Luo's voice rang out. The blueprint for constructing the grand array had already been sent to everyone beforehand. Even Helida was confident in completing her assigned part. Seeing everyone ready, Luo nodded slightly. A magic circle appeared beneath her feet. Chi Link activated, establishing a synchronized communication network for everyone. Immediately afterward, a large amount of whitish, cold ice crystals appeared within the underground cavern. Large chunks of ice crystals rapidly spread across an open area of 100 meters in radius, merging and smoothing out the surface. Luo and Hong Luo worked together to refine the array base, removing impurities and increasing the overall magic concentration to aid in constructing the magic circuits. The others took to their work, inscribing runes, inserting array base materials, activating material properties, and so on. Under Zilla's coordination, the construction of the grand array began to proceed in an orderly manner. He observed the crowd, occasionally offering guidance on structural issues to ensure the array's success. 10 days passed in a flash. Thanks to the highly concealed underground environment, the fleeing enemies remained unaware of them. The once bare ice crystal array base had transformed into a small disk about a meter wide, crystal clear throughout. Its edges were engraved with patterns symbolizing various magic attributes. Between 3 white cats, head to tail, were dense, fine runes forming a tightly packed eye, radiating a complex magical aura, even somewhat sinister. Finally, there's the spirit infusion refined from the 7-colored tree. Ziluo's expression was somewhat listless, but her red eyes shone brightly. Her 12 attribute clones simultaneously released their soul power, infusing the shimmering 7-colored powder into the disc. In an instant, the disc shone with countless rays of light, and the eye formed by the runes in the center slowly opened. Mysterious patterns flashed, seemingly revealing boundless knowledge, tempting one to greed. "Close your eyes," he suddenly shouted. Everyone instinctively closed their eyes, avoiding eye contact with the rune's gaze. The next moment, it felt as if some gaze swept across the cavern, and indistinct whispers echoed in everyone's ears, as if enticing them to take a good look at their masterpiece. But those present were all resolute, they wouldn't recklessly open their eyes. After a moment, the whispers dissipated, and everything returned to silence. With a crisp clang, Luo cautiously opened one eye. After confirming that nothing had happened, she called the others forward. The array disc was now only the size of a head, its surface appearing as a white jade disc with a closed eye carved in the center, perhaps worth a few gold coins, utterly unremarkable. Luo picked up the disc, spreading her senses, but it was as if she were sensing air. She detected nothing. This was the effect of the Mayan lizard bone powder, perfectly simulating the surrounding environment's aura, completely undetectable before activation. Helida, also participating in the construction of an array for the first time, revealed a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Is this an array capable of contending with an 8th-tier array? It's unnamed Array 1. Ziluo emphasized the name, then eagerly suggested, the final step. Let's test its effect. Pink Luo covered her mouth and chuckled. This is the first time I've seen Ziluo so excited. You don't understand. This is the most important step in exploring knowledge, verification. Ziluo was so excited, she was almost fanatical. Luo even suspected she might be influenced by the Great Lord of Wisdom. The reference object for this array disc was clearly mixed with the Great Lord of Wisdom's influence, and it also incorporated quite a few unorthodox materials. In terms of details, it was practically a cult creation. Your worries are meaningless. This is just a normal emotional reaction. The test subject should be at least at the peak of the 7th rank, preferably a proper 8th rank. Ziluo bluntly interrupted Luo's train of thought, snatching the disc and gently stroking it, almost rubbing it against her face. Hong Luo felt a little bored, elegantly yawned, and went straight back to the ruined space, taking Yi with her. The new flower tea had almost settled by now, and she needed to test its effects on the little guy. Luo looked at the unusually cold Ziluo, her mind wandering. The completion of unnamed Array 1 couldn't be done by her alone, as it also involved the application of faith power, allowing the sacrificial channel to be established without relying on souls and flesh. Meanwhile, without Moriarty's guidance, aside from the several unexpected incidents along the way, even the eerie gazes that leaked out when the grand formation was finally completed would have been difficult to avoid. After all, they weren't proper formation masters. They were only building it based on the memories Ziluo had acquired and Moriarty's suggestions for modification. Completing it was truly no easy feat. However, it was good that it was finished. Luo felt that with this experience, her barrier magic would soon be able to develop a light attribute, reaching a higher level, and wouldn't shatter at the slightest touch from an 8th-tier monster. Since it's a test, let's find a newly established 8th-tier magical beast. Luo's suggestion was met with approval. The surrounding area was occupied by azure-armored rock giants and rock giants, making it difficult to find suitable targets. Therefore, the group planned to head downstream in the wind belt, searching for lone 8th-tier magical beasts in the valley below, about 6,000 miles horizontally from Ice Rock Port. This would also allow them to see the border that Wenrez had reached. However, before leaving, Luo and her group deliberately submerged above, leaving their aura behind. That bald man had to be dealt with, otherwise, all their hard work over the past few days would have been wasted. Chapter 1002. The surrounding atmosphere was frozen solid, the almost tangible air filled with killing intent and coldness. Looking at the burly man in the distance, resembling a giant ice fairy, Luo found himself strangely calm. Was it from too much experience, or from sheer confidence, or perhaps both? Actually, I should have realized long ago that you were the ones instigating the blue-armored rock giants, but it's not too late to know now. To express my respect, let me introduce myself. My name is Dahomey Bobby, one of the 2 members of the Dahomey family, in charge of the restoration plan of the Hibia Empire. There are 7 members of my rank within the Agnisa Empire. Above them are even more powerful members of the First City. They all know of your existence, and will hunt you down at all costs. He paused slightly, then continued casually, I'm not trying to persuade you to surrender, nor am I offering you information out of goodwill. That's meaningless. I'm just saying. The wings formed from countless shattered ice crystals on his back fluttered slightly. His arm, lost due to the curse, had grown back, and his aura grew stronger. With a powerful, arrogant, and indifferent expression, he declared, today, you will all die. Almost simultaneously, both sides attacked. Without any visible movement, Bobby unleashed a boundless blizzard, its force causing the northern wind belt to reverse, violently tearing apart the sides of the ravine and transforming them into towering icebergs that crashed heavily towards the group. Luo erected a seven-colored barrier, and together with Pink Luo and Red Luo, they gathered all their power to resist. Helida swiftly released an amplification spell to meet this attack, far surpassing even the peak of the 7th rank. Almost instantly, the blizzard, carrying a massive shadow, slammed down with terrifying power, no less than that of the azure-armored rock giant. The barrier erupted with brilliant light, but only lasted a breath before exploding. The icebergs, their power undiminished, slammed Red Luo and Pink Luo, who were at the forefront, into the ravine. However, at that moment, Z Luo's figure appeared, her red eyes burning with fervor. 38th tier magic cores appeared around her, all disappearing into the crystal-clear ice disk in her hand. The disk rapidly expanded, and in an instant, a vast, boundless snowfield descended into the sky, sprouting 10 basic runes forged from ice crystals. 3 large, snow-white cats darted about, their tails linked, and a massive amount of magic power converged into a towering vortex. The cats hissed, their bodies transforming into hundreds of thousands of runes, which rapidly condensed into a tightly closed eye at the center of the magic vortex. The next moment, the eye snapped open, revealing boiling, pitch-black runes within. It was as if some indescribable, great being had cast its gaze upon them, sending chills down their spines. Luo and the others instinctively closed their eyes. The indescribable gaze swept over them, lingering briefly on Luo before locking onto the astonished Bai, who stared intently at the eye. The eyeless eye slowly uttered a sentence. I bestow upon you boundless power. The contract is complete and takes effect. After this abrupt, incoherent statement, a stream of gray-black water surged from the eye, ignoring Bobby's protective defenses. In the face of Bobby's astonishment and anger, it instantly flowed into his mouth, a faint black mist dissipating and condensing above his head into a strange black hourglass, from which fine wisps of smoke slowly trickled down. Then the eye in the center of the ice field closed, and the ice field slowly shattered, transforming into a disc that flew back into Z Luo's hand. What have you done? Bobby frantically examined his body, but found nothing. No, it was more accurate to say he felt an unprecedented power. The palpitation subsided, and only then did Luo dare open her eyes, but the scene before her was beyond her expectations. Bobby laughed wildly, his aura soaring, numerous runes appearing on his body, constantly churning, and an extreme cold erupted, freezing even the void. Ha ha ha. Are you all idiots? Is this all you're relying on? Ha ha ha. Is this the power of a 9th-tier cultivator? This is awesome. The aura was so fierce that Luo Lian couldn't even stand still, forced back several thousand meters before regaining his footing. He hurriedly shouted to Z Luo, don't tell me this is how the formation works. I know, you know the true form too. Z Luo was also incredibly surprised. Suddenly, something occurred to her, and she speculated, right, it might require direct eye contact to gain power. The initial design involved sacrificing magic crystals to amplify power. Direct eye contact. Luo Yu. A sudden rush of breath, a heart-pounding fear when that thing appeared before her eyes. Could she even look at it directly? But now wasn't the time for such pointless thoughts. They could at least put up a fight against an 8th-tier enemy, but now that the enemy had gained the power of the formation and broken through to the 9th tier, they had absolutely no chance of fighting. Never mind that. Run! Luo wanted to curse. The effects of the formation were already vague and unclear, which was why they wanted to find a target to test it out. They hadn't expected to run into the enemy halfway through their journey. They were incredibly unlucky. At this moment, she envied Lan Luo. She could let go of all her worries and sleep whenever she wanted. How carefree and leisurely. With the blessing of the Azure Wind domain, Luo and her group quickly fled their spot. But before they had even flown 1,000 meters, Bai's figure appeared before them. With just a cold glance, everyone felt as if struck by lightning. Z Luo instantly turned into a bloody mist, her life force dissipating without even a moment's reaction time. Luo and Helida weren't much better off. Each of them had a badge appear in front of them and explode. These were life-saving items sent by the Grand Steward of the Extremist Merchant Guild. They could offset one fatal injury. There were only 3 in total, and Luo gave one to Helida. Even so, both women were seriously injured, their magic surging violently, their bodies seemingly frozen stiff. Main body. Are you alright? Red Luo, who had been pushed into the abyss, flashed in front of them to block the aftershocks. Pink Luo quickly healed the 2 women, but when they saw the arrogant and indifferent Bobby in the distance, their hearts sank. Perhaps they shouldn't have so hastily activated something untested. Now, it seemed there was no other way but to call for reinforcements. Luo narrowed her eyes, looking at the pale blue screen floating before her, suddenly realizing that things weren't so bad after all. Dahomey Bobby, Bloodline Awakening, Rank 9 Transcendent/Rank 8 Transcendent, Ice, Warrior, Frost Warrior, /half-elf, Ice, member of the 2nd town of the Dahomey family, with bloodline concentration second only to the 1st town member. Arrogant and decisive, completely loyal to the family, willing to pay any price for it. They share an ancient oath with the Ice Fairy, an oath passed down through their bloodline and indelible. However, only members of the Sanyu clan and above have the opportunity to awaken this oath and summon the fairy's power for their own use. Note 1. Bloodline Awakening, gaining the power of the Ice Fairy. Note 2. Ice Fairy Power. Ice Affinity is temporarily increased to its maximum, greatly enhancing the effects of Ice Attribute skills, greatly increasing Ice Attribute skill resistance, and greatly increasing mana capacity. Note 3. Ice Fairy Power. The longer the awakening lasts, the greater. The degree of assimilation, exceeding the limit, will completely turn one into a statue of the Ice Fairy. Note 4. Due to unclear gift, gaining soul magic, greatly increasing soul magic resistance. Note 67. Gaining the grace of the Great Lord of Wisdom, temporarily greatly increasing strength. Note 68. Gaining the curse of the Great Lord of Wisdom, after 439, the soul returns to him. Evaluation, an insurmountable old monster, perhaps one can wait to die. In the final notes, the number representing the passage of time gradually decreased. At the same time, the hourglass above Bobby's head, shrouded in an evil aura, slowly released smoke. However, he was still intoxicated by the pleasure of gaining power, and did not notice the change in Luotian's expression. But we have to hold out until then, Luo. Do you have any ideas? Pink Luo asked anxiously. 5 minutes wasn't a long time, but it wasn't short either, enough for a 9-tier powerhouse to annihilate them 10 million times over. Red Luo snorted lightly, showing no fear even in a disadvantageous position. It's just a stepping stone on the road to becoming stronger. I hold him off. Although Helida didn't know why Luo suddenly had such confidence, she firmly said, "Witches, don't argue. I go. If the Bible is detonated, I might be able to stop it for a while." But this idea was immediately rejected by Pink Luo. No! If you lose the Bible, you lose your identity as a believer. We're not real people. It's reasonable for us to delay the enemy. Helida fell silent. She naturally knew that this was the truth, but the scene of Purple Luo dying suddenly in front of her was still vivid in her mind. After 3 months together, she found it hard to coldly watch her friend die, even if she was just a puppet. Can't you guys think this through? Does anyone really have to go and die? Luo rolled her eyes helplessly. Helida was one thing. She wasn't exactly familiar with her. But Pink Luo and Red Luo, despite having the ability to directly read her thoughts, never did it. Look at Purple Luo. She only synchronized her memories immediately, never hesitating. There's no need to confront him head-on. Red Luo's expression immediately hardened. Main body, you wouldn't be thinking of. How could I? That method doesn't even consider the risks, and there's not enough time to escape. What I mean is this. Luo pointed to the firebird hair tie on her forehead. Using divine power to tear open space to escape seemed feasible, but the Empire's space was sealed off. Tearing it open would require even more power and time, and a 9-tier powerhouse was watching them from 1,000 meters away. They feared they'd be beheaded before even opening a spatial rift. However, the flame mark attached to the firebird hair tie required no activation time. After being tortured last time, Luo left the mark during his journey to deal with such inescapable predicaments. Meanwhile, Bobby, now completely familiar with his new power, finally snapped out of his daze. With a gentle clench of his right hand, even space itself distorted. What immense power! All this was thanks to those foolish white-haired girls. To thank them, he decided to act quickly later. Little girls, be quick, it won't hurt. The underworld will welcome you warmly. Bobby chuckled, extending his right index finger. Even from 1,000 meters away, Luo felt his soul freeze, as if it would turn to dust at any moment. Thanks, but I don't want to visit the underworld yet. You enjoy the gift of power. We're not playing with you anymore, bye-bye. Luo made a face at him, a faint red light glowing from the hair tie on his forehead. Boom! A dazzling blue light flashed, and the already cracked ravine instantly expanded into a perfectly smooth spherical cavity 500 miles wide, even the solid rock turning into pure ice crystals. But it was still a step too late. Luo's original spot was now empty, leaving only a few rapidly dissipating spatial fluctuations. Bobby's face was so dark it was almost dripping with water. He truly hadn't expected that his opponent would even possess a rare spatial teleportation artifact. How could a little girl, who wasn't even a high-level cultivator, possess so many powerful trump cards? Yes, after reaching the 9th level of strength, Luo's disguise was practically transparent to him. He easily saw through the fact that the 7th level aura was merely a facade created through some means. Escape? Let's see where you can escape to. Bobby's figure vanished abruptly, his speed so fast that even the air couldn't react. While a 9th-tier cultivator couldn't tear through space, tracking spatial fluctuations was easy. All clever tricks were laughable before absolute power. Immersed in his power, Bobby didn't notice that the hourglass above his head had shrunk by 1/10, or rather, he couldn't perceive it. Right now, all he wanted was to tear those damned white-haired girls to shreds. Time passed slowly, and the blackness in the upper half of the hourglass gradually diminished. For minutes later, still tracking the remaining spatial fluctuations, Bobby suddenly felt a pang of fear and instinctively stopped, looking around. But everything was safe within his perception. Whether it was the trembling hidden magical beasts, the abandoned city in the distance, or the scattered adventurers, they were all insignificant, posing no threat to his powerful self. Shh! A soft sound of falling sand gradually rose, passing through his ears, and directly into his mind. Bobby shook his head vigorously, his mind sinking into the sea of his soul, but he felt nothing. Everything seemed perfectly normal, yet something felt off. Come out! It must be you. Come out! The roar surged, obliterating vast swathes of clouds. A 7th-tier bird-like magical beast hiding within the clouds was caught in the sonic wave and instantly pulverized. Shh! The eerie sound of sand in his mind grew clearer, like a countdown, telling him it was approaching, it was descending. He couldn't refuse, he couldn't resist. Bobby's terror intensified. His senses swept across the room, meticulously searching every inch. A hint of fear crept into his expression. Everything was too illogical. Had he forgotten something? Suddenly, something dawned on him, his expression froze, and he muttered to himself, enjoy the gift of power. So that's what it means? As the last wisp of smoke from the hourglass above his head fell, silently, Bobby's eyes dimmed, his aura rapidly weakened, and his body plummeted from the clouds. Before even hitting the ground, his body had already turned to ashes. In a place unknown to anyone, a powerful 9th-tier transcendent being, second only to the saint rank, vanished without a trace. Whoosh! 4 figures suddenly appeared in the drizzling sky. The moment they appeared, frost filled the space. Luo tightly clutched her numb right hand, gritting her teeth. Even with instant cast items, speed was slightly inferior against a 9th-tier powerhouse. Bobby's attack still affected her. At this moment, the emotionless magic was rapidly seeping into her body, tearing flesh and blood wherever it went, a corrupting force spreading. The cold, the tearing, the penetrating, these perfectly correspond to the 3 characteristics of ice: freezing, shattering, and penetrating. Flames erupted from Luo's body, as he desperately tried to soothe the chilling ice magic to slow its spread. Simultaneously, a soft white light appeared at his fingertips and entered his body, quickly dispelling the foreign magic within. Pink Luo and Red Luo were unaffected, and also helped Luo dispel the foreign magic. Fortunately, the treatment was timely, and Luo recovered in a short while. I'm fine, let's go! If what they said is true, then the Agnesa Empire is in danger everywhere. With the release of Shadow in the Moon, the group transformed again and flew towards Ice Rock Harbor. Luo was indeed very curious about the actual effects of Unnamed Array 1, but going back would be suicidal. A crisp cracking sound rang out, particularly clear in the tranquil ice crystal hall. Damien, who was wiping the collection, paused, looking at the palm-sized ice crystal skeleton statue on the counter. Several cracks had suddenly appeared on it, and it was shattering rapidly. One of the arrogant ones is dead? And dead without even activating their gift power? Damien had a feeling things were spiraling out of control, especially after the puppet inexplicably changed its mind and refused his intervention in the girl's affairs. Every arrogant one was a precious potential saint, Once the plan officially began, they would instantly become his most loyal servants in the living world, far more important than mere expendable resources. Tuka is still stabilizing the dimensional tunnel, can't intervene. Damien muttered to himself, while wiping the skull in his hand. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and a pleased smile spread across his face. Scheming, this time it's not that I, young master, interfered, it's just that humans are too insidious. A mere human dared to kill a precious arrogant one, wouldn't it be fair for him to retaliate? Tell the shadow. I had a clue about my target, which led me to come with sincerity. My lord, your most loyal servant will surely deliver your orders perfectly. The skull in his hand cackled, then vanished through the window in a streak of light. Damien made a pinch in the air, and a blood-red goblet appeared between his fingers. He gently swirled the glass, took a small sip, and knew the sealing array wasn't specifically designed for searching. Even if Shadow controlled most of the array's authority, he was helpless. Damien, however, possessed a far more sophisticated method of tracking auras. He believed that given Shadow's vengeful nature, he would surely do as he wished, and then no amount of scheming would be of any use. Enjoy, it's good. Chapter 1003. A false gift million-level array, sacrifice array, a self-created array, crafted by someone's clone by blending magical power with knowledge of reversal arrays and barriers, is offered as a sacrifice to the great Lord of Wisdom, granting the power to turn the tide. But remember, he has noticed you. After a certain time, the recipient's soul will return to him. Note 1. The minimum sacrifice is equivalent to 10 8th-tier magic crystals. Note 2. Magic cores can be used instead of offerings. Note 3. Flesh and blood and living beings can be used instead of offerings. Crack. The sound of tree branches snapping was particularly faint in the howling wind of the valley. Luo held the warm cup and took a sip, his uneasy heart calming down. Miss Witch, is she really all right? Who? Oh, you mean Zilla? She's fine. Receiving a positive answer, Helida's usually icy expression softened slightly. Perhaps it was Luo's imagination, but Helida's inner emotion seemed to be growing stronger. Usually, she would only observe silently, never bringing it up herself. Delicious. Luo, do you think we're safe now? Pink Luo took a bite, leaving a small tooth mark on the juicy roasted meat, savoring her rare moment of rest, and casually tore off a few strips for Xiao Yi. If that person didn't have a trump card to resist him, he's probably done for. Luo wasn't sure. No one knew the limits of the formation. Maybe they were just lucky, and Bai really escaped. Is that so? A family favored by fairies, yet they went astray and fell into depravity. What a pity. Luo sighed regretfully, then took several large pieces of roasted meat from the fire. I go give some to little Aya and the others. You guys enjoy yours. Only 2 people remained in the valley under the clear sky. As for why the Northern Kingdom had such a clear sky, the culprit was right here. Flames flickered, melting the surrounding snow. Luo Chu stared blankly at the flames, as if looking at a dancing, fiery red head of hair. It's been so many years. What should I say as my first words? Long time no see? That sounds too distant. Hello, teacher? Doesn't that make me seem immature? Teacher, you're being too irresponsible. Who can tell who's the elder now? Speaking of which, Miss Witch, why did you carve 3 cats? Helida's sudden question almost made Luo drop his cup. So that's what you were thinking about when you were silent. Where did that cold, aloof ice god priest I knew go? Ahem, actually, there's no reason, I just like it. Essentially, it's just a complete part of the array runes. Whether it's rabbits or flowers doesn't really matter. After all, it was his first self-created array, and Luo thought it should at least look good, so he added some details. The core is still the sacrificial passage opened by millions of runes in the center. Thinking of this, Luo felt increasingly certain that the wise lord was involved in this turmoil against the Agnisa Empire. Right, how could I forget about that? Luo suddenly slapped her forehead. There wasn't just one demonic force lurking in the Agnisa Empire. Besides the almost certain wise lord, there was the power contained within the azure fragments of bones within the berserk beast, and the eerie blood mist that ultimately destroyed Crystal City. She had originally intended to ask Moriarty about it, but after the fall of Crystal City, she forgot. She might as well ask now. Inside the ruined space, Moriarty sat gracefully, slicing the steaming roasted meat with a knife and fork. She elegantly forked a piece and put it in her mouth, chewing and savoring it slowly, her posture like that of a well-educated noblewoman. Gently wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth, Moriarty picked up the fragrant flower tea in front of him, tilted his head slightly to bring it to his lips, his snow-white neck twitching slightly as he quickly finished the cup. He then gently set the cup down, his expression dignified as he looked at Red Luo across the table, his large eyes blinking. "Little Moriarty, can I go play now?" "Good behavior, I grant permission." "Yay! Let's go play." Having received permission, Moriarty was like a rabbit released from its cage. His elegance vanished instantly, and he darted out of the small dark room in the blink of an eye, grabbing a slice of roasted meat in the process. "Wait!" Hong Luo's sudden shout startled the little guy, who turned around with a pained expression. "Sister Hong Luo, little Artie has been very well behaved lately. He's been diligently learning human customs, drinking tea properly, and he's even successfully completed the task of extracting memories from that half-breed winged sister." He licked his pink lips, seemingly savoring something, the little guy implying he was doing a great job, and that Sister Hong Luo couldn't ask for too much. "This young lady will naturally not go back on her word, but my true form has something I need your answer to." Hearing that it wasn't practice, the little guy immediately flashed to his seat, swinging his little feet, and perking up his ears. "Is there anything Sister Luo doesn't know?" "How strange." Hong Luo didn't mind Moriarty's mischievous nature revealed during his leisure time. He took a sip of tea and said calmly, "My true form encountered an unfamiliar demonic power, and wasn't sure what to do." A wisp of dark, twisted demonic power appeared at Hong Luo's fingertip, its chilling cold and deathly madness unlike any demonic power she had encountered before. When Moriarty saw the power of the demons, she was not surprised. In her time, the demons active were not limited to the wars of the present day. The three giants of flesh and shadow, the demon plane, that is, hell, was still fragile and isolated from other planes. "Sister Hong Luo, how much do you know about the 13 levels of hell now?" Hong Luo glanced at the grinning Moriarty, leaning back slightly in her chair. "The living world has too few records about demons. I plan to compile information on demons and spread it throughout the planes. What are your thoughts?" Seeing that Hong Luo didn't directly answer her question, Moriarty chuckled strangely, not revealing his answer, and drew a cube in the air with his delicate index finger. "Each of the 13 levels of hell is ruled by a great lord. They are either active, slumbering, or uninterested in the living, but their essence is all the concept of sin. Where there is sin in the world, they exist." His fingertip traced 12 twisted lines on the cube. Similar to the three major planes, the levels of hell are more like independent planes, not a spatial hierarchy. However, they can be simply ordered and layered according to the difficulty of entering hell. In Hong Luo's eyes, the simple cube became distorted after the lines appeared, a strange shape not existing in three-dimensional space. In fact, this map emitted obvious spatial fluctuations, truly describing the four-dimensional structure between planes. The hell closest to the living world is the hell of war, a vast and boundless place where war is an endless melody. Influenced by this, all planes of order are engulfed in war, making them the greatest accomplices in hell's acquisition of evil. Hong Luo felt a blur before her eyes. A crimson sky descended upon shattered weapons, and the land, riddled with blood-soaked cradles, was ablaze with the clash of countless races, a strange red mist surging, an intense hatred erupting in all directions, a hatred of beauty, a despair of peace. Only the screams echoing in the endless battles were the most beautiful notes. Whether it was her imagination or not, Hong Luo felt she'd seen the crimson mist that served as a backdrop somewhere before. It was filled with bloodshed and restlessness, and a resentment growing from the depths of her consciousness. Suddenly, her pupils dilated slightly, a thought flashing through her mind. It seems to be Crystal City, the source of evil, the great lord of war and revenge. "Abigail, as long as war exists, hell will not perish." Moriarty's cute little face revealed a sinister glint. "Even your struggle against the demons is part of the war, increasing his power and absorbing more faith. Because the demons are ferocious, one must resist, but resistance also strengthens the demons, an unsolvable vicious cycle. The demons have survived countless eras. Their tenacity is far more terrifying than Luo knew. Hidden beneath the war is a great lord of flesh and twisted power. Yuvahas. The very existence of tangible things is the source of its evil. Filthy blood and rotting flesh are its continuation. The earth and living beings are its sustenance. Approach it, and your soul will turn to flesh and blood, your heart will corrupt, and your wisdom will vanish." The scene shifts, and Hong Luo sees a truly graphic depiction of flesh and blood. Nauseating limbs and tentacles writhe, crawl, devour each other, and grow more limbs. The earth of flesh breathes, and rivers of blood flow with eyeballs and hair, a chilling sight. Flesh and blood endure, bones are reborn, lingering between death and rebirth, the so-called source of all evil, the great lord of bones and madness. Mordition. Arrogant because it governs resurrection, yet after countless rebirths, it perishes, leaving behind only utter madness. Endless, bizarrely shaped ice crystal skeletons staggered aimlessly, each bone writhing, growing new skeletons identical to their original forms, yet still connected, merging again, as if countless reincarnations had been superimposed upon each other, presenting a scene of pain and madness known only to those who have experienced reincarnation. When tangible things fade, leaving behind intangible, ethereal darkness, the darkest place is shadow. Boundless darkness is the succumbing to the sins of lost order, the evil of twisted minds. It is the great lord of shadow and depravity. Luke Satan, all good and beauty in the world are contrary to him. Moriarty's words abruptly paused, revealing 2 rows of bright white teeth. Actually, I'm also curious why Sister Lu uses dark power without being affected. You know, even the underworld race cannot resist the distortion of the mind. Mere dark distortion. What is it before me? Red Luo scanned the thick, viscous shadow that enveloped the heavens and earth, her arrogance unmistakable. Others feared the erosion of darkness, but she was the controller of darkness. What did she have to fear? Hee hee. Sister Lu is truly arrogant, but I don't dislike her. Hee hee. The 5th layer of hell is filled with decay and stench, the opposite of life, the great lord of corruption and withering. Satyr. Little sprites, be careful. Moriarty's gaze drifted intentionally, or unintentionally towards the tree of life. The satyrs were obsessed with decaying life, although their targets were primarily plants. Contact with living beings would cause their vitality to wither, preventing even those from returning to the underworld. However, to Honglu's surprise, the scene remained unchanged, returning to the interior of the small dark room. Below lies a chaos beyond the comprehension of the order side, the 6th hell, the lord of betrayal and impurity. Fani, a demon who taints honor and purity, a detestable being. Although Moriarty was a member of the underworld race, as a nether knight, and a general commanding 1,000,000 troops, she naturally possessed the unique glory and pride of a commander. However, betraying a lord was the most effective way to control an army, and she naturally loathed it. The 7th level of hell is a hell where cunning and knowledge coexist. Sister Hongluo must have guessed it. Hongluo's expression changed slightly, and she solemnly uttered, "The Lord of Wisdom and Deception, Asmodeus." Clap, clap, clap. Moriarty clapped happily, then Hongluo flicked a small piece of ice onto his forehead, causing him to groan in pain as he clutched his head and muttered, "There's no information below that." The first 4 levels are closest to the 3 major planes, and are easy to understand. Only powerful peak saint-level beings have a chance to reach the middle 3 levels, and we can only know their order and general situation. The last 7 levels are forbidden territory for saint-level beings. Perhaps only those demigods hiding somewhere can reach them. Moriarty only knew that at least the lords of nonsense and dreams, lust and slainish, and slaughter and destruction existed in the last 7 levels of hell, but their names and order were unknown. She had only heard about the existence of these 3 lords from the lord of the underworld years ago. So, Sister Hongluo, eliminating demons is completely impossible. Anyway, the dragons and angels who could directly confront demons have long since disappeared. Sigh, it's hard to predict what will become of the living world. Little Artie's going to play now. The little guy jumped off the chair and left the dark room in the blink of an eye, wondering which soul in the dark prison would suffer next. Hongluo had no time to think about the little guy's fun. Staring at the teacup on the table, she fell into deep thought. According to Moriarty, she actually had direct or indirect contact with half of the demon lords. No wonder Moriarty had joked in the Enzo plane that she had a connection with demons. The good news was that half or even more of the demon lords were actually not interested in the living world. Well, maybe they just didn't have the ability to infiltrate it yet. After some thought, Hongluo decided to reserve her opinion. In any case, with this information, ordinary superhumans in the living world wouldn't be completely ignorant of demons. She would later ask Moriarty for more details about demons. After all, hell wasn't just inhabited by demon lords. There were countless other vast demon races. She pulled out a thick stack of papers, densely covered with magical runes, a story that could even be chanted to unleash magic. This was the legend of the silver-haired witch, currently being written by Hongluo. She was more adept at using ornate language to make it a true work. Of course, according to Luo's plan, after Hongluo finished writing, Luo would need to adjust the rune structure. Simply making it a reader would be a waste of effort. 3 cold, icy clones appeared behind her, bowing respectfully to Hongluo. "My lord, what are your orders?" "Record her description." "As you command, my lord." The clones immediately sprang into action. They didn't need to bother with magical runes. They could simply organize the information in a common language, adding any further details Luo had gathered from other sources. This would become the first simplified introduction to demons. Han Luo herself continued writing her autobiography, naturally including the accounts of demons as a new side story. This is the kind of meticulous work a young lady should be doing. Opening her eyes, Luo had learned the origin of the shattered bones from Han Luo's memories, and had a vague guess about what had happened to the Agnesa royal family. Although more clues were needed to uncover the truth, Luo didn't want to delve too deeply. It was too dangerous. She briefly revealed the information about the skeleton lord to Helida, erasing his real name and origin, only reminding her to be careful of any changes she might experience if she encountered a monster covered in strange ice crystal skeletons. Miss Witch, the demon, has it really appeared? Luo nodded firmly. No doubt about it. To be honest, I encountered one more than 10 years ago, and even fought it. The higher-ups must have been prepared long ago. My concern is whether their preparations are sufficient. After all, the human race hadn't encountered a real demon for several generations, and Luo didn't know how the Imperial higher-ups assessed the demon's combat strength. Thinking about this now is useless. Let's continue. Once we find our teacher, I try my best to gather people to resolve the current situation in the Agnesa Empire. Luo patted her robes and stood up. The biggest problem right now was how to safely enter Ice Rock Harbor. From Bai's words, she knew that the Dahomey family had issued a nationwide warrant for her arrest. If she swaggered into the city, she would likely be hunted down on the very first day. Extinguishing the campfire, the two transformed into streaks of light, and continued flying towards Ice Rock Harbor. Chapter 1004. What has happened? Neilwar stared blankly at the rampant crimson sky in the distance, the rolling blood mist relentlessly engulfing the surrounding land, as if even the soul was being swallowed up. Second son, I must have seen the most evil being in the world. I feel my soul trembling. Spare me. Ice God, please protect me. Let me go back 2 months. I rather never set foot in the north again. The two ice beastmen murmured. Just days ago, they had witnessed the brilliance comparable to the sun, and seen rain replace snow in the north. They thought nothing could shake their souls anymore, but looking up at the vast, overwhelming blood mist from high above, they realized that even superhumans could be so insignificant. Not good. We need to find them quickly. Neilwar jolted, quickly pulling out his communication device. Perhaps by luck, the other team happened to be at the communication limit, seemingly too afraid to approach after seeing the blood mist. After a brief exchange, another team quickly returned. Neilwar learned from them that the blood mist covered an area roughly the size of 10 crystal cities, and was still expanding. Even more terrifying, they had seen numerous indescribable monsters within the blood mist, dressed in tattered clothes, their bodies covered in eerie bloodstains. Even days later, they couldn't forget the resentment deep in their crimson eyes, and the indistinct murmurs they uttered. This massive anomaly had already attracted the attention of the surrounding cities. The Ice Beastmen had discovered no fewer than 10 waves of human scouts, but fearing conflict, they hadn't approached. Little did they know that this caution would save their lives. Second Prince, it's terrifying. A Frost Beastman explained in horror. I saw a powerful human scout approach within 100 meters of the blood mist, and be instantly swallowed up. No resistance whatsoever, just a blink of an eye, and they were gone. Sensing the faint smell of blood in the air, Neilwar realized the gravity of the situation. No wonder his benefactor had warned against getting close. Retreat first, to Ice Rock Harbor. With our strength, it's difficult to bypass Crystal City and reach Ice God Fortress. Second Prince, you are wise. Hearing that they didn't have to take the risk, the other Frost Beastmen breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, the incident at Crystal City alone was enough to satisfy them, but to obtain more rewards, they would better gather other intelligence. Ice Rock Harbor is located in the far west of the Agnesa Empire, built along the coast with a long coastline. Therefore, its maritime merchants are extremely developed, making it a crucial hub for the exchange of goods between the Agnesa Empire and the Western continent, and home to countless powerful individuals. Unlike typical large cities, Ice Rock Port has no city walls. As an open coastal city, it is internally divided by its port. Ostensibly under the jurisdiction of the Ice Rock Port City Lord's Mansion, its fragmented territory weakens its connection to the royal family, thus harboring many desperate and ruthless criminals. The port has suffered a tragic destruction in the past, and this fragmentation of power places Ice Rock Port only third in overall strength among the 5 major cities. However, Ice Rock Port has been relatively peaceful for the past 1,000 years, if not for the arrival of the Homi family. Die! A dozen or so 5th-tier warriors greedily eyed Luo and her companion. They were clearly just scouts, unaware of the women's strength. With a wicked grin, they quickly approached, attempting to subdue them at close range. However, with a mere thought, the surrounding ice magic instantly transformed into countless ice blades, tearing everyone apart. How many times has this happened? The fourth time today. Helida answered silently. Bobby wasn't lying. A nationwide manhunt for Luo had begun. On the road alone, the two had encountered over 30 searches by Dahomey warriors. Relying on their unknown sensory abilities, Luo often discovered them at the same time his identity was exposed. How do we get into the city? Luo rubbed his nose, somewhat annoyed. If they delayed any longer, the Dahomey family would realize something was wrong and pinpoint his approximate location. Then, they could simply send powerful warriors to crush him, which wouldn't be fun. I go. Are you sure it's okay? I'm worried your identity has already been revealed to them. We have to try. Gazing at the distant, densely packed cities, and the massive ice crystal ships behind them, Luo suppressed his longing for Luna, and had no choice but to agree to Helida's suggestion. From what they seen along the way, the Dahomey family didn't seem to have any methods of detection targeting Helida. This was indeed the best method at the moment. Take this. Luo handed over an earring, a pair of short-range communication accessories. She rarely needed to communicate over long distances, and therefore didn't usually carry communication devices, but they were perfect for the current situation. Luo then gave her the twin sword badge engraved with "Die with me." It was with this that Helida was able to find Luna's location. Thank you. Don't worry. Helida nodded slightly, and left quickly without hesitation. Then, what should I do? Luo watched Helida's figure disappear, feeling a sudden emptiness in her heart. Suddenly, several streaks of light flew in from afar. A young man in fine clothes, leading the group, smiled faintly, glanced at the guide in his hand, and quickly ordered his followers to attack Luo. She's mine now, get her. Yes, young master. Ugh, is this ever going to end? Boom boom boom, the young man's smile froze instantly. Cold sweat dripped down his face, as he stared at the seemingly unaffected girl. Several blazing fireballs surrounded him, the acrid smell of burning flesh making him hesitant to act. I said, I mistook you for someone else. Do you believe me? I believe you, which is why I can't let you go. A small hand clenched in the air, and the young man screamed, uncontrollably flying towards Luo. Spare me. Don't kill me. I know I was wrong. Please have mercy, don't kill me. As if hearing his pleas, Luo didn't kill him outright. He vanished with the young man in an instant, leaving only a large cloud of blood and several patches of melting snow. To facilitate circulation, Ice Rock Harbor usually doesn't have an isolation barrier, only activating barriers to regulate temperature and block ice and snow. However, with the current depletion of magic power in the outskirts, Ice Rock Harbor has had to activate a city-level barrier to protect itself. No city walls mean no city gates or guards. To resist the rampaging magical beasts attacking the city, many extraordinary individuals have spontaneously formed adventure teams to kill the beasts. They were originally members of the shipping merchants, and now, with nothing else to do, they temporarily become adventurers. Once the blockade is lifted, these high-quality magical beast materials can fetch a good price. Helida had been to Ice Rock Harbor many times, so she didn't notice the giant ships anchored along the coast. Concealing her presence and avoiding the crowded main roads, she proceeded along the alleyways. From the intersections, she could occasionally see armored Dahomey warriors passing by on the main streets. However, unlike in other cities, the Dahomey warriors of Ice Rock Harbor seemed to be in bad shape. Most of them were seriously injured, and even third or fourth tier extraordinary individuals dared to glare at them. Did we guess wrong? Helida suspected that Ice Rock Harbor hadn't fallen victim to the Dahomey family's machinations. She wanted to relay her suspicions to Lo, but found that Lo seemed to be out of range. She had to give up. Soon afterward, guided by the badge, she quickly arrived outside a church. Looking at the neatly arranged metal sculptures with 8 elemental runes on either side of the church entrance, Helida realized that Ice Rock Harbor also had a branch church of the Church of the Archmage, albeit a smaller one, consisting of only a chapel enshrining the statue of the Archmage. This is it. After confirming it was the right place, Helida bowed slightly to the magical runes to express her respect, then stepped into the church. Just as she was about to ask someone for help, 3 people inadvertently barged in at the door, kicking down a small cedar tree in the front courtyard without a word, and immediately shouted, "Fraudulent church, give me my money back. Impersonating the Church of the God of Magic, you fraudsters, get out here." After a few curses, they were surprised to find a tall, snow-robed girl standing in the front courtyard. They exchanged glances, and one of them stepped forward to pat the girl on the shoulder. "Were you also scammed by the fraudulent church?" Listen to me. Before he could finish speaking, he was horrified to find his hands covered in frost, and quickly retreated to avoid freezing them into an ice sculpture. What do you mean? I kindly reminded you, and you repay kindness with enmity. Don't think you can be arrogant just because you have some strength. Do you know who's behind us? Helida slowly turned around, her indistinct face and chilling aura making the three shiver involuntarily. You, who exactly are you? Usuri? Matwin? Or Shaktan? The three's pupils constricted, immediately realizing that the person before them was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Their expressions instantly became obsequious. So you are the esteemed lord of the port. Please, for Lady Deborah's sake, spare us this time. We leave immediately. Each port in Ice Rock Harbor has a corresponding administrator guarding it. Ordinary people address powerful individuals of similar stature as port guardian as a sign of respect, and powerful individuals usually appreciate such flattery. The three apologized profusely, slowly inching their way out. Just when they thought the matter was over, Helida's cold voice rang out again. Did I allow you to leave? A chilling aura blocked their path. Another step back would instantly turn them into ice crystals. Lady Deborah, so that widow is still alive. I thought she had long ago committed blasphemy and taken her own life. Why aren't you staying at her Starsea port? Why are you causing trouble at Dortran port? Hearing the person before them dare to so blaspheme against their protector, the three trembled violently, their legs giving way as they knelt on the ground, whipping themselves. While kowtowing and begging for mercy, one of them cried, "My lord, it's all our fault for being greedy and listening to slander. We caused trouble here, and I swear everything we did was forced upon us. It was Mr. Matwin who forced us to do this. He coveted the treasure in this little church and forced us to cause trouble every day so he could buy it." It's important to know that Lady Deborah had managed Starsea port for over 300 years. Her connections and skills were unparalleled, and her strength was unfathomable. Anyone who dared to speak so arrogantly either had powerful backing, was of equal strength, or was a fool from the outside. They knew perfectly well which one it was. Through the three of them talking back and forth, Helida quickly pieced together the general situation. This little church, named Aleph, was a branch of the Church of the God of Magic. Although few believers visited, and there was an old priest among the clergy, no one dared to cause trouble under the influence of the Church of the God of Magic. About 6 years ago, the Aleph Church suddenly shone with a bright, holy light. Although it was fleeting, it attracted countless people eager to spy on it. The old priest, left with no other option, had to leave the church doors wide open, allowing the greedy to search. However, after several months, the port's powerful figures, having gained no clues, gradually calmed down. Matwin, the manager of the Port of Sarah, was among those searching that year, but unlike other port managers, he never gave up the search. About 3 months ago, Matwin seemed to have obtained some evidence, so he sent his crew to cause trouble at the Aleph Church every day. These crew members, though called crew, were actually thugs for the Port of Sarah outside of sea. The Aleph Church, weak and powerless, dared not speak out, and eventually simply closed its doors, letting them cause trouble. However, this suited Matwin's purposes perfectly. With a little scheming, he could use the charge of fraud to drive out the priest of the Aleph Church, making the purchase of the land a simple matter. The three hadn't expected to run into a steel plate today, and inwardly cursed their bad luck. Actually, Mr. Matwin had already planned to join forces with Lord Mondina to expel this chapel half a month ago, but the troublemakers were suddenly driven out that day. Mr. Matwin was worried about unforeseen circumstances, which is why he repeatedly sent us to gather intelligence. Glancing at a corner of the second-floor window of the chapel, Helida's heart stirred slightly. She coldly shouted, "Go back and tell your master that this place is under the protection of the Ice God Chapel. Get out." The three thanked her profusely, and hurriedly scrambled away from the courtyard. They knew they were insignificant people, and didn't need to get involved in the struggles of powerful figures. Survival was all they wanted. The passers-by who had been secretly watching the commotion outside the chapel also wisely left, and the courtyard quickly quieted down. Helida stood quietly in place, as if waiting for someone. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, the hall doors opened, and an elderly priest with white hair silently performed a mage's salute to Helida, gesturing for her to enter. Besides the open space for the mage's followers to pray, the most striking feature of the small hall was the 5-meter-tall statue of the mage. 8 magical elements, water, ice, fire, lightning, wood, earth, metal, and wind, floated behind it, their faceless forms emphasizing its majesty and mystery. After bowing to the statue, the old priest spoke slowly in a deep voice. "Thank you for your kindness. May the mage guide you to the truth of the world. No need, she replied. I am protected by the ice god. The old priest understood she was a follower of the ice god, and didn't dwell on the topic. May I ask what brings you to the Aleph Church? He actually knew the answer, but since she had shielded the church from disaster, the old priest was willing to ask. Somewhat unexpectedly, Harita didn't answer. Instead, she asked calmly, aren't the three hiding on the second floor willing to come out? Her cold voice pierced the floor, reaching the ears of the three onlookers. After a brief silence, just as the old priest was about to speak, a slightly weathered young voice came from the stairs. Father, leave this to us. With a helpless sigh, the old priest bowed towards the stairs and left. Soon, three people descended the stairs. The leader appeared to be in his 30s, with a calm gaze, a light stubble, and a neatly dressed suit. He was tall and slender, 2 heads taller than Harita. Following him was a burly man with a thick beard, simply wearing a fur coat. Deep weariness lurked in his eyes, quite incongruous with his rugged appearance. However, what concerned Harita more was the last person. Although he deliberately kept a low profile, the subtle authority he exuded suggested he had once held a high position, and was the strongest of the three, though only at the 6th rank. No need to worry. It was our rudeness not to thank you in time, Balzarahi, temporarily residing at the Aleph Cathedral. May I ask your name? An unfamiliar surname, a foreigner. The disguise magic vanished, revealing Helida's true form. Her robe shifted, transforming back into the priestess's attire of the Ice God's cathedral. Ludri Helida, priestess of the Ice God, has come to find someone at the request of a friend. Chapter 1005. Inside the small auditorium, the faceless statue of the Archmage silently surveyed the diverse expressions of the crowd. When Roxy heard that the Ice God priestess, who called herself Helida, had come looking for someone, she subconsciously frowned. Besides the old priest and her group, this church only had a few unofficial believers who came and went. Was this just another excuse? Kind Ice God priestess, who are you looking for? Perhaps I can help. Helida recalled the name Luo had told her, and slowly spoke. Luna. Brood Luna from the Imperial Academy of the Karlov Empire. As soon as she finished speaking, the three visibly tensed up, though they quickly concealed it, but the sharp-eyed Helida noticed it all. Roxy said gently, I'm sorry, I don't know the person you speak of. Perhaps we brothers could move to the 2nd floor and entertain you. Helida remained unmoved, simply stating, my time is limited. According to the directions, she is here. Please tell the truth. A trace of high-level transcendent aura emanated from her, and the three felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, realizing that the ice god priest before them was likely of a higher status than they had imagined. Roxy stepped back. The man whose face was hidden in shadow stepped forward, revealing a face similar to Rox's, only a few years younger, with a stronger spirit and an undeniable air of superiority. However, given the vast difference in strength, this aura was of no use to him. Respected ice god priest, I am Balzakray. These two are my unworthy younger brother, and my close friend Pete. May I ask who this friend you speak of is? Through the reactions of the three, Helida roughly understood their concerns, and ruled out the possibility that they were potential enemies. She immediately stopped concealing her identity, and answered truthfully, I don't know her full name, only that she's known as the Silver-Haired Witch, the world's foremost young genius mage, and the champion of the previous Imperial League. For some reason, mentioning her gave Helida a strange feeling of pride, even though they had only known each other for a few months. Was it a misperception from their frequent joint battles? But unlike Helida's subtle inner emotions, a hint of confusion flashed in the eyes of the three brothers, Cray and his companion. Silver-Haired Witch? Imperial League champion? Who is this person? Cray explained somewhat awkwardly, we three brothers have been out of touch with the world for 20 years, and have no recollection of the previous Imperial League. Helida hadn't expected things to get stuck on such a ridiculous detail, but upon reflection, it seemed that not every superhuman was expected to pay attention to the Imperial League. Those who actively sought it out were generally well-informed or held high positions. After a moment's thought, Helida spoke again. If you are indeed the person I'm looking for, you should know the name Luo. Luo? Luo. Cray murmured, the confusion on his face slowly fading, replaced by surprise in his eyes. Priestess, you mean little Luo? That's right. The Karlov Empire, the Imperial Academy, it all matches. Roxy and Pete also recalled, but no matter what, they couldn't connect the friend the powerful ice god priest spoke of with the timid, innocent little girl from over 20 years ago. If it weren't for the name and address matching, they would have thought Helida was joking. So you know each other, that makes things easier. Luna, where is the silver-haired witch's teacher? Cray was the first to react, hesitating for a while before speaking again. Since your excellency knows Xiao Luo, why doesn't she come herself? He couldn't easily trust someone based on just a name. What if it was that group from years ago, gathering information and deliberately forging an identity? Wouldn't they have fallen into a trap? The Dahomey family is hunting her down. The simple and straightforward answer made the three of them lose their composure. The burly Pete looked like an anxious child, his face full of worry, but he was the weakest here. Apart from the old priest, he could only look to Cray for help. The latter couldn't hesitate any longer. In his memory, Luo was still that little girl who had just entered the extraordinary realm, soft, adorable, and in great need of care. He immediately explained in a deep voice, "Miss Luna isn't in the Aleph Church. Before she left, she instructed us to guard the seal until we encountered someone carrying the token." Helida had been waiting for this. She immediately took out the twin sword emblem from her ring and showed it to Krager. "This?" Seeing the obvious Karlov royal insignia on the emblem, Krager quickly nodded. "That's right. Without further ado, I take you to the seal." Boom! A violent roar suddenly sounded, and clouds of dust fell from the ceiling. Then, arrogant shouts could be heard outside the church. "Old man, hurry up and welcome the esteemed lord of the Port of Syrah. If you don't come out after 3 shouts, I raise this little church to the ground." Helida and the three exchanged glances and softly suggested, "Let's deal with this little trouble first, and discuss it later. We are willing to provide support." Cray and his 2 companions also wore grim expressions. They had long been fed up with the port manager's constant bullying of the old priest, relying on their strength. At the foot of a desolate, snow-covered mountain, a shivering youth helplessly crouched in the corner of a cave that had been kicked open, his eyes filled with deep fear and the emptiness left by devastation. Luo stood at the cave entrance, staring thoughtfully at a faintly glowing arrow pointing at her. She had kept the captive alive to extract the secret that had repeatedly exposed her. Having interacted with the Dahomey family multiple times, Luo had roughly understood the relationships between the members at each level. Those uniformly masked 5th-tier transcendents were so-called expendable resources. Aside from their standardized magical skills and equipment, their only trump card was a skull, and their strength barely reached the edge of 5th tier. Nothing much to say about them. 6th-tier members were divided into 2 categories. One was also expendable, only stronger. The other consisted of true family members, like the youth in the corner. However, those sent out were mostly expendable pawns, which differed from Luo's initial guess of the core members. Those at the 7th rank and above are considered the core, few in number, and are Luo's primary enemies to be wary of. Strangely, Luo hasn't encountered any members below the 4th rank yet. He wonders if they were all forcibly promoted to the 5th rank. The young prisoner was the first non-consumable character Luo had encountered in recent days. From him, Luo learned that the Dahomey family relied on a power called guidance to find him, but the principle behind it, and how to circumvent it remained unknown. Just as I guessed, not tracking magical or soul auras, but a divination type. But didn't Beryl say I can't be divined? As she pondered, her forehead suddenly burned. Luo instinctively pulled off her hair tie, conjuring an ice mirror to look. She saw the X mark glowing faintly, emanating a hazy wave that quickly condensed into several magical runes upon contact with the guide on her hand. What's going on? Wasn't the mark supposed to be just a simple pattern, a trace left after meeting a deity? How could it have power? The thought of this inexplicable, uncontrollable power on her forehead instantly soured Luo's mood. "You stingy. I mean, great god of fate, can you please remove it?" Of course, such a good thing wouldn't happen. Luo could only pout and focus her attention on the magical runes surrounding the guide. These runes were simple: Surge, Flowing Mimicry, Surging Feedback, Multiple, Circuit, and Unity, runes commonly seen in many magic circles. However, if listed separately, the only use Luo could conceive of was a surge spell that self-activates based on certain specific conditions. In other words, guidance doesn't actually lock onto her. Instead, it searches an infinite number of times within a large area for targets matching the individual characteristics of Luo. Admittedly, this method is bound to have flaws. For example, under normal circumstances, changing appearance and aura can conceal it, or multiple targets matching the conditions exist within the spell's range, significantly reducing its effectiveness. However, the Dahomey family uses some search criteria that render conventional shielding methods ineffective. Therefore, even understanding the principle of guidance, Luo would find it difficult to find a countermeasure. At this moment, seemingly sensing Luo's predicament, the mark on her forehead heated up again, and the runes around guidance shifted, coalescing into new runes. Peeping, forbidden. Luo suddenly understood. The search criteria for guidance were quite simple. Just as divination skills were ineffective against Luo, she herself naturally possessed the characteristic of being unpredictable. Beings with this characteristic were extremely rare. Therefore, all she needed to do was continuously release the power fluctuations of divination. If someone showed no response, it was most likely Luo, and the mark was activated precisely because it sensed the fluctuations of divination. When Luo understood this, the burning sensation on her forehead vanished instantly. For a moment, she even suspected that the mysterious god of fate was actually enjoying her predicament. Phew. I'm a well-mannered young lady. I don't argue with ordinary gods. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Scratching her hair, Luo successfully convinced herself to ignore the details and simply consider it a benevolent act by the god of fate. Since the key to the guidance lies in the inability to be divined, then simply disguising oneself as someone who can be divined would suffice. A perfect idea. There's just one small problem. She's completely unfamiliar with divination. Rubbing her temples, Luo realized she was back in a dead end. Touching her temples again, she couldn't help but mutter, "If you were watching, could you perhaps change my status for me?" The mark naturally didn't respond, as if it had merely been stimulated by the ripples of fate caused by divination. Regaining her composure, Luo casually burned the useless youth to ashes. Besides the guidance, Luo also learned from him a speculation about the family's actions. The reason the Dahomey family was dispersing its forces and settling in the 5 major cities, besides the patriarch's blatant act of aggression, was that many family members speculated it was also related to a plan to undermine the ice god's faith. If the speculation is true, it means the Dahomey family isn't simply seizing power, but rather plotting to establish a completely new religious sect in the north. Having experienced the Enzo plane, Luo quickly realized this new sect was likely the work of demons. Trying to use a faith-based platform to facilitate the demon's arrival in the mortal realm? What a grand scheme! Clenching her fists, Luo felt an increasing sense of the demon's ambitions. She wondered if the higher-ups of the various races were prepared. A few days ago. Enki, come quick! What is it? On the bustling street, 2 youths with distinct personalities were strolling one after the other, several attendants following closely behind. Dorazel waved vigorously at Enki, pointing to the doll in the shop's display case and exclaiming in surprise, "Look! Ice Rock Harbor actually has something like this." Enki calmly stood beside him, and also saw the doll in the display case. It seemed deliberately made cute. The doll's exaggeratedly large, fluffy head was adorned with playful features, and its long, flowing white hair and unusual crimson eyes were clearly visible. Its small body wore an adorable mage's robe and held a strange staff, making a casting motion. "Pretty cute, Dorzel, my good bro. You don't actually like girls' toys, do you?" To his surprise, Dorzel shook his finger at him seriously. No, Enki, you're too naive. Remember the friend I told you about?" Yes, I remember, a girl." "What's wrong?" Enki's face visibly darkened for a moment, but the oblivious Dorzel didn't notice, still proudly and surprisingly explaining, "Yes, it's her. She's a celebrity, but I never expected to see her likeness here. It's unbelievable." "Hey, young masters, that's not quite right." A strong voice rang out. It was the shop owner, who had heard Dorazel's words and came out. He pointed at the large-headed doll with a mysterious expression and said, "This is a young generation figure that even the big shots in the ports know about. She's been dubbed the silver-haired witch by countless people. Although not many of her deeds are known, I dare say that no one in the younger generation can do what she has done." Enki, clearly skeptical of the shop owner's effusive praise, casually asked, "To be called a witch, she must possess extraordinary strength in some aspect. Could you point out a few?" Dorazel was about to explain when the shop owner preemptively answered, "Young master, don't underestimate her. I just mentioned one thing. She won the championship in the 7 Great Imperial Academy League. Isn't that the strongest of the younger generation?" Enki's expression hardened. He saw his good friend nod quickly. If that were true, he indeed couldn't compare. However, he still retorted, "Although the Imperial Academy League is highly prestigious. She's very strong, but there are quite a few young powerhouses who don't participate in the league. If I remember correctly, there have been instances in the league where seeded players were easily defeated by passing young powerhouses. I admit she's capable, but it's too casual to crown her a witch at such a young age. It seems this young master has his own insights." Indeed, the title silver-haired witch is rumored to be a casual nickname among students, yet that one has truly solidified it. The shopkeeper mysteriously took out a banner from his ring and unfurled it, revealing the words "World's #1 silver-haired witch" in gold lettering. "This isn't something I did on my own. You might not know, But in the last 20 years, the Karlov Empire, the Bankai Empire, and even the distant Loki and Garen empires have developed a group of supporters claiming to protect the silver-haired witch, numbering over 10 million at one point. This banner was something I managed to obtain with great difficulty. Enki couldn't help but gasp, instinctively glancing at Dorzel, only to see him beaming with pride, as if he were the one who had achieved fame. The shopkeeper was pleased with Enki's reaction, and took out a silver-haired, red-eyed doll from the display case, handing it to him. "Young master, it's fate that we met. This master-crafted, rare doll is on sale to you at a bargain price." A moment later, Enki, deep in thought, grabbed the doll's head and left with a satisfied Dorzel. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper, who had tossed 20 gold coins into the display case, seeing that no one was paying attention, quietly took out another identical doll and placed it on the display case, waiting for the next lucky winner. Chapter 1006. Enki, his face full of black lines, looked at the large-headed dolls and flags with playful patterns displayed on the street stalls. He suddenly felt like a fool. Spending 20 gold coins on a doll was a complete rip-off. Ha ha ha. Enki, calm down. At least it's a collector's edition. Consider it a good deed, ha ha ha. Dorzel laughed so hard he clutched his stomach. His friend, usually a mastermind, looked so ridiculous after being tricked. Humph. Ouch. Hiss. Dorzel rubbed his chest, which Enki had elbowed, his face contorted. He only laughed a few times. Did he have to make such a fuss? Enki rolled his eyes at him, his slightly delicate, thick eyelashes drooping slightly, and said seriously, "Since now that I arrived at Ice Rock Harbor, it's time for me to return to my family." Hearing this, Dorzel, ignoring his aching chest, smiled and congratulated him. "I knew you returned to the family. No matter what happened in the past, the family is always the best haven. It's just a little regrettable. I wanted to explore this great seaside port city with you a little longer." "Explore with you?" Enki murmured unconsciously, a blush rising to his cheeks. But before Dorzel could hear him clearly, he spoke as usual. "Sometimes I do think you're a bit slow. You came to Ice Rock Harbor alone. Do you have a good place to go?" "Well, hee, staying at an inn is fine. If word got out, people would probably call me cold-hearted. As the second young master of Mondina, what's wrong with me bringing friends over, as guests?" "Really?" Dorzel explained with delight, then leaned close to Enki's ear and whispered, "Actually, I've been curious about your family for a long time. I heard you make a living by sea transport. Do you encounter many sea monsters at sea?" Unexpectedly, Enki reacted as if on cue, dodging away with lightning speed, his fair face visibly showing panic. You, don't do this in the street. I don't want to be misunderstood." "Is that so?" "Ha ha ha, sorry, I'm not familiar with the customs here." Dorzel didn't think much of it, simply scratching his head apologetically, then quickly ran to a stall and bought several large-headed dolls resembling low and hair ties, with strange slogans written on them. "These must be specialties of Ice Rock Harbor, right? I buy a few things as souvenirs." "I mean..." "Never mind." Enki sighed, speechless. After all these years, his friend was still so thick-skinned, but perhaps that's part of his charm. "It's really terrible. Why do we have to be stationed at Ice Rock Harbor? I heard the brothers stationed at Snow Dragon City and the old capital of Hibia are living the high life, but all we get are disdainful looks." "You agree? Those port managers are too difficult to deal with. I heard Lord Kana has lost a lot of hair." A subtle exchange suddenly reached Enki's ears. It must have been the two using magic to communicate, but their technique was clumsy. Even a fourth-tier cultivator could overhear. Enki wasn't interested in gossip, but a quick glance revealed that the speaker was clad in ice crystal armor and a dark blue mask, causing everyone to scatter wherever he went. He immediately telepathically warned Dorzel, "Be careful. It's someone from Dahomey." Dorzel, who was paying with gold coins, instinctively tugged at his hood, quickly put his things away, and returned to Enki's side. "It's those people again. Let's go!" They had seen the Dahomey warriors searching the skies several times outside Ice Rock Harbor. They thought they could avoid them by not returning to Snow Dragon City, but they were too naive. Even more unbelievable was that those Dahomey family warriors were all around the 5th rank. This was simply unbelievable. If they had had this strength back then, the Dahomey family could have easily overpowered the Frost family. Why bother with their scheme to dismantle them? However, the most important thing right now was to avoid revealing their identities. Once someone saw Dorzel's white hair and blue eyes, there was a very high chance they would be reported. Fortunately, the two warriors didn't notice and walked away under everyone's disgusted gazes. After this incident, The group stopped loitering and quickly headed towards the Mondina family. 5 days later, several richly dressed middle-aged men were staggered out of the gates of the Mondina manor, cursing under their breath as they slunk away with a few followers. Inside the grand hall of the manor, a middle-aged man bearing a striking resemblance to Enki sat at the head of the long table symbolizing family power. To his left sat a cold and dignified noblewoman, but to his right was not the usual eldest son, Mondina Levi, but the long-absent second son, Enki. A dozen or so elders of the main family sat on either side. Their expressions varied. The recent changes within the family made it clear to them that the Mondina family's fortunes were about to shift. Under the witness of the eternal ice god, from this day forward, my second son, Mondina Enki, is the heir to the family. Do any of you have any objections? Of course, no one had any objections. It was a joke. Any elders who objected would either return to the underworld or voluntarily leave the family. Who could have imagined that the patriarch's exile of the second son, Enki, was merely a carefully orchestrated scheme? Despite their resentment, the others, for the sake of their own power and status, could only forcefully congratulate the second young master on becoming the family heir. A moment later, the door to the room reserved for the heir in the mansion was opened. Enki, maintaining a serious demeanor, stepped into the bedroom, but his face immediately fell, his exhaustion impossible to conceal. It was utterly agonizing, but thankfully the plan succeeded. Dorzel, are you comfortable here? Looking up, Enki saw Dorzel fast asleep on his bed. The young man had white hair and blue eyes, yet he lacked the coldness of a typical ice prince or a superhuman. Instead, he radiated the clear, bright light of summer sunshine, warming one's heart. Sometimes, though, it can be infuriating. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Enki stared at the boy's sunny face, his calm giving way to tenderness. He gently tapped the boy's nose with his fingertip. You might never find out the truth, but that's fine. He removed his shirt, revealing a slightly thick undershirt. Enki glanced at his long, dark blue hair, past his shoulders, and muttered to himself, maybe I should grow it longer. He paused, then quickly shook his head, cutting his hair short, making him look much more refreshed. He then put on more comfortable casual clothes, stared at the boy on the bed for a while longer, and was about to leave when Dorzel suddenly opened his eyes and sat up, a subtle look of fear on his face. Enki's gaze shifted from confusion to surprise to anger as he grabbed his hand. Enki, so you were here. Listen, I just had a really bizarre dream. It's unbelievable. I dreamt you were a girl, wearing a pretty dress. Wow, it scared me to death. I need to check if you're still here. As he spoke, Dorzel hurriedly reached for Enki's groin, his eyes filled with worry. Slap. Get lost. Bang. The door slammed shut, leaving only a bewildered boy touching his swollen left cheek. Why is he angry? What did I do wrong? A day later, the two, disguised, appeared on the street, but the atmosphere was slightly different from when they arrived. An invisible chasm seemed to exist between them. Whenever Dorzel discovered something interesting and wanted to tell Enki, the latter would always intentionally or unintentionally take a step away. I thought about it, and I still feel this isn't right. Dorzel suddenly stopped. Enki's scalp tingled, but he pretended to be nonchalant and asked, My good brother, what brilliant idea do you have now? This is so abnormal. Enki inexplicably felt his palms sweating, quickly crossing his arms as if deep in thought. What's abnormal? Of course it's you. Enki almost broke out in a cold sweat, then heard Dorzel complain, I've been in Ice Rock Harbor for so many days, and you, as my good brother, haven't even reminded me to. Retrieving the family's secret treasure is so heartbreaking. Hearing this, Enki breathed a sigh of relief and almost wanted to kick him, but seeing Dorzel's serious expression, he apologized and said, I've been dealing with family affairs lately, but things are almost settled now. I go with you. Okay. Dorzel's sudden shout made Enki quickly cover his mouth. Keep your voice down. Do you want to attract attention? Where are you? Let's go! Before people on the street could cast questioning glances, Enki forcibly dragged the careless Dorzel away. In a quiet corner, Dorzel, having long forgotten the earlier incident, told Enki that the family's secret treasure left behind in Ice Rock Harbor was located within the port area of Durrani. This was undoubtedly good news, meaning the Mondina family could help. Understood, I help you. Of course, we're brothers. Patting Enki on the shoulder, Dorzel gave him a bright smile. Enki wanted to say something, but a sudden commotion came from the street. Soon, many people gathered in one place, as if some conflict had occurred. What happened? I don't know. Hey, where are you going? Of course, I'm going to check. What if someone's being bullied by bad guys? Wait. Before Enki could finish speaking, Dorzel grabbed his hand and pulled him away. He could only swallow his words, staring at his hand, lost in thought. Boom! The impact collided, whipping up a biting wind. The grass in the courtyard bent over, the branches shook violently, and large leaves fell. Harita coldly stared at the refined young man before her, whose expression showed difficulty. She stepped forward, her aura surging once more, completely overwhelming him and forcing him to retreat several steps, his magic leaking out, before he could regain his footing. He had clearly already lost a step. Who exactly are you, and why do you oppose the Alder family? The young man's eyes flashed coldly. If this weren't part of the Mondina family's territory, he would have already attacked. Harita remained silent, but her gaze held a hint of scrutiny. Behind her, Cray stepped forward and said coldly, I'm afraid it's not us opposing the Alder family, but you who have been aggressively framing us, attempting to join forces with the Mondina family to seize our wealth. What we did today was merely a normal counterattack. What wrong have we done? So it was you who maintained this fake church. The young man, ALD Matwin, suddenly glared at Cray, his invisible yet sharp gaze striking Cray's brow. A shadow of death suddenly loomed over Cray, as if he were being bitten by a venomous snake. Ding! Helida deftly deflected the glare with a light step. So many years have passed, I thought you'd become a little smarter, but it seems you haven't improved at all. Matwin's eyes narrowed. He felt a familiar aura about the other man, but recalling his enemy of nearly 20 years, he couldn't recall anything. Was his intuition wrong? Nothing but a despicable trick of pretending to be a god. This is the Northern Kingdom, the place of worship for the eternal ice god. The god of magic may be great and mysterious, but it's probably inappropriate for him to preach here. Nonsense! The Aleph Church has always only provided a place of prayer for the followers of the god of magic. I have absolutely no intention of proselytizing. Could it be that the noble ice god is unwilling to part with even a small corner of the land? A man behind Matwin immediately retorted loudly, This is blasphemous. No matter how you try to justify it, no other god's faith is allowed on the ice god's territory. Roxy glared and retorted without hesitation, Who are you? Do you think you can make decisions for the eternal followers who worship the ice god? In Ice Rock Harbor, our voice is louder than yours. So the tolerant and open Ice Rock Harbor has such narrow-minded rats? What a joke. The two sides exchanged words, neither giving an inch. This wasn't just a simple verbal sparring match, it was an attempt to amplify their own power by leveraging the growing number of onlookers. After all, Ice Rock Harbor wasn't ruled by a single force, and Matwin's rash actions could easily leave him vulnerable, potentially giving opposing forces ammunition. The Aleph Church also needed to survive, and gaining the support of the surrounding residents would be ideal. I see now, you're not locals of Ice Rock Harbor. What right do you have to interfere in Mr. Matwin's affair with the fraudulent church? Push swine loses its mind. What does this have to do with our status? You joined forces with the Mondina family to oppress a centuries-old church of magic. That's an indisputable fact. If it were simply for the peace of Dorant Harbor, why didn't you refuse from the start? What a dirty deal. As soon as Cray finished speaking, a disgruntled voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Don't talk nonsense. The Mondina family could never be such a vicious family. I won't be happy if you spout any more nonsense. The sharp voice immediately caused the surrounding crowd to disperse, revealing two strange young men. They were strange because the one who spoke wore a hooded cloak, obscuring his face, yet he seemed quite agitated. The other, a long-haired youth, had excessively pale skin, and his left hand was being held by the former. Something seems off. Matwin's expression brightened slightly. Although he didn't know who the other party was, speaking up at this juncture meant that the Alder family had ultimately won the confrontation. If nothing unexpected happened, the reputation of the Aleph Church would be overwhelmingly positive. Unexpectedly, the hooded boy, having just finished criticizing Krager, turned to Matwin and retorted, I see you're quite strong, and you come from the renowned Alder family. Why are you bullying an unknown little church? Don't tell me everyone's been fooled. This church has existed peacefully for 100 years, and only you are the smart one to see through it all. If you think everyone else is stupid, I won't be happy. Most of the audience were locals, and naturally knew about the ordeal the Aleph Church had suffered over the years. Now, with the boy's words, some shrewd individuals immediately recognized a common tactic used by powerful families, and their gazes towards Matwin changed instantly. I knew it. What were those people from Syraport doing coming to our Dorant port? They're here to plunder. Shameless. But I heard the Mondina family tacitly approved it. Could the commotion 7 years ago have been true? Is there really treasure inside the Aleph Church? The crowd buzzed with discussion, but But Matwin's face gradually darkened. Everything had been planned perfectly, only to be disrupted by these inexplicably appearing individuals, and now he'd been confronted by this young man, who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Do they really think the manager of Syrahport is a pushover? You lowly. Wait! Another long-haired youth suddenly interrupted Matwin's rage. The youth met his gaze without fear, calmly questioning, You haven't denied the Mondina family's involvement. May I ask if it's true or false? And who are you? A mere fourth-tier cultivator dares to question me? A violent aura erupted, instantly scattering the crowd. However, the two youths were unharmed, as two heavily armored men suddenly appeared before them, easily blocking the impact. You ask who I am? The dark blue-haired youth's gaze sharpened, as he slowly uttered, Mondina Enki, heir of the Mondina family. Within Durant Port, the Mondina family holds absolute power. If you continue to slander the family's reputation, don't blame me for asking you to leave. An invisible authority spread, and although young, he possessed a sharp demeanor no less than that of a clan leader. Chapter 1007. No one expected that the person in charge of the port of Durante would suddenly appear at the scene of the dispute, especially without the knowledge of either party. When Matwin heard the phrase the heir of the Mondina family, he sensed something was wrong. He did indeed have a cooperative relationship with Mondina Levy, the eldest son of the Mondina family. The problem was that other powerful families in other ports had also noticed the power shift within the Mondina family in recent days. That's why he, a port manager, disregarded his status and stepped forward. He wanted to seize control of the Aleph Cathedral as soon as possible. In the eyes of ordinary residents, the port manager was a high and mighty ruler. All resources for livelihood and development depended on the manager's bestowal. Even the most important task of going to sea required the manager's prior permission. However, the administrators were, after all, part of a large family, mostly composed of respected elders. Facing the patriarch's lineage, they were at a slight disadvantage. Even though Matwin wasn't afraid of an heir, on the Mondina family's territory, he was naturally subject to their control. He could imagine that if he dared to speak disrespectfully, a large number of Mondina family private soldiers would immediately rush out from all sides. Matwin felt his only miscalculation was his hesitation. If only he had taken the Aleph Cathedral half a month ago, why was he so hesitant today? Looking at the two burly men blocking Enki's path, and the mysterious female powerhouse still firmly guarding the cathedral in his peripheral vision, Matwin knew he likely wouldn't succeed today. After much deliberation, he could only angrily flick his sleeve and leave the Aleph Cathedral with his men, not forgetting to leave with a harsh warning. The Alder family will not forget this humiliation. Young heir of the Mondina family, I hope you live a good life. Enki pulled back the disgruntled dorsal, nodded slightly to Helida, and didn't give a direct answer, so he wanted to learn what had happened from this unknown powerful figure to prevent anyone from deliberately tarnishing the family's reputation. Hearing Enki's question, Helida simply took a step back. She wasn't good with words, and didn't need to respond to every request from the heir of a port family. Cray, however, was shrewd and immediately stepped forward to explain what had happened to the Aleph Church over the years. After listening carefully to the explanation, Enki understood what had happened and realized that a certain part of the family had made a deal with the ALD family without authorization. Rest assured, this will not happen again. Ice Rock Harbor will always be the most open and tolerant territory of the Empire. The Church of Aleph, as a place of worship for the revered god of magic, has no reason for the Mondina family to expel you. On behalf of the old priest, I thank young Master Enki for his generosity. May the glory of the ice god forever accompany you. Enki smiled slightly, then heard Dorsal's loud laughter. Ha ha, this uncle is a foreigner, isn't he? The ice god's blessing isn't said like that. May glory accompany you sounds more like something from the Kingdom of Knights. Krauser's eyes narrowed slightly. He hadn't expected such a detail to be noticed. Could this person be less carefree than he appeared, and actually more cunning? However, Dorsal was quickly dragged away by Enki, who had a dark expression on his face, leaving Krauser's doubts unresolved. Let's go! Please follow us. The matter was temporarily resolved, and the three kept their promise to take Helida to the sealed land. Matwin was right about one thing. The Aleph Church was indeed not as simple as it seemed on the surface, but this complexity referred to the secrets planted after Luna and her group arrived. Beneath the statue in the small chapel lay a high-level sealing array. As Cray spoke the secret incantation, the seal broke, revealing a narrow, elongated space about 1 cubic meter in size. Inside, a peculiar staff, approximately 6 feet tall, was prominently displayed. The staff was a pure, soft white, perfectly straight, its material indistinguishable as either metal or wood. Its top was a hollowed-out crescent shape, secured by several interwoven runes, giving it a mysterious and extraordinary appearance. For some reason, Helida felt from the first glance that something was missing, that it seemed empty. We're actually just helpers guarding the seal. Miss Luna often goes out, only returning briefly every few months, so we can't track her whereabouts. She specifically instructed that if anyone comes with a token, they should hand over the staff. Helida fell silent. This wasn't the task Lo had entrusted to her. Looking for someone and getting a staff in return, was that right? Just then, the earring on her earlobe trembled slightly, indicating that they had re-established contact. Helida breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that she could contact the person in question. Removing the earring and handing it to Krager, Helida said solemnly, "Since you know Miss Witch, you should explain this yourself." The three exchanged glances, all seeing the surprise and unease in each other's eyes. The Lo they described was so different from the girl they knew, and after nearly 20 years, it was hard to say whether she would even remember them after only a few meetings. With complex emotions, Krager took the earring, his soul power seeping in, quickly connecting him to another consciousness far surpassing his own. The solid and immense aura made him feel as if he were facing a colossal being, someone he couldn't look directly at, someone he couldn't even raise his head to. However, a soft and melodious female voice rang out, instantly dispelling any remaining imposing manner. Can you hear me?" Luo paced nervously through the deserted streets of the snow-covered town. She had recently realized she seemed to have flown far away. Her communication devices had stopped working, leaving her unable to contact anyone. She quickly approached Ice Rock Harbor to reconnect with Helida. A sense of relief washed over her, yet a nameless unease also welled up within her. It was like a prodigal son returning home after many years. Although things had changed drastically, and she was no longer a child, the closer she got, the more memories surfaced deep within her. Unlike with her parents, she maintained correspondence with them, while in the Great Library. But she hadn't been in touch with Luna for over a decade. What if so much time had passed that her teacher had forgotten her? Lost in magic within the Great Library, she hadn't felt much of this yet, but during her search, she had been overwhelmed by longing. Now, the prospect of speaking to her brought a surge of tension, like a tidal wave. "My heart won't calm down. Calm down, calm down. I'm a magician with status now. Stay calm, stay calm." Taking a few deep breaths, Luo's inner tension slowly subsided. Her powerful soul force was no joke. She could easily suppress even the slightest emotional fluctuation. "She's amazing." Buzz? The earring suddenly vibrated slightly. Luo, who was closing her eyes to calm herself, panicked. She hurriedly removed the earring, took a deep breath, and slowly probed with her senses. Feeling a connection with another consciousness, she held the earring close to her pink lips and nervously whispered. Actually, using a tool for communicating with soul force didn't require any sound at all. Can you hear me?" There was a moment of silence inside the earring. Just as Luo was anxiously awaiting a response, her mind racing, a voice finally came from the other end. But the moment she heard it, Luo froze. "Is that Miss Luo?" "No, who is this strange, incomprehensible, unforgivable deep-voiced man? Give her back her tension and unease, you bastard. Say it, who are you?" Luo's clenched teeth clearly startled the other person. After a long pause, they cautiously explained, "I wonder if Miss Luo remembers the Beast-Tide invasion of Wing City 20 years ago? I am Balza Cray, and I met you a few times back then." Luo's anger quickly cooled. Sensing carefully, she realized the aura on the other end carried a sharp edge, clearly different from Luna's. It seemed she had been too nervous to notice. Only 20 years ago. Memories flooded back, past experiences resurfacing. Luo quickly recalled her time before she had ascended to the transcendent realm. Wing City. Lord Cray? Luo was astonished. Wing City was a medium-sized city built to defend against the Beast-Tide, and Lord Cray himself had reached the 6th-tier level. How could he suddenly come to the Agnesa Empire, and even have contact with Luna? No matter how Luo thought about it, she couldn't imagine any possibility of communication between the two. After all, one represented the royal family's official status, and the other was a teacher at the Imperial Academy. They were from completely different worlds. "Miss Luo, you still remember me?" Cray was somewhat surprised. He had prepared himself for Luo to forget him after so much time had passed. He could only say that a mage's memory was indeed formidable. "How could I not remember? You saved me twice back then. Just call me Little Luo." Although he didn't hear the voice of Teacher Luna as he expected, Luo felt a long-lost sense of ease and familiarity upon contacting an elder he knew. "By the way, Lord Krager, why are you in Ice Rock Harbor?" The other person paused, then slowly explained, It's a long story. It all started 25 years ago. 25 years ago, Luo left home for the Imperial Academy. While passing through Seekin Town, he unexpectedly discovered an Imperial forbidden artifact, the anti-magic stone. With the help of Roxy and Pete, he resolved the trouble with the Lofia Merchant Guild in Seekin Town, allowing him to continue his journey normally. However, Roxy, wanting to investigate the origin of the anti-magic stone, went to the last known location, the Balza territory in the western part of the empire, which was the brothers' ancestral home, but then disappeared without a trace. Krager and Lowe's group met in Wing City and learned about the anti-magic stone. Krager intended to report it to the royal family, but was discovered by the former lord of Aloy City. He was stripped of his lordship on trumped-up charges, and his assassins were sent to hunt him and Pete down. Then came the attack on the Imperial Academy. Severely injured, Krager heard from Pete that his younger brother had gone to Balza's territory alone to investigate. Anxious, he also set off after recovering. Because Krager had lived in Balza's territory for over 200 years, he knew some of the historical secrets of the Roy family. He and Pete went to the old mining site to investigate, but before they could even open the entrance, they were suddenly attacked and imprisoned by Lord Lydorn. In prison, they were shocked to find Roxy there. The reunion of the three brothers should have been a good thing, but a reunion in prison was anything but. For the next year, they were interrogated daily by Lord Lydorn about their investigation of the Roy ruins. To survive, they gritted their teeth and refused to divulge any information. Gradually, the Lord of Lydorn grew impatient and imprisoned them, no longer interfering. At that time, their magical spirits were sealed, leaving them powerless to resist. They thought they would spend their lives in prison, but an unexpected event occurred. In their 10th year in prison, a burning hot girl suddenly broke down the prison gates and rescued them. Cray recognized her as Luna and learned that she had come to investigate demons, so he shared the information he knew. As expected, Luna, then a 5th-tier cultivator, destroyed half of the Lord's mansion with a single 1,000 starfall attack. The group then escaped, following clues northwards. Their journey was fraught with difficulties. They visited almost all the medium and large cities of the Agnesa Empire, even investigating the Ice God Castle. 6 years ago, a group arrived at Ice Rock Harbor. Luna seemed to have learned part of the truth, sealing her staff and going off alone to gather intelligence. The three Cray brothers, to repay Luna for saving their lives, volunteered to guard the staff for her, awaiting the appearance of the token. The locals said that the holy light that erupted at the Aleph Church 6 years ago was actually a tiny glimpse of the staff's aura before it was sealed. It wouldn't be wrong to say there was treasure there. The Cray brothers had tried to be as brief as possible, but even after they finished, more than half an hour had passed. Once the earrings quieted down, Luo fell into deep thought. Back then, she and her senior, Wang Na, had asked Lord Lydorn about the secrets of the Roy ruins. He was hesitant and reluctant to reveal anything, partly out of fear of being purged by the royal family for revealing information, but more likely because he was trying to conceal the truth. So, it seems the abandoned mine Lord Lydorn led them to wasn't a deliberate lure. He must have known all along that the mine contained an 8th-tier sealing array. If they couldn't break the seal, they wouldn't know the truth below. Unfortunately, Lord Lydorn never expected someone of Moriarty's extraordinary abilities to easily tear the seal, bringing the truth, sealed for 400 years, to the surface. Cray and his group were imprisoned by Lord Lydorn precisely because they knew the location of another truth. If Luna hadn't stumbled into the prison by chance and seen Cray, the three of them might have perished there. Rubbing his temples, Luo now reflected on his trip to Lydorn's territory and realized there were many unanswered questions. The former lord, who disappeared 400 years ago, the unusual room sealed within the castle walls, the lord's son, who could resist the soul-devouring hounds. These were all mysteries that would normally require in-depth investigation. At the time, I was so focused on finding Luna that I overlooked the unusual circumstances and was misled by Lord Lydorn's veiled rhetoric. Since Teacher Luna didn't completely destroy Balza Castle back then, I take responsibility for destroying the other half. This time, it was Cray's turn to fall silent. It's worth noting that the two were master and student, and in some ways, they were strikingly similar. Little Luo, I think it's best to leave this matter to the royal family. Now that Miss Luna isn't here, what are your plans? Of course, I wait for my teacher to return. Her biggest goal was to take Teacher Luna away, everything else could be put aside. But I heard from your friend that you're in a bad situation right now, being hunted by the Dahomey family. That's true. If there's a diviner specializing in divination, they should be able to handle it. It's just that Priestess Helida's diviner friend is in the old capital of Hibia, so I can't seek help from her. A diviner, the old priest at the Aleph church might know. I ask him for you." The earring fell silent again, and Luo Fenfei's thoughts calmed down. Once teacher Luna returned, her matter would be basically over. She wondered how Senior Wingina was doing. Chapter 1008. Cray didn't keep Luo waiting long, quickly bringing a reply from the old priest. The good news was that, because going to sea was a dangerous undertaking, powerful families in Ice Rock Port would spend heavily to support diviners to predict the fortunes of their voyages. The bad news was that, before the border was sealed off, most diviners had inexplicably disappeared. Perhaps they were under tight protection, but rumors circulated that they had already left without saying goodbye. In any case, it was now very difficult to find a skilled diviner in Ice Rock Port. "Little Luo, that's the situation. I'm sorry I couldn't help. It's all right, just a little trouble. I wait outside the city. If Teacher Luna returns, please let me know." "All right, then about the staff your teacher left behind." Luo rubbed her chin. She was also very curious about the light and darkness staff. She had missed the chance to handle it before, and this time she wanted to at least touch it a couple of times, especially since her teacher's intention was for someone to take the staff away. "Then I leave it to you, Lord Cray." Leaving her location, Luo ended the communication and spread her senses to warn of any potential spies. She couldn't stay in one place for too long, otherwise, her location would be easily calculated. She should ask Helida to investigate the movements of the Dahomey family within Ice Rock Harbor to prepare accordingly. Luo didn't have to wait long. Half an hour later, two people flew in from afar. One was Helida, and the other was Cray, whom she hadn't seen for 20 years. Compared to the Winged City Lord, Luo remembered, the current Cray was much more composed, his former sharpness greatly diminished. When he saw Luo waiting in the snow, he almost doubted his own eyes. Aside from an unusual air of nobility and mystery, the biggest change was in her eyes, deep and serene, like a vast, unfathomable ocean. "So, this child hasn't grown at all these years?" Helida stopped, giving the two space while simultaneously keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. "Long time no see, Lord Cray." Cray smiled wryly, handing over the staff in his hand. "I'm no longer the Lord, yet you still consider me an elder. Your strength must surpass mine now. This is the staff left by your teacher. Please keep it safe." Changing titles is troublesome. Strength doesn't affect the past, so I don't see anything wrong with it." Luo smiled brightly. If everything were based on strength, then she should address Moriarty as general. Taking the staff, Luo's gaze was immediately drawn to the seal on it. The runes on it had a distinct style of the old capital of Hibia, impossible for ordinary mages to decipher. In other words, the seal wasn't cast by Luna herself, it must be the effect of some special item. Luo traced the runes with her fingertips, quickly understanding the key to the seal. Reversing the nodes would unlock it. She paused, then put down her staff. She didn't choose to unseal it. Since her teacher had chosen to seal it, he must have his reasons. Rashly unsealing it might be a mistake. "Lord Krager, you said Uncle Roxy and Uncle Pete are here too. Aren't they coming? The Agnesa Empire isn't safe right now. They're not strong enough, it's best for them to keep a low profile. Now that the staff has been delivered, I should head back." Having angered the Alder family today, Krager was worried about the Aleph Cathedral. Returning sooner would be safer. Luo keenly sensed the worry hidden in Cray's tone, but didn't ask further. After Cray waved goodbye and left, he turned to Helida, who was standing nearby, and asked with a puzzled look, "Priestess Helida, what happened?" "A little conflict," Helida explained in a few words. However, Luo had never heard of the families involved in the conflict before, so he couldn't offer any help. He might be able to seek protection from the Montina family, though, since the man who called himself Montina Enki's heir seemed relatively easy to talk to. After a brief adjustment, Luo took out a ring. "Priestess Helida, may I ask you one more favor?" "I know." Helida accepted the ring expressionlessly. She could guess Luo's intentions, but she had originally planned to fight against the Dahomey family alongside him. Now that she was left in Ice Rock Harbor, could Luo handle it alone? Luo patted her fist holding the ring and said meaningfully, "Ice Rock Harbor is different from other cities. It hasn't been contaminated." Hearing this, Helida immediately understood. In the current empire, apart from the unknown Ice God Fortress and the fallen Crystal City, which the nobles of the old capital found hard to believe, the other two cities had long been controlled by the Dahomey family. Only Ice Rock Harbor remained uncontrolled, making it the only force with a chance to unite against the Dahomey family. Nodding slightly, Helida indicated that she understood, returned the token to Luo, and turned back to Ice Rock Harbor. Once again, The abandoned town was left with only the young girl alone. Hopefully, nothing else goes wrong. The snow beneath his feet parted, and Luo sank deep into the earth. The earth's barrier would significantly slow the enemy's approach. Inside the cleared cave, Luo retrieved the dual sword badges. Sure enough, the badges pointed directly at the light and darkness staff. Examining the staff of extraordinary origin once more, Luo's gaze fell upon the pure white crescent moon at its tip, where a jet-black star had once resided, but it had been stolen by a demon years ago, and Luna had suffered a severe injury in the process. If I encounter it again, you will have no chance. Sitting cross-legged, Luo placed the staff across his lap and took out the blood drum to examine it. This had originally been entrusted to Luo, but she had exploded. Literally, so for the time being, Luo had to handle these matters himself. A little over half a month passed in a flash. The residents of Durante Port also learned that the previously unknown Aleph Church had suddenly been protected by Mondina, repeatedly repelling the plans of the Alder family from the neighboring Sierra Port. Suddenly, many more residents visited the Aleph Church, bringing considerable income to the church. On the other hand, the sudden arrival of the Ice Beast clan and the White Cat clan caused the biggest commotion in Ice Rock Port in nearly 2 years. Everyone was closely watching the whispers from the higher-ups. Any sign of the lockdown being lifted would trigger the most frenzied mass voyage in history. Meanwhile, in the shadows unknown to ordinary people, several major port families were quietly probing the situation regarding the change in the Mondina family's heir, trying to determine if the Mondina family was still worth cooperating with. However, what puzzled many powerful figures was that the new heir seemed shrouded in mystery. Aside from knowing that he was the second young master of the Mondina family, had been away for many years, and had only recently returned, all other information was unknown, as was the family's reason for choosing him as their successor. Could it be that the second young master of the Mondina family possesses the secret to leading the empire? This was the thought of many in the upper echelons. But unfortunately, the Mondina family protected him so well that they had no opportunity to act. That day, 3 special guests arrived outside the Aleph Church. When the old priest opened the door, he was greeted by a pair of beautiful, large, ruby-like eyes, flowing ice-blue hair, and an adorable little mage's robe adorned with numerous bows and ribbons. She clearly belonged to someone of great wealth and nobility. Standing beside the little girl were 2 members of the Ice God Temple. Upon seeing the old priest, they politely bowed and then asked, "Did a port guardian visit the Aleph Church half a month ago? This young lady says she knows him." The little girl nodded quickly, her face full of innocence, and said, "Sister Helida is very powerful." Then, as if remembering something, she hastily lifted the hem of her skirt and curtsied. "I apologize for not introducing myself immediately. I am Carter Anabor, a visitor from the Loki Empire. Grandpa, could you help me find Sister Helida? Please wait a moment, I ask for you." Seeing the adorable little girl, who called herself Anabor, the old priest felt his heart melt. What a lovely child! How could he not help? The 2 Ice God cultists must have thought so too, which was why they personally accompanied her to her door. Thinking this, the old priest quickened his pace, and soon found Helida's room on the 2nd floor. During this time, he had learned a little about this Ice God cultist of unknown origin. At least he knew her name. "O devout follower of the eternal Ice God, a lady claiming to be Catel Anabor requests an audience at the gate." Snap! The door was swiftly opened, revealing Helida's tall figure. "Who is it?" The old priest, unsure of the important person's intentions, repeated softly, "The guest identifies herself as Catel Anabor, from the Loki Empire." The words had barely left her lips when Helida vanished, appearing in the blink of an eye at the gate. She immediately saw the obediently waiting little girl, and her brow furrowed slightly. Was this reasonable? If she remembered correctly, Anna Bauer should have been placed by Luo in the sacred Blue Frost Church in the old capital of Hibia. But the 2 places were over 8,000 kilometers apart, and fraught with danger. How could a first-tier transcendent possibly cross that distance? But Anna Bauer didn't think that far ahead. The moment Helida appeared, she immediately smiled, lifted her skirt, twirled slightly, and bowed in greeting. "Long time no see, beautiful Helida. Bauer missed you so much." "Anna Bauer?" "Yes." Thanks to these 2 uncles, Bauer was able to find her sister. Noticing the cold gaze sweeping over them, the Ice God cultist on the left quickly explained, "I swear by the Ice God, we decided to help her find her after seeing this child enter the Durant Church seeking help. We heard that a powerful figure appeared at the Aleph Church half a month ago, and after inquiring, we found that his description matched the child's description quite well, so we dared to take the liberty of visiting." After explaining, he felt puzzled. He was a cultist of the Ice God. Why was he nervous in front of a stranger? However, the image of that cold gaze flashed through his mind, and he immediately dismissed the idea of questioning him. Well, the strong always have privileges. As a loyal believer of the Ice God, he's quite generous. Now that you two know each other, we should head back. A return gift. 2 6-tier magic crystals landed in their hands. Suppressing their joy, they bowed and quickly left the church. They hadn't expected to receive such a reward for helping a lost little girl on the way. A huge win. With a flick of her sleeve, Helida closed the door and turned to walk towards the hall. She casually asked Anna Bauer, who had followed her with wide, blinking eyes, "How did you get to Ice Rock Harbor?" "Hee, Bauer told you. Don't be angry, sister." Anna Bauer sheepishly tapped her index finger, staring at her toes and avoiding Helida's gaze. "Bauer didn't want to be abandoned alone in the old capital of Hibia, so I ran away by myself. I happened to meet a kind older sister who was also going to Ice Rock Harbor, and it took me a very long time to get there." "How did you know our destination?" "Well, Bauer overheard Sister Luo talking and found out." She mumbled softly, then raised her voice, looking around curiously. "Sister Helida, where are Sister Luo and the others?" "They're not here yet. Come with me." Since things had come to this, Helida could only tell Luo the news. She wasn't good at educating children. She'd leave it to Luo. Then she led the curious Anna Bauer, who was observing the church interior, to her room. What made Helida frown was that, after the silver-haired witch scolded Anna Bauer, she actually decided to keep her by her side to take care of her, citing the recent increase in the number of Dahomey warriors and the presence of 7th-tier powerhouses, making it impossible for her to provide adequate care. She suddenly understood the feeling of being exhausted. Fortunately, the little girl was already a 1st-tier extraordinary being, her strength far surpassing that of ordinary people, and she could survive without meticulous care. Knock, knock, knock. A knock suddenly came from the door, followed by Cray's voice. "Priestess Helida, the Mondina family shop in the port of Syrah has been vandalized, and a 3rd-tier family member has died. It's most likely retaliation from the ALD family. Should we intervene?" Harita's brow furrowed even deeper. She temporarily set aside Anna's matter. Since negotiating with the heir of Montina, who was willing to protect the Aleph Church for his eldest son's misdeeds, it had indirectly caused a rift with the Alder family. This rift was previously insignificant. Even between large families with cooperative relationships, minor conflicts were common. However, 2 years of border closures had led to an economic downturn in Ice Rock Harbor, causing this rift to amplify and escalate into a commercial war. At first, things were alright. At most, they sent people to disrupt normal business operations. As the situation developed, they gradually began spreading rumors to smear the family's reputation, but this was the first time family members had been affected like this. After a moment's thought, Helida felt this might be a good opportunity to intervene, using the Alder family as a stepping stone to unite the various ports of Ice Rock Harbor against the Dahomey family. Krager was taken aback upon receiving the reply. He had thought his cold friend, Law, wouldn't interfere, but this was even better. His chivalrous heart wouldn't allow him to remain indifferent to the humiliation of those who had helped him. On the other side, when Law heard from his earring that Anna Bauer had actually appeared in Ice Rock Harbor, he was completely stunned. With a swift movement, she pulled out Han Luo, who was writing runes with fluid grace. The two identical girls stared at each other, and finally, Luo angrily asked Han Luo, "Didn't you say Bauer was being taken good care of?" Han Luo elegantly put down her pen and paper, leaned back slightly against the void, and sneered, "Main body, are you questioning my abilities? Who was it that was almost crippled and needed my intervention? Who was constantly synchronizing their memories to confirm the child's safety? And who ultimately decided to leave her in the old capital? Could it be that saintly Fan Luo?" With each question, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Luo's temple. In the end, she dared not look Han Luo in the eye, unconsciously twirling a strand of her hair. Cough cough, it's nothing, it's nothing. You're busy. Han Luo lightly raised her chin, giving her a "I remember this" look, before leisurely returning to the ruined space. Having been reprimanded by her own clone, Luo was probably the first person in the history of the living to do so. After Red Luo left, she immediately activated her communication device and gave Anna Bauer a thorough dressing down before feeling refreshed and asking Helida for help. The reason, of course, was the increasingly frequent scanning of the ground by her senses. No matter how well concealed, the range of the communication device was limited, and the enemy would eventually discover it. She only hoped that she could wait for Teacher Luna to return before being locked on. Speaking of which, why did Bauer come to Ice Rock Harbor? Luo fell into deep thought. Chapter 1009. A shadow rose, darkness transforming into a sinister, brooding youth. His undisguised arrogance caused the tall man beside him to bow even lower. "My lord, what are your orders? Where is she?" The man trembled, hastily kneeling to report, "My lord, the Mad Skeleton Lord's consumables have narrowed the search area to within 500 miles of Ice Rock Harbor. In 5 more days, she will have nowhere to escape." "Too slow. My lowly servant, do you know how long you delayed? Why not just annihilate Ice Rock Harbor?" The handsome face gradually contorted into a grotesque expression, dense shadows shifting like a tide, pairs of mad eyes fixed on the man, seemingly intent on devouring him completely. The man, drenched in sweat, nervously explained, "My lord, have you forgotten? Ice Rock Harbor still has the nails left by the ice god. The believers cannot infiltrate." "Is that so?" The boy suddenly regained his composure. He remembered, there was indeed such a thing. This was also their current top priority. Only by removing all the nails could the tentacles of the Great Ones penetrate this plane. "But I saved you, granted you the opportunity to meet the monarch, and bestowed upon you unparalleled power, just to hear you tell me it will take another 5 days to find that girl." In a low, almost roaring growl, the boy's dark pupils deepened, like an endless abyss concealing a fallen soul. "I can grant you great power, and naturally, I can also take it back, understand?" The man broke out in a cold sweat, gritted his teeth, and solemnly promised, "My lord, please give your lowly servant 3 more days. I will personally take action and present her to you." "Oh, you can't do it?" "If I can't, I will be forever plunged into darkness, willingly becoming a part of the monarch." Perhaps satisfied with the man's performance, the youth didn't question him further, waving his hand to blast him away. "Get lost. I'll be back in 3 days." The man, ignoring his disheveled clothes, knelt and bowed respectfully seeing off, "My lord." Only after the youth merged into the shadows did he breathe a sigh of relief, transforming into a wisp of shadow and disappearing. He reappeared in the backyard of a mansion, where a slender and beautiful woman was wielding a long dark blue spear. Each thrust and parry exuded a chilling aura. Within 3 meters, not a trace of any other kind of magic could be found. The man's arrival caused the woman to pause. The spear flew from her hand, instantly shrinking into a hairpin inserted into her hair. When she straightened up, it became clear that the seemingly delicate woman was a full 2 meters tall, making her slender waist appear excessively thin, like a skeleton. "Why are the tentacles of shadow visiting the realm of extreme cold?" The man sneered, displeased with the other's indifferent attitude. "My lord is the leader who orchestrated this grand plan. Show me some respect." "Heh, what is it? Speak. You have the nerve to ask me? If your people weren't so useless, unable to even find a girl, why would I have to take matters into my own hands?" "Oh!" The woman smiled alluringly, but the sarcasm on her face was incredibly piercing. "So you were scolded by your master, and your fragile heart couldn't take it? It's all right, it's all right. This matter isn't difficult, but the problem isn't with us." The man frowned, puzzled, and questioned, "Stop beating around the bush, speak. As the servant personally promoted by that person, you should know how many beings are of equal status to the master we serve. Unfortunately, a month ago, yes, the very day he ordered you to lie low in Ice Rock Harbor, the spokesperson of the God of Wisdom, codenamed Calculator. With the adults personally intervening, how could we not know the girl's worth? But to ask me to disobey the embodiment of wisdom would be asking too much. That lord actually wants to vouch for her." The man was utterly incredulous. Although he had only recently been ordered to appear, and didn't yet understand many things, his masters never clashed on important matters. How could a human be protected by a demon? Was this woman playing a ridiculous joke? "I didn't say that. In short, I won't intervene until she appears. If you can take full responsibility, I hand it over to you." The woman's meaning was clear. She didn't want to be caught between the 2 lords, so she let her subordinates act as they pleased, whether quickly or slowly. If he insisted on capturing the girl, she would temporarily hand over control of the consumables to him, and she wouldn't care what happened. Hearing this, the man's expression changed slightly. Good heavens, so she had been waiting for him to come so she could shirk responsibility. A strong sense of unease drove him to refuse, but recalling his recent boast, he couldn't bring himself to say no. Watching the tall woman casually combing her hair with an air of amusement, the man's expression flickered with uncertainty. After a long pause, he gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. "You better not slack off on finding the nails." With a heavy snort, he turned and disappeared into the backyard. He had no choice. Disobeying his master was far more dangerous than offending the embodiment of wisdom. The woman smiled coldly, her red lips silently uttering, "In this changing world, countless souls perish, and you are no exception. I will ultimately follow my master and witness everything firsthand. Heh heh. Having made her decision, Helida originally intended to go to the port of Sarah with Krager and his group, but seeing the little girl staring at her, she had no choice but to bring her along as well. Sometimes she wondered, how did the silver-haired witch know so much about taking care of children? She never heard of her getting married. Soon, the four people and the puppet left the Aleph church. As soon as they reached the street, a sailor wearing the Mondina emblem stepped forward respectfully and said, "The young patriarch anticipated your arrival, and thus specially sent me to meet you." This gesture significantly improved everyone's perception of the Mondina family, especially for Krager and the other two, who knew the difference before the succession change. Their understanding was even more profound. "Your young patriarch is very kind. Thank you for your trouble. Please follow me." The port of Sirah, located directly south of the port of Dorant, boasts a 3,000-mile-long coastline and controls a 1,000,000-ton class megaship, 3,100-ton class cargo ships, and tens of thousands of fishing boats providing services for coastal fishing. Unlike riverboats, these seagoing vessels must withstand ocean monsters. Their materials are at least equivalent to silver-grade equipment, and only extraordinary individuals can operate them. Not to mention the port's prized 1,000,000-ton behemoths, capable of crushing even 7th-tier deep-sea monsters. This is the true capital that allows a port family to traverse the origin sea. Legend has it that those behemoths took over 1,000 years to build, costing the equivalent of a medium-sized kingdom's income for a century. Their completion immediately cemented the Alder family's position as port managers, a position they have held for 3,000 years. In this respect, the Mondina family cannot compare. However, correspondingly, the Mondina family has a more developed trade network and a denser network of connections in the small coastal countries. Listening to the sailor's explanations of the port of Sirah and the Alder family, Helida didn't feel much, as she never participated in commerce and had little concept of these things. But Cray and the other two had experience managing town economies, and had a deeper understanding of the Alder family's wealth and power. My God, how many gold coins would that be? Gold coins? I estimate hundreds of thousands of 7th-tier magic crystals. Brother, how many winged cities could that buy? Cray glared at the two men, annoyed. Weren't they just praising him? The sailor, however, chuckled, unconcerned about their limited perspective, and launched into gossip. According to rumors, the Alder family spent millions just on various high-tier magic cores and magic crystals to build a giant ship. But the bulk of the cost was in materials and array inscriptions, making it even harder to calculate. Actually, to be honest, I also sailed on the family's broken sea before. Although it's only 800,000 tons, its decks are comparable to a town. My elders told me that when they sailed on the broken sea, they encountered a giant squid from the deep sea, with tentacles a kilometer long that could even lift underwater volcanoes. However, on the broken sea, it couldn't even withstand a single cannon shot. The sailor spoke with pride, as if he had witnessed it firsthand. Roxy and Pete gasped. Even Krager's expression changed slightly. Such a massive magical beast was at least a 7th-tier monster, yet it couldn't withstand a single cannon shot. It seemed the Mondina family's ability to defy the Alder family stemmed from their unfathomable strength. Just then, a clear, childish voice suddenly rang out. "Uncle, since there are so many terrifying magical beasts in the sea, why don't we fly in the sky?" The sailor was taken aback, looking down to see the pink-haired little girl beside Helida. It was the first time such a cute little girl had called him uncle, and he blushed slightly. He coughed lightly and patiently explained, "Storms at sea are much fiercer than on land. Spaceships need to strengthen their defenses to withstand storms, making it difficult to build large ships. But ocean-going vessels can draw power from the sea to stabilize quickly, allowing them to carry more cargo on each voyage. But don't we all have spatial rings?" Anna Bauer blinked her big eyes, her adorable appearance softening the sailor's expression. This lovely lady is right, but while spatial rings are good, if we encounter the terrifying origin rift, the internal space loses stability, and all the goods will be lost. So the most primitive method is the most reliable. Wow! I see. Thank you for your explanation, kind uncle. Bauer understands. Anna Bauer bowed politely, her childlike behavior making everyone smile and easing their anxiety. Bouncing along behind Helida, the little girl's eyes darted around curiously. They happened to pass a shop owned by the Mondina family. Seeing the little girl notice the dolls in the hands of children leaving the shop, the sailor simply stepped forward, turned into the shop, and took one to give to her. "Bauer can't accept it. Sister Pinko said we shouldn't accept other people's kindness without reason." Anna Bauer righteously refused the gift, but her eyes were still fixed on the large-headed doll in the sailor's hand, practically saying, "Bauer really wants it." The sailor's face stiffened, and he could only look to Krager for help, but the latter didn't recognize Anna Bauer and could only express his helplessness. "Take it." A cold voice rang out, and the sailor was immediately delighted, handing over the large-headed doll again. Anna Bauer turned to look at Helida, and seeing her nod slightly, she happily accepted it. "Thank you, uncle. It's nothing. Actually, seeing you, miss, reminded me of my daughter when she was little, always begging me to buy her dolls." Now the others could see that this sailor was quite the chatterbox. No wonder he hadn't stopped talking the whole way. Perhaps he was a frequent sailor who always liked to chat with others. Meanwhile, Anna's attention was focused on the large-headed doll. She tilted her head, looked at it, and suddenly exclaimed, "Isn't that Sister Luo's doll?" She held the doll up high, and everyone realized it was indeed hers. Although the playful expression and crimson eyes didn't quite match Luo's features, considering all the elements, it did resemble Luo by about 7/10. "Really? Strange, how come I never noticed?" Pete slapped his forehead, his eyes wide like saucers. He'd been in Ice Rock Harbor for 6 years, and he never noticed this before. Roxy patted his shoulder helplessly, saying, "Second brother, do we even have that chance?" Since the three of them had followed Luna here, they had focused on guarding the staff, barely even leaving the church, let alone. As extraordinary beings without children, how could they possibly care about a mortal's toy? Do you know her?" The sailor exclaimed in surprise and excitement. "She's a celebrity in the Karlov Empire. Her deeds are known even in the distant north. Rumor has it that she was not only the champion of the previous Imperial League, but also entered the upper echelons of the Mage Hall before she was even 100 years old. Even the clan leader is ashamed of himself upon hearing her story. If I could meet her, I would feel my life would be complete." His incoherent ramblings almost made the others think he was going insane. Pete and Roxy tried to recall, but couldn't connect the girl in their memories with the person the sailor was talking about. Perhaps only Krager, who had met Luo, could make a connection. Just being a high-ranking member of a hall-level power was already a height that most high-level extraordinary beings couldn't reach, let alone being so young. Given another 100 years, she might even enter the ranks of the top powerhouses in the living world. Suddenly, Cray seemed to remember something and quietly transmitted his voice to Helida. "Priestess Helida, do you know little Luo's identity?" I heard a little." "If that's the case, why did the Dahomey family dare to make a move?" Helida glanced at him and replied indifferently, "If you're bold enough, nothing is impossible." She then ignored the thoughtful Cray and instructed Anna Bauer, whose eyes were sparkling, "Keep your mouth shut when you're out." "I'm sorry, Bauer understands." At this moment, the sailor, having calmed down, realized he had inadvertently overheard some inappropriate secrets and quickly changed the subject. "My lords, the port of Sira is just across from the estuary." He prayed inwardly that she wouldn't notice him, and thankfully, Helida only gave him a warning look and didn't say anything more. A river called Glacier flows beneath the ice of Ice Rock Port, emerging from the ground within the city and branching into more than a dozen smaller rivers. The port is mostly divided by these rivers. Crossing the icy river and avoiding the stalkers lurking along its banks, the group successfully reached the shop where the incident had occurred. Two groups were already facing off, but to everyone's surprise, the stronger side was actually the Mondina family, while the local powerhouse, the Alder family, was at a disadvantage. "Why is the young patriarch here?" The sharp-eyed sailor immediately spotted the fair-skinned, long-haired youth in the crowd and was immediately shocked. This was Shilong Port. The young patriarch's sudden appearance could easily lead to assassination. "Wait, look over there." Suddenly pulled back by an invisible force, the sailor looked closely and realized that several other groups were surrounding the two opposing groups, besides the inevitably present city lord. The officials from the manor, the Ice God Church, and the surrounding ports had all come out. "Mr. Yusuri? Captain Shekton? Even Lady Deborah is here. Good heavens. Am I seeing things?" "You're not seeing things. I think they're all here to test us." Krager was most familiar with the operations of those in power. This incident would be the best test of the new heir's abilities. If he was a tough nut to crack, nothing would happen. But if he was a pushover, then they have to consider annexing the Mondina family. "Let's go." Helida spoke first. Everyone was here now, saving her the time of searching for them one by one. Chapter 1010. After more than 10 days of research, Wingina finally located the crack in the Ice God Castle's barrier that had been affected. An unusually viscous magical energy adhered to it, causing the crack to temporarily heal. However, under the sun that day, this magical energy melted, exposing the crack. Two runic greatswords materialized, and Wingina plunged them directly into the crack. A glint of light flashed in her eyes, and the power of the earth flowed into her body. Under Aaron's astonished gaze, she actually managed to widen the hair-thin crack into a fist-sized opening. The dense magical energy leaked out, causing the two, who were often in environments lacking magical energy, to greedily inhale deeply. Whoosh! Her body transformed into earth magic, and Wingina carried Aaron directly through the barrier. The two great swords, unable to withstand the pressure, quickly shattered. Thanks to the barrier's self-repairing function, the gap healed in the blink of an eye, and the crack disappeared completely. Wingina possesses a high affinity for earth and ice attributes. Although she primarily specializes in earth attribute magic, the abundant ice magic within the barrier has somewhat restored her condition, allowing her to reach about 80% of her peak strength. Mr. Aaron, it's all up to you now. Leave it to me. With your assistance, I definitely avenge my brother. The thought of the evil entity posing as his elder brother still occupying the royal family fueled Aaron's rage. After quickly determining their direction, Aaron took flight first, heading towards the ice god castle. Wingina followed closely behind, using simple magic to conceal her presence. The foot of the mountain was about a half-hour flight from the ice god castle. Located in a prime location adjacent to the castle, the surrounding hillsides were dotted with numerous luxurious residences, including mage towers for powerful individuals and academic research centers funded by the royal family. However, even before the blockade, the residents of this area had been sent away by the royal family under various pretexts, the reasons for which were unknown. Therefore, as the two flew along the towering iceberg, apart from the continuous lightning and thunder in the dark clouds, there was no other sound. Boom! A bolt of blue lightning suddenly struck, and Wingina quickly pulled Aaron back. The lightning grazed his bangs as it struck the mountain, unleashing a violent cold wave. How is this possible? How can there be an autonomous defensive array here? Aaron was shocked. He had specifically chosen this location to avoid the Ice God Castle's defensive array, but why? Is there a way to bypass it? Let me think, maybe over there? Before anyone noticed, the two bypassed the area, but for some unknown reason, the royal family had gone mad. Almost every inch of the iceberg was covered with a large array. Even though Wingina could withstand the lightning, such an array. Firstly, their whereabouts would definitely be discovered. After much back and forth, the two had to admit an unavoidable fact. The Ice God Fortress was now covered by a brand new grand formation, and with their strength alone, there was absolutely no way they could break through. It's all my fault for being so useless. I can't even go back to my original home. Aaron punched a nearby tree in frustration. If he were of a higher status, he might know the details of the grand formation, and wouldn't be trapped halfway up the mountain. Wingina was still trying to analyze the formation, but she didn't understand formations and barriers very well, let alone analyze such a grand formation comparable to a city level 1. She quickly felt her soul overload, and her aura began to fluctuate. A structure I never seen before. Her toes touched the ground, but a crisp metallic sound rang out. As the iceberg supporting the Ice God Fortress, the solidity here was beyond imagination. Trying to find a loophole was virtually impossible. Adjusting her breathing, Wingina reluctantly expanded her senses, attempting to find a breakthrough. Unexpectedly, she actually found one after a short while, but rather than saying she found one, it's more accurate to say someone deliberately left a clue. When the delighted Wingina and Aaron arrived at the location of the anomaly they sensed, a slightly shimmering crystal stood upright on a protruding block of ice. A memory crystal? Oh no! A trap! Wingina's expression changed. She pulled Aaron back, her shattered black armor reappearing, half a black sword standing before her, her entire demeanor instantly transforming from gentle to heavy. Her senses expanded to their maximum extent, searching for any potential enemies, magic power accumulating within her body, ready to unleash earth-shattering force at the slightest disturbance. However, after a long while, nothing happened. Cautiously touching the memory crystal with her broken sword, finding no change, Wingina suspiciously sheathed her black sword and grasped the crystal in her hand from a distance. As magic power flowed in, the past image reappeared, transforming into two figures, a man and a woman. The boy appeared to be 15 or 16, clad in a purple robe, holding a spellbook. His face was fair and delicate, possessing a youthful shyness, while the lightning rune between his brows added a touch of majesty. The girl was serene and aloof, her eyes closed. Her long, silver-gray hair was as pure and flawless as moonlight, and the crescent moon pendant on her forehead emphasized her otherworldly holiness. Gabriel Nathaniel? Thenier Silvermoon? Wang Na was astonished. She remembered these two quite well. Back in the Imperial League, as third-tier competitors from Bankai Academy, although they hadn't won the third-tier championship, their strength was still terrifying. If it weren't for Luo's sudden emergence, they would undoubtedly have been among the leading figures of the younger generation. 20 years later, she unexpectedly encountered the two again in the Northern Kingdom. When Gina's shock didn't interfere with the video playback. Nathaniel playfully waved at the crystal, showing none of the composure expected of a successor to the Church of the Archmage. "Hey, can you hear me?" First time using the recording crystal, a little unaccustomed, should be fine, right? After fiddling with it for a while, his expression turned serious, and he said solemnly, "The recording was taken in March of the new era. I am Gabriel Nathaniel, an exchange student from the Academy of the Archmage, arriving in the Agnesa Empire in the new era. I was accompanied by 13 people, namely Final Silvermoon, and 3 teachers. Following the surge in cultists in August of the new era, the wise Abbey Dean Mums has learned from the clues that the abnormalities in the Agnesa Empire are closely related to the unusually active cultists. Hence, he specially dispatched us as exchange students to secretly investigate. However, the situation is beyond our imagination. If anyone later sees this record, please be sure to pass on the information. To ensure the accuracy of the record, I will record the truth on 13 recording crystals. This is the first one. Oh dear, I'm getting thirsty just talking. Just thinking about having to say it to each recording crystal makes me thirsty. Ah, please forgive the rambling of a devout believer. Cough, first of all. Ignoring some of Nathaniel's incoherent parts, a truth about the unusual changes in the royal family gradually unfolded before the two. When Helida and her group appeared beside the Mondina family, Enki, who had been arguing with an ALD family leader until he was completely defeated, stopped talking and gave way, suggesting a pre-existing alliance. "Friends of the Mondina family, how have you been? I apologize for disturbing you all." "It's all right. Where's Matt Wynn?" Her beautiful eyes swept over them, and Helida quickly realized that Matt Wynn, the person in charge, wasn't present. She immediately stopped paying attention and turned her gaze to the bewildered Mrs. Deborah. "Looks like you're not blind. Knowing who I am makes things easier. Forget the little tricks. 8 p.m., all left church. No exceptions." These words left everyone except Mrs. Deborah, who had a vague suspicion, looking puzzled. "This wasn't how things were going. I long heard of a mysterious lady arriving at Durant Port. Seeing her today, she seems rather arrogant. It seems I was just being delusional." Usuri was a young gentleman with a mustache, belonging to the sheeping family of Mermaid Port. Due to his frequent interactions with the underwater races, this manager's behavior was considered quite strange by others. He always seemed to enjoy visiting unfamiliar, powerful figures. The subtle disappointment in her words was obvious. Harita tilted her head slightly, her icy gaze piercing Usuri's soul. Her lips moved slightly. "Under the gaze of the ice god, even the sea will find peace." Usuri was stunned, not yet understanding the meaning of her words, when he suddenly heard Lady Deborah's telepathic message. Upon hearing this, his expression changed, and he quickly turned his head away, trying to minimize his presence. "Damn it, why is that woman's disciple back? Shouldn't she be studying in Crystal City?" Lady Deborah remained silent. Usuri suddenly fell silent, and the remaining Shakon, clearly guessing what was going on, chuckled and said nothing. The street fell eerily quiet, leaving the group of Cray, who had come with her, quite bewildered. Enki frowned slightly, about to speak, when he saw Helida turn and walk towards the bewildered ice god cultists, taking out a letter and handing it to the leader. "Give this to the Archbishop of the Seaview Church. If you make a mistake, the ice god's gaze will depart from you." The Seaview Church was the largest ice god church in Ice Rock Harbor, located near the city lord's mansion. Although subordinate to the local Sira Church, they usually operated independently. The squad leader of the Sira Church's ice god guards looked at the envelope, utterly bewildered. But upon seeing the special seal in the corner of the envelope, he quickly put it away and bowed solemnly to Helida. "Please give it to me. May the ice god be with you forever." It wasn't that he wasn't curious, but the seal clearly belonged to a high-ranking member of the church. Considering the rumors that they were mysterious ice god cultists from afar, the squad leader certainly didn't dare delay. After all, he was only there to maintain order. As long as the two families didn't fight, how they confronted each other was none of his concern. The guards of the city lord's mansion were still eagerly anticipating their turn, but Helida merely glanced at them and ignored them, heading straight for the tense members of the Alder family. What are you doing? This is a matter between us and the Mondina family. I advise an outsider like you not to interfere." This man's strength was at the 5th rank, not low at all, but faced with Helida's aura, he was like a child, constantly retreating, hoping that the respected Mr. Matwin would appear to save him. Tell Matwin that if he tries any more tricks, he will face the consequences. With that, Helida turned and left. Passing Inky, she paused, speaking calmly, "This matter arose because of me. Since everyone is here today, it's best to resolve it all at once. Young heir, I believe you know how to choose." Watching their departing figures, Inky's brow furrowed even more. However, he had observed the expressions on Mrs. Deborah's and the others' faces. After a moment's thought, he decided to go at 8 o'clock that evening. He had a premonition that if he refused, the Montina family might miss a golden opportunity. The old family was currently intimidated, and the standoff had been disrupted. Staying any longer was pointless. Enki summoned the local representative. "Keep a close eye on Mr. Matwin and the Alder family's movements. I need to know immediately before anything happens." "Yes, young master." "Priestess Helida, are we just leaving like this? It's not good to make a move in town." The three of them broke out in a cold sweat. Was that the problem? The best time to nip it in the bud is before it escalates. I know the Montina family's thoughts, and I understand the Alder family's intentions, but letting them run rampant is not good for Ice Rock Harbor. Helida's explanation was unexpectedly long. Cray and the others hadn't heard her speak so much in a row in a short time. "Then you brought us here. Attitude is important." "Good, this brevity is more in line with Priestess Helida's style." A strange thought flashed through Cray's mind, but he quickly understood what Helida meant. Her purpose in coming today was probably not simply to stand up for the Montina family, but rather to find an opportunity to deliberately downplay the conflict and gather the port administrators together. And they represent the Church of Olive. At least that's how it appears to outsiders. The attitude of the young patriarch of the Mondina family shows that the two sides are currently on good terms. All the rumors are true, and other forces that want to take action against the church will have to bypass the Mondina family. Having figured out what had happened, Krager held Luo's friend in much higher regard. He hadn't expected the seemingly aloof ice god priest to possess such a profound understanding of human nature. Night fell as expected. Anna, surrounded by nuns feeding her, hesitated between cake and donuts while clutching her large-headed doll. The three Krager brothers meditated quietly in their rooms. The old priest began his daily evening prayers. As he chanted, an invisible light emanated from the statue of the archangel and entered his brow. Helida sat quietly in a corner of the hall, as silent as an ice sculpture. After the old priest left, the nuns went home satisfied, leaving Helida alone in the hall. At a certain moment, silently, 3 more people appeared on the hall's benches. "Helida, is it really you?" The cold, arrogant voice carried a hint of gritted teeth and hatred. Helida didn't speak, but revealed her true face. Upon seeing that familiar white-haired, blue-eyed face, Lady Deborah almost couldn't resist striking. Her sharp fingertips hovered before Helida's neck, but she couldn't bring herself to stab her. "Why? Weren't you in Crystal City?" Recalling the scene 50 years ago, when that woman brought Helida, then a mid-level transcendent, to Ice Rock Harbor, Lady Deborah couldn't help but tremble, her killing intent growing stronger. Usuri and Shekton also questioned her with their eyes, the former mostly with doubt, the latter with curiosity. Gently removing Lady Deborah's hand, Helida summoned the Eternal Bible, an act that immediately startled the three. Usuri was particularly shocked. "She actually gave you the Eternal Bible. This is a sacred relic of the Ice God's Church." "Yes, so teacher, she has met with eternity." The Bible opened, a familiar aura wafted out, and a cold figure materialized, bowing in prayer. The three's eyes widened in disbelief, and they staggered back. How could that woman die so easily? "Are you lying to us to lower our guard? Tell us, where is she hiding now?" Even the usually calm Shekton couldn't help but blurt out, "Helida, what's going on?" Closing her Bible, Helida calmly said, "As you can see, the situation outside has changed. I don't know what the teacher was thinking, but if you continue to fight amongst yourselves, the last bastion of the Agnisa Empire will disappear." The three exchanged glances, slightly calming their shock. Lady Deborah asked her seriously, "Helida, although we are enemies, Ice Rock Harbor and Ice God Cathedral are one. Since we come to this appointment, we represent the voice of our families. What exactly happened?" "No rush, the hosts haven't arrived yet." Creak. The half-open door groaned softly, and 2 teenagers entered, followed by a woman with an explosive figure. Enki grabbed Orazel's arm, gave a slight bow apologetically, and said, "I'm late. Are there any seats left?" Chapter 1011. The Snow Dragon Clan? Mondina Jinchi was the current port manager of the Mondina family. A genius who reached the 7th rank at the mere age of 232, she was a renowned beauty and genius in Ice Rock Port. Her contemporaries either didn't reach the middle rank or died of old age, none could catch up. But as time passed, her competitive spirit gradually faded. The more experience she gained, the more she understood that her path would likely end at the 8th rank. Forcing herself would only waste her precious time. So, after seizing the incredibly wealthy manager's position, she lived a peaceful century until recently, when the patriarch suddenly announced the abolition of the eldest son's position as young patriarch, replacing him with the second son, who had been exiled for over 10 years. Of course, Shinchi wasn't too bothered. Whoever became patriarch couldn't shake her position. What intrigued her, however, was this mysterious friend of the second son. The lingering dragon's might, the unusual ice attribute aura, and the concealed identity all suggested a survivor of the frost extinction launched by the Duowomi family 20 years ago. But what was most interesting was the boy's carefree personality. Ever since she became an ancestor of the same generation as the clan leader, no younger member of the family dared to speak to her. Even the second young master treated her with utmost respect. How boring. Only the boy's eyes showed no fear or humility, clear as ice crystals. It was said that he had intervened in resolving conflicts among the younger generation of the clan on several occasions, and several girls were vaguely fond of him, though he seemed completely unaware. Whenever she heard these rumors, Shinchi would think of one phrase: the mysterious second young master and his strange best friend. So when she heard that a mysterious powerful figure had invited the second young master and other port managers to a meeting, she replaced the head guard, who was supposed to accompany the second young master. In her words, since they invited the managers, it's normal for me to go. And so no one spoke. The Snow Dragon clan? A surprised exclamation escaped her lips. Shinchi knew she hadn't made a mistake coming tonight. Something interesting was bound to happen. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Strangely, the three managers, who had seemed at odds during the day, were standing together, subtly shielding Helida behind them. Enki's eyes twitched slightly, but his gaze was also drawn to the woman's snow-white hair and crystalline ice-blue eyes not far away. Many people in the Agnisa Empire had white hair, but only the Snow Dragon clan of yesteryear possessed hair so pure and unblemished, just like his friend, the astonished Dorzel. Little one, sometimes talking too much isn't good, Yusuri said pointedly, but Dorzel just nodded seriously at him, his attention entirely on Helida, his tone full of surprise. I didn't expect to encounter surviving snow dragons in Ice Rock Harbor. I thought it was just me and my sister left. As he spoke, he removed the hood seal magic, revealing identical white hair and blue eyes. If it weren't for their completely different appearances, the two would be almost identical. Enki pulled Dorzel behind him. He should have shut the guy up earlier. Who knew if the others had joined the Dahomey family in wiping out the snow dragons? What a careless guy. Unexpectedly, Dorzel gently patted Enki's hand, indicating that he didn't need to worry. I think I understand the snow dragon's feelings best. Since this mysterious lady has shown herself so openly, it means everyone present is trustworthy. Enki, I know you care about me, but I never do anything I'm not sure of. As he spoke, he flashed a bright white smile and gave Enki a thumbs up. The tense atmosphere inexplicably lightened after his antics. Lady Deborah and the other two finally understood. This kid had absolutely no guile. Why had the Mondina family brought him here? To create a more relaxed atmosphere? I recognize you. Helida suddenly spoke, her icy gaze fixed on Dolizer, seemingly carrying an indescribable complex emotion. The orphan of the Frost clan, the future of the Snow Dragon clan should have continued in your hands, but you abandoned them, fleeing the north alone. That's not it. To everyone's surprise, Dolizer seemed to have been provoked, suddenly interrupting Helida excitedly. I didn't abandon them. I didn't run away. I was just powerless. You disappeared, didn't you? The cold voice rang out again. Enki noticed the boy's body tremble slightly, his fist. His mind clenched, about to speak, when he saw Dorazel loosen his fist and calmly say, someone has said something similar to you, but my answer remains the same. Survival is where hope lies. You're right. I can't protect the Snow Dragon clan, and I could only watch helplessly as the Frost clan was wiped out. But what's the use of staying? Just wasting my life, leaving behind a reputation for unyielding resistance, and then what? He raised his right hand, a flash of blue light, and an exquisite ring appeared in his palm, resembling a miniature frost dragon with its head and tail joined, its pupils only the size of pinpoints, yet exuding an overwhelming and unapproachable aura. Someone said I'm not suited to be the leader of a clan, and I admit she's right. If you can lead the remaining Snow Dragon clan to survival, I can give you this ring. which carries most of the former Frost clan's wealth. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. Deborah and Usuri revealed greed. That was the wealth of a top family that ruled Snow Dragon City, comparable to the combined wealth of all the major families in the 5 ports. If they could seize it, would Ice Rock Port even be worth their time? Shekton's eyes gleamed, but he kept glancing at Helida's reaction. Shinchi's expression was subtle. Were all young people this bold these days? If she had that kind of wealth, she would definitely hide it well. Enki's expression changed drastically. He quickly grabbed the ring from Dorzel's hand and growled in a low voice, "Are you crazy?" "I'm not crazy. This wealth is meant to rebuild the Frost clan, and who controls the Frost clan is irrelevant, as long as they are Snow Dragon clan members." Dorzel's solemn words stunned everyone. Deborah was the first to burst out laughing, hee. "Young man, you're simply the biggest idiot in the world, but I must say, not many people have your level of awareness. You're not suitable for the position of clan leader, but the guardian role suits you quite well, just like those white cats." Usuri crossed his arms and leaned back. The chair back clicked its tongue and said, "If you were my enemy, I would be happy. If you were my friend, I would be happy too. Enough of the small talk. The orphan son of the Frost clan, keep your things safe. I am a priestess of the Ice God, always by the god's side, serving him for life. I have no interest in family matters. In a sense, you and I should be on the same side." Helida's words silenced the others. This unusual behavior caught Shinchi's attention, but unfortunately, she didn't recognize Helida. Although Helida held the position of administrator, she rarely appeared, usually delegating responsibilities to the young clan leader. She was just that arrogant, but no one in the Mondina family dared to say anything. The elders were too old to bother with such a trivial matter. However, Shinchi remained silent, wanting to see what her intentions were in inviting them together. Helida stood up, a chill emanating from her, conjuring a group of spear-wielding warriors wearing eerie blue masks and ice crystal armor. "To make a long story short, I need you to help me expel the parasites from this city." "Impossible." Lady Deborah, who had just spoken up for Helida, was the first to retort. "The major ports won't go against the Dahomey family just because of your words. Even the taciturn Shekton advised, we accepted the invitation out of past ties, but this matter concerns the safety of the major ports. Even if we wanted to help, we are powerless." Before he could finish speaking, Lady Deborah retorted, "I don't want to help this woman." But now no one cared about that. Everyone was waiting for Helida's next words. The illusion shifted, revealing 2 monsters encased in skeletons. Unsettlingly, their attire bore a striking resemblance to that of the warriors of the Dahomey family. "If it's for the future of the Empire, will you still refuse?" Before anyone could ask, the scene shifted again, this time to a world shrouded in blood mist. Faintly visible within the crimson was a towering, imposing phantom. A chill ran through everyone. They seemed to see some indescribable evil. "What is that? Wait, could it be?" Shinchi spoke for the first time. She suddenly remembered that 2 months ago, an unsettling crimson glow seemed to rise in the direction of Crystal City. The clan leader had sent scouts then, but so much time had passed without a single word. She had assumed it was a minor matter. But it doesn't seem like that. "That's right, my home, also a refuge for 100 million Imperial residents, the Crystal City beneath the lake." Silence, eerily quiet. Clang. Usuri stumbled and knocked over a chair. Ignoring his loss of composure, he stared wide-eyed incredulously, demanding, "Helida, don't think I'm really afraid of you. Crystal City's 34 layers of barriers are intricately linked, guarded by 9-tier experts, and there are Imperial artifacts waiting to be activated. Even a high-ranking Saint-level expert couldn't easily break through them. So you're saying a fortress is just gone like that? Are you kidding me?" He couldn't help but panic. Compared to Crystal City, Ice Rock Harbor's defenses were utterly inadequate. In fact, only Crystal City and the old capital of Hibia were special. The barriers of the other 3 major cities were just ordinary city-level barriers, and Ice Rock Harbor was the weakest. With Crystal City in this state, could Ice Rock Harbor possibly resist? What about the old capital of Hibia? Snow Dragon City? And what about Frostguard City? Deborah slapped the distraught Usuri to the ground. "Fool! The Dahomey family is still around. Of course Snow Dragon City and Frostguard City are fine." Tap tap. Helida tapped the bench lightly with her fingertips, and continued calmly, "I will explain in detail, but I must say that the Dahomey have never been benevolent. I am 70% certain that they have already sided with the cult. Before things escalate further, it is necessary to expel their forces from Ice Rock Harbor." Everyone calmed down a bit by now. At this moment, Dorzel, having regained his composure, suddenly asked, Since your excellency wishes for us to unite against the Dahomey family, only the 4 major families are present. What about the Alder family? I said. If Madwin doesn't come, he'd bear the consequences. I believe we can't abandon 1/5 of Ice Rock Harbor's fighting force because of a fit of anger. Madwin may be wicked, but the others in the Alder family may not be. Helida was silent for a moment. She understood that the young man's words weren't unreasonable, but she also had her own reasons. Those with ulterior motives are like wolves. Overestimating others' hearts is disloyalty to oneself. Ice Rock Harbor was already far from peaceful, and the Alder family had conflicts with the Mondina family. Even if they forced cooperation, they might not be of one mind. It was better to exclude them. You're still so heartless. The situation is urgent. Put aside everything else. I go to the Alder family myself. Whether they cooperate or split is up to them. Tell me quickly, what happened? Lady Deborah made the decision for the 2 of them in a few words, urging Helida to explain quickly. The latter didn't waste any words and began to recount the whole story, while also revealing her plan. A gentle evening breeze whistled, and an eerie stillness enveloped the area outside the Aleph Cathedral. A scheme targeting the Dahomey family of Ice Rock Harbor was quietly taking shape. Look, it's those Dahomey family again. What's the big deal? They're always like this, loitering around outside the city. Just a few days ago, they were trying to steal the prey of adventurers from the neighboring port. A bunch of scoundrels, too. Never mind them. We still haven't found the 3-headed sea splitter. With it, we can drink again tonight. In a deserted town 10 miles away from the Ice Rock Harbor barrier, 2 young men dressed as adventurers turned their gaze away from the warriors circling overhead. They had been tracking the serpent all night. If they couldn't catch it before dawn, the 3-headed sea splitter would disappear into the sea breeze and vanish. Wait, they seemed to have stopped moving. One of them glanced up and noticed the warriors in the sky gathered together, seemingly discussing something. Soon after, about 30 warriors formed some kind of formation, their pale blue light flashing, seemingly faster than dawn. What are they going to do? The other also sensed something was wrong. This didn't look like a search. It looked like they were about to unleash a magical technique. Buzz? A sharp buzzing sound pierced the air and reached the ground. To the 2's astonishment, a thick, massive ice shard suddenly appeared in the sky, crashing into the earth with lightning speed. Wherever it went, a chill swept through, the ground crumbled, and many resting low-level magical beasts were killed instantly before they could even escape. What chilled the 2 even more was that the ice shard was slowly sweeping towards them. Have they gone mad? Using such powerful magic in the outskirts. Never mind if they're crazy, escaping is the priority. No matter how much the people of Ice Rock Harbor hated the Dahomey family, those 5th-tier warriors were undeniably powerful. Without the backing of the port families, ordinary small families had no chance of resistance. Sizzle. Boom. Ice shards swept across, icebergs constantly forming and shattering. Amidst the magical tremors, the entire abandoned town completely collapsed, the chill penetrating hundreds of miles into the earth. The commotion quickly attracted many adventurers, who were spending the night outside the city. Forced by the oppressive aura, they dared not approach. However, regardless, what happened tonight would reach Ice Rock Harbor and the ears of the 5 major port families. As night fell, the warriors departed, exhausted, leaving behind a massive, fan-shaped area of rubble. Some, seeing the remaining magic was weak, tried to step on it, only to find their bodies rapidly sinking. The land had transformed into quicksand. Not only the surface, but even the depths of the earth were doomed. Just when others thought the Dahomey family had finished their madness, 3 hours later, they reappeared, continuing their rampage with powerful magic, completely unconcerned about the stares of others. Their strange behavior quickly spread throughout Ice Rock Harbor. Representatives from the City Lord's Mansion and the Ice God Church intervened, but the Dahomey family's attitude this time was unusually firm, directly sending powerful warriors to force the 2 forces to retreat. Those with keen observation noticed that the port families, who usually maintained the overall environment of Ice Rock Harbor, had unusually gone into hiding, allowing the Dahomey family to act recklessly. A storm that would engulf Ice Rock Harbor seemed to be brewing. Chapter 10-12. Boom boom boom. A continuous series of collapses swept across a large area of the outskirts. Luo Xinshan instantly withdrew from the blood drum and quickly moved away from the area. To avoid being detected, she didn't leave any sensing magic, but such intense magical fluctuations were definitely not normal detection skills. Using Earth Escape, Luo instantly darted thousands of meters, peeking out from the snow. Just as she was trying to figure out what was happening, an incredibly thick blue light swept over, leaving no living thing within a 1-mile radius. Retracting her head, Luo moved towards Ice Rock Harbor, avoiding the sweeping magical beam. After getting away, Luo reemerged, only to find that more than a dozen Dahomey warriors had appeared in the sky, releasing magical beams in some coordinated way. Without a doubt, their aim was to force her out. But were they fools? Aside from the inefficiency, this move would easily provoke the local forces of Ice Rock Harbor. The far west was far from Frostguard City, and the Dahomey family's influence was difficult to control. Weren't they afraid of a fight? Helida sent news last night that she had reached a preliminary cooperation agreement with the 4 major port families, starting with Dorant Harbor, gradually driving out the Dahomey family, and ultimately using Ice Rock Harbor as a base to gather the Imperial allies and curb the Dahomey family's complete control of the Empire. And now, with these people so arrogant, wasn't this giving Ice Rock Harbor an excuse to attack them? As Luo had predicted, in the afternoon, after the Dahomey family's 5th unbridled bombardment of the outskirts, a swarm of extraordinary beings flew out from within the Ice Rock Harbor barrier. Each major port family sent at least one 7th-tier individual, and even the ALD family sent people. Besides, most of the people involved were local residents, who acted as temporary adventurers, clearing out most of the berserk monsters for Ice Rock Harbor and receiving benefits in return. Naturally, they rejected the Dahomey family's actions. Luo couldn't hear what they were saying underground, but after a few minutes of confrontation, the two sides parted on bad terms. No one from the Dahomey family reappeared until nightfall, perhaps having toned down their behavior. Finding a quiet spot again, Luo contacted Helida, who said the Dahomey family's actions that day had surprised her, as if they had abandoned their gradual encroachment plan and switched to a brutal and direct approach. Miss Witch, they seem more eager to find you. Do you need my help? Thanks, but with their strength, they can't find me yet, and you need to be more careful. You're right, be careful. Helida understood. If it was true, as she suspected, that the Dahomey family was desperate to find Luo even at the cost of maintaining appearances, then she, who had been with Luo recently, would most likely be taken hostage. In other words, she had to relocate before the enemy arrived to avoid implicating the Aleph Cathedral. After exchanging intelligence, Luo continued studying the blood drum. With the delaying tactics of the local forces in Ice Rock Harbor, her safety was actually greatly enhanced, and there was no need to worry too much. As for Helida, being a high-ranking ice god priestess, the Dahomey family wouldn't dare to openly attack her. That would be tantamount to forcing all the ice god cathedrals throughout the empire to unite. In any case, Luo knew that in the eyes of the powerful Dahomey family, she was merely a somewhat troublesome enemy, insignificant compared to their grand schemes. No matter how impulsive she was, she couldn't abandon her fundamental principles. Luo had been studying the blood drum for almost half a month, but to no avail. Neither magic power, blood energy, nor even soul power had any effect. There wasn't even a sign of activation. She was drawn to the blood drum's elusive sonic attacks, believing they could give the enemy a surprise attack. Logically, music and sonic waves are derivatives of wind magic. Activation should only require inputting wind magic. It's strange, though. I searched for so long and haven't found any magic circuits. Could it not be forged equipment? From Luo's understanding, most equipment and tools used by supernatural beings are crafted from various materials, but there are also a few unusual items made from natural materials that can unleash powerful abilities without additional crafting. Perceiving the blood drum, the inside was empty, without a trace of supernatural elements. Luo had assumed the magic circuits were located on the drumhead and had been trying to find the key, but it seemed she was wrong from the start. Animal hide. Patting the taut, blood-red drumhead, not a sound came out, as if all sound had been absorbed. Luo pondered. If the blood drum was essentially just a taut piece of animal hide, then it couldn't be viewed as ordinary equipment. Because it was just a material. The reason magical beasts are called beasts rather than demons lies in the inherent violence and rage within them. Whether it's a bizarre magical beast born from chaotic magic, or a magical beast formed from plants and animals distorted and transformed by magic, they are always accompanied by slaughter. Thinking of this, Luo cut her finger, and a drop of slightly golden, crystalline blood dripped down, disappearing instantly upon hitting the drum surface. She also felt as if a hazy consciousness had appeared within her body. Without reason or wisdom, it spread throughout her body with the flow of her blood and chi, like an extra arm or tail that could be controlled at will. Luo raised an eyebrow, attempting to control the blood drum. Suddenly, his blood energy surged uncontrollably, and his expression changed drastically. He felt his body rapidly weakening. Although mages didn't cultivate their blood energy much, losing too much of it could cause his body to explode under the strain of highly condensed magic. I can't stop. Luo desperately tried to control his power, but the blood drum intensified, hovering in midair with increased suction. His chest skin exploded, and his blood energy, along with his heart's blood, poured out, the source of a superhuman's physical strength, a direct manifestation of vitality and lifespan, and the wellspring of his extraordinary self-healing abilities. Overexertion and sudden death were not out of the question. Humph. You think you can drain me dry? Don't even think about it. Luo's eyes sharpened, and she actually began to channel her blood and chi into the drum. You didn't want it before, but now you're gorging yourself on it? Fine, I give you your fill. A protective barrier appeared. Luo closed her eyes and calmed her mind. A massive amount of magic power was mobilized. Light magic healed her, continuously generating a large amount of blood and chi power, while wood magic transformed into life magic to replenish her lost vitality. No matter how the blood drum absorbed, the blood within Luo seemed inexhaustible. Several hours passed in the blink of an eye. The blood drum seemed to have overeaten. Its suction power decreased significantly, and the drum surface suddenly became damp, dripping with murky, foul blood. Meanwhile, golden threads quickly appeared on the drum surface, condensing into indistinct, mysterious runes. Huff, huff, huff. Luo sensed something, opened her eyes, and a wave of exhaustion washed over her. She felt completely drained. The blood and chi power generated by simple magical stimulation wasn't something she had cultivated herself. It couldn't exist stably, and also put immense pressure on her body. Fortunately, she still had the upper hand, with a small body but a large capacity. Gazing at the transformed blood drum before him, Luo's eyes widened with wariness. Based on the earlier consumption, it was clear that anyone without 7th-tier strength wouldn't be enough to feed it. He tried controlling the blood drum again, and this time, the trick worked. The blood drum trembled slightly, a faint light appearing. Curious, Luo probed it with his soul power, and his vision abruptly shifted. The narrow cave suddenly transformed into a vast, crimson expanse. A thick red mist rose, the pungent, metallic smell of iron assaulting his nostrils. His vision became bizarre, devoid of magical perception, but now possessing a richly layered red. The pervasive red mist appeared unified, but was actually composed of countless distinct shades of red. Each wisp of mist seemed to possess its own consciousness, vying for power, intertwining, and devouring, creating a constantly churning, boiling spectacle. This was a war hell. To Luo's astonishment, his vision shifted, plunging him into the red mist. 1,000, 10,000 noises simultaneously erupted from all parts of his body, languages he had never heard before, or rather, not even language, but rather a kind of mental fluctuation carrying information. Who invaded? Stretching out claws. The enemy is there. Battle is exhilarating. The indistinct noises coalesced into a heart-pounding excitement. Luo clearly felt his heart begin to stir. Images of warriors, wearing eerie blue masks relentlessly ravaging the empire flashed through his mind. An unnamed rage welled up within him. He wanted nothing more than to kill them all. Sizzle. Golden flames ignited, the abnormal soul returned to normal, and Luo's mind returned to calm. At this moment, his vision was covered by a thick layer of red. Numerous two-headed giants with 2 horns appeared around him, wearing simple leather garments and wielding incredibly heavy stone clubs. With my blood, I forge my fighting spirit. These words inexplicably surfaced in Luo's mind. Then, his vision shifted rapidly. A blood-soaked fist pierced through a towering figure. A stone hammer capable of shattering the earth shattered, massive crimson horns were broken off, and a bewildered head was tossed high into the air. There was no elegance or gentleness. All that met his eyes was pure battle. It was either you die or I die. There was no fatigue, no relief, only the need to fight on. Hatred, pleasure, anger, those were merely catalysts for the battle. Only a brief respite would bring him back to his original purpose, before he would plunge back into the fight. Amidst the blood and roars, the scene shifted. His vision became still, eerily quiet. Crimson mist swirled and receded into the distance. Suddenly, his vision flickered, jolting him to the edge of slightly clearer water. Luo finally recognized the owner of his vision in the reflection. It was identical in appearance to the 2-headed giant it had been fighting, its height unknown, with 2 pairs of large, crescent-shaped, bright red horns bursting from its skull. Its face was humanoid, but lacked a nose and eyebrows. However, one of the giant's heads was now completely smashed, leaving only half a horn, a truly pitiful sight. With a slight shift in his vision, and a tearing sound, the remaining head was flung away. From his last glimpse, Luo clearly saw a fat worm tearing at the skin on the 2-headed giant's back. The worm's upper body resembled that of an excessively obese man, with a pair of small red horns on its head, but its lower body had 3 pairs of thick, fleshy legs, and an abnormally swollen tail dragged behind it, looking exactly like a caterpillar. The worm man tore off the giant's thick skin, trimmed it, stretched it taut, then nailed it to a wooden wheel, carefully binding it tightly. Thus, a human skin drum was made. His vision suddenly dimmed, and Luo's consciousness returned to the cave. Looking at the blood drum now, Luo felt a chill run down his spine. Even its golden patterns couldn't conceal its inherent malevolence. This is utterly an antisocial, malevolent thing. Even though the living world had many races, Luo had never heard of humans using orc parts to make tools after killing them. At most, they keep teeth or eyeballs as trophies. Seeing this for the first time made Luo feel nauseous. He considered discarding the blood drum, but thinking about how much of his power it had consumed, and how, to humans, the hellish races seemed no different from magical beasts, he suddenly felt much better. Actually, using demon skin to make equipment doesn't seem so bad. Maybe it even have special effects. Muttering to herself, Luo calmly suppressed the chill in her heart. A staff is a weapon in the hands of bad guys, and this thing wasn't made by her. She was just using it. There was no problem at all. As she exited the memory fragment illusion, Luo also learned the name and abilities of the blood drum. Illusion drum level 7 evil artifact, war, bloodshed, sacrifices fresh blood to ignite battle intent and enter a state of fearlessness. Trampling, sacrifices the power of blood containing willpower to dismantle the enemy's battle intent. Soul loss, sacrifices the power of the soul to intimidate the enemy with battle intent and break demonic magic. Sacrifice, sacrifices one's own malevolent energy to transform into a blood demon. The information was very brief. Luo compared it, and guessed that the ugly fish head at the time should have activated bloodshed and soul loss, but perhaps because she wasn't a demon, the effects were subtly different. Out of curiosity, Luo informed Helida, and then descended another 30 miles. The depth communication device had malfunctioned. To resist gravity, she needed to continuously output magic power, inevitably emitting an aura. However, it would be difficult for enemies to detect her in the short term, so it wasn't a major problem. Activating Bloodlust, Luo felt a chill run through his body, his skin turning from healthy white to pale. Conversely, an inextinguishable heat ignited in his heart, his emotions soaring to unprecedented heights, all worries and constraints shattering. The Dahomey family dared to attack him? He fight back. The skeleton demon's tracks revealed? He attack. Crystal City shrouded in eerie malevolent energy? He disperse it. Whatever the enemy, he crushed them all. Flames erupted from his skin, his silver-white hair transformed into fiery red flames, and golden fire runes appeared deep within his pupils. His aura surged, instantly surpassing the peak of the 7th rank, forcibly pushing aside the surrounding rocks. But Luo paid no attention to the changes in his body. His sole focus was to break free of the earth, find the warriors in the sky, and tear them all to shreds. Who? Luo closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, he had barely regained a sliver of clarity. He forcibly severed his connection with the illusionary drum, his fighting spirit extinguished, the impulse in his heart vanished, and the strange phenomena on his body quickly disappeared. That was close, I almost lost my composure. Looks like I can't activate it carelessly. Luo wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. While Bloodshed could instantly activate all her power, and forcibly lock her into her optimal state even in a weakened state, the cost was the loss of composure, preventing the successful construction of high-level divine spells. Compared to that, the blood loss was a minor matter. But I think I used divine power just now, that's a bit strange. Luo had only lost her composure, her consciousness and memories remained, so she was naturally aware of the changes in her body. She vaguely remembered experiencing similar changes before, but at that time she was in a state of extreme anger, and the memory was very blurry. This was the first time it was so clear. Try again? Luo pinched her smooth chin, feeling there was a great opportunity. Chapter 1013. Thinking of something and acting on it, Luo attempted to communicate with divine power. She and her clones had expended considerable divine power dealing with the azure-armored rock giant, and now, less than a month later, her divine power was only at 40% of its peak. However, after activating Bloodlust, her divine power had silently decreased by 0.5%. A transcendent divine radiance appeared on her skin, a light touch could slice through even unseen spaces, but this was unrelated to the strange phenomenon from before. After trying several methods without success, Luo had to turn her attention back to the illusionary drum. Could it be that I can only indirectly activate it through its effects? Although there would be some risk, Luo had no reason to let another use for divine power pass her by. Just in case, Luo switched places with Pink Luo and tried it on an open space within the ruins. After slightly adjusting her body and allowing her blood to recover, Luo activated Bloodlust again. In an instant, an undying rage surged within her, her aura rapidly expanding. Even ankle-high grass was torn to shreds, and within 100 miles of Luo, the ground sank 10 meters, sending up clouds of dust that vanished in the blink of an eye. Indeed, so hard to control. Luo knelt on one knee, desperately trying to maintain her composure. Every part of her body radiated a powerful fighting spirit, urging her not to stop, to fight, to unleash her power. Calm down. The soul magic was cast upon her, slightly cooling the heat in her mind. Before the magic wore off, Luo could barely maintain her self-awareness. Luo stood up, raising her hand to look at her palm. An invisible force covered it, not as powerful as soul power, yet it overflowed from all parts of her body. The flesh and blood were possessed only by a mid-level transcendent being, now manifesting as pure fighting spirit. If she were a warrior, this battle intent should have significantly boosted her internal magic circuits, doubling the effectiveness of her magical techniques. Unfortunately, she wasn't. Brushing a strand of hair behind her ear, her once lustrous silver-white hair had turned a scorching fiery red. This wasn't simply due to overflowing magic power, it was a transformation from the inside out. The most striking difference was that Luo could freely control every single strand of hair, as if she had gained 100,000 arms. These numerous arms, each wielding divine power, were rapidly consuming her own, but this also allowed Luo to achieve a terrifying level of mastery over divine power. She could even precisely manipulate divine power to construct fully fledged divine spells, provided her divine power reserves were sufficient. Her fiery red hair shone even brighter than Luna's, and upon closer inspection, a noble golden light flashed within. With a slight thought, Luo's 10,000 strands of hair instantly dispersed, forming 10,000 mid-level spells of blazing breath in a flash. With enough magic power input, this area would be completely transformed into a sea of fire. Dispelling the magic circle, Luo tried to condense an ice mirror before her, but for some reason, her divine power repelled ice magic. The same applied to water magic or other types of magic. Even the netherworld flower mark on her right hand was forcefully suppressed, preventing her from mobilizing even a trace of netherworld energy. Left with no other choice, Luo could only rummage through the clutter and pull out a mirror. Luo also saw a clear fire rune in her right pupil in the mirror. It was the most basic, simplest, and most essential rune representing the fire attribute. She had only seen the same thing on her previous fire clones. She never thought that she would have such a mark on herself one day. It was strangely mysterious. Touching her right eye, she could feel the heat surging from her palm. Luo vaguely understood that all the changes should be related to the basic runes in her sea of souls that had been tainted by divine power, namely the incomplete elemental divine authority. If she wasn't mistaken, besides fire, ice, water, wood, light, and darkness could all undergo similar changes. The flame suddenly dissipated, and Luo, pale-faced, slumped to the ground. Self-awareness and physical will were originally of the same origin, but once they clashed, it inevitably consumed a great deal of energy, unless Luo allowed her body to take control and fight recklessly. In those brief 3 minutes, another 10% of her divine power was consumed, forcing her to end the bloodbath. Sister Luo, what happened? Main body, I smell divine power. What are you trying now? Moriarty and Red Luo appeared one after the other. The vast divine power that had just risen was pure and stronger than ever before, forcing them to be cautious. Worried that Luo had gone too far again, they rushed over. Seeing Luo sitting on the ground panting, large beads of sweat dripping from her pale face, Moriarty immediately pounced on her, rubbing her cheek against her small chest. Sister Luo, you seem very weak. Let me help you. Snap! A small hand grabbed the back of the little one's head. Red Luo expressionlessly lifted her up and placed her aside. Your main body anticipated your little antics. If you cause any more trouble, today's rest is cancelled. Oh! Moriarty let out a long, drawn-out sound, her large eyes carefully observing Luo's condition. As she looked, she suddenly chuckled. Sister Luo, you smell so good. I really want a bite. Is that okay? Is that okay? Luo, of course, knew what smells good meant. Her entire body was currently radiating a rich aura of divine power, which, in the little one's eyes, was unmistakably fragrant. Weakly gathering a ball of soul power, she tossed it to Moriarty, who happily took a bite, then closed her eyes contentedly and continued, Sister Luo, has your mastery of divine power reached another level? I guess so. but the side effects are a bit severe. Little Artie wants one too. Ouch. Red Luo tapped her on the head. She already knew what had happened to the main body, and knew that the main body needed to recover its divine power most at this moment, so she decisively interrupted Moriarty's request. Now was not a good time. Too dangerous, I don't want to disappear yet. Luo stuck out her little tongue and retorted confidently, I'm experimenting here. What's there to be afraid of with you guys around? Ouch. Red Luo still gave Luo a sharp tap on the head without hesitation. The main body should just stay alive. Leave the experiments to us. Boring. With a roll, Luo dodged Red Luo's tap and picked up the now quiet illusion drum. Little Artie, do you recognize this? The illusion drum was wet, as if soaked in blood, but it had lost its power when activated. Moriarty noticed it and looked puzzled. How come Sister Luo has a demon's artifact? I found it. Wow. Then Sister Luo is perfect for corruption. Even evil artifacts are willing to be near you. Luo was immediately speechless. Was it because Red Luo's upbringing was inadequate, or had Purple Luo's temporary absence made her arrogant? She was spouting nonsense again. Actually, I don't know its origin. I only heard that it came from a powerful mercenary group in the Agnisa Empire. Later, the mercenary group disappeared, and this thing was obtained by a 7th-tier magical beast. I just took it. Moriarty swallowed the last of his soul power and explained seriously, just like you in the living world have color-tier equipment. Oh, that term seems quite rare these days. Anyway, Hell also has evil equipment. They call themselves evil artifacts and are proud of it. Most evil artifacts are crafted from the limbs of demons, embodying the concept of a particular demon race, sin. This is analogous to the skills engraved on human equipment, and it's the mainstream among demons. Evil artifacts crafted by demons of varying strength possess different powers, categorized into 9 tiers from lowest to highest, plus the primordial sin crafted by holy ranked demons. The difference in tier is only related to the raw materials. The effect isn't necessarily strong. Ultimately, the sin of demons isn't a singular component. The skill of the maker also affects how much sin is retained. Fortunately, the Drum of Annihilation in Luo's possession is a superior evil artifact, its surface crafted from the best back of the Conqueror from the War Hell, essentially retaining all of the Conqueror's abilities. Moriarty also deliberately mentions that while demons can be killed, it differs from the living world. In the living world, beings, including magical beasts, dissipate their souls after death, their bones are simultaneously lost to the netherworld, and their residual spiritual light returns to the underworld. After a long wait, this light returns to the living world, achieving a different kind of resurrection. But demons in hell have their own cycle of reincarnation. When a demon dies, everything about it ceases, the body and soul freeze at the moment of death. But in a random location in hell, a new demon will rise again. Because the demon slain is merely an embodiment of some kind of evil. Evil itself is immortal, and so are demons. Is there a way to destroy evil itself? Luo asked casually, knowing it was practically impossible. Unexpectedly, Moriarty grinned and actually replied, Of course there is, Sister Luo. You're not the only living being trying to destroy demons at their source. Now, even Red Luo quietly pricked up her ears to listen carefully. Could it be that there truly is a way to completely eradicate demons? Little Artie thought, a long time ago. In the distant past, before angels and dragons ruled the mortal realm, there existed a great race called the Immortal Gods. Among them was a group that called themselves Garudas, winged beings cast in gold, who fed on dragons and loved to traverse between planes, observing all living things. One Garuda became interested in the ever-present demons. He spent tens of thousands of years observing them, ultimately concluding that if evil were eradicated, demons would self-destruct and never appear again. Later, he recorded everything he had seen and heard in a stone tablet called the Glory of the Golden Sun. Later, the immortal gods declined, and angels and dragons occupied the mortal realm. This stone tablet shattered into several pieces and disappeared without a trace. However, thanks to the relationship between the angels and the immortal gods, parts of the record on the stone tablet were preserved. When Moriarty was born, she accidentally discovered these records in the memories of a powerful human. At that time, these fragmented records were compiled into a book by a well-meaning person entitled A Man's Diary. It's a pity that book is probably lost in this era. Don't be discouraged, Sister Luo. Maybe Sister Luo can find a way to isolate evil even if she spends tens of thousands of years. Luo seemed oblivious to Moriarty's teasing. Her right hand passed through space and directly pulled out a book from the small dark room. The yellowed cover clearly read A Man's Diary. Little Moriarty, is this the book you're talking about? Huh? Sister Luo, no way. Moriarty's eyes widened adorably. She snatched the thick book with her little hand, and her mouth slightly opened after seeing the words on the cover. It really survived? I have to say, you humans just love recording history. Moriarty quickly flipped through the book, his expression shifting from surprise to disgust, before finally tossing it back. Too many gaps, utterly worthless. It's better to throw it away than to leave it like this. What a waste of little Artemis's expression. It was a gift from the teacher, after all. Don't make it sound so bad. Carefully putting the book away, Luo was a little annoyed, but she had already read the contents, so she wasn't too disappointed. Moriarty's statement about isolating evil did match the research findings on demons within the book. Unfortunately, the book only mentioned placing demons in a broken plane unable to absorb evil, without explaining how to do it. Speaking of which, if we could find the original record, would there be a chance to learn the method of isolating evil? Moriarty, somewhat uninterested, casually replied, perhaps. A man's diary actually records the observations of all the higher races at that time, even descriptions of fairies. Alright, little Artie is going to play with her only dear little believer now. Bye-bye, Sister Lo. Before leaving, the little one shamelessly demanded a large ball of soul power rich in divine energy, reasoning, Sister Lo, don't you think little Artie was very well behaved today? After she left with her wish, Lo got up from the ground, glanced at the drum of annihilation, then at Red Lo who kept glancing at her out of the corner of her eye, and put it away. Your expressions are so rich. I still need it for now, I give it to you later. The drum of annihilation was actually more suitable for Red Lo, both in terms of personality and affinity, but Lo still wanted to understand the principle of another layer of divine power application, and the drum of annihilation was indispensable. Do you think I'm that kind of greedy person? You're overthinking it. Humph. Hee, since that's the case, I head back first. A flash of silver light, and Luo disappeared from the ruins. Hong Luo gave a soft snort, and went back to her work. Only the large crater on the ground remained. Under the influence of the Tree of Life, this area would slowly recover. Ice Rock Port is divided into 5 major ports, but beyond these, there are numerous historically significant villages and towns. Most of the residents here don't participate in seafaring. They include descendants of fallen nobles from the old empire, as well as various unsavory characters and figures. Their origins are diverse. For the port families, these villages and towns are of little value. Including them in their administration might provoke resentment from the locals, making them a thankless task. Therefore, these areas remain quite isolated. Longmu Town, a small town with only 100 households, has only one extraordinary individual, the town mayor. However, according to the mayor's boasts, his great-great-great-great-grandfather was once a frontier general of the Canriaso Empire. Despite Longmu Town's reputation, his status is incredibly high, of course, aside from 3-year-olds, who wouldn't understand and wouldn't deny it. Even 5-year-olds scoff at this. Uncle Mayor, since your great-great-great-great-grandfather was so powerful, why are you so weak? Get lost, uncle. Whenever this happens, the mayor laughs and scolds, shooing away the little brats with his wooden cane, then happily puffs on his old cigarette, rumored to be a product of the eastern continent's elves, but nobody believes it. There was something strange about it. The mayor claimed to be a second-tier transcendent being, but in the memories of the children's parents and even grandparents, he always seemed to be in his 40s, never changing. When someone asked, he would exclaim in surprise, "Oh dear, you little rascal, you mistaken me for my father." With such a bad memory, you might even forget your own wife. So no one asked anymore, and the days passed by. Young lady, you've been here for 18 days now. 18 days. When will this end? I need to get intimate with my wife. The mayor leaned against the half-open stone door, puffing out smoke from his old pipe, his disdain evident. Madam? Old master, are you talking about that gender-swapped clone you created out of sheer whimsy? Cough. Cough, cough. The mayor nearly choked to death, smoke billowing from his nostrils. He quickly turned to look outside, making sure no one was watching before angrily protesting, "Uncle, that's not whimsy. That's just the atmosphere of life, understand? Stop talking nonsense. Your book collection is too messy. If you don't want me to burn it all down, hurry up and help me out." Well, Uncle suddenly remembered, Haichin's hen is about to lay an egg. Uncle has to go deliver it. Farewell. The mayor chuckled and made a hasty escape. A moment later, a delicate little hand emerged from inside the stone door. A petite girl with fiery red hair pouted in dissatisfaction, casually closing the stone door. A faint, angry shout could be heard. "You old fool. How could I possibly read through 25,000 years of information by myself? Chapter 1014. After the families of Ice Rockport stopped the Dahomey family's mad behavior in the suburbs, Ice Rockport enjoyed a temporary period of peace. However, late that night, a beast tide arrived. Without anyone noticing, shadows shrouded in black mist surged in like a tidal wave. Like venomous wasps lurking in the darkness, they silently reached the outer perimeter of Ice Rock Harbor's barrier under the cover of night, then launched their attack. Beast tide. Clang. 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 Sharp voices and booming bells echoed throughout Ice Rock Harbor. Dazzling light shone from the sentry posts, forming a continuous band of lighthouses, guiding the city's residents towards the enemy. The light dispelled the shadows, revealing the pitch-black bodies of beasts. Rolling dark magic surged, forming waves that crashed against the barrier. Boom! A massive ice shield rose from the barrier, and icy water instantly swept across the surroundings. Before the beasts could even bare their fangs, they were all turned into ice sculptures in the frigid tide. When the city lord's mansion and the various families arrived swiftly, they only saw shattered black ice fragments and the chillingly dense dark magic. What's going on? The barrier's self-defense has been activated. Even such a weak beast tide can activate it? I have a feeling something's not right. The city lord has ordered that the remaining magic be cleared out first. The leaders who came to fight were no ordinary people, so the barrier's unusual behavior naturally couldn't be hidden from them. However, at this moment, the area outside the barrier was filled with dark magic and the corpses of magical beasts. Even the ground was frozen solid. If they didn't hurry to clear it out, most adventurers wouldn't be able to leave the area tomorrow. Unlike the others who were busy clearing out the beast tide's remains, Luo's situation was much more troublesome. The moment the beast tide arrived, Luo, underground, immediately sensed the abnormal boiling of dark magic, like a self-destruction or a sacrifice. Before she could reveal herself to investigate, an incredibly powerful wave of cold swept over her. Huh? Before Luo could react, the earth magic was forcefully dispelled, and the cold invaded. Under the immense impact comparable to a 9th-tier being, Luo's elemental divine authority could only evade the extreme ice magic to avoid destroying her. She and the earth beneath her were forcibly squeezed out and embedded in the raised mountains on the outskirts of Ice Rock Harbor. Tui! Spitting out the dirt in her mouth, Luo shook her head, dislodging the rubble. Fortunately, this wave of magic was not under human control and had no will involved, otherwise, she would have been crippled if not dead. What are the people of Ice Rock Harbor doing? Cursing under his breath, Luo shattered the surrounding rock and soil. Looking into the distance, he could clearly see a vast, dense mass of dark magic, enough to spawn magical beasts, 10 miles away. However, it was blocked by a wall of solidified ice magic, and the Ice Rock Harbor barrier had dimmed slightly. Looking back, he saw a thick hillside hundreds of meters high behind him, all rock and soil forced out of the earth by the ice magic. It seemed adventurers wanting to travel far would have to take a detour. I asked Halida what happened. Just as he was about to communicate with his earring, a sudden chill ran through Luo, and he instinctively used lightning to teleport away. How perceptive. A faint, weathered voice suddenly rang in his ears, sending a chill down Luo's spine. Who? Boom. It felt as if a meteorite had struck his abdomen. The mage's robe, which had provided protection, exploded in an instant. A sharp pain shot through him, and Luo instantly curled into a shrimp-like position. His consciousness blurred, and the raised mountains broke open in the blink of an eye, carving a deep ravine across the earth, creating a valley 300 miles long. As her consciousness began to clear, Luo coughed up large mouthfuls of black blood. Her body felt alien, as if it weren't her own. Chilling dark magic writhed and twisted wildly, frantically eroding her body, causing large, unsightly black spots to grow. Some of the magic even burrowed into her soul. Not bad, not dead. A twisted shadow suddenly appeared before Luo. A rough, bony hand reached out, grabbed Luo's delicate neck, and lifted her high. Struggling to open her drowsy eyelids, Luo finally saw the face of the person before her. It was the face of a cold and resolute middle-aged man, his pupils radiating pure darkness. A pair of curved horns grew from his thick black hair, one large and one small, making them extremely asymmetrical. Luo's pupils contracted, and he uttered with difficulty, "James Burslowry. How could you? Oh! So you still remember me. Very good, very good." The shadow dissipated, revealing a burly, imposing figure. A black trench coat fluttered in the evening wind. He ripped open the coat, revealing a dense network of scarlet scars. These ugly scars crisscrossed, as if a person had been chopped up and pieced back together. Most horrifying of all was a massive gash running from his left shoulder to his right hip, with countless buds of flesh growing and attempting to merge, but some powerful force seemed to be hindering the healing of the wound. His internal organs were completely exposed. I didn't abandon this body, because I will never forget that day. His dark pupils gradually turned sinister, and the hand gripping his neck tightened even more. How you destroyed my future. I offered my soul to the demon, secretly vowing to repay every grudge from that day. His large hand clenched tightly, but grasped only empty air. He paused, quickly noticing the fallen bracelet, but just then, the petite figure reappeared. A holy, gentle light emanated from the silver moon lamp, quickly coalescing into a head-sized sphere of light, surging forth with purifying power. The next moment, bang! Clang! With a crisp sound, the silver moon lamp spun and pierced the rock below, embedding Luo directly into the cliff face, her body covered in blood, her right arm cleanly severed. The light magic continuously eroded the invading dark magic, but it was difficult to eliminate it. Lori stood before Luo, his expression calm as ever. It's useless. To be honest, your growth is greater than anyone I ever encountered. An ordinary 5th-tier cultivator would have died in the first thousandth of a second. To be disrespectful, even my master is slightly inferior to you, but... A shadowy thorn sprouted from his hand. You can't do anything alone. The overall situation won't change. Huff huff. Luo felt her body completely shattered, not only from the unparalleled power, but also from the unresponsive speed, leaving her no chance to mount a defense. A constant buzzing in her ears, her shattered body seemed rusted, even the manipulation of magic was abnormally sluggish, let alone clear thinking. The shadowy thorns, like venomous snakes, darted forward, aiming straight for the girl's brow, the location of her soul's sea. Once sealed, all was lost. Get out of the way! A furious shout suddenly rang out from behind, unleashing a torrent of evil and violent power. A cloud of malevolent energy violently assaulted all intelligent beings. Lori was slightly startled. A black and red sword had already pierced her skin with unstoppable force. Above, Pink Luo's beautiful eyes blazed with rage. A massive array rapidly formed in the sky, its judgmental gaze about to fall. Silence. The world instantly transformed into a pool of pitch-black water. The power of light, before it could exert its full effect, was submerged in pure darkness. Pink Luo, like an elf falling into a swamp, sank rapidly into the darkness. The powerful magic of light could only slightly slow her descent. Hong Luo stared in disbelief at the knight's sword easily held in one hand. He hadn't seen a single movement when had he turned around? Great genius, recognized the difference in strength. The tone held a hint of helplessness, as if it were all a trivial matter for him. As soon as the words left his lips, Hong Luo exploded, his cat ear mask shattering into snowflakes. How dare you do this? Pink Luo's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. He forcefully burned his light magic to expel the darkness, unleashing countless holy flame projectiles like rain. His wand erupted with dazzling light, the beam traversing space and distance, striking the man's battered chest in the blink of an eye. Buzz? Pink Luo's mouth gaped open in disbelief. The beam of light, carrying powerful purifying energy, had actually been deflected. Lori lightly brushed his chest, seemingly just brushing away dust. Who says only light can purify darkness? When the world is dark enough, light is nothing but a clown. Darkness suddenly surged, swallowing the unresponsive Pink Luo whole. Now, only the two remained on the dark pool. Lori glanced at the spot where Pink Luo had disappeared and said calmly, "You should know that mediocrity is merely a foil for genius. To ordinary people, isn't mediocrity also a form of genius?" He slowly turned around, looking at the girl firmly stuck in the black spider web, and shadowy thorns reappeared in his hand. "You're smart and strong. Taking you down head-on would be too troublesome, so I used a little trick. I'm sure you, a great genius, won't mind." Luo gritted her teeth, struggling to break free of the sticky spider web, but dark magic itself possessed an extremely powerful assimilation and corrosive effect. In this strange space, every time her magic was mobilized, it was instantly assimilated and completely destroyed, unable to even construct a complete rune. If not for the resistance of the dark elemental divine authority, her consciousness and even her body would have instantly turned into a slime-like, sticky shadow, losing all sense of being human. Seeing the shadowy thorns aimed at her brow, Luo calmed down and stopped struggling, asking him, "Why are you here?" Jambers Lori, demonized, level 8 transcendent, level 9 transcendent, dark, fallen knight fanatic, believer, Luke Sutton, former lord of Edbao's city, unwilling to die young, he chose self-destruction, sacrificing 500,000 mortals of Edbao City, devouring their flesh in an attempt to break through to level 9. He survived being nearly killed by the killing knight Favors Conrad, but was trapped at level 8 transcendent by the backlash. His soul was sacrificed to the Shadow Lord, becoming a servant of the shadows, and simultaneously gaining demonic power. Beneath his calm exterior lies an extremely persistent and ruthless heart, willing to stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Note 1. Demonization, mastery of demonic power. Note 2. Corrupted knight's mind, greatly enhanced by the influence of light, greatly reduced by the influence of dark power. Note 3. Soul missing, cannot be affected by anything other than the Shadow Lord. Note 4. Shadow body, can freely enter the shadows. Note 5. Note 101. Affected by sharpness and tearing, the body remains in a severely injured state. Note 102. Curse of flesh and blood, the body occasionally rebels against the soul. Evaluation. Can a fallen human still be considered human? But considering him a demon, everything makes sense. Lori paused, seemingly thinking, then unexpectedly lowered her hand, and sat cross-legged in front of Lo. I know you're stalling for time. After all, to force you out, I unleashed the dark beasts to attack the city. In 7 minutes, the people of Ice Rock Harbor will discover this place, and you can be rescued. However, I still choose to answer your question. He lightly tapped the large, curved horn on his head. You're so clever, you should know the purpose of my sacrifice of the city of Edbao. Thanks to your request, I succeeded, yet I also failed. A complete me should be able to break through to the 9th rank, but now I only have a 9th rank body. My soul is stuck at the 8th rank, unable to progress. I offered my soul to my master, gaining the opportunity to leap into the saint rank. If I succeeded, I could. As the Shadow Army attacks the Karlov Empire, I slay the arrogant Imperial General Conrad, and reclaim my glory. But you appeared again. You know, you truly deserve to die. If only my master had killed you cleanly back then, none of this triviality would have happened. But you still appeared, and I have no choice but to obey my master's orders and capture you at all costs. Lori spoke calmly, so calmly that Lo thought he was just stating a casual remark. Touching the curved corner of his phone, he sighed softly, a sense of regret welling up within him, completely unaware that he was the murderer who had slaughtered 500,000 people in the city of Edbao. 4 minutes left. Is there anything else you want to ask? Lo suppressed his pent-up anger and calmly spoke again. Since you're so kind, why not tell me about the demon's plans in the Agnesa Empire? It would satisfy my curiosity. Hearing this, Lori actually grinned, a gentle smile. Of course, I used to be a beloved city lord. Fulfilling the small wishes of a dying man is nothing to me. The answer is the Sword of Judgment. The darkness abruptly turned to white. Pink Luo, nearly shattered, emerged from the water atop a vast, sacred, and pure array. His wand, bathed in the afterglow of the Snow Kingdom, crackled with lightning, its burning holy magic radiating brilliant light. A gale arose. The wrath of the gods had descended. Buzz! The 300-meter-long Sword of Judgment, carrying Pink Luo's utter fury, tore through the sky and crashed down, determined to utterly obliterate evil. Without mastering the properties of magic, how much power can divine magic unleash? You wasted your remaining 3 minutes. Lori's expression remained unchanged. When the difference in strength was too great, all resistance was laughable, like a ruffled kitten only being cute in front of a human. With a flick of his finger, the dissolving darkness paused, then swiftly reversed, enveloping the Sword of Judgment. Its holy radiance erupted continuously, only to be extinguished again. When the enormous sword of light descended from the sky and reached Lori's head, it had drastically shrunk to the size of a palm. Lori gently crushed the lightsaber, blew on his burned fingers, and acted as if nothing had happened. See? I told you. The next moment, the bright moonlight burst forth, its cool, silvery white light spreading gently. Lori suddenly found himself unable to move, and a hint of surprise finally appeared on his face. Ha ha ha. You're right, but my trump cards might be a little more than you think, ha ha. Lo gasped for breath. The silver moon lamp floating beside him was radiating moonlight. Moon Realm, Divine Power Modified Version, activated the moon's power within the myriad form stone, creating a sphere with a radius of 500 meters that became a forbidden zone, immobilizing everyone. Pink Lo rushed forward, ignoring his own crumbling body, squeezing out his remaining light magic to purify the spiderwebs binding him. However, the spiderwebs were exceptionally solid, only slightly melting under the influence of the light magic. As expected, the slightest lapse in concentration, and you turned the tables. Truly a peerless genius whose fate cannot be fathomed. With you around, humanity will undoubtedly be even stronger. Lori was immobilized, but what unsettled him was that he didn't reveal a trace of tension or urgency in his tone. His dark pupils remained icy cold. That staff is no ordinary weapon either, possessing the ability to recognize its master. It's the work of the dwarves, isn't it? You really tricked me. What if, and I mean, what if, I hadn't told a single truth? His eyes curved slightly, finally revealing a hint of the madness and twisted nature hidden deep within him. This isn't Ice Rock Harbor, little genius. Chapter 1015. An overwhelming malice descended, the dense, impenetrable darkness threatening to engulf the soul. The fallen knight was imprisoned here, his cold, playful eyes concealing a mocking heart. Shadows writhed, and a damp phantom emerged from the dark pool. It took a while to drag you into the shadows, but the timing was just right. The phantom, identical to Lori, snapped its fingers crisply. The surrounding darkness vanished, revealing a strange, writhing wasteland before Lo and Pink Lo. A winding, narrow path stretched into the distance, at the end of which stood a solitary manor on the flat ground. A magnificent palace formed of ice crystals exuded an extremely strong aura of evil. The master awaits inside, genius. Let's go! Lori was still trapped within the moon realm, but the phantom was uncontrollable. With a slight raise of its right hand, Pink Lo drifted away uncontrollably, leaving only Lo, clinging to the spiderweb, floating towards the manor. What to do now? Luo fell silent, for it was pointless. Her mostly clear-headed brain began racing, searching for a solution, ignoring the phantom's self-righteous rambling. Lori was a renowned genius when he became city lord. After becoming lord, he not only cleaned up the mess left by his predecessors, but also dealt a devastating blow to the local cult. He then held the position of city lord for 400 years. Near the end of his life, he resolutely sided with the demons, initiating a citywide sacrifice. He possessed both natural talent and formidable strength. Even if Luo were equal in strength, she would find it difficult to gain an advantage, let alone with such a vast difference in strength, and the fact that he shamelessly used trickery just to capture her as quickly as possible. The fact that Silvermoon Lantern could be summoned initially meant she was indeed still near Ice Rock Harbor. However, his actions of secretly allowing Pink Lo to accumulate power in order to buy time instead enabled Lori to use her shadow ability to teleport him to their base. Now, besides the imprisoned and unusable magic, the most critical issue is that when his arm was severed, the bracelet was left near Ice Rock Harbor. Many of her powerful items are inside. Currently, besides the controlled Silvermoon Lantern and the powerless Pink Lo, he only has the Firebird hair tie, the flame pendant chain, the life-saving badge, and the illusion drum he's been researching recently. The most useful flame mark on the hair tie is still on cooldown. It can only mark coordinates and cannot teleport him. It will take about 2 days to fully charge. The flame pendant chain remains dim and lifeless, and with the holy blood inside, it offers no further assistance. The badge can only block one fatal wound and is useless for escaping. The activation of the Drum of Annihilation requires a sacrifice, but the problem is, will Lori give her the chance? She could even instantly catch the sword that Red Luo flashed out to stab at her. With her severe injuries and incurable wounds, it would be even more difficult for her. Moreover, in her current state, she probably couldn't even meet the sacrifice requirement. She still has one chance to unleash her divine power, but the power is overwhelming. Any enemy in the manor who isn't blind will spot it immediately. Will she be able to escape then? Use soul magic? No, the difference in strength is too great. Besides, the Shadow Demon has extremely high resistance to soul magic. She can only ask Blue Luo to bring reinforcements. Although the consequences are severe, it's better than dying here. Luo has no intention of trying to enter the manor. That blatantly evil aura doesn't look like a benevolent place at all. Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, her gaze lingering on the last comment in Lori's information. The curse of flesh and blood? She remembered that when Lori sacrificed himself for the city of Edbeo, the entire city was enveloped in flesh and blood, which should be related to the Church of Flesh and Blood. But now, he worships the Shadow Lord. Could this be the root of the conflict? She remembered the bloodshed of the Drum of Annihilation. It seemed it could awaken the will of flesh and blood, transforming it into pure fighting spirit. A plan quickly took shape in Luo's mind. Now the problem was, how could she successfully control the Drum of Annihilation to approach Lori's imprisoned body under the phantom surveillance? The distance between herself and Lori's body was approximately 550 meters, and the operation would take about 5 seconds, while the Moon Realm was about to be deactivated in less than 2 minutes. Your eyes tell me you haven't given up, Lori's phantom suddenly said helplessly. Why bother? Is becoming your master's test subject so unworthy? You are a genius. By embracing darkness, you will gain even greater power and a higher potential. Isn't that better? That's because your vision is limited to the highest level of saint. You're narrow-minded, ignorant, and self-righteous. Hearing Luo's rebuttal, the Phantom was somewhat surprised. He had thought this girl intended to remain silent. I am content. Reaching the saintly ranks was my lifelong dream. He granted me this possibility, and I am willing to remain loyal forever. Your divisive tactics aren't so effective. Content? A coward who fears the end of his life would be content with the status quo? Ha ha ha. If I were the Shadow Lord, I would have abandoned you immediately. The sarcastic remark made Phantom's face turn slightly cold. The spiderweb instantly tightened, digging deep into the girl's fair skin, emitting plumes of corrosive white smoke. You understand nothing. I have risked my life for the Empire, devoted myself to the people, and managed the city of Edbao meticulously, preventing the rise of cultists. And I am only nearing the end of my life. What's wrong with them helping me this once in a while? As the tone grew increasingly chilling, the spiderwebs covering Luo's body tightened, bringing unbearable pain. Layers of viscous, oily fluid oozed from the wounds, flesh corroded, bones rotted, magical pathways cracked, and her beautiful silver hair lost its luster, drying out and falling out. But you're a coward. A selfish coward. You can't even face your own conscience. You're unworthy of being a knight. Slap. A large, rough hand slapped Luo's delicate face hard, quickly causing it to swell and turn red. Phantom's face was extremely gloomy. He shouldn't have been angry, it was just a few harmless words, but he was furious. Paw! Luo spat out a mouthful of blood, her golden red eyes fixed on him. You have strength, but your heart is rotten. You think you're so great, protecting millions for 400 years, with great achievements. Apart from those few major cities, who has achievements as great as yours? But in my eyes, you're a joke, nothing more than a petty person who rose to power by taking advantage of others. Are you courting death? Phantom's gaze was terrifyingly cold. What he couldn't accept most was having his actions negated. That would make him look like a clown, not the most controversial city lord of Edbao's city in thousands of years. Kill her! His killing intent was obvious, but Luo met his gaze without fear, showing not a trace of cowardice. Suddenly, the Phantom withdrew its killing intent, its expression returning to normal, but its cold gaze revealed that its inner peace was not as serene as it appeared. You want to provoke me. I don't know your purpose, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, you see your master soon. Until then, just keep quiet. A shadowy thorn sprouted from behind him. This time, no one stood in its way. The thorn transformed into a sharp spike, instantly piercing Luo's brow, penetrating the barrier of his soul sea, and pointing directly at the small soul body. However, the Phantom suddenly felt a strong unease and instinctively stopped moving, for he saw the fearlessness in Luo's eyes. No! Sizzle! A dazzling, noble golden flame erupted from her soul body, like a god descending to earth. The shadowy thorns, mere insects darting in the dark, screamed under the overwhelming divine power, and turned to ashes. The golden flame surged upwards, instantly flowing along the thorns and into the Phantom's body. The pitch-black hue transformed into a dazzling golden hue, as if washing away all filth and evil. Amidst the blooming golden flame petals, the Phantom's face froze in astonishment and confusion before vanishing. Crack, crack, crack. The spider silk tightened rapidly, and a cold, unknown power, like venom, frantically injected into her delicate body. Luo's senses and perception vanished instantly. Without time to think, she quickly spread her remaining divine power throughout her body, accompanied by the eruption of the resistant fire ring, dissolving all the spider webs. At this moment, there were still 30 seconds left before the moon realm dissipated. Thump! Luo's body fell limply to the ground. The spiderweb dissolved, and her senses partially returned, but she still couldn't see or hear. She channeled her soul power to communicate with the ring, and a large, blood-soaked, gold-patterned red drum appeared. This was the first second. At the moon realm, countless dark beast shadows rapidly coalesced, each possessing the pure aura of a peak 7-tier being. Their aura was ferocious and malevolent, glaring angrily at the rapidly approaching blood drum. Mage! The sound wave instantly tossed Luo up, then she crashed down. Luo's consciousness nearly fainted, but the piercing pain actually restored some of her strength. With extreme concentration, the swaying illusionary drum stabilized again and accelerated its flight. This was the second. Holy light magic forced its way out from the breach in the Sea of Souls, bringing endless agony. Luo gritted her teeth and let out a piercing scream. Beam! A flash of dragon's might swept across the area, and a thick, dazzling white light instantly filled the region. The phantom monsters instinctively closed their eyes, raising shields to block the light that tormented the darkness. The illusionary drum darted swiftly among the beasts, disappearing into the moon realm. This was the third second. The light came quickly and went quickly. Darkness pressed in, extinguishing the light. The phantom monsters bared their teeth and charged towards the moon realm, attempting to tear the blood drum apart, but upon contact with the moon's power, they were paralyzed, unable to move. Seeing this, the remaining monsters quickly turned and pounced on Luo. Meanwhile, the illusionary drum moved unimpeded to the chest of the enraged Lori, pressing against him. The mysterious golden patterns glowed, and bloodshed was activated. This was the fourth second. Who? A terrifying, overwhelming holy aura suddenly erupted from the distant manor. Leaden clouds gathered in the dark night sky, solidifying into a gigantic ice crystal skull. Its terrifying horns attracted streaks of lightning, making it appear like a demon bathed in thunder. The magical beasts didn't slow down, arriving beside Luo in the blink of an eye. A seven-colored barrier formed amidst the girl's extreme pain, barely blocking the impact and repelling all the magical beast phantoms, but it itself was nearly shattered. Stop! The magical beasts roared in unison, calling Lori's voice. The battered body in the moon realm was rapidly turning pale, a large amount of blood being drained. Even though the regenerative ability of a 9-tier body was terrifyingly strong, the golden runes were even more unreasonable. No matter how much blood was produced, they remained unmoved, leaving only 10%. An uncontrollable heat slowly rose from her already frozen heart. This was the fifth second. But Luo's crisis was not over. Both the irresistible skull in the distance, and the phantom of the monster shaking its head and launching another attack were deadly factors. Moreover, the curse of flesh and blood would take time to trigger. Forcing herself to calm down, Luo activated her domain-enhancing barrier to temporarily block and interrupt the moon realm. Dark magic forcefully surged into her shattered body, writhing black scales crawling from her skin, twisting the girl's delicate form wantonly. An extremely evil aura quickly engulfed the surroundings, obscuring even the bright moonlight. The skull above the manor cast a glance, seemingly puzzled, but mostly filled with rage. Servant of the shadows, what are you doing? Lori was now in a truly unspeakable predicament. Although the moon realm had been dispelled, and he was free, that damned blood drum seemed to have injected something into his body. His entire body, covered in 100,001 scars, was howling madly, trying to separate and escape on its own. Many pieces of flesh even dared to defy the skull in the sky. He could only kneel before the distant skull, having no energy left to explain. Right, where is she? Lori managed to muster a sliver of attention to survey his surroundings, and immediately spotted the girl surrounded by the barrier. But calling her a girl was a stretch. She was more like a monster covered in scales. If it weren't for the phantoms being under his control, he would have thought the young woman had escaped using a magical beast as a substitute. My lord, call me the esteemed apostle of the resurrection of the dead, the Bone King most devoted to the great skeleton lord. Yes, yes. Your Excellency. Lori nearly lost control of his fighting spirit. Several fingers detached from his body, sprouting fleshy wings and legs, silently roaring and wrestling together before he forcibly retracted them. Only after finally managing to utter the honorific title, and seeing the skull's satisfied expression, did Lori have a chance to speak the truth. A human has intruded into this dimension. Please allow me to apprehend him. So it was a little mouse who offered him to me. The skull returned to the clouds and dissipated, leaving only Lori and a group of magical beast phantoms bowing in submission. He no longer cared about the other's tone. His master would intervene anyway. The most important thing now was to secretly capture the girl and bring her back to his master in a grand manner. Wouldn't that elevate his status dramatically? The magical beasts moved swiftly, relentlessly attacking the barrier. After only a few attacks, the barrier, reinforced by the domain, began to shatter. I'm not dead yet. Lori struggled to open his eyes. His body felt as heavy as a stone. His blurred vision was filled with ferocious magical beast phantoms, ready to devour anyone in their path. Shaking his head to clear his mind, Lori thought he saw his left hand had turned black and unsightly, but that didn't matter. He tried to raise his staff, then remembered his right arm was still severed. Something wet and slippery felt sliding across it. All right, the silver moon lantern and the illusion drum are still outside. Wuxing glanced at the tentacle flailing on his right arm. Was it licking its wound? What a strange feeling. The tentacle touched the ground, and jet-black nether energy surged forth, spreading wildly, instantly turning the entire barrier into a sphere. Bang! The barrier, on the verge of shattering, finally broke completely, and the phantom monster swarmed in, only to dissolve at the speed of light the moment they touched the nether energy. What is this? The phantoms retreated hastily, their eyes widening in astonishment as they surveyed the rapidly spreading black mist. But with their target so close, they couldn't afford to hesitate. If their master found out they'd been tricked by a human girl, they'd be severely punished. Countless phantoms overlapped, forming the likeness of Lori, her body shrouded in viscous shadows, emanating a chilling, malevolent aura. High-level power, demonic power swirled within. Even the nether energy could only slowly corrode her. The phantom suddenly rushed in, only to be enraged to find it empty. Where did she go? He roared, smashing the black mist with a powerful swing of his arm. His eyes suddenly narrowed as he seized a wisp of dark magic. Shadow stealth? Possessing both light and darkness, no wonder Master desired you so much, hee. Little genius, you can't escape. Chapter 10:16. Dark beasts emerged from the shadows and attacked Ice Rock Harbor. Although they were defeated by the barrier, the remaining dark magic was not to be underestimated. Helida stood before the church doors, frowning as she gazed into the distance. The aura of dark magic had already seeped into the barrier, and numerous conflicts were likely to occur in the coming period. However, this was not the main point. Why were there dark beasts outside Ice Rock Harbor? The sudden appearance of dark beasts often indicated the presence of a source of darkness nearby, usually cultists and fallen beings. If the dark beasts were naturally born from substances containing dark magic, they should have undergone a development process. Priestess Helida, what do you think? A slender figure appeared beside her, dressed similarly to Helida, radiating an ethereal, icy aura. There's something amiss at the port. The White Cat people and Ice Beast men, who are guests, request permission from the church to access the information. The Church of the Sea can decide for itself. I'm merely an outsider. The girl frowned slightly, then said seriously, as fellow believers of the eternal ice god, we are sisters. Why belittle yourselves? The High Priest wishes to consider your opinion. Thank you. Focus your investigation on the Dahomey family's garrison here. No longer keep their information secret. I guessed you would make this decision. By the way, the patriarch of the ALD family wishes to meet you. I'm busy for now. The girl shrugged slightly, saying nothing more. Gazing at the dark clouds outside the barrier, her expression was grim. If it was indeed confirmed that this matter was related to the Dahomey family, then Ice Rock Port would witness its first unification in 10,000 years. Thank you, Priestess Kassiri. Helida's sudden words startled the girl, then she gave a sweet smile. I should thank you, Senior Priestess. That's an unpleasant nickname. Don't bother seeing me out. Harita muttered disdainfully, and only after Kassiri left did she turn and walk back to the church. These past 2 days, many high-ranking officials had been looking for her, and she hadn't even had time to pray. Back in her room, Anna Bauer was fast asleep. Harita glanced at her, somewhat puzzled. It seemed the child had been drowsy since the night before last. Perhaps her prayers had been too hypnotic? Without thinking too much, Harita sat down, opened the Eternal Bible, and silently recited the ancient divine prayer. Harita suddenly opened her eyes, quickly calculating that 2 hours had passed. She put away the Bible and stood up, her expression slightly grave. She sensed a strange aura flash past her front courtyard. It was intensely hot, blatantly assertive, completely out of place in the Northern Kingdom, but the aura vanished in an instant, leaving her no choice but to be cautious. She opened the door. The second floor was quiet. The 3 Cray brothers weren't there. Yesterday, she heard them say that after guarding the staff for so long, it was time to visit Ice Rock Harbor. They were probably out drinking. At this time, the old priest should be writing prayers for the faithful. He usually wouldn't be out. There were many mages in the Northern Kingdom. Surely some would trust the Archmage. The nuns who had gone out to buy groceries hadn't returned yet, meaning she was alone in the Aleph church. She silently descended the stairs. Helida initially thought it was the spies from another faction, daring to break into the church, but upon reaching the first floor, she immediately saw a girl muttering something in front of the Archmage statue in the hall. A very peculiar girl. That was Helida's first impression. She was about 1.55 meters tall, a little taller than the silver-haired witch. Her body was hidden inside a white hooded cloak, and the barrier on the surface of the cloak could not be seen through. However, from the strands of hair that were inadvertently exposed, it could be seen that the girl had very bright and fiery red hair, as if you could see a ball of leaping flame. What was she doing? The fact that she could appear so calmly, and openly in the auditorium meant the other person must be someone she knew, so Helida didn't show any hostility. Helida pricked up her ears, listening carefully to the girl's words. She was probably praying. Then she heard the girl mutter incessantly, "That old geezer, he wants me to help him organize the data? What a joke. Watch me cleverly bring it all back," he exploded. "Shaw, what do I care? If he's so capable, let him live another 1,000 years. If he dies of old age, he deserves it. So few clues, I'm just wasting my time." Helida wondered if she was hallucinating. The other person seemed to be spouting nonsense completely unrelated to prayer. Was this normal? Who? The girl suddenly turned around, and a magic circle instantly formed. A burst of extremely powerful flames roared towards her, only to be blocked by a layer of ice mist. The fog quickly dissipated. Helida took 2 steps back, her expression grave. She shouldn't have revealed her whereabouts. How had the other party discovered her? Ice blocks from the Ice God's church? This isn't a place of eternal faith. What are you doing here? A rude question rang out as the floor exploded, giving Helida no chance to speak. Pillars of fire burst through the hall, transforming into giant fiery serpents that charged towards her. Wait! The fiery serpents didn't hesitate, swiftly spewing flames. The temperature in the hall, now riddled with a large hole, rose sharply, distorting her vision. Helida felt the heat for the first time in a long time. Boom! The Bible opened, and 3 swirling streams of ice mist blocked the serpent's breath, transforming into a cold wave that rushed back, only to explode 5 meters in front of the girl, as if an invisible layer of flames protected her. You got some strength. Tell me, what are you doing here? Helida's eye twitched slightly. So you can communicate, huh? Then why did you attack me just now? Fortunately, she was very composed. It was a small matter, not worth getting angry over. She put away her Bible and said calmly, "Just staying here temporarily." "Who are you?" "There's no one like you in Ice Rock Harbor." "That's good, you're not a local anyway." "Where are Cray and the others?" The girl casually dispersed her fiery aura, throwing out several pieces of sheet metal and welding them directly to the holes in the ceiling. Her movements looked very practiced. Out and not back. "Oh!" The girl's eyes lit up. Although Helida couldn't see her face, she had this feeling. "You're from the old capital of Hibia?" "Sort of." If she hadn't been being chased, her last stop was indeed the old capital. "Have you met the khaki blacksmith?" After a barrage of questions, Helida knew the girl's identity perfectly well. She nodded. "You must be the silver-haired witch's teacher, Brood Luna." In a flash, the girl appeared before her, grabbing her hand. "It's little Luo? How dare that old geezer let her come? I'd pluck his beard later. Take me to see that child." Such speed. Helida was certain this wasn't the speed of a 6th-tier mage, or even a typical 6th-tier warrior. Yet, judging from their brief exchange, the opponent made no attempt to conceal her identity. A pure 6th-tier fire mage. At this distance, Helida also saw the face beneath the hood. It was a very young face, more expressive than the silver-haired witch's. Her red eyes burned like flames, fiery and unrestrained, her brows exuding arrogance, as if nothing could frighten her. Because they were about the same height, Helida always compared her to Luo. Judging by their demeanor alone, the two didn't seem like master and apprentice at all. They were more like sisters with opposite personalities. Gently pulling her hand away from Luna's, Helida felt she couldn't quite handle this girl. "She's not in the city for some reason. We usually communicate via communication device. I'm sending her a message now." This time, Luna didn't move, but instead crossed her arms and quickly tapped her toes on the ground, giving her a hurry-up look. Activating her earring, Helida discovered that Luo wasn't within the communication range. Strange. Just a day ago, she was complaining about the Dahomey family causing trouble in the suburbs. Had she temporarily left the area? She's out of the communication range. Why? Should she know? Helida shook her head. She's been waiting for you outside the city for 14 days. We usually exchange a few words, but today she might have temporarily left the communication range. Luna raised an eyebrow, her urgency turning to relaxation. Then let's talk when she gets back. But since you're here, the staff must have been taken too, right? She has it. After answering, Helida asked Luna with a puzzled look, "Why did you take the staff?" "Just an extra layer of insurance." Luna waved her hand, replacing the charred bench with a brand new one. "That staff is a beacon, it can't be taken away. The best way to protect it is to take it, but I don't have any other dimensional items, and a regular spatial ring can't hold it." Helida understood. She remembered that Luo did indeed have other dimensional items, otherwise, she couldn't explain Xiao Yi's origin. She couldn't have made it by hand on the spot, could she? By the way, tell me how things went on the journey. It must have been difficult for you and Xiao Luo. Helida was temporarily unaffected, so after a slight hesitation, she agreed, only needing to say a few words. I met her in the underground Crystal City. From their first collaboration under Archbishop Aladako to exterminate the berserk monsters, their further contact due to the Dahomey family's visit, fighting the bees tied together, witnessing the fall of the crystal, teaming up, to searching for clues in the old capital of Hivia, battling the nobles of the old capital, being chased by powerful figures, then finding high-grade materials to create an array to defeat the powerful figures, until finally parting ways at Ice Rock Harbor. A lot had happened. Helida spoke slowly, and one could clearly see the girl, who had initially seemed somewhat gossipy, quickly darken, even appearing to breathe fire from her head. The newly replaced bench was once again charred black. The Dahomey family? Those guys from Frostguard? Helida nodded slightly, feeling a terrifying aura emanating from the other woman. However, considering their relationship, her anger was understandable, especially since she herself harbored hatred for the Dahomey family and wished to annihilate them. Very well. Helida noticed Luna's clenched fists, and then heard her coldly ask, "Does it have a saint-level expert?" Huh? Helida was taken aback, instinctively shaking her head. Saint-level is too much of an honor. If the Dahomey family possessed a saint-level expert, Emperor Agnisa would be restless. A mere family without even a saint-level expert dares to bully my disciple, huh? Very well, very well. The atmosphere in the hall was terrifyingly low. Although flames surrounded the girl, frost condensed around her. Helida thought for a moment and said, "My teacher, High Priest Labia, also perished at the hands of the Dahomey Patriarch. I swore an oath to kill him." "No!" Luna waved her hand in refusal, her voice colder than that of a follower of the Ice God. "One death isn't enough. I'm going to erase Dahomey from the living world." She abruptly turned to Helida. "Where is Shielua's last location?" "I'm going to find her." "What stubborn nails? I'm not looking for her anymore. I go with you." Helida was a little worried about Luna acting rashly, and the other woman didn't seem to know about the remaining dark magic outside the barrier. More importantly, Luna was only at the 6th rank, and as the silver-haired witch's comrade-in-arms, she felt she should be more attentive. As for the statement about erasing Dahomey from the living world, she considered it an angry outburst. Just as she couldn't possibly defeat Ralph now, and needed to unite various forces to fight the enemies of Ice Rock Harbor. Boom! The hall doors were snapped shut, and Luna vanished into the sky as a streak of fire. Helida followed closely behind, erasing her presence as well. A moment later, the old priest descended from the 2nd floor, looking helplessly at the dilapidated auditorium, and skillfully took out his tools to repair it. Outside the Ice Rock Harbor barrier, nearly 100 mid-level transcendents were cleaning up the remaining dark magic. This magic was extremely stubborn, requiring not only meticulous searching inch by inch with their senses, but also careful washing with their own magic. If any was left in the crevices, it could potentially breed low-level dark magical beasts, becoming a hidden danger. Many adventurers flew out from inside the barrier, not daring to approach the scene. However, a closer look revealed that people were much more irritable today, with pushing and shoving and cursing occurring frequently. When Helida and Luna appeared outside the barrier together, their first glance revealed the distant, towering rocky peaks and the massive wound in the center. Simultaneously, someone quickly approached and bowed to Helida. "Helida, you arrived?" The visitor was Shek-Tun, in charge of today's cleaning supervision. Helida nodded, pointing to the distant mountain peaks and asking casually, "What happened there?" "Well, the day before yesterday, when the Dark Beast Tide arrived, it triggered a self-destructive counterattack from the barrier. Although the tide was destroyed, the nearby earth magic was also affected, forming that mountain. As for that cave," Shek-Tun explained that he had indeed sensed intense magical fluctuations that night, but after searching, he only found dense dark magic, so he concluded that a powerful dark beast must have survived the barrier's counterattack and escaped. Yusuri had already sent people to search, but there were no results yet. "Where is she?" The direct question made Shek-Tun turn his gaze to the petite girl he had noticed earlier. "This is..." "Don't ask so many questions, you continue with your work." Shek-Tun wisely shut up, took his leave, and departed. "Where is she?" Luna asked again, her temper even more agitated. Helida looked down at the frozen earth with a grave expression. "She was down there the day before yesterday at noon." "What did you say?" Luna whirled around, her eyes practically spitting fire. "Say it again." Helida felt a dryness in her throat. She had indeed been busy with the Ice Rock Harbor Alliance these past 2 days, and hadn't paid much attention to what was happening outside the city. However, realizing that Luo might be affected by the barrier, she was also somewhat anxious. The silver-haired witch is stronger than me. Even if she's affected by the barrier, she should be able to handle it easily. How about we search her out a few times? Luna snorted coldly, knowing that the other woman wasn't actually involved. She swooped down to the ground, flames easily burning away the remaining dark energy. The frozen earth rapidly melted, transforming into pure ice magic that quickly formed a deep crater. The scions of nearby port families also turned their attention to the scene. In the Northern Kingdom, fire affinity was a rare commodity. What's going on? Checked unnoticed as well, and asked a junior member of the group. The junior immediately replied respectfully, Captain, a fire affinity superhuman is melting the frozen ground and dispelling the dark aura. Never mind, today's task is to clean up. Yes, yes. Soon, the others were dismissed and sent back, leaving only a crater 10 miles deep. Helida landed beside Luna, sensing nothing unusual, and suggested, this place is eroded by the barrier. Any residual magic will be repelled. Why don't we go investigate? Whoosh. Luna said nothing, leaving the pit and flying towards the most suspicious gap in the mountain peak. In that perfectly rounded, man-made gap, Luna finally couldn't help but roar, Shadow cultists, you're courting death. Although the residual dark energy here was very similar to that outside the barrier, how could Luna, who had personally faced the shadow demons, not distinguish the differences? Chapter 1017. A furious roar spread outwards in waves. The family members, who had just returned to work, were astonished to find a bright, blazing light returning to Ice Rock Harbor. Such arrogant behavior was unsurprisingly stopped by the sentries, but the light vanished in the blink of an eye, reappearing within Ice Rock Harbor. Helida caught up with Luna's figure at top speed. She didn't know what Luna had discovered to cause such anger, and for now, she could only keep an eye on things to prevent anyone from suffering. Luna flew to Durante Harbor, crossed the Star Sea Harbor, slowed down at Mermaid Harbor, and landed at the junction of the two ports. Helida glanced around. The surrounding area was a barren grassland, located in a place with weak magic, meaning that extraordinary resources were scarce. Only a few narrow paths connected to a small town, where Luna finally landed. Harita followed closely behind. It was a rather luxurious house. Compared to other residences, it was quite different. As soon as she landed in the courtyard, she heard Luna's unyielding voice, "Do me a favor." The response was a cynical, husky male voice. "No way. You little girl packed up all my books and took them away, just to annoy me. Farewell." Then Harita saw Luna stride out from a faintly visible stone door deep within the courtyard, followed by the middle-aged man. Hey, what's wrong? Why are you so angry? Which man has provoked cute little Luna? Tell me, let me hear it first. Oh dear, a beautiful woman has come to my door. What, do you like me? Unfortunately, my heart already belongs to someone else, you're no match for me. The middle-aged man seemed to be enjoying himself. He floated to Arita's side, pulled out a pipe from somewhere, took a deep drag, and exhaled softly, his voice becoming unusually deep. However, my wife is away these days, and my heart lacks a comforting hand. Dark skin, if you're not willing to help, stay away from her. I tell your uncle. The first to react wasn't the man, but Helida. Her pupils contracted sharply, and she quickly moved away from the man, looking extremely tense. Dark skin? The cult leader, who orchestrated the Ice Rock Harbor riot 1,000 years ago, completely destroying the sixth port? Dark skin was stunned, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes, before exclaiming in surprise, "Beautiful lady, what are you saying? I only live for 100 years. You're not so infatuated with me that you're having unnecessary hallucinations, are you? Sigh, I must say, your taste is 3 stories high." However, he quickly ran out of time to speak, as Luna had already taken flight and was about to leave. Daxkin hurriedly stepped forward to stop her, forcing a smile and rubbing his hands together. "Good niece, dear niece, I won't say anything more, and please don't tell your Uncle Kanik, okay? Get out of the way." "I won't." A burst of flame erupted, striking Daxkin directly in the face, instantly igniting his rather shiny curly hair. "Ouch! Ouch! Little girl, how could you kill someone?" Daxkin hurriedly slapped his head, extinguishing the flames, but the highly tense Helida had already realized that this man was actually unharmed, and his strength was probably not as simple as it seemed. Luna coldly watched his comical performance, a heavy staff at least 2 meters tall appearing in her hand. "I need to save my disciple. If you're not going to help, then get out of my way." Daxkin paused, his expression slowly turning serious, the slippery tongue and lewd grease completely disappearing. Your disciple, is she her grand disciple? What happened? Luna's expression was solemn as she uttered the name that had haunted her nightmares, word by word, the Church of Shadows. Where am I? Who am I? What am I doing? Her thoughts were rusty and stuck, her consciousness like that of a drowning person, trying to rise, but weak and powerless, only able to wait silently to sink. So sleepy. So cold. Snap, snap, snap. Faint but crisp slapping sounds appeared intermittently. After an unknown amount of time, consciousness finally surfaced, but what followed was a wave of tearing pain, headache, hand pain, foot pain. Every part of her body ached, as if every inch of her skin had been ripped off, exposed to the air, and then sprinkled with salt. Hiss. After the pain subsided slightly, Luo finally remembered who she was. Right, she had been critically injured by Lori, and was on the verge of death. In a desperate move, she resolutely used dark magic to unleash her still unskilled shadow magic to escape. Where am I? Struggling to sit up, her body felt shattered and uncontrollable. After several unsuccessful attempts, Luo could only open her eyes, greeted by layers of overlapping gray shadows. It was like light projecting through different layers of paper, light gray, dark gray, gray-black, jet black, and so on. Countless layers of gray arranged in an orderly fashion, like ripples on water, and she was a sleeping beauty submerged in it. Where am I? Her mouth seemed to have vanished, unable to move an inch, and her breathing ceased. Could she actually be dead? Was this just a last fantasy before death? After all, her opponent was a cunning near 9th tier expert. She couldn't possibly defeat him head-on, and she'd been ambushed. Slap, slap, slap. A faint but clear slapping sound reached her ears. She seemed to have heard it before. Was someone nearby? Her skin lacked sensation, her body was immobile, her soul sensed nothing, and the surrounding magic was empty. Nothing existed. Aside from faint hearing and blurred vision, she seemed utterly powerless. Suddenly, a greasy tentacle covered in fine scales squeezed into her vision. The pine cone-like tip unfurled its layers of scales, revealing a crimson eye that blinked strangely adorable. Was this little creature awakening her? Luo didn't realize that her thoughts seemed to have shifted, finding this thing cute. The eye moved before her a few times, then suddenly melted away, solidifying into an adorable little creature. The little creature was connected to the tentacle by thin threads, possessed long, straight black hair, and was completely naked. Her tiny body, covered in fine, jet-black scales, was shattered into hundreds of pieces, each connected by a wisp of glossy black thread. Her missing right arm was a long, slender black scale tentacle. What Luo found most adorable were the little one's dark red eyes with golden rims. Absolutely dazzling. Who are you? Unable to speak, Luo subconsciously tried to communicate in her mind. Strangely, the little one seemed to hear her thoughts, its mouth opening and closing, and Luo heard, I am E, temporarily borrowing this body. Speak, speak. E? What a strange name. Are you human? No, I'm E. She didn't understand. Where was she? The Shadow Realm, the hiding place of E and E. Strange, you have used scent. Luo blinked, not understanding the little one's meaning, but it didn't matter anyway, since she couldn't even sense magic anymore. Am I about to die? Death? What is death? What does death even mean? Death is simply the fading of consciousness, the end of life, the dissipation of the soul, returning to the underworld, severing all ties with the living, and never being able to return to the past. What is life? What is the soul? Life? Luo suddenly didn't know how to describe it. The essence of life is sustained by life force. Fairies possess life force through free flight, and demons and the underworld race can also be said to possess life force, but are they truly the same? I don't know. Perhaps, living is the symbol of life force. As for the soul, it's the cradle of dreams, only with a soul can one dream. I don't understand, but he seems to understand the meaning of death. The little one poked Luo's nose with a tentacle growing from its right arm, or so it seemed. You're not dead, but you're about to die. In the Shadow Realm, there's only consciousness, no life force, no soul. Is that so? Even though there were still many things left undone, Luo's heart was calm, or rather, deathly still, utterly devoid of any emotion. The gray boundary fell silent, even the sound of a heartbeat ceased. The little creature swayed back and forth, observing Luo. Finally, it lingered on Luo's head for a long time. When it reappeared in sight, a simple black bow was tucked between its tentacles and left hand, as if it wanted Luo to hold it. Yi's gift, beautiful. Sorry, I can't move, I can't hold it. Is this a gift? I don't think I ever seen one before. It's Yi's gift. Unhappy? Unhappy things will be forgotten. Be happy. Happy? As the excruciating pain gradually subsided, the absence of a heartbeat made Luo feel like he was drifting aimlessly. Was this happiness? But it didn't feel like sadness either. This was probably the taste of numbness, devoid of any emotion. I don't seem to be happy, but I don't seem unhappy either. Can you understand? The little one shook her head and asked Luo very seriously, do you want to be happy? Does she want to be happy? But what does happiness feel like? Luo was lost. Maybe she could easily imagine it before, but how could her cold heart feel that ethereal emotion? Original body, are you sleeping? A familiar voice suddenly squeezed into her mind, and a pretty little person in a light blue lace dress seemed to appear before her eyes. She was yawning, comfortably sprawled on a large book, exuding a sense of ease and comfort. For some reason, Luo suddenly envied her carefree nature, envied her laziness, and envied her tranquility. Lan Luo, I suspect you're deliberately provoking me. Snoring. Original body, you should rest. Good night. Yes, and with the Enzo plane trip, she hasn't truly relaxed in 4 years. If happiness is relaxation and comfort, then why not enjoy it? I want to be happy. This unusually resolute cry brought a knowing smile to Yi's face. Yi's right tentacle placed the black bow back into Luo's head, then extended infinitely, wrapping around Luo's waist. A slight impact came, and Luo only saw the patches above rapidly fading, replaced by a vibrant array of colors. Her senses slowly returned, but the pain, exponentially intensified, almost made her faint. A heavy buzzing sound filled her ears, like 10,000 tiny 80s shouting loudly. But her sense of touch returned too. Luo could finally move her neck with difficulty. In her final moments, she turned her head to look down, only to see a small, dark silhouette with wings waving at her. Then, a powerful tearing sensation surged into her consciousness, and she promptly passed out. After an unknown amount of time, a sharp pain deep in her mind jolted Luo awake. Just as she was about to cover her head, she saw a bluish-black slime flowing from her left hand. Through the translucent mucus, the white, jade-like arm bone was clearly visible. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the grass, startling several earthworms, which scurried into the ground. Luo stared in disbelief at her mutated left hand, her mind blank for a moment. Had she become corrupted? Impossible. Suddenly, someone patted her right shoulder. Luo instinctively turned her head, and saw a hideous tentacle covered in black scales beckoning to her. Wisps of black mist drifted from the gaps in the scales, and the nearby grass melted at the speed of light upon contact. Calm down, I'm calm, she murmured, feeling her heart pounding harder, as if it would leap out of her chest. A chill ran down her spine, then spread throughout her body, sending a cold shiver through her. How can I calm down? His right arm thrashed wildly, trying to shake off the tentacles, but they were stuck to the severed arm. How could he possibly get rid of them? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Sonic booms echoed repeatedly, creating deep valleys on his right, and the surrounding land quickly turned into a desolate wasteland, devoid of any life. After more than 10 minutes, panting heavily, Luo was finally forced to calm down due to exhaustion and began to seriously consider his situation. His body was in terrible shape. Anyone with eyes could see that. It was estimated to have reached a deep level of magical corruption, meaning he was close to being twisted into a demonic beast. If he didn't deal with it, forget about recovery, he might not even be able to remain human. He tried to communicate with the Sea of Souls. Fortunately, he didn't lose feedback like he had in the Shadow Realm, but the situation was still far from good. At the time, in order to destroy Lori's illusion, she induced Lori to send her own soul power into her own Sea of Souls, thus incurring a backlash from divine power. However, the flaw in her Sea of Souls was real. During her unconsciousness, magic continuously leaked from the flaw, causing the situation where there was a jungle in the distance, while she was surrounded by half-withered grass. Now, her magic is almost completely depleted, her soul power is less than 30%, and her divine power is only 3%, not enough for her to tear through space. At the same time, all the magical pathways in her body have been destroyed. Fortunately, she has a hole in her forehead. Literally, this allows the out-of-control magic to leak out, preventing it from flowing back and erasing her body. Without magical pathways, she can only manipulate the magic around her controlled by elemental divine authority, or endure the excruciating pain of being scratched by magic to extract magic from the hole. I need to hide quickly. This is clearly not Ice Rock Harbor. She was in a daze at the time. How could she possibly have precisely controlled shadow magic to get away? Besides, the shadow magic Luo possesses comes from the dark magic of the Enzo plane, the lowest level of low-tier magic. It's practically useless in terms of functionality and concealment. Any superhuman could track her. She's safe now, probably because she fell into the shadow realm while unconscious, outside of reality, which is why Lori hasn't noticed her yet. But she's been unconscious for who knows how much time has passed. Lori might be on her way. Enduring the pain, Luo casts a simple soul spell to shield herself from the pain, controlling her body to fly, quickly heading towards the distant jungle. At the same time, she uses wood magic to simulate the surrounding vegetation, concealing herself. She needs to treat her injuries quickly. The silver moon lantern, the drum of annihilation, the bracelet, and the ring are all gone. There are no supplies to support her. The only thing she can rely on is elemental divine authority. Chapter 1018. A large patch of wasteland stood out starkly in the center of a sparse jungle. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged, unleashing a powerful and malevolent aura. The surrounding vegetation instantly twisted into thorns. A formidable scent swept across the area, and soon, as if sensing something, the figure vanished in an instant. Minutes later, a small, murky figure reappeared on the thorn-entangled tree roots, quickly disappearing from the area. How long had passed, until Luo felt drowsy, before she crashed headfirst into the air, landing on a small tree. A nest of birds incubating their eggs were startled, pecking at the tree with sharp cries. Thud. Luo shook her head, unaware of the small bird that had fallen to the ground and turned into a mushroom. Slightly panting, she estimated that this distance should buy her some time. Thankfully, her years of honed vigilance had allowed Lori to arrive less than 3 minutes after she hid. She manipulated dark magic to create a false aura from a distance, deceiving him, but it probably wouldn't last long. The previous actions had drained her energy. The atmosphere here was unfamiliar. If she escaped to the enemy, she would be doomed. So, she hung from a tree, closed her eyes, and focused her mind. The light magic here was unusually thin, while the dark magic was abundant. If not for her special abilities, she would have been easily corrupted and her mind corrupted by such injuries. She manipulated wood magic to begin repairing her body. Soon, her strange form sprouted dense vines, completely concealing her. Wood magic's healing is effective against life force, but not against magic contamination. Therefore, she could only use wood magic to prevent her injuries from worsening, while slowly expelling the omnipresent dark magic from her body. This process was exceptionally long and agonizing. Corrupted by dark magic, her body was almost assimilated into a more chaotic monster, a process commonly known as corruption. Expelling the dark magic was akin to tearing her body apart piece by piece, then altering her flesh and will, and finally reassembling her into her original form. Altering flesh and will causes a conflict between body and soul. Even if she wasn't injured, the pain was immense, and the pressure on her soul was enormous, especially for those with greater strength, as this was tantamount to negating her previous cultivation achievements. The pain came from the combined effects of body and soul. The soul magic that shielded her from pain eventually ran out of power. After only half an hour, Luo felt a series of tearing spasms in her soul, and had to stop temporarily. Instantly, a wave of weariness washed over her, and Luo's consciousness went blank as she fell into a deep sleep. A large cocoon entwined with dense vines hung from a tree branch, emitting an alluring life force, but also revealing an unsettling, malevolent odor that kept nearby creatures away. Within the vast, star-studded sea of souls, a tiny, pure white soul lay curled up in slumber. The once powerful ocean of magic above was now reduced to a shallow layer. The enormous, gold-edged runes rose and fell slowly, though dim considerably. A jagged crack stretched across the surface, constantly releasing magic that further dried up the ocean. Suddenly, a golden light flickered beside the soul, and a pure golden bud rapidly sprouted and bloomed. The adorable little creature emerged from the bud, its initially confused eyes quickly widening in alarm. It hurriedly approached the soul, waving its paws. Iya iya, lo! Lo! After calling out many, many times, the soul remained unresponsive. The little creature flapped its wings rapidly, scattering a shower of golden light that all entered the soul. Its previously weak aura stabilized considerably, but it still did not awaken. The little one flapped its wings, quickly circling the sea of souls, before finally fixing its gaze on the hole above. It flew upwards with all its might, looking at the wound that appeared to have been brutally pierced, letting out a few soft moans. Then, its fingers interlaced, a delicate voice rang out. The melodious tune transformed into a beautiful sea of flowers, from which ethereal fairies awoke. They flapped their wings, using petals and nectar to painstakingly mend the whole, adding a vibrant patch to the blue-purple space, seemingly exuding a sweet fragrance. As the song ended, the fairy phantoms surrounded the little one, their inaudible voices echoing, "Next time, let's play together. Sing, we appear. Don't be sad, don't be sorrowful, we meet in dreams." The laughter faded, the phantoms dissipated into foam, and the little one waved vigorously at them, nimbly circling in midair before disappearing into the sea of souls in a flash of golden light. Whoosh! A slippery tentacle suddenly shot out, coiling around the little one. The eyeless end and a pair of bewildered, adorable golden-green eyes stared silently at each other. After a moment, the tentacle gently set the little one down, then extended itself, slowly crawling towards the venomous snake coiled around a large tree in the distance. Nearby, a dozen lifeless small animals lay quietly on the ground, their wide-open eyes vacant. Shaking her head, the little one wasn't afraid. The tentacle smelled of luo, albeit a foul one, but it was still luo, so she wasn't afraid. Beneath her was a large clump of slowly growing green vines, tightly wrapping the girl, emanating a faint, dark aura, a very unpleasant smell. Luo poisoned? No one could answer her question. A shower of golden pollen fell, and vines began to creep, revealing luo within. But the girl had lost her former cuteness. Beneath her tattered clothes were large, protruding scales, her flesh resembling slime, constantly oozing mucus. Broken bones were haphazardly stuffed inside her, only her pale face retained a human form, the result of her unconsciousness. Ugh, luo, stinky. The little girl spread her fingers, and the plants and trees began to emanate emerald green light, converging into a river of life that nourished luo's body. The damaged areas began to heal, and her waning vitality visibly returned to its former strength. However, it couldn't dispel the dark magic. The injured scales and translucent flesh only became more twisted. The tentacles on her right arm emitted a pleasurable hiss, splitting into 5, that intertwined to form a jet-black right arm. Dark ghostly fire ignited, burning a 5-petaled ghostly flower on the back of her hand. Cough, cough. A muffled cough sounded, the girl's flat chest heaved violently, and a black, sticky ball of flesh was vomited out. Luo slowly woke up, feeling inexplicably much lighter. Luo! You're awake! You're awake! A familiar voice reached her ears. Luo was startled, quickly got up, but lost control of her strength and smashed through the branches above. She instinctively relaxed her body, resulting in a direct fall to the ground. Bang! Lying motionless on the ground, Luo then met Xania's clear eyes. Xania? Wow! Luo! It's Xania! The little one excitedly rubbed against Luo's cheek, tickling her. Carefully sitting up, Luo habitually patted the little one's head, and immediately saw a jet-black right hand. She remembered that her right arm had a tentacle twisted out from it. The thought had barely formed when her right arm rapidly split, transforming into 5 writhing tentacles. I must be hallucinating him. The tentacles closed again, reverting to her right hand. Luo selectively forgot what she had just witnessed, otherwise, her fragile heart might not be able to handle it. Xania, what brings you here? It's Lon, who's been panting, so Xania came. Luo stroked her chin. It seemed Luo still remembered her original body's condition, having asked Xania to come and help. Xania tried to contact Luo. The stinging pain in her soul form had lessened considerably. After a moment, Luo's intermittent voice came through. My original body, ZZZ, is fading. You recover quickly, ZZZ. Luo's condition wasn't actually good. The creation of her personality clone stemmed from the clone technique, a magical skill. Now that Luo's magical pathways were destroyed, she couldn't use any magical skills, so her clone was naturally suffering. After the connection was severed, Luo sensed his body, and was surprised to find that his life force had been largely restored. He had successfully gone from being critically injured and on the verge of corruption, to being critically injured and on the verge of corruption. Well, the biggest problem was still unsolved. Xania, did you help me? The little one nodded vigorously, skillfully sat on Luo's head, and let out a crisp, unintelligible chirp. Xania. Thank you, Xania, you've been a great help. Luo smiled, manipulating the surrounding wood magic to create a small flower that produced a tiny fruit, which he handed over. The little one happily took it, and took a delicious bite, his face beaming with happiness. Luo also noticed that the surrounding wood magic was unusually active, making it a perfect time for healing. This was the difference between fairies and superhumans in manipulating wood magic. The latter would consume a lot of magic, causing plants to wither and die, while the former could promote plant growth and activate wood magic. Having Xania conceal the surrounding area, Luo focused his mind and continued to cleanse the invading magic. Inside the mansion forged from ice crystals, a gloomy boy, an elegant girl, and a handsome young man sat in 3 groups, while a towering skeletal monster stood behind the young man. Its 3-meter-tall body was entirely constructed of ice crystal skeletons, as if a suit of skeletal armor had grown from its own body. Frost and lightning flickered faintly from its massive horns, and sword-hilt-like bones grew from its spine. A huge necklace of skulls hung around its neck, making it extremely eerie. Yet, it showed considerable respect to the young man, even bowing slightly. "Young master, the second dimensional tide is ready." "Excellent. We're one step closer to the grand plan." "King of Bones, how's the dimensional tunnel?" "Reporting to young master, it's 60% complete. It will be finished within 3 months. At that time, War Hell will be fully connected to the Acanthian plane. After 300,000 years, the dimensional war will begin again." The fervent and frenzied emotions also improved the expressions of the 3 present. This was the best news they had received in recent times. Damien nodded slightly, a 7-colored skull appearing in his hand. He floated it before King of Bones. "A reward for merit. Step down." "Thank you for your kindness, young master." King of Bones happily accepted the skull, strung it on the necklace around his neck, and a spatial rift opened behind him, causing him to vanish instantly. Damien picked up his wine glass and swirled it gently. After a moment, he looked at the girl. "How are things going with the living?" "Roughly within the plan." Ankanasi's cool voice rang out. "The Netherworld is very willing to cooperate, diverting 1/3 of the living world's attention. The Western Continent's Garen Empire, the Loki Empire, the Church of Light, and the Holy Land of Mages are all included. The Snow Beast Territory, Harpy Territory, and White Cat Territory in the North Continent are still embroiled in internal strife. While there's some vigilance, it's negligible. The Bearmen and Centaurs in the Central region are busy expanding their territories, their minds elsewhere. I told you, the living are utterly foolish. A little scheming will suffice to defeat them one by one." The boy's sarcastic words made Ankanasi frown slightly. Arrogance is no good habit, but since they're already at odds with each other, it would be best if Shadow were dead. Clink! A wine glass clinked crisply against the table. Damien interrupted the boy. "Except for a few tough nuts to crack, the Agneser royal family is already a skeleton, awaiting only the arrival of the dimensional tide. Then the nails in Snow Dragon City, Frostguard City, and the old capital of Hibia can be removed. Humph, if Ice Rock Harbor isn't eliminated, this land will ultimately belong to the Ice God. In that case, Shadow, you must have completed your mission perfectly." The boy sneered. Speaking disdainfully, the Flesh Cult has already invaded the Permia Plateau, easily containing the Azure Wolf Empire and the Savage Werewolf territories. The tentacles of Shadow have already contacted the Netherworld Cult. The 2 major southern empires will soon be in trouble. All we need to do is let the Withering Elves deal with them, and the living world will be the demon's backyard. I hate you, but that's true. Damien's mood improved considerably, and he no longer cared about the boy's distasteful, cold face. However, he still couldn't understand why the Great Ones would decide to completely destroy the living world, instead of keeping it under their control and slowly draining its power as before. "Shadow, I heard you've been looking for her." Ankanas's indifferent voice made the boy lean back, his face showing no fear. "So what?" "Scheming. She has already slightly affected the Great One's plans. If you have any objections, you might as well discuss it with the monarch. You're the one who's interfering with the grand plan." Ankanasi didn't fall into the boy's trap. "After conquering the continent, we still urgently need to deal with the creatures of the ocean and the underworld. How is focusing your energy on her any different from interfering with the grand plan?" The boy narrowed his eyes, his tone dangerously questioning. "Scheming? Perhaps you develop pity for her? Shadow, do you want to start the war prematurely?" The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Only Damien calmly watched the 2 sides confronting each other. Even though he had instigated Shadow to act, so what? He wouldn't admit it. After a moment, Ankinas finally took a step back and said calmly, "She still has value. Once I used her, you can do as you please. She's cunning, you can't catch her. No need to worry, I'm absolutely confident." The boy's face grew even colder. Wasn't this implying he was weak and needed to rely on the other party to capture the girl? Ice Rock Harbor is already showing signs of unification, and a 9-tier expert is approaching the alternate dimension. If you think these things are unimportant, then disregard what I said today. Seeing Ankinas's, Damien and the boy's expressions changed slightly, though they maintained a seemingly calm, almost joking demeanor. Of course, the approach of a 9-tier expert was insignificant. They couldn't possibly break in any way. The key issue was the alliance of Ice Rock Harbor, which would inevitably delay their plan. The dimensional tide was approaching, and their time was running out. Humph. The boy snorted coldly, disappearing into the shadows. At this point, he couldn't compete with scheming. It was better to wait another month and let the prey come to them. Damien also rose to leave. If Ice Rock Harbor truly united, he would have to quickly mobilize high-level combat power for a strong attack. The vast hall was now empty except for the girl's puppet. Her long robe sleeves were rolled up, revealing her fair wrists covered in dense black lines, gleaming with a noble gold, as if she were absorbing something. Even the God King cannot fathom this power, Luo. The beings beside you are not simple either. This was a test. If she succeeded, she would gain new knowledge for the wise God King, and would most likely become the first demon child to reach the 9th tier. The unknown. It's too fascinating. Chapter 1019. When Luo regained his senses from healing, it was already late at night. Luo! The little one keenly sensed Luo's awakening, letting go of the 3 braids of silver hair she was holding, and gave Luo a big hug. You've been waiting a bit long, haven't you? I'm fine now, don't worry. His injuries weren't fully healed. In the several hours he spent, he only managed to dispel half of the dark magic. Except for his right arm, the scales and twisted parts of his body had mostly recovered, but the remaining parts could only be suppressed by elemental divine authority. As for the more troublesome damaged magic pathways, he had to find another way. But this place was definitely not safe. Now that he regained his mobility, he needed to return to Ice Rock Harbor as soon as possible. Before leaving, Luo marked the spatial coordinates of this place. She was determined to get her revenge. Currently, Luo couldn't mobilize her own magic power, and the quality and quantity of external magic power were insufficient to unleash powerful mid-level spells. If she were discovered by a high-level transcendent, her situation would be extremely dangerous. However, Xania, being a fairy, perfectly concealed her presence using the scent of grass, flowers, and trees. Even after so much time, nothing unusual had appeared nearby. Instructing the little one not to make a sound, Luo used her flight privileges to control her flight close to the ground. She flew for an hour, gradually encountering low-level berserk magical beasts around her, until finally even 6th-level berserk magical beasts occasionally lurked in. Just as Luo was wondering if she was flying in the wrong direction, she suddenly bumped her forehead into something. Thump! Ouch! Clutching her forehead, Luo reached out to touch things, and was astonished to find an imperceptible transparent barrier standing in front of her. Even though there was a tree right in front of her, the barrier had cleaved into the tree trunk, perfectly blending into the surroundings, making it impossible to detect even with her senses. Trying to feel the edge of the barrier, as expected, it was an isolation layer similar to a protective barrier, completely surrounding a large area. Without the corresponding key, it was impossible to escape. Strangely, Luo didn't find a single rune or trace of magical energy on this barrier, whether due to his superior skill or some other reason, he didn't know. He conjured a sword blade and swung it at the barrier. The golden blade shattered instantly upon impact, without even a ripple. Frowning, Luo extended his jet-black index finger, the nail lengthening with a thought, shimmering with gold. He sliced across the barrier as if scraping marble, leaving only a shallow crack. From the crack, a strong spatial fluctuation emanated. Did I use up too much divine power? However, the spatial fluctuations at the crack made Luo realize that this wasn't a barrier at all, but a spatial barrier, and this place was clearly a man-made alternate dimension. This is troublesome. If Luo still had 10% of her divine power, she could definitely break through the spatial barrier and get out, but she didn't. Luo? Xania asked with concern. Luo could only tell her, it's nothing, I'm just trapped and can't get out for now. Xania tilted her head cutely, lightly flapped her little wings, and flew towards the barrier. Luo subconsciously wanted to catch her. Careful. Huh? Xania passed through the barrier unharmed, turning back to look at Luo curiously. Together? Together? Luo then remembered that fairies seemed immune to spatial constraints, so the barrier here was ineffective against her. The problem was, she couldn't do it. Xania, it's not that I don't want to go out, it's that I can't. Xania seems to understand. The little one flew back, landing on Luo's head, mimicking her thoughtful expression. Even though her simple mind seemed incapable of pondering anything too profound. Floating in midair, Luo pondered how to leave. It would take at least half a month to recover enough divine power, but she couldn't just wait idly. What if Teacher Luna returned during this time? Various solutions flashed through her mind, but she quickly rejected them. In the end, Luo helplessly realized she seemed to have few trump cards against the spatial manipulation. Should I have moved out first before marking the spatial coordinates, Luo regretted it. She had just tried, and the flame mark had indeed finished charging. But she had only recently refreshed the spatial coordinates. Who knew this place was actually in another dimension? Lan Luo. Lan Luo. Calling for help. Just using Moriarty's little trick shouldn't alert the saint-level experts within the territory, right? A soft groan echoed in her mind, and Lan Luo's lazy voice came through. Main body, do you need help? There's really no way this time, and the silver moon lamp has probably been taken. I can't get it back by myself. Then I looked for little Artie, yawn. Luo could already imagine Lan Luo sleepily propping herself up and staggering towards the dark prison. Keep an eye on Eileen for me. Pink Luo isn't around right now. The child might be worried. Ugh, so troublesome. Don't be lazy. Alright. Although she was still a little worried about whether Blue Luo could complete the mission smoothly, she could only choose to trust him for now. As for FIA, Luo didn't plan to tell her, saying more would only increase her worries. Finding a place far away from magical beasts, Luo continued to dispel magic while waiting for news from Blue Luo. Out of Luo's sight, a group of people flew in from the sky. The middle-aged man at the head had a weak aura and was dressed quite casually. Only the unusually quiet surroundings could vaguely reveal his extraordinary nature. The other party left rather hastily, so their strength shouldn't be too great. However, the dark aura broke off here, and there's nothing I can do. Daxkin shook his head, indicating his helplessness. He was just a small town mayor. He had already done his best to track down the remaining dark aura. Who said nothing could be difficult? Facing Luna's sarcasm, Daxkin's skin was as thick as a city wall corner. It must be one of your idle friends, little girl. It couldn't possibly be me, right? Luna ignored him, carefully examining the snow-capped mountains below. This place was located 1,500 miles northeast of Ice Rock Harbor, and looked quite ordinary. Turning to look at Helida behind her, who was also sensing her surroundings, Luna's tone softened slightly. Can you contact Xiao Luo? Out of range. Biting her nail, Luna descended, her massive, heavy staff slamming heavily onto the mountain peak. Instantly, a raging inferno erupted, the extreme heat melting the ice and snow, turning the silvery white to a dark yellow, exposing the bare rocks of the surrounding snow-capped mountains for miles around. Priestess Helida, who exactly is this friend? The one asking telepathically was Usuri. Luna's aura, leaked as she crossed the port, had attracted the attention of Deborah and Usuri, who were guarding the area. After catching up with Helida to understand the situation, they followed, determined to find the culprit behind the dark beast hide. I don't know, but don't provoke her. Rebuffed, Usuri had no choice but to shut up, but his curiosity about Luna only intensified. Her aura was clearly inferior to his own, yet even the skill she displayed was extraordinary. After carefully sensing the surroundings, Luna still couldn't find any trace of it, but she believed in Daxkin's strength. Even though this guy's demeanor was really unlike that of a strong person. After thinking for a moment, Luna seemed to have thought of something, and quickly took out an exquisite card. Looking at the portrait of herself, with a slightly furrowed brow on it, a trace of nostalgia appeared in her eyes, and then she channeled magic power into it. Soon, a mechanical voice, neither male nor female, sounded, Imperial Capital Academy Magic Network Type 2 Artificial Soul at your service, esteemed teacher Brud Luna. What is your request? Query the location of Lagrandel Lo, a graduate of the new era. Received, querying. Found no connection to the Imperial Capital Academy Magic Network, switching to training mode, automatically connecting to student card. Connection failed, attempting a second connection. Connection failed. Switching to rescue mode, forcibly parsing student card spatial coordinates. Parsing failed. Attempting a second parsing. Parsing failed. Parsing successful. As Luna's patience wore thin, the card finally emitted a silver light, transforming into a silver arrow pointing behind her, swaying slightly. Behind her? Luna looked puzzled. However, this card was a magic puppet technology, an array developed by the First Academy of the Loki Empire for teachers after Lo was abducted and disappeared by Dean Albert, to better track and protect top students. It was successfully applied a year after Lo's graduation. However, its reliability wasn't low. Luna had used a little trick to add Luo's data as well, which was a safeguard, so she still trusted the result. Seeing the direction Luna had returned in, the others assumed she was going to search the surrounding area and didn't pay much attention. This snow-capped mountain range was vast, enough for them to search for quite some time. Following the silver arrow back, about 20 minutes later, Luna suddenly stopped. Her anxious face softened. In the sky, A faint streak of light was rapidly approaching, but when it was a kilometer away from Luna, the streak of light suddenly paused, then changed direction and flew towards her. A moment later, the shimmering light stopped in front of Luna, revealing her petite figure. A cascade of smooth, silver hair fell like a waterfall, and her pale blue, thin dress accentuated her cuteness. Her drowsy, golden-red eyes were moist, like a beautiful lake. She knelt on a thick book, her gaze towards Luna filled with surprise, astonishment, and above all, tenderness. She climbed off the book, floated to Luna, who was momentarily speechless, and then, to Luna's astonishment, threw herself into her arms, squeezing tightly. "Teacher, it's been so long." Luo said she missed you. Her soft, languid voice was slightly different from the girl she remembered, but her completely relaxed body was so familiar, a lethargy that only appeared before someone she trusted. The warmth emanating from her body softened Luna's usually sharp gaze completely. She hugged the girl tightly, gently scolding her, "You really are a silly disciple, always making your teacher worry." This feels so good, so comforting." The girl in her arms murmured incoherently, seemingly unusually clingy, not refuting Luna's words, simply inhaling her teacher's scent. Luna had a vague feeling that something was off. Had this child always been this clingy? But after so many years, and especially after she'd been missing, Luna didn't want to overthink it. Both the magic book and the soul aura proved this was her only and most beloved disciple. Gently patting the girl's slender back, Luna chuckled softly, "You're such a big girl now. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? You won't hear me if I'm asleep, huff huff." The soft breath tickled her neck, sweet and pleasant. Luna gently stroked the girl's head, listening to her soft, kitten-like moans, and her years of inner turmoil felt a surge of healing. "Let's go back, we're not looking anymore." If she were alone, she would inevitably have to find the murderer who killed her family and take revenge, but she didn't want her disciple to be in danger because of these things. There would be many more opportunities for revenge, but she only had one beloved disciple. However, the girl in her arms suddenly struggled, poking her head out of her arms, shaking her head groggily, the weariness in her eyes fading slightly. No, the main body hasn't come out yet. We need to find the main body." The obviously abnormal words made Luna finally realize that there was something wrong with this child. Pushing the girl away, Luna shouted sharply, "You're not Xiao Luo." "Where is she?" The magic book given to Xiao Luo was here. The face and aura were exactly the same as Xiao Luo's. She recognized her identity at a glance, and the direction of the silver arrow all confirmed that the other person had a very deep connection with Luo, but she was definitely not her. In an instant, many things came to Luna's mind, and her eyes changed from gentle to dangerous. If this girl really posed a threat to Xiao Luo, she would not hesitate. Unexpectedly, the girl seemed frightened, her face blank, then turning resentful. Turning her back, she drew circles in the air with her finger. "Teacher, this is so complicated to explain. Could you let the real person explain?" Luna instinctively wanted to raise her hand to comfort her, but quickly took 2 steps back. It was too similar. She couldn't be misled. "Tell me, where is she?" The girl pointed behind her. "There, she's trapped." As soon as she finished speaking, a fiery whirlwind swept up, and Luna, carrying the girl, flew swiftly in the direction she was pointing. She had only one thought, to rescue her beloved disciple as quickly as possible. Luna's return attracted the attention of the people who had been searching the area. They also noticed the strange girl being carried under their arm. Only Helida's face lit up with joy, and she quickly approached. "Miss Puppet, are you all right?" "Oh, it's Priestess Helida. I have something to say." Before she could finish speaking, Luna swiftly carried her away, leaving a slightly bewildered Helida behind. She could only tell herself that she knew far too little about the silver-haired witch. Landing on the bare mountain below, Luna set the girl down. The others rushed over. Daxkin looked curiously at the drowsy girl. This was that person's grand disciple, seemingly quite lazy. That really suits his taste. "Little girl, I didn't expect you to be so capable, finding her faster than your uncle." This is, oh right, it's telepathy, isn't it?" But Luna coldly replied, "She's not little Luo." "Sigh. Uncle already guessed it." "Sure enough, such a cute child couldn't possibly be her grand disciple." "Shut up if you have nothing to say. Besides, my disciple is 100 times cuter." Daxkin indicated he wouldn't argue with the child, waved his hand, turned to Mrs. Deborah, and whistled, only to be glared at fiercely. What a boring sight. But his leisurely mood quickly vanished. The languid, adorable girl raised her right arm, her left hand gently caressing a delicate bracelet. Soon, an even smaller, dark-haired girl appeared. Her large, azure eyes seemed to hold a playful mockery of the world, and her sweet smile seemed to radiate endless wickedness. She wasn't human, Dare to tell anyone, and your past won't be kept secret. A mocking laugh faintly reached his ears, and Daxkin felt his soul plummet into an icy abyss. When he came to his senses, he only saw the dark-haired girl holding the silver-haired girl's small hand, shaking it gently, a very heartwarming scene. Was that just a hallucination? He subconsciously wiped his forehead, but the cold dampness on his hands seemed to tell a different story. Sister Lan Luo, stay away. The self-destruction radius might be quite large. Wait, what does the self-destruction radius might be quite large mean? Not only was Daxkin bewildered, but everyone else was equally confused. Then, they saw the mysterious black-haired girl fly 100 meters ahead, her black hair spreading out, and an unimaginably powerful force gradually emerged, turning her hair transparent. Crack! Blood mist exploded, her petite body suddenly compressed to the size of a fist, the space emitting a sharp cracking sound, ripples spreading rapidly, twisting and splitting, and in the blink of an eye, a deep tunnel appeared before them, revealing a dark forest and a faint but distinct aura of darkness. Julia swallowed hard, muttering, What is that? Lan Luo turned around, her delicate white fingers gently in her mouth, thought for a moment, and then explained seriously, It's a puppet. She added at the end, Really? Chapter 1020. The self-destructing E was identified as a demonic puppet. Perhaps no one would believe it, but since there's no way to verify it, it's true. At least that's what Helida thought. After all, the witch has plenty of strange demonic puppets. Before Lan Luo even entered, Luna rushed into the spatial tunnel first. Lan Luo wanted to say something, but thought it would be too troublesome, so she decided to leave it to her main body to explain. It would be better for her to find someone and go back to rest as soon as possible. But it's so reassuring in the teacher's arms, I feel like I can get a good night's sleep. Should I find another chance to snuggle up again? A strange thought surfaced in her mind, and Lan Luo flew in as well. The others followed closely behind. This hidden area was clearly not simple. Perhaps it held the truth about the Agnesa Empire's blockade. After a fruitless search with her senses, Luna looked displeased and turned to look at the belated Lan Luo. Her red lips moved slightly, but she still asked gently, Where is she? I don't know. Remembering that she was talking to her teacher, Lan Luo tried to explain further, I can only teleport directly to my main body, but I can't get directions. How did you find this place? The puppet, the one that self-destructed. Moriarty naturally had a way to obtain Lan Luo's approximate coordinates, so when Lan Luo asked her for help, she decisively took the opportunity to make a bunch of demands, and then happily agreed, injecting a bit of her own power into Xiao Yi's body to create a one-time self-destructing follower, and guiding Lan Luo in the right direction. As for the request, Lan Luo said that was something the real person should consider, and she didn't want to think about it. Luna hesitated, wanting to speak but stopping herself. Lan Luo was just too much like Luo, or rather, they were completely cut from the same mold. She couldn't harden her heart, even knowing that the other person wasn't the real Luo. At this moment, Daxkin and the others arrived. Helida, noticing the slightly tense atmosphere between the two girls, realized Luna might not know about the puppets. So, she telepathically told her what she knew. The witch is a very interesting and powerful magician. She is accompanied by 4 puppet ladies, who look exactly like her. Please trust them. Hearing this, Luna no longer hesitated. A fiery red, blood-like orb materialized in her chest, and she solemnly handed it to Lan Luo. I will return to Xiaolu's side, and I will definitely find her. This? Lan Luo stared blankly at the orb in her hand. She seemed to understand a little better how much her teacher trusted Luo. The time they spent apart was like a deep sleep. Even after 10 or 20 years, the feeling remained the same upon awakening. The so-called tension and worry were nothing but self-inflicted anxiety. I understand. Lan Luo clenched her fist, her dazed eyes brightening slightly. Without any fluctuation, she vanished instantly, leaving no trace. Disappeared? Yusuri was astonished. He was a 7th-tier transcendent. How could the other party vanish without a trace right before his eyes? Was that even possible? However, no one answered his question, because Daxkin suddenly made his move. His right foot inexplicably kicked to the side, revealing thick black leg hair. Strange ripples appeared in the air, and a bizarre figure instantly materialized from the void before exploding with a bang. Hey, this is getting a bit troublesome. The man, hands in his pockets, strode easily to the group. In the distance, deep black clouds suddenly enveloped the sky, and mysterious figures in black robes disappeared into the clouds, exuding an extremely evil aura. The dark jungle was stained black, and murky shadows emerged from the trees, coalescing into bizarre, black monsters that let out low growls. Frost settled on the ground, and icy skeletons crawled out from the cracks, their spiked bones radiating a chill. A pair of sharp ice horns on their heads indicated they were not ordinary undead. The faint light filtering through the tunnel behind them was completely swallowed up. Black clouds, black mist, and darkness enveloped them entirely. A dense, powerful aura surged, as if facing an army of evil. Even Daxkin wasn't as relaxed as before. Wait, he only kicked one monster to death. How come so many had suddenly appeared? They couldn't afford to play this game. Hey, you two young people, hurry up and find someone. Usuri was somewhat puzzled. They're just some mid-level cultists. We can easily handle them. Why be afraid? Young man, you haven't participated in a cult extermination campaign, have you? The grunts aren't scary. What's scary is they're lurking in the shadows. You can't imagine what's hidden in the darkness. The unusually serious words made Usuri pause. He wanted to argue, but Daxkin casually tossed him outside. Deborah, who had been watching the spectacle, also didn't escape his grasp, forced to lie prone on the mountain peak in an extremely unladylike posture, making her so angry she almost wanted to fight. She hadn't acted only because of the terrifying aura emanating from the tunnel. Deborah's expression changed, and she awkwardly smoothed her disheveled skirt, barely convincing herself that she was being lenient out of respect for Helida. However, getting her to obediently return to Ice Rock Harbor was out of the question. Did she think she was a tulip to be picked at will? Usuri, go back. I want to see what danger you're in. What a joke. It's just a cult. I see how terrifying it is. Daxkin was right about one thing. Usuri had never actually encountered a cult before, so he scoffed at the other's arrogant lecture. Of course, it wasn't convenient to go in now. They wait until things calmed down. A girl in a light blue dress suddenly appeared, glanced at Luo, who was hiding in the tree trunk healing with his eyes closed, touched Xania, who was braiding Luo's 12th braid, placed Luna's soul of fire aside, hung the bracelet back on Luo's wrist, and then disappeared back into the ruins to continue resting. The soul of fire emitted a faint red light and warmth, attracting Xania's curious gaze. She didn't touch it recklessly, but circled the red bead a few times, finding its warm smell somewhat similar to her warm companion in the lava, so she decided to help the busy Luo guard it. Meanwhile, Daxkin, who had easily crushed all the evil creatures, didn't relax. These minions were merely appetizers. To true powerhouses, they were just warning signs. If he wasn't mistaken, even more powerful enemies were on their way. Little girl, quickly find a way to leave. This place isn't safe. This way. Over the years, Luna had mastered some of the characteristics of the soul of fire, easily sensing locations across vast distances. She immediately flew towards Lanlua's direction. A layer of mist enveloped the two, and their tracks vanished instantly. The next moment, four powerful auras appeared, their expressions extremely grim. This shouldn't be happening. How could weak humans break through another dimension? You mere little rat, chase after it. The last old man, completely concealed in the black mist, raised his thin index finger and slashed. The spatial tunnel shattered with a sharp crack, purple runes flashed, and it was repaired in the blink of an eye before the chase began. Daxkin and Luna were incredibly fast, but even their speed was of little use now, because they had arrived. A massive purple hand, formed from runes, suddenly appeared and slammed down on Daxkin. The terrifying power, far exceeding that of an 8th-tier cultivator, instantly annihilated all magic within 100 miles. A large amount of sweet, bloody red mist seeped out, and amidst the murmuring mental noises, armies clad in tattered armor emerged from the red mist. A frigid tide surged in the sky, and hundreds of enormous humanoid skeletons, with bony wings on their backs, stirred up an extreme cold storm. The crystalline blue light seemed to contain an incomparably evil power, causing even wandering magic to disperse in fear. In the distance, more writhing, eerie auras rapidly gathered, their sinister gazes unimaginable, like wet tentacles flicking their tongues. Boom! An extremely powerful wave of energy reverberated in all directions, turning both the army of red mist and the skeletons in the frigid tide into dust. The jungle instantly sank into a valley. Daxkin subtly gestured for Luna to hide behind him, his face grave as he watched the purple humanoid figure coalescing in midair. With a kick using 60% of his strength, the opponent only suffered a slight collapse in form. This was troublesome. Foolish humans, now that you know the secret, stay here forever. The purple humanoid opened its empty eyes, its tone neither joyful nor sorrowful. It showed neither anger at the two intruders nor fear of Daxkin's strength, as if they were merely two little mice that it had entered, and it simply wanted to catch them. What an arrogant, sinister creature. If you got the guts, come and try. See if you can catch me. Daxkin kicked out two powerful ripples in the air, then gently pushed Luna away with his right hand behind his back. With a strange cry, he reappeared in front of the purple humanoid figure in the blink of an eye. A seemingly ordinary fist slowly extended, but in a fraction of a second, a fist shadow that distorted space filled the entire area. Suddenly, the countless fist shadows froze in front of the humanoid figure, and countless runic stripes extended from the void, tightly binding the man's arms. Daxkin's expression turned to surprise. His opponent could also utilize spatial power to some extent. Could he also be a 9th-tier cultivator? However, his surprise quickly turned to shock. The purple humanoid figure's hand surged with immense magical power. Then, mimicking his posture, it clenched its fists and slowly swung them. Instantly, countless terrifying fist shadows shattered everything and crashed towards him. What? Boom! A dazzling display of lightning and fireworks exploded in the sky. Daxkin, glaring and gritting his teeth, kicked away all the fist shadows. His fist, shimmering with icy blue and orange-yellow light, expanded 100-fold in the blink of an eye, carrying chaotic currents that shattered all defenses straight. The fist slammed into the humanoid head. Thump! Space rippled violently. The humanoid figure scattered into countless runes, its fist shadows sweeping across the sky and crashing into the boundary 600 miles away, creating a visible spatial dent. An absolute magical vacuum formed along its path, purifying all the dark, writhing energy. But such a terrifying punch had no effect whatsoever. The countless runes rapidly reformed, and the thousands of rune tentacles on its back transformed into countless giant hands, grabbing the suddenly appearing sharp cone and plunging it fiercely into the void. Instantly, endless silver threads spread out, forming layers of spatial seals containing powerful binding force. Useless. The history of human magic is so short, fraught with errors for us. Surrender, and perhaps you can retain your soul's consciousness to witness your own fall. The humanoid stated this calmly, as if it were a given, a kind suggestion to stop his futile efforts. Daxkin almost doubted his ears. How dare this say such things? Anyone can spout trash talk, but you don't even dare show your true face. Are you some flesh and blood cultist with a face full of pustules? Even I'd rather sleep with a cow than have you. His hands slammed together, and when they separated, a golden knight's sword appeared in his hand. His simple civilian clothes transformed into blood-stained golden armor, his aura surged, and his previously frivolous eyes became sharp and piercing. World's strongest assault. In my name, I wield the sword of destruction. A long roar soared into the sky, the surrounding space subtly cracking. The golden knight's sword gleamed with blue and yellow light, and the terrifying power of collapse caused the surrounding silver threads to tremble slightly. Daxkin, like an armored lion, unleashed its power as it charged towards the purple humanoid figure. Rumble. The loud noise startled Luo. She opened her eyes, and a familiar touch came to her right hand. Startled, Luo raised her right hand, and immediately saw the bracelet that had been with her for 20 years. Lan Luo came back, huh? She didn't even warn me. Huh? Her gaze shifted downwards, and Luo found Xania sitting intently beside a small red bead. It was familiar and warm. Touching her chin, Luo synchronized with Lan Luo's memories. Soon, she understood everything that had happened from when she called out to Lan Luo until she awoke from her injuries. Little Artie wants me to sleep with her every day. 10 complete souls need to be collected every month. To speed up potion development, you need my help with testing? Luo's forehead veins bulged instantly. This guy, taking advantage of my misfortune. Fine. It seems Han Luo's education isn't quite up to par. He's already getting cocky after only 2 days. A flood of memories flashed through Luo's mind. When he saw Lan Luo suddenly change direction on his way, a soft spot in his heart was suddenly touched. So teacher was worried about me too. Luo's extraordinary foundation was mostly taught by Luna. She had saved him, his accidental entry into another dimension, and his early access to the Mage's Hall Library at the 3rd rank were all thanks to Luna's network. Even the precious magic books he possessed came from her. It's fair to say that without that chance encounter on the way to the Imperial Academy, Luo's current achievements would have been delayed by over a decade. Although Luna was quite busy as a teacher, Luo knew she had done her best to resolve any hidden troubles for him. Whether it was interference from the Academy's malicious forces, or the attempts by powerful families to win him over, would the Academy have gone to such lengths to stop him for the sake of a mere daughter of a noble family, if it weren't for his status? Even though his future path was no longer closely related to Luna, Luo would never forget the time he received guidance from his teacher. I thought I could grow up in front of the teacher, but it turns out, I still had to alarm the teacher to come to the rescue. I'm not the little kid I used to be. Suddenly, Luo's eyes narrowed. She actually saw Lan Luo shamelessly burying her sleepy face in the teacher's chest. Ah, just a mere clone, yet it dares to be so bold. Back when she was closest to the teacher, she only got a pat on the head, and was fed at most. Lan Luo actually dared to cling to the teacher just because she had the exact same face. Really? None of them are any good. The silver-haired girl, the source of all the trouble, angrily snapped a tree trunk, scooped up the adorably silly little one, and placed him on her head. As she stood up, she saw a violent ripple visible in the distance, distorted space, and extremely burning magic power. Each impact rivaled the full power of a high-level magical clash. Each ray of magical afterglow contained an undying will, and each residual wave could severely injure a 7th-tier expert. Luo had no doubt that if he were to enter this domain of power, his body would instantly turn to ashes from the overwhelming magical surge. Is that the strength of my teacher's friend? Unfortunately, Lan Luo was too lazy to activate insight at the time, so he could only deduce that the other party's strength was at least at the peak of the 8th tier, perhaps even reaching the true 9th tier. Right, teacher. Luo's expression turned serious. Lori was still searching him. It would be troublesome if his teacher encountered him.